Monsters roam freely, secret realms manifest, and divine beings loom above, reaping humanity. Upon reaching the age of 18, every individual is granted the opportunity to transition into a formidable profession, relentlessly hunting monsters to acquire cataclysmic powers. Ning Chuan traverses into this realm, transforming into a necromancer and awakening the innate talent of the Necromancer Sovereign. Necromancer Sovereign, upon the demise of summoned undead, all attributes will be conferred upon the Sovereign. As billions of undead fall, Ning Chuan unwittingly surpasses the gods. Undead calamity? Apologies, the true might resides within the Sovereign. One day, after the gods painstakingly extinguish Ning Chuan's undead calamity, they behold him rising slowly from his throne of bones, a dark flame obscuring the heavens behind him. He extends a finger, instantly subduing the deities. Congratulations, you are fortunate to experience the true power of the Sovereign. Chapter 1. The Skeleton Pendant Left by My Mother. Year 1045 of the Federation. Blue Star, Beichuan City. Awakening Square. A fleet of magical combat aircraft soars through the skies under martial law, while alchemical puppets maintain order on the ground, the square paved with obsidian tiles exuding an atmosphere of solemnity. Today marks the annual Awakening Assessment Day for professionals. The previously inaccessible Awakening Square is now filled with formations of individuals, numbering in the tens of thousands. Each youthful visage, brimming with vitality, gazes expectantly towards the heavens, whispering nervously yet excitedly. These are the high school seniors who have met the awakening criteria for this year's cohort. Ning Chuan is among them. Even after traversing this wondrous world for 18 years, he remains in awe of the spectacle before him. A millennium ago, it is likely that the ancients never envisioned Blue Star transforming into what it is today. Remarkably, he, slender as a reed, initiating a well-worn discussion that often resurfaces. There is no escaping it. A millennium prior marked a pivotal juncture in human destiny on Blue Star, prompting countless historians and anthropologists to delve into that era in search of insights. He nudged Ning Chuan with his elbow, expressing a sense of yearning. Brother Chuan, do you think ancient high schools were truly as depicted in books, where one merely needed to practice problems daily? I have heard that their physical education classes were even usurped by other theoretical subjects. His incredulity was palpable, for in his understanding, physical education was of utmost importance. Ning Chuan found himself at a loss for words. He indeed had a valid perspective on this topic, for he, Ning Chuan, had traversed from the ancient year of 2024, yet he remains perplexed as to whether he has entered a parallel universe or simply leaped a millennium into the future. Perhaps, maybe so, yet I believe history often bears striking resemblance. Ning Chuan smiled. In this era of universal transitions, the phenomenon of teachers encroaching upon physical education classes persists, albeit now with physical education and meditation vying for theoretical class time. His gaze deepened as he reflected on the grand historical tapestry of this age. A millennium ago, monsters descended from the secret realms upon Blue Star, with the mightiest possessing the power to obliterate entire planets. The rules of Blue Star shifted, nuclear weapons became ineffective, and humanity plunged into an unprecedented existential crisis. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, the cosmic will descended, granting humanity the means to attain extraordinary powers. The path was clear: become a professional. As long as one persistently hunted monsters, professionals could augment their strength. Henceforth, Blue Star sounded the clarion call for counteroffensive. Through the relentless efforts of numerous pioneering professionals, they ultimately reclaimed portions of their lost homeland from the clutches of the monsters and, transcending national boundaries, established a federation. Majestic principal cities and satellite towns rise abruptly, forming a constellation-like arrangement. To this day, under the aegis of the Federation, numerous public vocational high schools have been established, implementing a 9-year compulsory education system aimed at nurturing a steady stream of vocational practitioners. The first vocational high school of Beichuan City, where Ning Chuan resides, is one such institution. However, it differs significantly from the world prior to his transmigration. In the contemporary high school, the focus has shifted from traditional subjects like mathematics and science to entirely different courses. The specific curriculum is tailored to individual needs and the desired combat profession one wishes to pursue. Indeed, transitioning to a combat profession is not a matter of chance. They are broadly categorized into physical and magical disciplines. The former emphasizes physical training, while the latter centers on meditation. Before reaching the age of 18, one must attain a score of at least 7 in any of the 4 attributes: strength, constitution, agility, or spirit to qualify for the corresponding profession. Throughout the 3 years of high school, at least half of the students fail to meet the requirements for a combat profession and must instead pursue non-combat roles. Moreover, a solid grasp of theoretical knowledge is essential. For instance, should Ning Chuan aspire to become a necromancer, achieving a spirit attribute of 7 is merely the baseline requirement. In addition, courses such as magical runes, human anatomy, and necromancy compendium are mandatory, with proficiency in these subjects required to advance. Consequently, high school students in this era endure immense pressure and toil. I truly envy the predecessors who lived during the initial arrival of the cosmic will. They had to learn nothing and could effortlessly transition into formidable practitioners, Li He lamented. Ning Chuan, however, responded with a smile. That was a benevolent period bestowed upon humanity by the cosmic will, where transitioning professions bore minimal requirements. Yet, centuries of experience have demonstrated that a solid foundation paves the way for a smoother journey as a practitioner. Furthermore, would you truly wish to confront the legendary monsters and domain beasts of that era? Li He seemed to recall the brutalities of that time, shivering involuntarily as he remarked, "Indeed, I would have long since become a mere memory in that age. But if it were you, Brother Chuan, I believe you would already be a demigod by now. After all, you're the foremost prodigy of Beichuan City, a veritable genius with all 4 attributes maxed out at 10. At this point, a glimmer of admiration appeared in Li He's gaze. Around them, astonished and admiring glances were cast, many of which emanated from the adoring eyes of young girls. After all, Ning Chuan was not only a genius, but also strikingly handsome. With equal measures of charm and talent, he naturally became the focal point wherever he went. Ning Chuan, somewhat exasperated, thumped Li He lightly. "Could you keep your voice down? You only bring me unwanted attention." Li He chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "But I speak nothing but the truth." He then added, somewhat vexed, "However, one thing continues to baffle me. Brother Chuan, with all your attributes reaching the non-professional maximum of 10, and with stellar grades in all courses, why on earth would you choose to become a necromancer? Whether as an invincible knight, a graceful archer, or a naturally noble elemental mage, it seems far superior to a profession that deals with the undead, does it not? Moreover, the future advancement paths are impressive, embodying both strength and elegance, which befits your status as the top prodigy and the most handsome individual of our institute. With the awakening assessment imminent, are you truly not reconsidering?" In truth, it was not only Li He who was perplexed. Many others shared this sentiment. Even the homeroom teacher and principal had approached Ning Chuan on multiple occasions, urging him to pursue studies in elemental magic, guiding him toward a future as an elemental mage. Yet, Ning Chuan steadfastly declined each time. This matter had become a curious topic within the school, with many speculating that Ning Chuan harbored an unusual penchant. Ning Chuan delivered a light slap to his forehead. "What do you know? Have you any understanding of the worth of the plague of the undead? Once I, Brother Chuan, achieve mastery, all warriors and mages will tremble before my legion of the undead." Li He winced, covering his head, while muttering phrases like, "Beware of dealing with the undead. You might end up with no girls interested in you." Ning Chuan chose to disregard Li He. A surge of anticipation welled within him. In truth, prior to entering high school, his ambition was to become a powerful elemental mage. But everything changed 3 years ago. On his 15th birthday, something miraculous occurred. The memento left behind by his mother, a skull pendant, unexpectedly fused into his very being. Chapter 2. The Sovereign of the Undead. It was then that Ning Chuan was astonished to discover that he had prematurely awakened an attribute panel, a privilege reserved solely for professionals. Moreover, he had also awakened a talent ahead of time. This was one of the reasons why Ning Chuan was able to achieve maximum values in his 4-dimensional attributes, because he possessed this panel, allowing him to progress steadily. While the other students could only rely on the Federation's instruments for assessment. Attribute panel name, Ning Chuan. Profession, none. Level, LV0. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 10. Talent, Sovereign of the Undead. Upon the demise of summoned undead, all attributes will be permanently conferred upon the Sovereign. This talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. From that moment, he realized that the profession of undead mage was tailor-made for him. Just imagine, if one day, the attributes of billions of undead were all bestowed upon Ning Chuan. It would be but a mere gesture to suppress a deity. The so-called undead calamity was merely an excuse. The talent of Sovereign of the Undead was the fundamental reason for Ning Chuan's change of heart. Ning Chuan clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He could hardly wait to embark on the Awakening assessment for professionals. The so-called Awakening assessment was not merely a simple transition into a profession. It was a trial bestowed by the cosmic will. Upon successful awakening, newly minted professionals would be teleported into various novice assessment realms, where they would independently face challenges and be evaluated based on their performance within those realms. The evaluations ranged from SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, to F, with each tier corresponding to different rewards, gifts from the cosmic will for the prodigies. Should one fail to attain even an F rating, regrettably, the awakened combat profession would be stripped away, leaving only the path of non-combat professions open, or perhaps a chance at acquiring a rare professional item, which might offer a glimmer of hope. However, in this era of well-established 9-year compulsory education, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Unless one possessed a particularly poor mindset, it was unlikely to fail even at the F level. Everyone, please be quiet. The Awakening assessment is about to commence. When the Lord of the Town summons the Awakening Stone steps, you must ascend to receive the baptism of awakening. Now, focus and adjust your states. Listen carefully. This novice assessment realm is a boon granted by the cosmic will. The drop rates and experience points within the realm are far superior to those of ordinary manuals. Cherish this opportunity. Give it your all to achieve the highest evaluation, as this will ensure a smoother path in your future professional journey. Moreover, it is crucial for your eligibility in the selection for professional universities. Do not take this lightly. The voice of the homeroom teacher, Zhao Gang, resonated before the assembled students of Class 1, senior year. Ning Chuan and Li He, who had been engaged in quiet conversation, gradually steadied their breathing. Excitement and yearning surged in the eyes of each senior. They all held confidence in their transitions. As low-tier professionals, they were all ordinary. There would be no significant disparities. The key lay in their talents. If they could awaken powerful talents, the path ahead would be smooth sailing. Well then, I wish you all success in your transitions and the awakening of satisfying talents. With that, Zhao Gang waved farewell to his students. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he glanced back at them, despite having guided several cohorts. He felt a pang of sentiment each time this pivotal moment arrived, as if he were transported back to his own awakening. As the various homeroom teachers concluded their instructions and departed, only the senior students remained in the square. A tense atmosphere began to permeate the air. This was the moment that would determine their fates. Ning Chuan observed as Li He unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He too took a deep breath and gazed skyward. The magic-powered war machines, which had been patrolling the area, were now far off in the distance. Suddenly, everyone's attention was drawn upward, their gazes momentarily stunned. A figure of formidable presence surged through the sky from afar and then steadily hovered above the square. Waves of potent energy radiated outward, compelling everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. Accompanied by a peculiar roar, the young students looked on in awe. It was a griffin, resplendent in golden plumage. Its lion-s body, lion-s claws, eagle-s head, and wings exuded an unmatched majesty that commanded the respect of all present. Upon the back of this golden griffin sat a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor and a distinctive mustache, Yi Luyun, the lord of Beichuan City. Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement. Residing in Beichuan City, he was well acquainted with this city's most formidable champion. Setting aside novice professionals, the hierarchy of professions ranged from low to high across 9 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, purple gold, diamond, epic, legendary, sacred domain, and demigod. According to Federation regulations, the lord of a 3rd-tier satellite city must be a 6th-tier epic-level professional. Yi Luyun, with a level of LV 687, was a remarkably powerful entity even among the 6th tier, and his advanced profession as a Golden Griffin Knight was exceedingly formidable, potentially capable of contending even against legendary monsters. It could be said that many grew up hearing tales of Yi Luyun. During the 2 monster attacks on Beichuan City, he had shown brilliantly, slaying countless formidable creatures and saving millions of residents. The lord of the town was a hero who safeguarded the city. All present bowed in heartfelt reverence. We have seen the lord of the town. Respectful gazes turned skyward. This was not solely due to Yi Luyun's strength, but also his immense contributions. Yi Luyun, surveying the vibrant faces below, offered a rare smile. No need for excessive formalities. You are the future of the Federation. I shan't waste words. In short, give it your all today. It was evident that Yi Luyun was a decisive man. After a brief statement, he took action, sitting firmly atop the golden griffin. His expression turned solemn as he produced a 4-colored runic orb from his robes. Infusing his power into the orb, the sky transformed instantaneously. Beams of light emanated from the orb, swiftly intertwining to form a colossal four-colored stone platform that spanned the city's skyline. Subsequently, from the edges of the platform, staircases of various colors, black, red, blue, and green, descended. Ning Chuan's breath quickened involuntarily. The awakening stone platform. The awakening stone steps. As long as one ascended the stone steps, they could communicate with the cosmic will, successfully transition into a profession, and enter the novice assessment realm. As the students erupted in excitement, Yi Liuyun's clear voice rang in everyone's ears. The awakening stone steps have appeared. Do not delay in climbing. Everyone was jolted into action, and soon, tens of thousands of candidates surged forward, each selecting a staircase to ascend. Ning Chuan was no exception. He stood at the edge of a black stone staircase, which corresponded to the attribute of spirit, while the other three colors represented strength, constitution, and agility. To ascend the staircase, one must possess attribute values exceeding 7 points, a minimum requirement that rendered the climb exceedingly arduous. Go for it, Chuan, shouted Li He from the side. He had chosen the green staircase, aligned with agility-oriented professions, and was naturally slender, aspiring to become a shadowy assassin. Ning Chuan smiled encouragingly. You've got this, He. Then, taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze with determination. His 4 attributes had already reached the non-professional limit, and he felt unafraid. Almost simultaneously, as the stone staircase fully materialized, the senior students began their strenuous ascent. In this era rife with monstrous threats, failing to become a formidable professional meant losing control over one's destiny. All eyes among the seniors were fixed longingly upon the stone platform. On the elevated platform beyond the awakening square, Yi Luyun dismounted from his griffin, and the principal of the vocational school hurriedly bowed. Greetings, esteemed town guardian. Yi Luyun merely waved his hand lightly. It seems this year's seniors have increased in number, he observed, scanning the crowd and noting at least a 10% rise compared to the previous year. This was hardly surprising, as the Federation had long encouraged procreation. In this age, resources were plentiful, but living space was scarce. Every satellite city was overcrowded, with land being extremely valuable. Even the third-tier satellite city of Beichuan boasted a population in the millions, illustrating the pressing need for more inhabitants to expand territories, establish additional satellite cities, and vie for every inch of living space. Each year, the number of new professional aspirants increased, yet equally, many professionals fell. This was no game. There were no opportunities for resurrection. I hope this year will yield a few promising talents. The situation has been worsening in recent years. Yi Luyun sighed inwardly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He spotted a young man in black atop the black staircase, exuding an air of invincibility as he distanced himself from the throng of seniors, ascending at remarkable speed and nearly halfway to the summit. Who is he? Chapter 3. The summit. A stout figure stepped forward. Principal Rin Xingshan of the first high school smiled respectfully. To the esteemed town guardian, that individual is our student, Ning Chuan. His 4 attributes have all reached the non-professional limit, a perfect score of 10. There was a note of pride in his voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Liuyun's expression shifted to one of astonishment. A perfect score of 10 in all 4 attributes? He is indeed a remarkable talent. To reach the non-professional limit before transitioning requires a trifecta of talent, effort, and resources. Yi Luyun did not hesitate to offer his praise. With such a solid foundation, Ning Chuan would hold an advantage in the newcomer assessment. Should he awaken a commendable talent, receiving a favorable evaluation would be within reach. Yi Luyun was impressed by Ning Chuan. Generally, talents of such caliber were not commonplace in a third-tier satellite city, and Yi Luyun felt a sense of optimism. After all, the higher one could elevate their attributes before becoming a professional, the greater the likelihood of awakening a powerful talent. His gaze drifted downward, where the second tier also featured 3 individuals. While they appeared slightly inferior to Ning Chuan, they remained closely behind. Other principals seized the moment to introduce their students. The girl in the white bodysuit is Li Miran from our second school. Her strength, agility, and spirit have also reached full value, although her constitution is slightly lacking at 9 points. The curly-haired boy is Zhuiyue from our fourth school. Aside from his spirit attribute being at 8 points, his other 3 attributes are also maxed out. The expressionless girl with short hair is Yi He from the 7th school. Although her background is considerably less impressive, her spirit and agility have also reached full value. With sufficient resources, achieving full value in all 4 attributes may not be an insurmountable challenge. As the information about the 3 was relayed, Yi Liyun's previously tense expression softened into a smile. This year's promising talents exceed my expectations. You have all done well. His gaze lingered particularly on Ning Chuan and Yi He. The former was the pride of Beichuan City. while the latter's potential remained largely untapped, yet equally impressive. All thanks to the adept leadership of the town guardian. Yi Liuyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I hope this year's newcomer trials yield an S-grade evaluation. At these words, everyone held their breath. An S-grade evaluation would signify a professional S potential to reach the legendary level, the same benchmark that Yi Liuyun had once achieved. Beichuan City had not witnessed such an evaluation in a decade. All eyes turned towards the four figures striving to ascend, filled with expectation, barring any extraordinary dark horse. It seemed likely that an S-grade evaluation would emerge from among them. At this moment, atop the Awakening Stone staircase, Ning Chuan continued his ascent. The higher he climbed, the more he felt an invisible pressure compressing the climbers, which explained why the attribute values needed to exceed 7 points to qualify for the awakening. Only then could one ascend to the Awakening Stone platform. Fortunately, with all 4 attributes at maximum value, Ning Chuan found the climb effortless, as power surged through him, enabling him to ascend with the grace of a gazelle, starkly contrasting with his peers. He was nearing the Awakening Stone platform. All the students gazed in awe at the figure far ahead, filled with admiration. Ning Chuan of the first high school truly lives up to his reputation. I heard his 4 attributes are maxed out. He truly is a prodigy. Initially dismissed as mere rumor, it now appeared to be true. Not only is he handsome, but he also possesses such formidable talent. Oh, dear heavens, let me have a turn at such a script in my next life, sighed the boys. Meanwhile, many of the girls looked on with admiration. In this era, strength commanded universal respect. Li He, drenched in sweat, gazed up at the radiant figure above him, feeling a sense of pride as he admired. Brother Chuan is incredible. I must push myself harder. Gritting his teeth, he exerted himself even more. The 3 from the second tier couldn't help but look up at the figure nearing the summit. The sweet-faced Ling Chuan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, feeling somewhat resigned. That guy is still as formidable as ever. It seems I won't be able to surpass you before our professions awaken. However, our competition has only just begun. This time, I will surely obtain an S-grade evaluation and let you experience what it feels like to be beneath me. She clenched her fist, a hint of childish determination in her demeanor. After all, Ling Chuan had grown weary of being known as Beichuan City's perennial second best. Zhuiyue furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Ning Chuan, silently scoffing. Don't get too cocky. Becoming a professional is where our true competition begins. A momentary lead means nothing. I, Zhuiyue, am the true genius of Beichuan City. As for the short-haired girl Yi, she cast a fleeting glance at Ning Chuan before retracting her gaze. Although she admired him, she had far more pressing matters that demanded her undivided attention. The resolute expression on her delicate face was unwavering, her eyes fixated on the stone steps before her. A singular thought occupied her mind. Ascend the Awakening Stone platform. Alter her fate. Yi, you can do it. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, but at that moment, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Ning Chuan took the lead and reached the summit. Ning Chuan had ascended. He was about to awaken his profession and prepare for the assessment. With a powerful push against the stone steps, he landed firmly on the expansive Awakening Stone platform. Turning to gaze downward, the steel city appeared minuscule from such a height, while the distant magic-powered aircraft resembled mere insects. An unprecedented sense of clarity washed over him. He yearned to howl at the heavens, yet ultimately restrained this impulse. Ning Chuan lifted his gaze, feeling an overwhelming and magnificent will descending upon him, as if it were both near and infinitely far away. It was the cosmic will. Awe flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. To this day, no one on Blue Star knew the true nature of the cosmic will, not even the demigods themselves. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan closed his eyes and began to communicate with the cosmic will in the manner taught by his school. A thunderous roar echoed within his mind, and an inexplicable power surged through him. A grand and profound will had completed its interaction with Ning Chuan. Newborn, congratulations on meeting the basic conditions for awakening a profession. Based on your physical attributes and acquired knowledge, you have the following career options: warrior, archer, assassin, elemental mage, necromancer. As anticipated, Ning Chuan had a plethora of choices before him, yet without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely thought, I choose necromancer. Congratulations on successfully awakening as a necromancer. You have unlocked the capabilities of the profession panel, log panel, announcement panel, storage space, and more. Would you like to enter the newcomer assessment secret realm now? Ning Chuan felt a surge of magnificent power sweep over him, and his entire being underwent a profound transformation, akin to breaking free from some constraints, allowing him to grow continuously. From this moment onward, he was a professional, capable of gaining experience points through the hunting of monsters. This was the ability granted to professionals by the cosmic will. Ning Chuan opened his attribute panel and was greeted by the changes displayed before him. Attribute panel name, Ning Chuan profession, Necromancer, 0 tier, level, LV0, 0, strength, 10 agility, 10 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 talent, master of the undead, upon the demise of summoned undead. All attributes will be permanently conferred upon the master. Skills, summon skeleton, summons a small skeleton to fight for you. Necrotic flame, fires a flame to inflict damage on enemies. With additional corrosive damage. With his profession established, a level experience bar appeared beside it, and he had awakened 2 professional skills. Having studied extensively during high school, Ning Chuan was thoroughly familiar with these. Without wasting a moment, he confirmed his decision. I shall enter the newcomer assessment secret realm now. In the next instant, as a beam of light descended from the heavens, Ning Chuan's figure was enveloped in the light, vanishing from the platform. Meanwhile, Li Muron and the others had just reached the awakening stone platform. Upon witnessing Ning Chuan's transformation into light, their gazes shifted, intrigued. Ning Chuan was the first to enter the assessment secret realm, and he had chosen the profession of necromancer. What kind of evaluation would he ultimately receive? Yi Liuyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Following Ning Chuan, one student after another ascended the stone platform, eagerly awakening their professions before rushing into the assessment secret realm. The trials for the newcomers had begun. Chapter 4. The Secret Realm of Despairing City. You have successfully entered the secret realm, Despairing City. Current secret realm level range, LV0, LV100. Current secret realm difficulty, common difficulty for newcomer assessment secret realms, capable of exploration. Allowed stay duration, 24 hours. Newcomers can communicate with Cosmic Will to exit at any time. Secret realm background. This was once a tranquil city, where people lived joyfully and leisurely. However, from an unknown day, peculiar monsters began to inhabit human bodies, leading to the continuous disappearance of individuals, and despair spread throughout the city. Caution, be wary of every seemingly normal human around you, as they may be yearning for your brain. Ning Chuan felt as though he were traversing through countless timelines, experiencing a relentless descent that induced a powerful sense of vertigo, almost provoking nausea. Once the dizziness dissipated and the light faded, he opened his eyes to find himself in a modern metropolis, a city starkly different from Blue Star, yet reminiscent of the world he had traversed before. For a fleeting moment, Ning Chuan felt disoriented, nearly believing he had been transported back. However, the professional panel and the Cosmic Will's prompts clearly indicated that he was merely undergoing the newcomer assessment secret realm. Rumors suggested that the newcomer assessment secret realm and the ascension assessment secret realm transported individuals to another corner of a real, alternate world. Whether this was true remained uncertain. Taking a deep breath to dispel distracting thoughts, Ning Chuan began to analyze the secret realm before him, an instinct ingrained in academic overachievers. Newcomer assessment secret realms were typically solitary, and the types of realms encountered were analyzed during high school. A monster hidden within the human body in Despairing City? It seemed that fortune had not favored him, as this disguised type of secret realm posed a higher difficulty than usual. However, there was a silver lining. The upper limits of the secret realm would also be elevated. Cautioning himself against every seemingly normal human, Ning Chuan couldn't help but smile. A voice laced with temptation reached his ears. Hey there, handsome, would you like to have some fun over there? Turning to look, he beheld a captivating woman with fiery red lips, her figure strikingly voluptuous, casting flirtatious glances toward a nearby alley. Ning Chuan replied with a grin. Sure. But do you charge for your services? For a handsome guy like you, it's free. Amidst some envious glances, Ning Chuan and the alluring woman entered the dim alley. Her intentions clear as she moved closer, her gaze filled with desire. However, Ning Chuan took a step back. Aren't you interested, handsome? The woman's eyes widened in confusion. Ning Chuan chuckled. Oh, I am, but I'm more afraid you might take my brain. Power surged within him as magical energy began to stir. Intricate runes rapidly forming inside him, and dark circles of light illuminated the alley. Summon skeleton, with the sound of bone clashing. 10 small skeletons wielding bone clubs had encircled the woman before him, their hollow eye sockets ablaze with pale soul flames, creating an eerie spectacle. 10 skeletons were the limit of Ning Chuan's current capabilities. Small skeleton, level, LV0. Strength, 2-2. Constitution, 2-2. Spirit, 2-2. Agility, 2-2. Skill, heavy strike, wielding a bone club to inflict additional damage on targets. The attributes of the little skeleton are indeed rather meager, with all 4 primary statistics resting at a mere 2 points. Fortunately, with the additional 20 bonus from Ning Chuan's spirit attribute, the total for these 4 attributes reaches a modest 4 points, which is, at the very least, somewhat acceptable. The woman paused momentarily, and then a glint of unfathomable malice and savagery flickered in her eyes, a sight utterly incomprehensible to ordinary humans. You are indeed no ordinary being. Your physical form draws me in. Such a wretched body does not deserve to host the greatness of my essence. Come, let us unite as one. The woman even excitedly extended her tongue, which flickered like a serpent's. In an instant, her beautiful visage erupted, revealing a flat lizard-like head that sprang forth, splattering a copious amount of repulsive mucus, while her arms and thighs transformed into swollen shades of green, with scales beginning to emerge. The formerly voluptuous and attractive woman was abruptly transfigured into a lizard-like monstrosity. Parasitic lizard, common. Level, LV8. Strength, 14. Constitution, 13. Spirit, 7. Agility, 11. Skill, parasitism, venomous tongue. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow, then relaxed. A level 8 common monster, neither elite nor a boss, thank goodness for that. Who would willingly merge with such a grotesque creature? Get away from me. He took several steps back. The 10 little skeletons had already rushed in. Whoosh. The sound of bone clubs slicing through the air echoed. Though the little skeletons were weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The lizard monster was remarkably swift, dodging several heavy strikes, yet the remaining bone clubs inevitably came crashing down. The rhythmic thuds resonated as the lizard monster howled in pain, several of its bones shattering. There was no health bar indicator. Ning Chuan was not surprised. His high school teachers had repeatedly warned that this era of universal class transition, resembling a massive real-life game, was, in fact, reality. Despite the presence of an attribute panel, this was not a game world where one could gradually deplete health point by point. This was a realm where death was a tangible consequence. The lizard monster, possessing incredible agility, suddenly thrust its sword-like black tongue, piercing the eye socket of one little skeleton, instantly extinguishing its soul fire. The pale skeletal frame crumbled. One little skeleton fell to the ground. Log. Little skeleton has perished. Talent Undead Sovereign activated. Your strength, 2. Agility, 2. Constitution, 2. Spirit, 2. Ning Chuan's body jolted. A look of astonishment in his eyes as he felt a surge of power swelling within him. The talent Undead Sovereign was indeed in effect. Upon summoning the attribute panel, he was astonished to see that all his primary attributes had risen to 12 points. After the demise of the little skeleton, all its attributes had been conferred upon Ning Chuan. He was on the verge of leveling up by 2. Despite being mentally prepared, he could not help but feel elated. This talent was extraordinarily potent. It was no wonder he had chosen to become an undead mage. Undead Sovereign. Upon the demise of summoned undead, all attributes shall be permanently conferred upon the sovereign. He now genuinely grasped the sheer power of this talent. If this accumulation were to continue unabated, what would become of him? As he observed the remaining little skeletons relentlessly assaulting the lizard monster, Ning Chuan's eyes glimmered with fervor. Fight on, little skeletons. Ning Chuan stood at a distance, showing no inclination to summon the flames of the dead to assist in the battle. Though this would expedite the fight and minimize damage to the little skeletons, the benefits for him would be considerably less. He needed the attributes of the little skeletons. The melee continued. The lizard monster was significantly stronger than the little skeletons, yet it could not withstand their numbers. The heavy strikes from the little skeletons were no trifling matter. The lizard monster sustained increasingly severe injuries. Its arms and right leg were fractured, while its chest and head were battered to a pulp. The cost was the loss of several little skeletons, who fell victim to the lizard monster's tongue. Notifications continued to appear. Log. Little skeleton has perished. Talent Undead Sovereign activated. Your strength, 2. Agility, 2. Constitution, 2. Spirit, 2. The magical energy surging within Ning Chuan intensified. Finally, all the little skeletons had been vanquished. The gravely injured lizard monster, filled with unrelenting malice, hissed in a furious roar, I will slowly devour your brain, piece by piece. It yearned to savor the fear etched upon the human's face. For its adversary's support had been ruthlessly shattered. Even in its wounded state, it believed itself superior to any frail human. However, the anticipated terror and panic did not manifest upon the human's countenance. Ning Chuan remained exceedingly calm. Oh, he raised his hand. A fierce pale flame erupted from his fingertips and, with astonishing speed, pierced through the lizard monster's head. Instant kill. Having absorbed the attributes of 10 little skeletons, the current flames of the dead were formidable beyond measure. The lizard monster's eyes filled with confusion before it collapsed. It was as if it were lamenting. Why didn't you strike me down sooner instead of watching your skeletons perish? Log. Killed LV8 parasitic lizard, common. Earned 10 experience points. Log. Acquired high-quality material lizard tongue. Common material lizard eye. Log. Discovered a fragment of the truth behind the despair city. Evaluation increased. Log. Completed the first kill in the rookie secret realm. Evaluation increased. Log. Level increased by 1. All attributes increased by 1 point, gained 1 free attribute point. Chapter 5, Lizard Staff. Truly, the Rookie Assessment Secret Realm is remarkable. The experience points and drop rates are indeed bountiful. An ordinary small monster can yield high-quality materials. Ning Chuan mused. In this world, items such as materials, tools, or equipment are categorized by quality. For instance, among zero-tier materials, the classifications range from shabby, ordinary, fine, excellent, perfect, flawless, to supreme. Fine quality is already considered quite good. However, the first kill in the secret realm grants a certain bonus. Observing the lizard monster, now devoid of life, Ning Chuan realized that these parasitic lizards were the source of despair plaguing the city. Just imagine, friends and loved ones, who one interacts with daily, have actually been parasitized by lizards. It is indeed a harrowing thought. Perhaps there is more to it than that. Within the Rookie Assessment Secret Realm, there are no main quests. The only methods to enhance one's evaluation are to slay more powerful monsters and explore the world. Completing the first kill in the Secret Realm guarantees at least an F-grade evaluation. However, for me, an F-grade evaluation is far from satisfactory. A fervent gleam ignited in Ning Chuan's eyes. Given his formidable talent as the Undead Sovereign, he would naturally strive for a higher evaluation. S-grade? No. His aspirations soared even higher, SSS grade. He casually allocated the 1 free attribute point gained from leveling up to his spirit attribute. Ning Chuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Occupation, Necromancer, Tier 0. Level, 10. Strength, 31. Agility, 31. Constitution, 31. Spirit, 32. Talent, Master of the Undead. Skills, Summon Skeleton, Necrotic Flame. It is evident that, despite having merely ascended to level 1, Ning Chuan's attributes have soared to over double their previous values. After the demise of 10 small skeletons, his strength, agility, constitution, and spirit each surged by 20 points. This is nothing short of extraordinary. It is important to note that at Tier 0, leveling up grants only a modest total of 4 fixed attribute points and 1 free attribute point. In comparison, the magnitude of this talent becomes abundantly clear. Ning Chuan himself felt a moment of breathlessness, acutely aware of the robust power coursing through him. He sensed that as long as he continued to send the skeletons into battle until their demise, it was entirely possible to amass his attributes into the hundreds or even thousands within this assessment realm. Regrettably, after the skeletons fall, he must wait a brief period to summon them anew. This is not merely a game. The death of summoned creatures imposes a certain psychological toll on the Necromancer, necessitating a moment of respite for mental recuperation. Ning Chuan began to contemplate his forthcoming development strategy. He realized that his path diverged significantly from that of typical necromancers. Ordinary necromancers are deeply attached to their summoned undead minions, fearful of their demise, as their strength largely derives from these summoned creatures. As long as the skeletons remain alive, they can continue to gain levels and enhance their attributes. Coupled with a spirit attribute of 20, even the skeletons can possess formidable combat prowess in the later stages. Should the summoned undead perish, they must begin anew at their base level upon resummoning. However, Ning Chuan is different. He requires not the growth that comes from his summons levels. He merely needs to elevate his own attributes. With the significant boost from his 20 spirit attribute, he can stand unrivaled. For instance, when he summons the skeletons again, even if they remain at level 0, the benefits of his impressive 32 spirit attribute will elevate their composite attributes to a staggering 84. This is a remarkable enhancement compared to before. Ideally, during each summoning cycle, he should allow the skeletons to perish entirely, thereby maximizing the efficacy of his talent, resulting in a 20-point increase to their attributes each time. With this plan in mind, Ning Chuan stepped out of the narrow alleyway. He beheld the extravagant red light district, where the flamboyantly adorned streetwalkers appeared to him no different than lizard-like monstrosities. These parasitic lizards seemed to thrive in the shadowy corners of society, and with a spirit attribute of 32, he could detect these repugnant creatures with heightened acuity, even when concealed beneath human facades. The red light district before him was unmistakably a den of monsters. Wearing an innocuous smile, Ning Chuan approached a golden-haired lady and warmly inquired, "My dear lady, might we indulge in some merriment over there?" The golden-haired woman's eyes sparkled with delight. Such a delectable specimen had approached her. "Of course, handsome, but I am rather strong. Do you have any other sisters?" Ning Chuan replied with a youthful, bashful grin. The golden-haired lady chuckled, her laughter tinkling like chimes. As she licked her lips, "I have 2 twin sisters." What a delightful prospect. 2 more golden-haired ladies approached, encircling Ning Chuan as if eager to embark on a euphoric escapade, their forms slipping into the shadowy corner of the alley. Observing the trio as they began to shed their outer garments, Ning Chuan mused. These creatures possess a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Allow me to prepare a little surprise for you, ladies. The trio paused in confusion. With a snap of his fingers, a darkened circle materialized around the women, revealing a battalion of considerably sturdier skeletons, their eye sockets ignited with the flickering flames of souls. Before the ladies could react, the skeletal warriors swung their robust bone clubs. Bang, bang, bang. The women were struck by the shattering bones as the parasitic lizards scrambled to regain control of their bodies and unleash their strength. These 3 parasitic lizards were evidently stronger than their predecessors. Although the skeletons were also more powerful, they ultimately fell one by one to the lizards' venomous tongues. Log. Skeletons have perished. Talent Master of the Undead activated. Your Strength 2, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. As the last skeleton fell, the parasitic lizards were grievously wounded, one even succumbing to its injuries. A smile of satisfaction spread across Ning Chuan's face. The dual necrotic flames concluded the battle, their pale flames consuming the lizard corpses, which still bore traces of confusion, unable to comprehend the human psyche. What bravado for such strength! How utterly pathetic! Log. Slain LV-10 Parasitic Lizard, Common. Gained 16 experience points. Log. Acquired high-quality material Lizard Tooth, Common material Lizard Venom Sac. Log. Obtained Common Grade Equipment Lizard Staff. Log. Slain 3 Parasitic Lizards, Reputation increased. Log. Level increased by 2. All attributes enhanced by 2 points. Gained 2 free attribute points. Defeating monsters beyond his level yielded bountiful experience. It seems equipment drops are indeed a possibility. The novice realm is truly a paradise. Even small creatures yield loot. Ning Chuan felt a surge of joy as he retrieved a staff from his storage space, crafted from redwood and adorned with a lizard's venomous fang. Lizard Staff, Bound. Tier, 0, Quality, Common. Attributes, Spirit 4, Constitution 2. Requirements, Magic-based. Not bad at all. Although it is a bound item, I can utilize it. And its attributes are quite commendable. As a practitioner, defeating monsters can yield equipment and items. This is the reward bestowed by the cosmic will. However, items are categorized into bound and unbound types. Bound items can only be used by the wielder and cannot be traded. If they cannot be utilized, they must be dismantled into rare materials to forge suitable gear. Unbound items, on the other hand, hold significant value. Ning Chuan felt a twinge of regret, but remained unconcerned. At this stage, even if he were to acquire unbound gear, he would only use it himself. Opening his attribute panel, he found Attribute Panel Name, Ning Chuan. Occupation, Necromancer, Tier 0. Level, 3, 23. Strength, 53. Agility, 53. Constitution, 53, 2. Spirit, 56, 4. Talent, Master of the Undead. Skills, Summon Skeleton, Necrotic Flame. Feeling the power within him swell once more, Ning Chuan could not help but close his eyes in bliss. His current attributes surpass those of even level 30 practitioners. This strategy, indeed, it is brilliant. Gazing at the red light district outside the alley, Ning Chuan felt as if he could see numerous attribute points beckoning to him. The adage sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping firewood echoed in his mind. Attaining an SSS rating was no trivial task. He needed to first enhance his own strength. The true path lay in simultaneously hunting to level up while accumulating attributes. He had a mere 24 hours to seize this opportunity, and time was of the essence. With fervent determination, Ning Chuan re-entered the red light district. Let the battle commence. Chapter 6. Human, are you enjoying the kill? Bang. The sound of steel pipe striking flesh and bone resonated with a dull thud. Ning Chuan casually discarded the slimy steel pipe from his hand. With his current strength attribute exceeding 100, these parasitic lizards were exceedingly fragile, and a single blow was sufficient to shatter their skulls. This marked the 6th time Ning Chuan had lured monsters into the alley, implying that the little skeletons had perished 6 times collectively. Meanwhile, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Ning Chuan calculated that after the little skeleton's demise, it took approximately 10 minutes to summon them again. Considering the time spent luring and battling, he could barely manage to reap 4 sets of attributes in an hour. He wished he could have the little skeletons forego their resistance and be slain directly by the lizards, maximizing efficiency in attribute farming. However, reality dictated otherwise. As dictated by his talent, Undead Sovereign, Ning Chuan was the master of these undead. If they sacrificed themselves during battle, they would wholeheartedly offer everything to their master. Yet, should the master command them to surrender and perish, while they bore no resentment, their talent would not activate. After attempting this once, Ning Chuan promptly abandoned the idea. Thus, only one path remained: to seek out more formidable monsters to engage in combat. Allow the undead to return to their master in battle. Log. Killed LV-18 parasitic lizard, normal. Gained 26 experience points. Log. Level increased by 1. All attributes enhanced by 1 point. Gained 1 free attribute point. Log. Your current level is LV-10. Skill effects have been enhanced. Observing the continuously refreshing log, Ning Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction. He was now significantly more powerful than he had been 2 hours prior. Attribute panel name, Ning Chuan class, Necromancer, 0 tier, level, LV-10, 18, strength, 143, 2, agility, 142, 3, constitution, 144, 3, spirit, 154, 6, talent, undead sovereign skills, summon little skeletons. Necrotic flame, all attribute values had surpassed 100, further augmented by several pieces of equipment. He had achieved level 10. At this level, he could summon 11 little skeletons. And the power of necrotic flame had also been enhanced. A glimmer of joy danced in Ning Chuan's eyes. For practitioners, every 100 levels represented a significant milestone. For instance, upon reaching LV-100, one would need to undergo a tier advancement trial to ascend to a bronze practitioner, thus allowing for further level progression. Within the same tier, level 10 served as a minor threshold, granting a certain enhancement to skill intensity. Furthermore, to increase skill potency, one required a wealth of theoretical knowledge and continual practice. These were lessons taught in school, and as a diligent student, Ning Chuan certainly wouldn't forget them. However, the efficiency of stacking attributes felt somewhat sluggish. Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. In the last 2 instances, he had distinctly sensed that the little skeletons were perishing at a slower rate. As their attributes increased, they struggled even when standing still, allowing the lizards to attack. Some little skeletons even met their end only after leveling up, yielding more attributes but proving less efficient upon calculation. As Ning Chuan observed the now quiet red light district, having slain dozens of parasitic lizards, even these dim-witted creatures began to sense that something was amiss. His gaze deepened. It was nearly time to commence the onslaught. With his current attributes, a typical LV-100 0-tier practitioner would only surpass him in primary attributes, while their secondary attributes might even fall short. Without a doubt, he could traverse the red light district with ease. Stepping out of the alley, Ning Chuan kicked a nearby trash can, sending it crashing into the giant neon sign of the red light district. With a resounding crash, the sign fell to the ground, creating a tremendous noise. Hey, monsters! It's dinner time. Ning Chuan unabashedly displayed his mental prowess. He had learned that these parasitic lizards favored humans with high spirit attributes, which was one reason he had so easily lured them into the alley before. In that moment, he shone like a firefly in the night. Coupled with the loud crash of the sign, all eyes turned towards him. The human form could not conceal the multitude of greedy, ravenous, and desirous gazes. The sounds of skin tearing and slime splattering reverberated throughout the entire red light district. Hiss! What a delectable body! I shall feast upon him. Do not even think of competing with me. One by one, the lizard monsters shed their disguises, their fearsome heads swaying atop human bodies. A cacophony of colors, purple, green, and everything in between, filled the street. A few normal humans were utterly paralyzed with shock, having unwittingly stumbled into a den of monsters. Who could have anticipated such a fate? They could only stare blankly at the black-clad, black-haired youth. Ning Chuan surveyed the multitude of lizard monsters, feeling a surge of excitement rather than fear. No need to rush. One at a time, there's enough for everyone. He laughed heartily. A dark aura manifested around him, and 11 robust skeletal warriors emerged, adorned with sharp bone spikes, their bones glinting with a metallic sheen. The current little skeletons, bolstered by Ning Chuan's attributes, reached an astonishing total of 34 points in all attributes. Their battle power was a far cry from their initial state. The lizard monsters roared as they closed in, their levels ranging from LV-5 to LV-40. If the little skeletons coordinated effectively, they could easily take down monsters of LV-50 or even LV-60 with their current strength. However, Ning Chuan clearly had other plans. Charge forth. Little skeletons, fight for your master. The little skeletons dispersed into the throng of lizards, and one by one, the lizard monsters fell beneath their bone clubs. Some little skeletons even leveled up, but their soul flames began to flicker and fade. Log. Little skeleton perished. Talent Undead Sovereign activated. Your strength 2. Agility 2. Constitution 3. Spirit 2. Log. Little skeleton perished. Talent Undead Sovereign activated. Your strength 3. Agility 2. Constitution 2. Spirit 2. The smile on Ning Chuan's face deepened. With 11 little skeletons fallen, all the monsters now fixated their greedy gazes upon him, lunging forward with ferocity. Ning Chuan chuckled with amusement. You do not presume me to be a pushover, do you? The latent strength concealed beneath my elongated frame is far beyond what these grotesque creatures can fathom. Seizing the massive light sign that had fallen beside me, a sinister smile crept into Ning Chuan's eyes. A ferocious power surged within him, his arm muscles swelling instantaneously, exuding an aesthetic of raw strength. The hefty sign felt like a mere toy in his grasp, as he swung it with a fierce vigor, creating gusts of wind. Thud! The colossal sign struck down multiple lizard monsters, some unfortunate souls perishing outright, transforming into experience points and materials. With a swift bend of his legs, Ning Chuan's robust thigh muscles propelled him upwards, landing atop the highest building, wielding the battered sign with the poise of a great general brandishing his blade. The sign swung repeatedly, dispatching the frenzied lizard monsters that lunged at him. To them, Ning Chuan appeared as an enticing morsel, drawing the attention of all the creatures in the red light district. A few surviving humans watched in stunned silence, exclaiming, "My God, is this youth a superhero?" They cowered in corners, wide-eyed, witnessing the grand battle unfold before them. Ning Chuan, however, had no intention of personally dealing with these monsters. They still held some potential for utility. As 10 minutes elapsed, Ning Chuan snapped his fingers. 11 skeletal minions, now imbued with increased vigor, reappeared. The spectacle was far from over. A glint of mockery sparkled in Ning Chuan's eyes. Indeed, he had begun to regard these lizard monsters as mere tools for enhancing his attributes. Once they were unable to swiftly vanquish the skeletal minions, their doom would arrive. Perched atop the skyscraper, he reveled in the exhilaration of his escalating power. With each skeletal demise, he reaped the rewards of enhanced attributes, and upon their collective demise, he would join the fray against the lizard monsters himself. The advantage of this strategy was substantial. Within an hour, he could potentially enhance his attributes 5 times, if not nearly 6. Time slipped away unnoticed. Log. Your current level is LV20. Skill effects have been enhanced. A surge of energy coursed through Ning Chuan. The number of summoned skeletal minions had increased to 12, and his attribute values soared once more. Strength, 3033. Agility, 313-2. Constitution, 3094. Spirit, 318-10. All 4 primary attributes had decisively breached the 300 threshold. Ning Chuan could assert with confidence that the attributes of a level 100 novice class would pale in comparison to his, even if equipped with high-quality gear. For instance, a typical Necromancer at LV 100 would possess base attributes of approximately 110 across the board, and compared to Ning Chuan, they fell woefully short. At this moment, the entire red light district had gradually quieted, with only a small faction of lizard monsters gazing fearfully at Ning Chuan, as if he were the true monster among them. Stretching languidly, Ning Chuan mused that there was little need to spare these inept creatures, especially since they could not even defeat a single skeletal minion. The efficiency of stacking attributes had significantly diminished, and he was already contemplating a change of scenery. Just as he was preparing to take action, a deep voice echoed from afar. "Human, did you find your slaughter enjoyable?" Ning Chuan instinctively turned his gaze. Before him stood a towering black-armored lizard, easily 2 stories high, its ebony scales glinting ominously in the sunlight. Each powerful step it took sent tremors through the surrounding structures, causing nightclub signs to tremble and fall. This was the first time Ning Chuan encountered a monster that presented itself in its true form. His eyes narrowed with anticipation. An elite black-armored giant lizard? Black-armored giant lizard elite. Level, LV48. Strength, 159. Constitution, 187. Spirit, 74. Agility, 124. Skills, Parasite, Shape-shifting, Giant Strength, Toxic Armor. Elite monsters typically possess attributes that surpass those of their contemporaries by 3-fold or more, along with an array of formidable skills. For novices, such entities are overwhelmingly dominant. Although the monsters within the novice assessment realm range from LV0 to LV100, elite creatures of LV48 seldom manifest so early, based on the experiences of countless adventurers. They typically emerge only after exceeding 12 hours within a dungeon. Yet, Ning Chuan had been here for less than 4 hours. The reason was simple. Ning Chuan's audacity had led him to slaughter nearly the entirety of the Red Light District's monsters. This marked a pivotal moment. Should he succeed in slaying such a formidable foe, an S-rank evaluation would be assured. One must not underestimate the challenge. For LV0 newcomers, survival and gradual leveling are paramount. With merely the 2 skills granted upon class awakening and devoid of substantial gear or abundant skills, their only recourse lies in their innate talent. Only with sufficiently potent awakened talents can they hope to vanquish such a powerful elite monster. Thus, while the Cosmic Will does not classify talents by rank, the Federation defaults to evaluating talents based on the assessments within the novice realm. An S-rank evaluation signifies an S-rank talent. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a fervor ignited in Ning Chuan's gaze. What might be an insurmountable peak for ordinary individuals posed no challenge to him. Attribute superiority? Glancing at his 4 attributes, all exceeding 300, he smirked. Excuse me, who is overpowering whom? He fixed his gaze on the black-armored giant lizard, his excitement intensifying. Akin to eyeing a delectable treat, the formidable elite monster promised substantial rewards upon defeat. Ordinary gear held little value for Ning Chuan, who sought more powerful equipment and items. If he could acquire a skill book tailored to his needs, it would be even more exhilarating. The black-armored giant lizard was not fond of the glimmer in Ning Chuan's eyes. It mirrored the way it typically regarded humans. Human, answer me. Did you find your slaughter pleasurable? Ning Chuan rested his chin on his hand, sizing up the creature. I was pondering how many times you could withstand this. It was not every day one encountered a brand new sparring partner. He could not let such an opportunity slip away so easily. The skeletal minions were already eager to engage in battle. The giant lizard let out a long, piercing roar. Arrogant human, very well. Once I devour your brain and seize your body, I shall grow even stronger. In an instant, its form swelled once more, the toxic essence on its black armor becoming discernible, as its thick, barbed tongue lashed out towards Ning Chuan atop the building with lightning speed. A skeletal minion leapt into the air, its metallic gleam striking the lizard's tongue, but the agile appendage coiled back, swallowing the entire minion whole. Log, skeletal minion perished. The talent Undead Sovereign activates, granting you 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 constitution, 2 spirit. Ning Chuan's spirit soared. Fantastic. The black-armored giant lizard pondered in confusion. Was this human truly a fool? After all, it was he who had slain the summoned skeletal creature. The colossal lizard's pupils glinted with a fierce intent as it charged at the 11 diminutive skeletons, eager to vanquish these skeletal foes. For it yearned to witness whether this creature before it could still maintain its mirth. In no time, and at the expense of mere superficial wounds, all the skeletons fell. Humans tremble in fear. The giant lizard unleashed its pent-up savagery without restraint. Suddenly, a pale flame caused its heart to skip a beat. Silence. Ning Chuan, controlling his power, refrained from delivering a fatal blow to this creature. The obsidian-armored giant lizard regarded him with trepidation. Could this human truly possess such formidable strength? Then why had he merely observed until now? Before it could ponder this conundrum, 10 minutes had elapsed. With a snap of his fingers, another 12 small skeletons materialized, leaving the black-armored giant lizard in a daze. Yet, the diminutive skeletons showed no mercy. Their strikes were increasingly ferocious. The black-armored giant lizard felt a wave of confusion wash over it. Why was it that these skeletal adversaries, which it had previously dispatched with ease, now seemed inexhaustible? What was this human's true objective? The giant lizard sensed itself ensnared in a peculiar cycle, as if it were being toyed with. Defeat the skeletons, confront the human, resume the slaughter of skeletons, and continue the standoff. Until roar. The black-armored giant lizard instinctively lunged at the nearest skeleton, only for a bone club to strike and sever half of its tongue. A searing pain coursed through it, and it suddenly realized, somehow, it had sustained grave injuries. And the skeletons before it were becoming increasingly formidable. Initially, it could dispatch them with ease, but now, it struggled to withstand their onslaught. The black-armored giant lizard abruptly awakened to the truth. Its limited intellect illuminated the entire situation. Were you using me as practice for the skeletons? An incredulous wail of anguish erupted. Ning Chuan chuckled as he snapped his fingers. Correct. Alas, I did not expect you to be so feeble, after merely 8 rounds. You could no longer endure. 24 by 8192. Ning Chuan felt the surging power within him. Strength, for 95, 3. Agility, 505, 2. Constitution, 5014. Spirit, 510, 10. With the enhancement from his equipment, his spirit attribute had risen to 520. The attributes of the small skeletons had also reached an astonishing 4-dimensional total of 106 points. And now the gravely injured black-armored giant lizard had lost its privilege to continue augmenting its attributes. Observing the evident disappointment in the eyes of the youthful human, the black-armored giant lizard felt a surge of dread and fear. Instinctively, it was compelled to escape, to distance itself from this terrifying human as far as possible. Ning Chuan rose slowly. As a token of gratitude for your efforts, I have decided to bestow upon you a splendid gift. The black-armored giant lizard instinctively turned its gaze, only to behold a pale fireball forming between the human's palms, rapidly expanding to a size surpassing that of a millstone. Come, savor my grand offering. Ning Chuan laughed heartily. With his current spiritual power, he could effortlessly command the flames of the undead. He raised the pale fireball above his head and hurled it towards the black-armored giant lizard. Boom. The fireball, slicing through the air, produced a scorching roar. The millstone-sized fireball sent the black-armored giant lizard trembling, the latent power within instilling fear. Just as it turned to flee, the fireball surged forth and obliterated its skull. A swift demise. In its final moments, the black-armored giant lizard could only think, "Are you truly human?" Log. Killed LV-48 black-armored giant lizard, elite, gained 534 experience points. Log. First kill of LV-48 elite monster. Evaluation significantly increased. Log. Acquired superior grade material lizard black armor, superior grade material lizard eye. Log. Obtained perfect grade equipment giant lizard robe, superior grade equipment venomous plate armor. Log. Level increased by 3, all attributes increased by 3 points, gained 3 free attribute points. As the logs continued to scroll, delight blossomed in Ning Chuan's eyes. The rewards from this elite first kill were indeed bountiful. Chapter 8. The Request of the Indigenous People. Ning Chuan tallied his gains. First and foremost was the exceedingly generous experience. With his level already nearing 21, he surged upward by 3 levels. Secondly, he noted a substantial increase in his hidden realm evaluation. Ning Chuan estimated that if he chose to teleport out now, an S-grade evaluation would be inevitable. Do not underestimate an S-grade evaluation in Beichuan City, with tens of thousands of examinees each year. The last individual to achieve an S-grade evaluation did so a decade ago. However, Ning Chuan had no intention of settling for an S-grade. He was far from his limits. His ambition lay with an SSS grade evaluation. He even aspired to explore whether there existed levels beyond SSS. Contemplating this, Ning Chuan's gaze ignited with fervor. He felt himself becoming a bit reckless, yet upon considering the talent of Necromancer, he reassured himself of his groundedness. Taking a deep breath, he shook off his distractions and turned his eager eyes toward the equipment and materials dropped by the black-armored giant lizard. The superior grade materials held considerable value. Even the lowest tier could fetch a 5-figure sum in federal currency. Yet what brought Ning Chuan the greatest joy was the perfect grade equipment, the giant lizard robe. Although it was bound equipment, it was still usable by him. Giant lizard robe, bound. Rank, 0 tier. Quality, perfect. Attributes, Spirit 30, Constitution 10. Additional effects, Mana Recovery 5. Spell Resistance 3. Additional skill, Giant Lizard Armor Shield. Requirements, Magic System. Observing the attributes of the giant lizard robe, Ning Chuan felt a profound satisfaction. Generally speaking, perfect grade equipment, beyond its 2 primary attributes and 2 additional effects, would also confer an extra skill. The giant lizard robe was undoubtedly an exceptional piece among 0-tier equipment. It was sufficient to significantly enhance the strength of any ordinary practitioner. Although, due to Ning Chuan's exaggerated attributes, the effect of the attribute enhancement was somewhat diminished. The other additional effects and skills remained quite impressive. Particularly, the additional skill of the giant lizard armor shield greatly bolstered Ning Chuan's defensive capabilities. At present, he could rely solely on his extraordinary constitution. Gazing at the black robe in his hands, Ning Chuan promptly donned it. The wondrous power of the robe immediately resonated with his panel, and in a moment of inspiration, he reached out and tapped. Layers of runes materialized, and semi-transparent black armor shields emerged around him, faint echoes of the giant lizard's roar resonating through the air. Feeling the formidable defense it provided, Ning Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Although the skill attached did not receive the full enhancement of his spirit attribute as his own skills did, it still benefited from a portion of it. With his current spirit exceeding 500, the defensive capability was indeed considerable. At the very least, the previous black-armored giant lizard could not have breached it in a short time. His survivability had been significantly improved. As for the exceptional piece of equipment, the toxic plate armor, it is exclusively usable by physical class professions and is bound. Rendering it non-transferable, it can only be taken back for disassembly. Additionally, there are 2 more pieces of useful gear, further enhancing Ning Chuan's attributes by several points. Even the smallest morsel of meat is still meat. Ning Chuan smiled as he dispelled his shield. He gazed towards the red light district. The once bustling area had now fallen into a profound silence. A few surviving humans looked fearfully at Ning Chuan, as if he were a monster clad in human skin, before frantically fleeing. Meanwhile, the lizard monsters had been completely annihilated by the little skeletons. With tears in his eyes, Ning Chuan accepted the experience points gifted by the lizard creatures, leveling up by 2 levels. Level 25. It seemed he needed to find a stronger gathering place for monsters. Ning Chuan leaped down from the high building. Walking through the quiet red light district, he found himself finally able to examine this area closely. The architectural style bore some resemblance to that of Western countries in the 20th century before his journey, with flickering pink lights that exuded an ambiguous and eerie ambience. Yet, the massive lizard corpse, ablaze with necromantic flames behind him, reminded him that this was an entirely different world, surrounded by so many monsters draped in human skin. He couldn't help but wonder when he might be devoured, reinforcing the city's moniker of the Despair City. He sighed softly, contemplating where to go next. While completing the secret realm assessment, he didn't mind lending a hand to the humans of this city. This was equally a real world, not merely a game instance. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Ning Chuan turned to see a group of individuals clad in black trench coats, armed, and evidently well-trained, appearing at the street corner. Most were ordinary people, yet he could sense that a few possessed considerable strength, albeit not formidable. Was this a special department in this world addressing the lizard monsters? Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes upon seeing the massive black-armored lizard corpse engulfed in pale flames. The trench-coated individuals were visibly taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. God bless, this damned monster has finally perished. The crowd erupted in excitement. The leader of the trench-coated individuals removed her sunglasses, revealing a strikingly elegant woman. As she walked, her long legs, adorned in stockings, occasionally peeked through the gaps in her coat, exuding an alluring charm. She approached Ning Chuan and suddenly knelt heavily before him. Great One from the starry sky, we beseech your assistance. Her eyes were red-rimmed, filled with sincere pleading. Ning Chuan, taken aback, replied, You know where I come from? The woman shook her head. Such beings as you are not a novel occurrence. Once, a Great One claimed to be a messenger from the stars, stating that only those like you could easily vanquish these monsters single-handedly. You, who have slain the black-armored lizard, are the mightiest among all who have descended. Please, we implore you to help us. The crowd collectively knelt, gazing at Ning Chuan with beseeching eyes, as if they had already regarded him as their savior. Ning Chuan was also taken aback. It seemed that this world had previously hosted other newcomers, hence the indigenous people knew fragments of information. A messenger from the stars? Who had the audacity to declare such a thing? What kind of insignificant novice possessed such grandeur? Ning Chuan couldn't help but scoff inwardly, looking at the woman before him. He rested his chin on his right hand, contemplating gains and losses, and soon arrived at a decision. I can assist you in cleansing the monsters from your city. However, my summoned creatures require a 10-minute interval upon perishing, during which I need you to help delay. A warm smile adorned Ning Chuan's face as he gestured towards the little skeleton beside him. Additionally, I hope you can guide me to find powerful monsters. More is better, and stronger is preferable, nothing less formidable than this giant. We must commence immediately. I have no time to squander. Is there any issue with that? It was far more efficient to have the natives lead the way than to search aimlessly. If these indigenous individuals proved non-obtrusive, it would not be unwise to lend them a hand. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan remained habitually cautious. The 10-minute interval for summoning little skeletons would allow them to exert themselves, while he could ease his burden. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's response, all the trench-coated individuals were filled with exuberant joy, and the leading woman was moved to tears. Absolutely. No problem at all. Everyone from the Special Operations Bureau is at your service. My name is Kalisa, she added. Ning Chuan smiled. Then, Miss Kalisa, let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 9. S-Rank Evaluation. Who is it? In a corner of the urban ruins, collapsed buildings, telephone poles, and shattered concrete completely obstructed the roads. The lizard monsters revealed their true forms, ferociously charging not at Ning Chuan, but at the combat personnel from the Special Operations Bureau. The sound of gunfire rang out relentlessly. Although the power of firearms posed limited threat to high-level lizard monsters, they could still serve to delay them. The little skeletons had just perished. They needed to buy Ning Chuan 10 minutes. In the distance, Kalisa unintentionally lifted her coat, revealing her long legs clad in black stockings, and respectfully addressed Ning Chuan beside her. Lord Ning Chuan, you may not be aware, but since these damned lizard monsters appeared, we have been embroiled in conflict with them. However, the formidable among them are utterly unafraid of our firearms, and we have been forced to retreat. Now, only a small portion of humanity remains in safe zones throughout the city. Were it not for your appearance, we would have never realized that the red light district harbored so many monsters lurking within human hosts. This is truly terrifying. Her lovely face bore an expression of lingering fear, her beautiful eyes reflecting admiration for Ning Chuan. Currently, we are in Zone 6. With the strength of the skeletons you summoned, perhaps we could clear this area within 3 hours. Ning Chuan nodded noncommittally. He chose to ignore Kalisa's subtle advances. During this time, she had shared much about Despair City with him, including how the lizards hailed from extraterrestrial meteorites, multiplying rapidly and suffocating humanity. She spoke of how the city's leadership had established the Special Operations Bureau, recruiting extraordinary individuals with some measure of success. Moreover, had it not been for several newcomers arriving to hone their skills and eliminate some lizard monsters, humanity in Despair City might have faced extinction. To all of this, He merely listened without offering any opinions. He found it somewhat peculiar. How could humanity establish safe zones, yet allow so many lizard monsters to infest the red light district? Surely, the leadership must be inept. Miss Kalisa, I must correct you. It likely won't take 3 hours. 2 hours will suffice. Ning Chuan gently shook his finger. My skeleton warriors grow stronger with each battle. You need to prepare for the next area to be cleared, one that is even more formidable than Zone 6. 10 minutes passed, and 12 more powerful little skeletons emerged from the dim light. Then, amidst Kalisha's astonished gaze, he charged into the throng of lizard monsters. In this moment, the skeletal minions, each with attributes exceeding 100, far surpassed the lizard creatures in strength. If it were not for the sheer numbers of the lizard monsters, relying on their quantity for victory, they would struggle to slay even a single skeleton. The agents of the Special Operations Bureau ceased their actions, each one captivated by the combat between the skeletal minions and the lizard monsters. Lord Ning Chuan, truly formidable. Exclamations of admiration and astonishment echoed around. Ning Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Should he engage directly, the process would be expedited. However, such action was unnecessary. While leveling up held significance for Ning Chuan, the swifter means to augment his prowess lay in continually utilizing monsters to enhance his attributes. Nonetheless, even in this manner, his level ascended rapidly. The skeletal minions also leveled up from time to time. After all, the current skeletons were no longer the fragile novices that shattered with a mere touch. Slaying one demanded a considerable cost from the lizards. Log, a skeletal minion has perished, the talent Undead Sovereign activated. Your strength 3, agility 2, constitution 2, spirit 4. The logs continued to scroll. Ning Chuan's spirits soared with delight. Having locals assist was indeed advantageous. There was no need to seek out monsters or draw aggro. And the cooldown for summoning skeletons was effectively managed by others. Furthermore, a captivating beauty, Kalisha, had unconsciously rested her delicate hand upon his shoulder, gently kneading it. Ning Chuan simply relished the steady increase of power surging within him. It was utterly blissful. Wave after wave of lizard monsters fell, transformed into nourishment for Ning Chuan's growth, occasionally dropping rare materials, equipment, and even skill books. Time flew by. The lizard monsters of Zone 6 had all been vanquished. Everyone stared in awe at Ning Chuan, filled with profound reverence, as he and his skeletal minions demonstrated what it truly meant to be lizard slayers. The gazes directed at Ning Chuan resembled those of worshippers towards a savior. Yet within Ning Chuan's heart, there was little turbulence. Only when he glanced at his attributes panel did a smile of joy emerge. Strength, 725. Agility, 705, 4. Constitution, 710, 14. Spirit, 740, 40. After 2 hours of battle, the skeletal minions had collectively perished nearly 7 times. It was unavoidable, although the summoning interval was merely 10 minutes. Achieving an ideal rate of 6 summons per hour was rather improbable. The skeletons' combat prowess had grown increasingly formidable, making their demise more challenging as time progressed. Besides attributes, Ning Chuan's level had also risen to LV32. This meant he could now summon 13 skeletal minions. Such incremental growth brought Ning Chuan immense joy, and this grounded progression provided him with a comforting sense of security. Upon reaching LV50, he would awaken a new skill. Anticipation flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. Following this trajectory, attaining LV50 within the novice secret realm seemed almost assured, for the later stages of leveling became increasingly arduous. The speed of his advancement was astonishing. He glanced at Kalisha beside him. Miss Kalisha, my skeletal minions inform me that they believe this level of adversary no longer suffices for their continued growth. Kalisha, roused from her astonishment, promptly replied with respect, Lord Ning Chuan, I shall escort you to Zone 7. Vehicles swiftly departed for the next area. As time passed steadily, lizard monsters fell beneath the skeletal minions' bony clubs, while the skeletons faced their own demise in turn. Ning Chuan leisurely enjoyed the ministrations of the enchanting woman beside him, feeling his inner power surge at an exhilarating pace. Meanwhile, within North River City, the awakening platform was aglow with a flurry of radiant beams. Pillars of light in hues of crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, silver, and gold corresponded to evaluations ranging from F to SSS grades. The students undergoing the assessment emerged, enveloped in these luminous columns, their expressions a mixture of satisfaction and disappointment. Not everyone could exhibit their full potential upon awakening a profession and venturing into the secret realm alone. Damn it, if only I had been more cautious. Perhaps I could have slain that LV8 elite monster. My evaluation might have soared. Don't mention it. My talent is utterly abysmal. I originally aimed for a C-grade evaluation. Alas, my luck was dreadful. My secret realm was a primordial forest, inhabited by incredibly swift cat demons. Students exchanged their experiences from the secret realm, ranging from excitement to dismay. This was their first encounter, and they felt an urgent need to express their emotions. From a distance, on the high platform, the city protector Yi Luyun maintained a stoic expression. The heads of various middle schools were all a bundle of nerves. Fully aware of the reason, the assessment had now stretched over 10 hours, and not a single S-grade evaluation had emerged, let alone an A-grade. 99% of the candidates had already exited. At this moment, the principals fidgeted restlessly, longing for the appearance of a blue beam symbolizing an A-grade evaluation on the high platform. However, the one glimmer of hope remained. The most talented individuals, including Ning Chuan, had yet to emerge. Suddenly, the awakening platform erupted with brilliance, and a dazzling purple beam descended from above, instantly invigorating all present. Even Yi Luyun could not help but rise, filled with excitement. The purple beam signified an S-grade evaluation. All gazes converged on the spectacle. Who was it? Who had attained the S-grade evaluation? Was it Ning Chuan? Chapter 10. Is Ning Chuan still alive? As the rich purple beam gradually dissipated, the figure within became visible. Clad in armor and wielding a sword and shield, the crowd erupted into uproar. It was not Ning Chuan, but Zhu Yue. Zhu Yue from our school. I knew Zhu Yue would make a comeback. The first of the past decade, Zhu Yue is indeed the prodigy of North River City. Waves of ecstatic cheers filled the air. The principal of the fourth school wore an expression of excitement, his flesh quivering with glee. Even Yi Luyun could not suppress his laughter. It had been 10 years. North River City had not seen an S-grade evaluation in a decade. Yi Luyun brimmed with joy, not only for the Federation gaining another prodigy, but also because if a genius youth emerged within the city, he too would receive rewards from the Federation. At this moment, Zhu Yue basked in the awe of those around him, feeling as though he might float away. He had envisioned this scene countless times in his dreams. And now, the dream and reality had finally converged. Zhu Yue understood from the murmurs that he was the first to achieve an S-grade evaluation. Even if others followed with S-grade evaluations, they could not overshadow his brilliance. Moreover, given North River City's foundation, it was exceedingly fortunate to have even one S-grade evaluation, and he felt no belief that any of the others could achieve another. The mere thought of that formidable elite monster still haunted him. Had it not been for his innate talent that somewhat countered the creature's prowess, he would have likely exited prematurely, forever severing his chances of attaining an S rank. Ning Chuan, you are destined to be beneath my heel. Zhuang Yu closed his eyes, arms outstretched, and stepped forward slowly, basking in the adulation and acclaim. He wished to savor this moment a little longer. Yet, before he could leave the awakening stone platform, a phenomenon in the void reoccurred. Buzz. A similar purple beam of light descended from the heavens, abruptly silencing the crowd's cheers, only to be replaced by a wave of astonished murmurs. Yi Luyun clenched his fists in excitement. Another S rank. As a charming girl with flowing hair and a longbow emerged from the purple beam, the atmosphere intensified with fervor. It was Ling Chuan from the second high school. Ling Chuan had also received an S rank. My heavens, our Beichuan city is truly rising. With 2 S ranks, an unparalleled duo. Zhuang Yu, who had been lost in blissful reverie, widened his eyes in disbelief. Observing the majority of gazes drawn to Ling Chuan, he felt a surge of displeasure and gritted his teeth. Yi Luyun laughed heartily, astonished by such a delightful surprise. Initially, he had merely hoped for 1 S rank. But to have 2 was beyond his wildest expectations. If these 2 did not fall, they would undoubtedly be his equals in strength in the future. Congratulations, esteemed town protector. The surrounding school principals continuously offered their congratulations. Yi Luyun's face radiated joy, no trace of seriousness remaining. It should be the Federation congratulating me instead. Just as the crowd was about to speak further, another beam of light descended from the sky. Yet another purple one. All eyes widened as they turned towards the awakening stone platform, bewildered by the unfolding events. What is happening? Have S ranks, which had not appeared for a decade, suddenly become commonplace? How could 3 consecutive ones occur? The crowd beheld a short-haired girl stepping out of the beam, her fitted light armor accentuating her exquisite figure, leaving onlookers entranced. Yihi. Wow. Yihi from the 7th high school has also achieved an S rank. Given her background, I initially thought she might not even attain an A rank. It seems her talent is remarkably strong. Just imagine. If Yihi had the same background as Zhuang Yu and Ling Chuan, wouldn't she be SS rank? The thought struck everyone like a bolt of lightning, leaving them in stunned silence. Especially the principal of the 7th high school, who lamented deeply. Had he known, he would have personally funded Yihi's attribute enhancement before her job transition. All eyes turned towards Yihi, and it became increasingly apparent that Zhuang Yu and Ling Chuan were now mere complements to her brilliance. Indeed, in all fairness, Yi He's talent surpassed that of the two. Zhuang Yu instinctively clenched his fists. He had expected to dominate this occasion, to overshadow Ning Chuan, but instead, both women had attained S ranks, and Yi He seemed to outshine him subtly. Li Muron's expression momentarily faltered, but soon returned to ease. Who says lineage isn't a form of strength? She smiled at Yi He. Yi He, congratulations. Yi He nodded. Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. Yet, within her heart lingered a hint of dissatisfaction. If only I had started just a bit sooner, I might have achieved an SS rank. The difference between an S rank and an SS rank is but one level, yet the disparity is monumental. However, her impoverished upbringing had taught her to swiftly recalibrate her mindset. An S rank is still commendable. At least my mother won't need to toil so hard anymore. I will continue to strive, as the evaluations in the newcomer S secret realm are not absolute. My future accomplishments may well surpass those with SS ranks. Yi He's spirit brimmed with determination. Suddenly, her gaze halted. What of Ning Chuan? Hasn't he emerged yet? Logically, he should have by now. Indeed. This was the shared curiosity of all. After Yi He had also secured an S rank. Yi Luyun and the others naturally entertained a fervent thought for S ranks. After all, Ning Chuan had consistently been the most gifted student in Beichuan City, and his absence suggested a strong likelihood of an S rank. Yet they waited in vain, with no purple beam reappearing. This left the crowd in uncertainty. Surely, Ning Chuan isn't achieving an SS rank, is he? Yi Luyun inhaled deeply, suppressing the flicker of unrealistic fantasies within, and instructed the Golden Griffin to escort Yi He and the others. Such treatment was reserved for prodigies. The rest? They could descend on their own. We have met the esteemed town protector. The three bowed on the observation platform. Yi Luyun waved his hand with a smile. You all performed admirably, bringing glory to Beichuan City. Please share your experiences in the secret realm and your talents. A brief overview will suffice. No need for extensive details. The trio did not hesitate. They were aware that this was customary, as the types of talents above S rank and the secrets of the realm needed to be reported to the Federation to warn future entrants. Though the Federation would never pry into the privacy of prodigies, this was a mark of respect for them. Yi He spoke first. My talent relates to stealth. I entered a town entirely populated by zombies. Yi Luyun nodded slowly. Zombie-themed secret realms were quite common among newcomers. Zhuang Yu proclaimed loudly. My talent is strength amplification. The realm I entered was a goblin lair. Finally, Li Muron added. My talent pertains to true damage. Yi Luyun's eyes brightened. True damage is an exceptionally powerful talent type. It appeared that Li Muron's S rank was slightly underestimated. Her talent was undoubtedly outstanding among S ranks, and might even qualify as SS rank. Those at Yi Luyun's level understood that the evaluations from the newcomer assessment secret realm were merely for reference. Instances of overestimation were rare, but underestimations were not uncommon. Li Muron continued. The realm I entered was a battlefield between humans and beastmen. Initially, everything seemed normal, but the human leader, driven by lust, attempted to secretly imprison me. Fortunately, I communicated with the cosmic will and escaped. Listening to Li Muron's starkly different account, the crowd's expressions shifted. The indigenous inhabitants of the secret realm were not necessarily friendly. Some were even exceptionally adept at disguise, plotting against these otherworldly visitors. Although newcomers could communicate with the cosmic will to depart at any time, what if they fell into a stupor? Then they would be left vulnerable. The mortality rate in the newcomer secret realm was low, partly because of psychological factors. Some collapsed upon their first encounter with monsters and were killed, while others fell victim to the machinations of the indigenous people. Fortunately, you remained vigilant, Yi Luyun remarked. Otherwise, the Federation might have lost a prodigy. Zhuang Yu muttered. That guy Ning Chuan still hasn't emerged. He hasn't encountered a situation similar to Li Muron's, has he? While he wished to stand atop Ning Chuan, relishing in his misfortune, in all fairness, he still did not wish for Ning Chuan to perish within the secret realm. For that would be a loss for the Federation. The crowd's expressions changed in unison. The principal of the school shook his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ning Chuan's exceptional talents are well known. What if he is still fighting bravely? Yi He pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed intently on the awakening stone platform. She firmly believed that Ning Chuan would not succumb in such a trivial newcomer assessment secret realm. A heavy silence enveloped the crowd. Continuing to battle? An SS rank? That seemed rather unrealistic. It had been years since Beichuan City had seen an SS rank. They dared not even entertain such thoughts. Yi Luyun waved his hand, silencing the murmurs. Just wait. The assessment lasts only 24 hours, and it will be over soon. Most of the candidates have already finished. The few who have not emerged are practically declared dead within the secret realm, and only Ning Chuan remains, allowing for a glimmer of hope among the people. A thought flickered in everyone's minds. What had Ning Chuan encountered? Was he still alive? Chapter 11. Do you think I'm clever? Ning Chuan was, of course, still alive. Moreover, he was flourishing immensely. For over 10 hours, he had been under the protection of companions while continuously enhancing his attributes, which brought him immense satisfaction. By now, he had spent nearly 20 hours within the secret realm. During this time, he had been relentlessly slaughtering monsters alongside Kailasha and the others, with some drawing aggro and others stalling for time, while he comfortably summoned his little skeletons. He merely awaited the steady growth of his attributes. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. In all honesty, if he could, Ning Chuan would have relished the opportunity to continue this endeavor indefinitely. However, regrettably, he had to pause. The reason was simple. As his attributes and level increased, the lizard monsters had become increasingly difficult for his little skeletons and skeleton mages to defeat. And this series of killings had effectively eradicated the high-level lizard monsters throughout the entire Despair City. Indeed, Ning Chuan's level had impressively reached LV 53. He had unlocked the new skill of summoning skeleton mages. As for his attributes, they were astonishingly exaggerated. Ning Chuan quietly opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel name, Ning Chuan occupation, Necromancer, 0 tier, level, LV 53, 20, strength, 1315, 15, agility, 1347, 20, constitution, 1309, 25, spirit, 1468, 42, talent, master of the undead skills, summon little skeleton, 15. Summon skeleton mage, 1, necrotic flame. With all 4 primary attributes exceeding 1300, it was hard to fathom that such numbers belonged to a 0-tier practitioner. Even a fully leveled 1st-tier practitioner would pale in comparison. This was only due to the fact that the strength of the lizard monsters had not kept pace. Otherwise, after several hours, even accounting for time wasted on travel, Ning Chuan's spirit attribute could potentially have surpassed 2,000. Feeling the formidable power surging within him, Ning Chuan was immensely satisfied. Especially with the skill awakened at level 50, the attributes of the summoned skeleton mage were remarkably formidable, starting at level 50, which enhanced the strength of his undead minions even further. Skeleton mage, level, LV 50 strength, 25, 302, constitution, 25, 302, spirit, 50, 302, agility, 25, 302, skill, fireball. The attribute gains from a single death of the skeleton mage surpassed that of the collective demise of 15 little skeletons. This revelation made Ning Chuan realize that stalling his level progression was futile. Once he ascended in level and tier, he could summon even more powerful undead beings. And a single attribute boost might outweigh countless sessions of grinding. He simply needed to maintain a significant advantage at his current tier. Ning Chuan believed that with his terrifying attributes, he could easily crush all opposition, rendering even so-called SSS tier talents ineffective. Each little skeleton and skeleton mage he summoned boasted over 300 in base attributes. Was this not sheer madness? However, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. The overwhelming strength of his summoned creatures made them less likely to perish, leaving Ning Chuan in a bittersweet predicament. After these continuous hours of battle, he had reaped substantial rewards. Beyond the growth of his personal strength, he had amassed a plethora of rare equipment, materials, and items, including an impressive array of high-quality gear he could wear, with even more that he could not. Among them was a perfect-level, unbound piece of equipment, a weapon for assassins. The venomous dagger, an unbound piece of equipment of perfect quality, even at 0 tier, held considerable value. If Ning Chuan were to announce its availability, numerous factions would be eager to pay a handsome price for it. Newcomers at 0 tier would undoubtedly fare better with powerful gear in their early stages. However, for Ning Chuan, ordinary equipment held little significance. His attribute values were far too advanced. A few added points were merely negligible to him, and only the skills attached to perfect and flawless equipment could provide any assistance. As for exquisite-grade equipment, it was said to offer percentage-based enhancements. Regrettably, not only had he not encountered exquisite-grade items, but even flawless ones were elusive. Such high-quality gear was not easily obtained. Ning Chuan shook his head in mild disappointment. He did not wish to force it. Such matters often relied on both strength and luck. One could not simply demand them. He observed the gradual cessation of slaughter in the distance. The combination of 15 little skeletons and a skeleton mage was terrifyingly effective, leaving the lizard monsters with no chance to retaliate. If I recall correctly, this should be the most formidable Zone 9, right? Ning Chuan turned his head, his gaze curious. Although he was confident that he could almost certainly secure an SSS rank, it was customary for secret realms to feature an ultimate boss. Yet, he had not encountered any bosses thus far. The strongest foes had merely been elite monsters. The surrounding crowd was thick with an unshakable awe and astonishment. The short span of slaughter had already revealed the terrifying prowess of the young man before them, and the formidable skeletons, unyielding in the face of pain, sent shivers down their spines. As long as someone could buy time for Ning Chuan, he would undoubtedly become the most fearsome killing machine. An endless stream of skeletons would instill dread and despair in their adversaries. Kailasha spoke with profound respect. Indeed, Lord Ning Chuan, once this area is cleared, the remaining monsters will be nothing more than stragglers. We are immensely grateful to you. You are the savior of this city. With that, she knelt before him. Her eyes brimmed with fervor as if gazing upon a deity. The other cloaked figures promptly followed suit, kneeling in unison. Thank you, Lord Ning Chuan, for ridding us of the monsters. Truth be told, Ning Chuan felt a bit lightheaded. The sensation of being revered by others was quite delightful. However, he couldn't help but sigh softly to himself. Ning Chuan waved his hand lightly, stating, I cannot be called a savior. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. My skeletal warriors require growth, nothing more. You need not feel gratitude towards me. Kailasha, with unwavering determination, replied, You are indeed our savior. Regardless of your intentions, the fact remains that you have cleared the monsters from our midst, and we are all deeply grateful to you. Lord Ning Chuan, our mayor has prepared a celebratory feast. In these last few hours of your stay, please allow us the opportunity to repay your kindness. All eyes turned towards Ning Chuan, filled with yearning. He nodded slightly. Very well, it would be delightful to sample the culinary delights of this other world. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's assent, the crowd erupted in joy. Splendid. Kailasha gestured invitingly as Ning Chuan began to step forward. Suddenly, he halted, and the crowd looked on in surprise as he wore a harmless smile. His gaze fell upon the exquisite Kailasha, his expression growing ever more peculiar, as though he were eyeing a delectable confection. Kailasha, unable to suppress her shyness, averted her gaze from Ning Chuan. The onlookers exchanged knowing, teasing smiles. Indeed, the trope of a beauty paired with a hero, though cliched, never loses its charm. Someone jestingly chimed in, Lord Ning Chuan, Kailasha is the most striking rose of our Special Operations Bureau. No one has ever made her blush like this. The laughter only deepened Kailasha's embarrassment. Ning Chuan, oblivious to the commotion, maintained his benign smile. As long as you find me clever. Kailasha sensed a hint of oddity in Ning Chuan's tone. What? She lifted her head and was met with the sight of a fist enveloped in pale flames hurtling towards her. Her mind blanked, and she could not even muster a scream. Bang! The sound echoed like a watermelon bursting. Kailasha's beautiful head shattered in an instant, blood and brain matter exploding forth. Ning Chuan's voice rang out calmly. If you believe I am clever, then you must surely be lacking in intellect. Everyone stood in shock, gazing at Kailasha's headless corpse as it toppled slowly. The splattered blood and brain matter coated their faces, sending a shiver through their bodies. As they regained their senses, disbelief filled their eyes as they turned towards Ning Chuan. Lord Ning Chuan, why? Even if you did not harbor feelings for Kailasha, there was no need to kill her. Their expressions had shifted entirely, from reverence and respect to confusion and rage, as if Ning Chuan had committed an unforgivable crime. You must provide us with an explanation. They clenched their fists, their gazes fierce. Ning Chuan, however, remained remarkably calm. You all put on quite the act. He cast a glance at the headless corpse burning with pale flames before stomping his right leg forcefully, as if to obliterate the body entirely. At that moment, a headless golden lizard sprang forth with astonishing speed, like a flash of golden lightning. I've been waiting for you. Ning Chuan's fingertips ignited with flames, and the intense pale fire enveloped the headless golden lizard entirely. A piercing scream erupted from the creature's heart, faintly echoing Ning Chuan's name, but in an instant, the golden lizard was reduced to ash. It was simple, effortless. Ning Chuan's current strength was frighteningly formidable. Log. Killed LV-78 Golden Lizard, Elite. Gained 959 experience points. Log. First kill of LV-78 Elite Monster. Reputation significantly increased. Log. Obtained perfect grade material, Golden Lizard Heart. Excellent grade material, Golden Lizard Skin. Log. Acquired perfect grade equipment. Grudge Giant Sword. Excellent grade equipment, Golden Cloak. Log. Level increased by 1. All attributes increased by 1 point. Gained 1 free attribute point. As he observed the notifications, Ning Chuan smiled faintly, then turned his gaze towards the retreating members of the Special Operations Bureau. At that moment, the expressions on their faces had transformed entirely. Anger had dissipated, replaced by sheer horror and confusion. What on earth are you? An eerie howl emerged from the crowd. Those weaklings do not merit an explanation. Ning Chuan waved his hand dismissively, summoning forth his little skeletons and skeletal mages, who rushed forward in unison. The expressions of the onlookers, no, the lizard monsters, changed drastically. A chorus of howls erupted from their ranks as the seemingly normal humans began to transform grotesquely. Their flesh tore apart like fabric, black cloaks shredded, and repulsive slime splattered everywhere. Their heads elongated, twisted, and morphed into hideous golden lizard visages atop their mutated forms. Ning Chuan observed these lizard monsters with curiosity. Unlike the parasitic lizards before, these golden lizards had completely supplanted their human hosts rather than merely coexisting. Were they a primitive species brought forth by the meteorite from beyond? Ning Chuan pondered. Meanwhile, the golden lizards began to charge, shrieking, "Kill! This human is weak. Entangle those skeletal monsters while we deal with him." In the next instant, gunfire erupted. Golden lizards unleashed a torrent of bullets from their weapons, while others recklessly charged at Ning Chuan, their toxic slime spraying in lethal streams, and claws sharp enough to tear through steel. It must be said, these creatures possessed a degree of intelligence distinctly different from ordinary lizard monsters. In the hours they had fought alongside Ning Chuan, they believed they had discerned his weakness. Once the skeletons were dealt with, there would be a brief window of vulnerability. A cold, dismissive smile crossed Ning Chuan's face. Fools. As his internal magic surged, translucent black shields materialized around him. The bullets struck with a crisp sound, akin to rain on banana leaves. Ning Chuan advanced slowly, surrounded by his shields. Pale flames erupted from within him, swirling and roaring like a demonic entity. "Did you truly think me weak?" The golden lizard's pupils widened in terror as the pale flames swept towards them. A wave of heat and corrosive force capable of melting everything in its path. They initially believed that the skeletal warriors were sufficiently terrifying. However, they could never have anticipated that Ning Chuan was the most fearsome of them all. Such formidable power lay hidden, merely allowing the skeletal minions to engage in battle. What a profound depth of cunning and strategy. This human is truly formidable. The golden lizards wailed in despair and agony. "You discovered our disguise long ago?" Ning Chuan said, slightly raising his hands. "There was no other option. The stench emanating from you was simply overpowering." In truth, at the outset, he had not realized that these agents from the Special Operations Bureau were disguised lizard monsters. He was merely puzzled. After all, having fought in the red light district for such a long time, it seemed too coincidental that they arrived just as he had finished his battle. The reason he refrained from eliminating his enemies earlier was twofold. First, due to his nature, he preferred not to expose himself unnecessarily, and second, to better enhance his attributes. However, as time passed, the suspicions grew. For instance, Kelly Shah remarked that had it not been for Ning Chuan, they might still be unaware that the red light district had been entirely infiltrated. Wasn't that comical? If infiltration were truly so easy, then what need would humanity have for safe zones? They would have long since ceased to exist. Moreover, during subsequent visits to various monster territories, Kelly Shah consciously avoided the so-called safe zones within the city, explaining that this route was more direct and saved time. Ning Chuan remained noncommittal. If these notions were merely suspicions, the undeniable evidence came when Ning Chuan's mental attribute surpassed 1,000. At that moment, he truly sensed the overwhelming aura of monsters among the Special Operations Bureau agents surrounding him. He, Ning Chuan, had inadvertently fallen into a den of monsters. It must be said, these creatures were indeed adept at disguise, appearing remarkably authentic, far superior to those parasitic lizards. Coupled with the rumors of meteorites from beyond the heavens that Kelly Shah had mentioned, he surmised that these golden lizards were likely primitive species brought forth by celestial meteorites. As for why he had not acted sooner upon realizing that the agents were monsters, the reason was simple. If he killed them, where would he find such effective grinding machines? Now that they had outlived their usefulness, it was only fitting to send them off to reunite with their kin. Ning Chuan calmly observed as the golden lizards turned to ash amidst their wails. The necromantic flames, bolstered by over 1,500 mental attributes, were not something these low-tier elite monsters could withstand. Log. Killed LV-58 Golden Lizard, Elite. Gained 386 experience points. Log. Killed LV-54 Golden Lizard, Elite. Gained 167 experience points. Log. Acquired the exceptional equipment, Wailing Ring, and the exceptional equipment, Swift Longbow. As the last golden lizard turned to ash, the logs ceased their notifications. Ning Chuan gazed at the skyrocketing experience points, and the array of items dropped, his smile growing ever more pronounced. Annihilating this wave of golden lizards had yielded bountiful rewards. Chapter 13. The True Natives. Ning Chuan tallied his gains. First and foremost, he had soared 5 levels, reaching LV-58. The prospect of LV-59 was not far off. His skeletal minions had also leveled up significantly. Even the skeletal mage had advanced several levels. It must be acknowledged, the experience from this multitude of golden lizards was indeed abundant. Furthermore, His dungeon evaluation continued to rise. According to Ning Chuan's estimation, he had undoubtedly reached the SSS tier, and he eagerly anticipated whether he could surpass the limits of SSS. As for the final rewards, they consisted of rare materials and items. Ning Chuan inspected the spoils, his eyes shining brighter with each discovery. Setting aside the items of little use, two particular treasures filled him with delight. The first was a perfect great staff he could wield. It was a scepter crafted entirely from gold, gleaming resplendently and exuding an impressive aura. Golden scepter, bound. Rank, low tier. Quality, perfect. Attributes, mental 50, strength 20. Additional effects, mana recovery 5, spell penetration 5. Additional skill, roar of the golden lizard. Requirements, magic class. A truly exceptional piece among low-tier equipment. The additional attributes and effects were remarkably potent. For an ordinary low-tier practitioner, it would undoubtedly amplify their power significantly. For Ning Chuan, the most crucial aspect was the added skill, roar of the golden lizard. This was a control skill that could instill fear in enemies with the roar of the golden lizard. The duration of the fear would depend on the power comparison between both parties. In the realm of practitioners, skills never came with fixed damage or control durations. Everything hinged on one's strength and control. If a demigod were to wield even a low-tier fireball, it could unleash cataclysmic devastation. At last, he had acquired a perfect-grade weapon suitable for his use. Ning Chuan equipped the golden scepter, his mood markedly lifted. He then turned his attention to another item he could utilize, an unbound skill book, certainly of considerable value. Bone Spear Technique. This skill allows the user to conjure a sharp bone spear to inflict damage on enemies, possessing armor-piercing and penetrating effects. It was a commendable damage skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan decided to learn this splendid skill. He was not in need of money at the moment, and the abundant materials and items he had acquired in this novice assessment dungeon would surely make him wealthy. His mental energy surged forth, enveloping the Bone Spear Technique skill book, which instantly transformed into a myriad of light points that entered Ning Chuan's mind. A myriad of insights flooded his consciousness regarding the casting of the Bone Spear Technique, and he couldn't help but marvel at how convenient this method of skill acquisition was. Akin to an enlightening revelation, this was indeed a gift from the cosmic will. The inhabitants of Blue Star were undoubtedly unique. According to the Federation's records, no native of any world encountered by practitioners of various tiers possessed an evolutionary path akin to that of the humans of Blue Star. Their extraordinary abilities required arduous training to attain. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan cast aside distractions, unable to suppress the broad grin that revealed his pearly whites. His strength had surged once more. Kelly Shah, what a good person. Ning Chuan glanced at the time. Only a few hours remained until the 24-hour limit for staying in the dungeon would be reached. His gaze turned somber as he looked towards the heart of the city. It was time to investigate the ultimate boss residing within this dungeon. Initially, Ning Chuan felt somewhat adrift, unsure of the whereabouts of this final boss. However, after encountering those golden lizards through Kelly Shah, his objective became crystal clear. If even a specialized department like the Special Operations Bureau was disguised as golden lizards, it implied one critical fact. The so-called safe zones were mere illusions, and the entire city had unequivocally devolved into a paradise for monsters. The remaining humans are either blissfully unaware and kept in captivity, or they are merely hiding in the shadows, struggling to survive. Why did Kalisa go to such lengths to deceive Ning Chuan, even accompanying him to annihilate the majority of the lizard monsters? After Kalisa's final invitation, Ning Chuan began to comprehend. Their true objective was none other than himself, the visitor from the cosmos. These creatures are not to be underestimated. They must have gleaned insights from the newcomers who previously descended, realizing that we could communicate with the cosmic will and depart in an instant. Thus, from the very beginning, their intentions were to win my trust, to lower my defenses, even resorting to the allure of beauty. And as for their purpose, it is likely to control me, to prevent my instantaneous departure, and thereby pry into the secrets of other realms. Such audacious ambition these monsters possess. A cold glint flickered in Ning Chuan's eyes. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that they have revealed to me the location of the ultimate boss, the City Hall. He exhaled deeply. With the Special Operations Bureau fallen, it was only natural for the city's upper echelons to succumb as well. The most formidable monster could only be found at the City Hall. After all, even the lizard monsters have their hierarchies. Ning Chuan had already noticed this during the previous carnage. Without a moment's hesitation, he dispatched the skeletons back to the underworld and then dove into an intact off-road vehicle, which he started and sped toward the City Hall. Tom was not on his side. The vehicle raced on. At last, Ning Chuan beheld the visage of the so-called safe zone Kalisa had mentioned. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, with a few solitary buildings standing intact, while low-tier lizard monsters feasted on corpses amidst the debris. Upon spotting the Special Operations Bureau's vehicle, they scurried away in fright into the shadows. This only intensified the coldness in Ning Chuan's gaze. What a safe zone. He disregarded these low-tier lizard monsters. His sole focus now was to eliminate the most powerful beast. Only then might the remaining human inhabitants of this city have a glimmer of hope for salvation. Soon, the off-road vehicle came to a halt amidst the ruins near the city hall. Ning Chuan stepped out, adjusted himself, and prepared to summon the skeletons to engage in battle. His overwhelming strength instilled him with unwavering confidence. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly emerged from a dark corner. "My lord, wait." Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened, and translucent black shields materialized instantaneously at his side, while pale flames began to coalesce at his fingertips. He coldly demanded, "Who goes there?" "Step forward." Turning toward the source of the exposed presence, he was momentarily taken aback. In the corner stood a small girl, her face smeared with grime, gazing up at him timidly. Her clothing was somewhat tattered, revealing a faintly adorable cat pattern, although the cat's head was grotesquely damaged. The thick, cloth-like material wrapped around her feet seemed designed to muffle any sound she made. Ning Chuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. This was a human, a genuine human, not a counterfeit like Kalisa. Chapter 14, Confronting Fear, Becoming Fear. "My lord Ning Chuan, my name is Sherry," the little girl stammered, casting a fearful glance at the pale flames at his fingertips before summoning her courage to speak. "You managed to evade my mental perception?" Ning Chuan was astonished. His mental attribute surpassed 1500, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to evade his awareness, especially not someone from the zero-tier novice realm. Before Sherry could respond, he quickly furrowed his brow. "How do you know my name?" Sherry bowed repeatedly, apologizing. "I did not intend to pry into your affairs, my lord Ning Chuan. I accidentally discovered your presence while tracking Kalisa and those golden lizards." Ning Chuan inquired. "So you have been here since I was hunting the lizard monsters with Kalisa? And you followed me here?" Sherry continued to bow. "I can naturally merge with shadows and move swiftly within them. I apologize, my lord Ning Chuan." Observing the flustered and earnest little girl, Ning Chuan was increasingly astonished. She possessed innate extraordinary abilities to merge with shadows and evade his mental perception of over 1500 points. Though he had detected her the moment she stepped out of the shadows, was still impressive. Not to mention, her ability to keep pace with the off-road vehicle's speed was truly remarkable. If she were on Blue Star, Ning Chuan felt she could even achieve an SSS rank. However, regrettably, this world lacked the blessings of the cosmic will. Ning Chuan shook his head, retracting the shields and flames. "What do you wish to convey to me?" He had confirmed that Sherry was an awakened survivor with extraordinary abilities and that there was no animosity between them. Upon seeing Ning Chuan lower his guard, Sherry sighed in relief, her small face radiating immense gratitude and admiration. "My lord, I witnessed you slaughter those lizard monsters, and I sincerely thank you. You are the most powerful hero I have ever seen. I know you intend to confront that formidable creature at the city hall, but trust me, you need our help. We can unite to defeat that vile monster. Just wait 2 hours, and I will contact Uncle Cade and the others. There are still some survivors fighting valiantly underground in this city. They can assist you." Sherry's tone was exceedingly earnest. The underground of the city? So, the true surviving humans were hiding underground. It seemed that extraordinary beings still existed in this world. Otherwise, humanity would have long since perished. Ning Chuan thoughtfully observed the thick cloth wrapped around Sherry's feet. The lizard monsters could only rely on sound to perceive their surroundings underground. Simultaneously, he fully understood Sherry's intentions. She was concerned for him, wishing for him to wait and find some allies to confront the boss together. Having grasped all this, Ning Chuan merely smiled. For an ordinary high-talent novice, this assistance might indeed be necessary to have any hope of defeating the boss, but he did not require it. Though having help would make things easier, he could not afford to wait 2 hours. Should he reserve insufficient time for defeating the boss, leading to his forced expulsion from the secret realm, he would have no recourse to voice his grievances. Rejecting Sherry's hopeful gaze, he said, "It was a pleasure to meet you, Sherry. However, I believe I do not require your assistance at this time." With that, Ning Chuan turned and walked away. Sherry became exceedingly anxious. "My lord Ning Chuan, that monster is truly terrifying. Please, wait." She wished desperately for that handsome figure to halt. Yet Ning Chuan merely waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder, his distant voice echoing back, "Confront fear, become fear." Dark rings of light materialized around Ning Chuan, as skeletal figures armed with bone clubs, adorned with vicious spines, advanced in unison. The skeletal mages, wielding bone staffs, chattered their jaws as if narrating tales of terror. These formidable skeletal sentinels encircled Ning Chuan, as if safeguarding a supreme sovereign. Sherry's mind was a blank slate. This scene was destined to be etched in her memory for a lifetime. It was only when those figures vanished into the town hall, followed by a thunderous explosion from within, that Sherry jolted from her stupor. The terrifying visage of that abomination resurfaced in her thoughts. No. I must immediately notify Uncle Cade and the others, urging them to assist Lord Ning Chuan. Gritting her teeth, Sherry swiftly melded into the shadows. Meanwhile, within the town hall, chaos reigned. The entrance of Ning Chuan, accompanied by a dozen skeletons, brought an abrupt stillness to the previously vibrant atmosphere. All present, more accurately, all the lizards, stood dumbfounded, staring at the unexpected intruders. Ning Chuan surveyed the expansive hall before him. Some figures resembling humans conversed jovially, while others retained their lizard forms, languidly reclining, creating a bizarre tableau. My servants, it is time for slaughter, Ning Chuan murmured. The skeletal mage behind him raised his staff, and a boulder-like fireball howled forth, detonating amidst the throng of monsters. Boom! The violent shockwave shattered every pane of glass in the town hall, and the lizard creatures howled in agony amidst the flames. The skeletal mage, with over 300 in magical prowess, unleashed a fireball that no ordinary monster could withstand. After all, even a level 100 fully leveled novice could only boast a little over 200 in magical attributes. The little skeletons also swung their bone clubs forward. The lizard monsters roared furiously. Humans, invaders, kill him. I shall feast upon his flesh. What a magnificent vessel. No one shall claim it from me. The lizards, like tearing flesh from skin, clamored to burst forth from the human bodies, and in an instant, the town hall transformed into a den of monsters. The very source of terror. However, the skeletons were quick to teach them a lesson. With over 300 attributes, they were decidedly overpowered in this novice realm. Even elite lizard monsters were no match, their attacks merely leaving shallow marks on the skeletal remains. The little skeletons formed a solid barrier. While the skeletal mage unleashed his magic without restraint, the lizards faced their doom. Log. Killed LV-62 Golden Lizard, Elite, gained 367 experience points. Log. Killed LV-60 Parasite Lizard, Normal, gained 87 experience points. Log. Level increased by 1, all attributes increased by 1 point, gained 1 free attribute point. The logs surged like a tidal wave, and the lizards, filled with dread, retreated in disarray. In mere moments, half of them lay dead or wounded, utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance. The current skeletons were simply too powerful, until a deep, resonant voice echoed from behind the lizards. Starry visitor, cease your assault. I apologize for my earlier reckless actions. Chapter 15. Do you consider me a sharpening stone? Upon the utterance of this voice, the lizard monsters, who had been retreating in fear, suddenly found their backbone, unleashing a chorus of triumphant roars. They then parted like the tide. Ning Chuan cast a calm glance in their direction. A middle-aged man in a suit, wielding a gentleman's cane, approached from behind, moving with an inexplicable elegance. His golden hair glimmered as he regarded Ning Chuan, his gaze betraying a deeply concealed greed, yet ultimately subdued. He inclined his body in a bow, saying, I sincerely apologize for my previous attempt to test you. Kelly Shah and her kin were the price I should have paid. The starry visitor remains as enigmatic as ever. I hope your wrath can be assuaged. It was evident that this man was the mastermind behind it all, having sent Kelly Shah and her golden lizards to confront Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan scoffed. Are you suggesting that after your schemes, I should simply act as if nothing has transpired? The golden-haired man bowed once more. I understand that this world is merely a trial for you. Your time here is limited, and the humans here hold little significance for you, correct? If you desire, I can summon those contemptible lizards for you to slay. This would serve as my apology and recompense. Ning Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. You seem to possess quite a wealth of knowledge. It appears you have had extensive interactions with the newcomers before. The golden-haired gentleman smiled. You stand invincible from the outset and can depart at any time. Our conflict bears no meaning. You may consider my proposal at your leisure. Ning Chuan shrugged, tempting. But regrettably, I prefer not to engage in transactions with those who lurk in the shadows. The golden gentleman's pupils constricted, yet his smile returned, as you wish. He gracefully removed his suit jacket. As he spoke, a horrific, ear-splitting roar erupted from within him, and a violent sound wave rippled outward, palpable enough for the entire city to sense the awakening of this monstrous entity. No repulsive slime, only mutation, distortion, and expansion. In the blink of an eye, a powerful, robust, and terrifying creature materialized within the town hall, transforming the once spacious hall into a claustrophobic arena. Its golden scales and armored hide shimmered brilliantly. Standing a towering 10 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, its massive eyes glinted with cruelty, trampling lizard monsters into mere pulp. Final boss, Golden Giant Lizard. Golden Giant Lizard, level, LV-78 strength, 1045 constitution, 1523 spirit, 875 agility, 968 skills, Parasite, Devour, Giantization, Golden Venom, Lizard Frenzy, Superlative Constitution. Beholding the golden giant lizard's lavish stats, Ning Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly, as a boss, its attributes exceeded those of ordinary monsters by tenfold. With a staggering constitution of 1523, it was nearly impossible for newcomers to contend with, not to mention its array of formidable skills. Ning Chuan was now entirely convinced that to achieve an SSS rating, it was unnecessary to slay the final boss within the secret realm. That would be too arduous. Of course, that was the case for others. Ning Chuan glanced at his own attribute panel, a smirk gracing his lips. It posed a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. At this moment, the golden giant lizard's deep voice reverberated. To be frank, I still prefer the human form. It is far more agile and graceful. Starry visitor, you cannot best me. Nor can I best you. Let us end this here, and you may depart with your spoils. A hint of ferocity began to seep into its massive pupils. Ning Chuan shrugged, his tone sincere. I regret to inform you, esteemed giant lizard, that while your proposal is enticing, I am far more intrigued by the prospect of discovering what rewards await should I bring about your demise. The ferocity within the golden giant lizard could no longer be contained. My power surpasses your wildest imagination. It roared. The scarlet radiance spread outward, igniting a bloodthirsty intent in the eyes of the lizard-like monsters, completely obliterating their previous fear. The lizards had gone berserk. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Now this is intriguing. With a snap of his fingers, the skeletons, which had temporarily paused, surged forward once more. The robust bone clubs struck down like vicious battering rams, while the fireballs of the skeleton mages unleashed a searing heat that could not be disregarded. Even by the golden giant lizard, the ferocious battle raged on. Ning Chuan's log panel began to flicker wildly, and soon, his level soared beyond 60. Another small skeleton emerged from the shadowy circle, but alas, the number of skeleton mages remained unchanged. Only upon reaching level 100 could he summon an additional one. What formidable combat prowess did 16 small skeletons and 1 skeleton mage possess? Even the frenzied lizard monsters were no match for them. The experience points flowed in abundance. However, the golden giant lizard was clearly not to be underestimated. While the skeletons decimated the lizard monsters, it retaliated by shattering one skeleton after another, its attributes proving overwhelmingly superior against the skeletons. Ning Chuan refrained from intervening. After finally discovering a suitable target for attribute farming, how could he squander the opportunity? With over 2 hours left until the end of the secret realm, there was ample time. At last, all the lizard monsters lay defeated, leaving only the solitary golden giant lizard standing, while the flames of the skeleton souls extinguished completely. The attributes of the 16 small skeletons and 1 skeleton mage significantly boosted Ning Chuan's power, elevating his mental attributes beyond 100. It should be noted that this batch of skeletons had leveled up considerably. They hadn't perished in quite some time. The golden giant lizard roared at Ning Chuan, attempting to intimidate him. Outsider, return to your world. It had long realized that it could not retain this visitor from the cosmos after Khaleesi's deceitful plan had failed. Ning Chuan remained unperturbed. A translucent black shield materialized at his side, and a chilling bone spear rapidly coalesced, shooting forth with a piercing shriek toward the golden giant lizard. "O great lizard, I preferred your earlier courteous demeanor." The golden giant lizard's pupils constricted sharply, sensing an overwhelming threat from the flying bone spear, far more menacing than the fireballs of the skeleton mages. Damn it! Didn't Khaleesi's prior message indicate that this human was only formidable due to his summons? Why is he so strong himself? Fury coursed through the golden giant lizard. Yet Khaleesi would never answer its confusion. Barely evading the bone spear, the golden giant lizard was filled with uncertainty, for it was the first time it felt the looming specter of death from Ning Chuan. It dared not act recklessly, while Ning Chuan merely smiled at it. Choosing not to press the attack, a tense standoff ensued between the man and the lizard. 10 minutes passed. The skeletons emerged once again from the shadowy circle. The golden giant lizard's pupils contracted, yet there was no time left for contemplation. The skeletons launched themselves fearlessly into the fray. Thus commenced the familiar cycle. The skeletons battled, fell, then rose again to fight. Yet with each resurrection, their presence grew markedly stronger. During the 10-minute intervals, the man and the lizard either maintained their standoff or Ning Chuan casually toyed with it, ensuring it was not overly frightened. As time elapsed, the golden giant lizard finally recognized an unsettling shift. Its condition deteriorated while the skeletons grew increasingly formidable, and that human remained effortlessly relaxed throughout. An enraged and fearful roar resonated from the town hall. "Damn outsider, are you using me as a whetstone?" Chapter 16, Greetings. In response to the golden giant lizard's furious inquiry, Ning Chuan snapped his fingers and smiled. "Correct. but there is no reward. At this moment, it was the skeleton's eighth collective demise. Feeling the robust power surging within him, Ning Chuan glanced at his attributes, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Strength, 1756, 30. Agility, 1782, 20. Constitution, 1720, 25. Spirit, 2112, 88. His mental attribute had remarkably reached 2112. When factoring in equipment enhancements, it amounted to a staggering 2200. This was even more imposing than the golden giant lizard before him. Utterly exaggerated. To be honest, Ning Chuan felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. If he were willing to invest more time, he could potentially farm even more attributes from the golden giant lizard. Alas, time was of the essence. With only 20 minutes remaining until the secret realm's conclusion, he could not afford to squander the opportunity. Ning Chuan was eager to see if, after slaughtering so many lizard monsters and defeating the golden giant lizard, the ultimate boss, his evaluation would surpass the SSS level. Moreover, the rewards for defeating a boss were immensely enticing. With this thought in mind, Ning Chuan's gaze towards the golden giant lizard intensified with fervor. This only served to infuriate the golden giant lizard further. However, its current state was rather dire. Having been relentlessly besieged by the skeletons, even with its exceptional constitution, it was likely left with only half of its vitality. Consequently, even knowing that Ning Chuan was using it as a whetstone, it could only seethe impotently. At this moment, the golden giant lizard harbored a singular thought: to stall. It knew that the cosmic outsider could only remain in this city for 24 hours, and based on the timing of this human's appearance, it was running out of time. It merely wished to delay until Ning Chuan departed, hoping for a sliver of survival. As for defeating Ning Chuan, such thoughts had long since fled its mind. Escape? It had previously attempted but found no opportunity. Ning Chuan blocked the entrance to the town hall like an unyielding bastion. And each time the golden giant lizard sought to break through, an instinctual dread gripped its very soul. Now, upon witnessing the skeletons meet their demise once more, the golden giant lizard breathed a sigh of relief, remaining vigilant against Ning Chuan while seizing every moment to recover its condition. 10 minutes of golden time were exceedingly precious. Yet, it was evident that disappointment awaited. Ning Chuan would not grant it another chance. Cracking his neck, the sound echoed chillingly in the silent town hall. Ning Chuan advanced slowly. The golden giant lizard's pupils widened in alarm, its heavy breathing mingling with a low, threatening growl. Human, halt. It sensed the threat. However, Ning Chuan paid no mind. Continuing to speak to himself, after watching you all fight for so long, it does indeed make one a bit restless. Thus, I've decided to show you what true power looks like. Ning Chuan's voice was soft, yet, to the ears of the golden giant lizard, it resonated as the whispers of a demon. With each utterance from Ning Chuan, the pale flames enveloping him surged with intensity, and by the time he concluded his incantation, the necromantic fire had filled half of the municipal hall, suffocating even the mighty golden giant lizard. The air shimmered and warped, while tempered glass melted with a resounding crackle. At that moment, the golden giant lizard realized that Ning Chuan had never unleashed his full power during their previous confrontation. A colossal orb of pale fire coalesced before Ning Chuan, rapidly taking form. With a gentle push, the terrifying fireball shot forward with astonishing speed. The very soul of the golden giant lizard quaked in fear. In this instant, it disregarded the necessity of restraint or concealment. Its golden scales glimmered brilliantly as its already immense body expanded even further at an astonishing pace. The enormous golden lizard opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrential downpour of golden venom in an attempt to extinguish the fireball. However, it was utterly futile. With Ning Chuan's formidable mental attributes soaring to 2,200, the power of the necromantic flames was overwhelmingly terrifying. The flames seared through the venom, dissipating wisps of golden mist that were promptly consumed in the blaze. As the fireball barreled towards the golden giant lizard at an incredible velocity, boom! The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the municipal hall, with waves of fiery shock radiating outward. The once grand and spacious hall had been reduced to a state of utter ruin. The preceding battles had already left it teetering on the brink of collapse. And now this cataclysmic fireball became the final straw that broke the camel's back. With a series of thunderous crashes, the building swayed precariously, slowly succumbing to gravity as clouds of dust billowed into the air, obscuring the scene within while revealing the vivid glow of flames bursting forth. Shelley, accompanied by a group of survivors, raced towards the municipal hall. Hurry, Uncle Cade, Lord Ning Chuan is already in battle. We must rush to support him. This may be our only chance to vanquish that dreadful creature. Shelley's urgency was palpable, having witnessed Ning Chuan's slaughter of numerous lizard monsters with her own eyes. She was filled with admiration for him and deeply wished for his safety. It was not a lack of faith in his strength, but rather the long-standing terror instilled by the golden giant lizard that lingered in her heart. Kate, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard and clad in a tank top that showcased his muscular physique, felt a surge of determination upon hearing Shelley's plea. "Is that young lord from the stars truly that powerful?" he questioned, to which Shelley nodded fervently. "Absolutely. I have seen Lord Ning Chuan's might firsthand. He effortlessly dispatched those golden lizards. He can summon formidable skeletal warriors, each stronger than you, Uncle Kate." Everyone was taken aback. Kate couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, realizing he had become a benchmark for comparison. Just then, someone gasped in horror. "Look!" Everyone turned their gaze in the direction indicated, their expressions frozen in shock. The municipal building that once stood proudly in the city center was now slowly crumbling, the violent tremors sending chills down their spines. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the area, rendering it impossible to discern the chaos within. "Lord Ning Chuan." Shelley couldn't suppress her exclamation. The commotion from his battle with the golden giant lizard was immense. It seemed that the confrontation was not one-sided. The forces at play were likely evenly matched, and they needed to rush to assist at once. Kate's expression turned grave. "We are gambling our lives on this. It may very well be our only chance to slay the golden giant lizard. Charge!" The crowd erupted in fervent shouts of determination. At that moment, a fierce blaze suddenly pierced through the dust, and even from a distance, they could feel the intense heat radiating from it, sending their hearts racing. "It's Lord Ning Chuan's flame. He is still fighting," Shelley exclaimed with joy. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the dust. Through the haze, they caught a glimpse of a colossal figure bursting forth from the ruins of the municipal hall. The golden giant lizard. As the grotesque creature emerged, their hearts skipped a beat, but soon they were struck dumb with astonishment, for the lizard appeared in a state of disarray, as if it had been forcefully expelled rather than charging out of its own volition. Breath held in suspense, they watched as a figure, resembling a deity of flame, erupted from behind the golden giant lizard. The fiery apparition descended upon the lizard's head, brandishing a skeletal spear, and with a delicate thrust, the creature's skull shattered instantly. The golden giant lizard's roar was abruptly silenced. The oppressive shadow that loomed over the city had been effortlessly vanquished. Ning Chuan turned to face Shelley and the others, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Greetings." All present stood in astonishment. Chapter 17, The Great Explosion. In that moment, Shelley, Kate, and the others stared in disbelief at the scene before them, struggling to comprehend the reality. Wasn't the battle supposed to be evenly matched? Wasn't there a desperate urgency? This lizard, fragile as if made of paper, was indeed the monstrous creature that had plunged the city into despair. The golden giant lizard had been slain with such ease. The boys' serene smile juxtaposed against the headless corpse of the golden giant lizard left them in a state of stupor, their minds clouded in silence. Ning Chuan's skeletal spear gradually dissipated. After greeting Shelley and the others, he focused intently on examining the spoils from his conquest over the golden giant lizard. The log panel continued to refresh. Log: killed LV-78 golden giant lizard, gained 13,927 experience points. Log: first kill of LV-78 boss, reputation significantly increased. Log: acquired flawless materials, giant lizard tooth, flawless golden scales. Log: obtained flawless equipment, shadow cloak, perfect grade equipment, magic boots. Log: level increased by 4. All attributes raised by 4 points, gained 4 free attribute points. A broad smile blossomed on Ning Chuan's face. Undoubtedly, it was a grand reward. Abundant experience points. A significant boost in reputation. Flawless materials. Flawless equipment. Each item filled Ning Chuan with immense delight. Truly, the final boss yielded rewards of incomparable value. And he had finally obtained the flawless equipment that had eluded him after slaying numerous elites, which he could personally utilize. Shadow cloak, bound. Rank 0. Quality, flawless. Attributes: Constitution 50, Agility 50. Additional effects: Physical resistance 10, Magical resistance 10. Additional skills: Shadow protection, Concealment of perception. Requirements: Physical or magical class. Beholding the attributes of the shadow cloak, Ning Chuan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, it was flawless equipment. The additional fundamental attributes and effects are already quite formidable, as they bestow not one, but 2 skills. Shadow Shelter allows one to conceal themselves within the shadows, entering a state of stealth. The skill of Obfuscating Perception diminishes the awareness of enemies. The combination of these 2 skills significantly enhances Ning Chuan's survivability. Moreover, this holds even greater significance for him. In the past, during attribute grinding, he would have to engage with monsters for a full 10 minutes, but now, he can simply hide in the shadows and wait for the time to pass, thus conserving considerable effort. What splendid equipment! Ning Chuan promptly replaced his previously acquired excellent-grade cloak. He chose not to display the appearance of his equipment and remained clad in the black short-sleeve shirt he had arrived in. He then turned his attention to another piece of gear. Magician's boots, bound. Rank 0. Quality, perfect. Attributes, agility 30, spirit 20. Additional effects, mana regeneration 3, movement speed 5. Additional skill, magical dance. Requirements, spellcaster. It was evident that this was a pair of shoes specifically designed for spellcasting professions, balancing speed with the spiritual needs of mages. Yet, what truly caught Ning Chuan's attention was the accompanying skill, magical dance. Upon activation, it allows for instantaneous relocation to another position. For other users, this might only serve as a short-range evasion, but given Ning Chuan's formidable spirit attribute, the distance he could traverse would be significantly greater, thus enhancing its practicality. After donning the two pieces of equipment, Ning Chuan felt a remarkable lightness. Exceptional equipment can greatly elevate a practitioner's power, a consensus shared throughout the Federation. Even though Ning Chuan had high foundational attributes, the skills attached to these high-quality items would still provide him with substantial assistance. He leaped down from the corpse of the golden giant lizard, landing gracefully before Shelley and the others. He surveyed the ragged figures of the indigenous people before him. Their clothing tattered and faces grimy. The leaders among them exhibited decent strength, yet they paled in comparison to the golden giant lizard. Being approximately at the level of elite monsters, Ning Chuan pondered. According to the typical script, the assessors would engage with these true natives, seeking their assistance to slay elite monsters or even bosses, ultimately garnering high evaluations. After all, few would dare to solo grind as Ning Chuan had done. At this moment, the natives finally emerged from their stupor. Following a brief silence, they erupted into unparalleled excitement. The golden giant lizard was truly dead. This fearsome monster had finally been vanquished. They could finally escape its shadow. The crowd of natives cheered with joy, tears welling in their eyes. They all looked upon Ning Chuan with admiration and gratitude. Kneeling in unison, Lord Ning Chuan, we are eternally grateful for your slaying of this dreadful beast. They had not forgotten that it was Ning Chuan who had severed the source of their fear. Ning Chuan gazed at the sincere faces before him, their eyes brimming with reverence and hopeful starlight, and felt a stirring within his heart. This is humanity. That light known as hope cannot be disguised by the golden lizards. He discerned the difference. While the golden lizards could camouflage their exterior, the essence that touches the soul cannot be imitated. Ning Chuan's expression gradually softened. Please rise. I trust you understand that this is my trial. I am soon to depart, and from now on, you must rely on yourselves. He glanced at the countdown for the secret realm. Only a few minutes remained. It was time to leave. Seemingly sensing Ning Chuan's intent to depart, the leader, Kaid, suddenly threw himself in front of Ning Chuan, repeatedly bowing his head, blood streaming from his forehead, without a hint of concern. His voice was filled with pleading. Lord Ning Chuan, I know this request is incredibly presumptuous, but could you please grant us the seeds of power? Ning Chuan furrowed his brow. Was he coveting the power of practitioners? The greed for strength could bring calamity. He cast a cold glance at Kaid. Kaid, however, looked up. His eyes devoid of greed, filled instead with despair. Why? Ning Chuan asked. I have already cleared the formidable monsters from this city, and the golden giant lizard is dead. With your strength, reclaiming the city should not pose a challenge. His gaze was somewhat frigid. The current situation was that survivors did not require greater power. Their existing strength sufficed. If Kaid could not provide him with a reasonable explanation, Ning Chuan would not hesitate to teach him the price of offending a stronger being. Kaid forced a bitter smile. My lord, you may not be aware, but the lizard monsters brought by the meteoric descent have swept across the world. And this city is merely one among many. While the golden giant lizard is powerful, there are even mightier foes. Our world's power structure struggles against creatures even stronger than the golden giant lizard. Sooner or later, the lizards will return to this city, and without your presence, we will be nothing but dark, scurrying rats beneath the earth. Please, grant us a seed of power, so we may grow strong like you and leave a glimmer of hope for this world. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes reflected shame. Logically, Kaid should have no face to make such a request of Ning Chuan, especially after he had already helped them slay so many monsters, including the golden giant lizard. Yet he felt utterly helpless. He did not want the flicker of hope he had fought so hard for to extinguish once more. He knew this request could anger Ning Chuan, even leading to his own demise, but thoughts of the pitiful children in the base drove him to ask, without hesitation. For he was the leader of the survivors, striving to reclaim a fragment of hope for this world. Chapter 18, The Dagger of Hope. Are the lizard monsters in this city not all? Ning Chuan was taken aback upon hearing Kaid's words. Initially, He believed that the secret realm he had encountered was merely a fragmented world, but now it seemed that it was likely more than that. It should be a complete world, merely restricted by the cosmic will to assess this city alone. Such occurrences, though rare, were not unheard of. Ning Chuan suddenly understood Kai's reasons for pleading. This world must possess powers beyond 0 rank, 1st rank, 2nd rank, or even higher. No wonder they displayed joy upon witnessing the golden giant lizard's demise, yet lacked the expression of complete liberation. The root of their despair lay here. Indeed, this world was steeped in hopelessness. One golden giant lizard was sufficient to enslave an entire city, nearly leading to the extinction of its human inhabitants. Watching as former friends and family were overtaken by monsters, while they could only survive in dark corners, was a dual assault on both spirit and flesh, a torment just to contemplate. And one could only imagine the existence of even more powerful monsters. Ning Chuan sighed softly within. He recalled the monster catastrophe that had befallen Blue Star a millennium ago, which bore striking similarities to this world, albeit the monsters of that time were far more formidable. And Blue Star had been fortunate enough to receive the favor of the cosmic will. Gazing into the eyes that mingled desire with guilt before him, he felt the weight of their plight. Ning Chuan's originally cold gaze gradually softened. They were merely seeking hope. Alas, he found himself incapable of granting them such a gift. Rise, Ning Chuan's voice resonated, causing all those kneeling to tremble. However, his next words ignited a flicker of despair within their eyes. I am unable to bequeath my system of power to you. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze from their despondent expressions and continued. My strength is derived from the magnificent will of the cosmos. Only through its favor can you acquire the powers of a practitioner and grow through relentless combat. Regrettably, I lack the ability to summon this cosmic will to your realm. Ning Chuan was uncertain whether higher-tier practitioners possessed the capacity to communicate with the cosmic will. Yet he was certain that he did not. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell limp, their eyes reflecting shattered glimmers of hope. Shirley wore a look of confusion, her youthful visage marked with an unexpected maturity. Cade inhaled deeply, striving to compose his emotions, and respectfully bowed. Regardless of the circumstances, we will eternally be grateful to you. Lord Ning Chuan, you have aided us in vanquishing the monsters of this city, granting us at least a moment's respite. Please, forgive our previous insolence. Shirley, too, spoke softly. Lord Ning Chuan, I am sorry. Ning Chuan merely waved his hand. The countdown for the time remaining in the secret realm had begun. Observing the young Shirley, merely 7 or 8 years of age, an age where children on Blue Star were just beginning their elementary education, Ning Chuan pondered. Though the crisis on Blue Star remained unresolved, children of such tender years were not meant for the battlefield. After a moment's contemplation, he beckoned to her. In my homeland, there is a saying, a meeting is a sign of fate. Although I cannot leave you with a seed of my power, I implore you not to surrender hope. Perhaps it will arrive unexpectedly. My world once faced relentless invasions of monstrous calamities, yet through the endeavors of countless ancestors, we ultimately withstood the pressure. You must always believe in the resilience of humanity. Ning Chuan encouraged the crowd. With a flick of his right hand, a shimmering black dagger materialized, glistening with an eerie luminescence. This was a previously unbound piece of equipment, the dagger of venom. Crouching down, he grasped Shirley's grimy right hand without a hint of disdain. He solemnly placed the dagger in her palm, which, given her small size, made the dagger resemble a short sword. Ning Chuan's gentle voice resonated. You are a born infiltrator, brimming with immense potential. I hope this dagger of venom aids you in slaying more monsters, and that you may grow to protect many more in the future. This is the sole contribution I can make. A perfect, unbound piece of equipment, of immense value, yet Ning Chuan felt no pang of regret. Some matters, he believed, demanded a clear conscience. While Shirley was not a practitioner, and thus could not benefit from the equipment's attributes, the dagger's inherent sharpness and venom were formidable enough. The crowd stared in awe. The sight of a youth bestowing a dagger struck at their very souls. An image destined to be etched in their memories until their last breaths. Tears welled in Shirley's eyes as she fought to keep them from falling, nodding with unprecedented determination. Lord Ning Chuan, I will strive to grow and not let you down. Ning Chuan smiled. Suddenly, he paused. A message flashed rapidly on his log panel. Log. Bringing a glimmer of hope to the world's natives, evaluation significantly increased. Was this the unintentional consequence of a benevolent act? Ning Chuan mused. He had not anticipated that his accidental gesture would yield such profound rewards, in comparison to the rising evaluation of the secret realm. A piece of unbound perfect equipment seemed trivial. Yet, for Ning Chuan, the peace of mind he felt was of far greater importance. This was the true motivation for his journey. He recalled a saying from his father. Each correct choice strengthens one's inner self. Though he had not fully grasped it before, he now found clarity. The crowd gazed at Ning Chuan with gratitude. He smiled and waved his hand. His body was already being drawn upward by the beam of light, accelerating ever faster. Farewell, until we meet again. As they watched Ning Chuan's figure recede into the distance, the resilient Shirley, who had been striving not to shed tears, finally broke down. Tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "Lord Ning Chuan, I will give my all." The image of that godlike figure would forever be imprinted in her mind. The others also bowed respectfully. Until Ning Chuan's silhouette vanished completely from the horizon, they gradually withdrew their gazes. Kate observed the sorrowful and despondent Shirley and comforted her. "Little Shirley, you must persevere. Do not waste the dagger of venom bestowed upon you by Lord Ning Chuan." Shirley nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed upon the dagger in her hand, brimming with unwavering resolve. "I will." Kate surveyed the crowd, inhaling deeply. "Lord Ning Chuan is right. We must believe in our resilience. Although we cannot combat those monsters now, it does not mean we will forever be powerless. We will survive, generation after generation, until the tide turns, just like in Lord Ning Chuan's world." A flicker of light reignited in the eyes of the crowd. Shirley's voice, tinged with excitement and disbelief, resonated among them. "Uncle Cade, I think I can sense a wondrous power from this dagger, one akin to that of Lord Ning Chuan." The crowd fell silent, their astonished gazes fixated on the dark dagger in Shirley's grasp. Even if they could not perceive it, they trusted Shirley's intuition. Tears glistened in their eyes as they knelt in reverence, gazing at the dagger she held aloft. The dagger of venom, no? This was the dagger of hope left by Lord Ning Chuan. At that moment, the light of hope in their eyes burned brighter than ever before. Chapter 19. Abundant Rewards. Ning Chuan's form, enveloped by the beam of light, soared into the void at an astonishing speed. Shirley, Cade, and the others soon appeared as mere ants in the distance. The vast city diminished rapidly before their eyes, its edges becoming increasingly distinct. Suddenly, Ning Chuan's pupils widened in shock as he faintly heard the ferocious roars of fearsome beasts. Instinctively, he turned his gaze towards the city's periphery, where the remnants of civilization appeared desolate, and he could make out lizard-like monsters gathering and roaring, their numbers intensifying in a particular direction. The fierce roar had emanated from that very place. Was that the direction from whence the celestial meteor had fallen? Just as this thought flickered in Ning Chuan's mind, an overwhelming force enveloped him, and he vanished completely from this world. All he could do was hope they would ultimately survive. Ning Chuan opened his eyes once more, finding himself in a realm of nothingness, his form suspended in the air. He remained unperturbed, for he could sense the presence of the cosmic will. Is this the settlement page of the secret realm? Ning Chuan felt a tinge of curiosity. Shortly thereafter, specks of starlight began to converge, transforming before his eyes into a series of familiar scenes. The initial kill of a minor creature upon his arrival in this world, wielding a signboard to slay in the red light district, the first kill of an elite. Under the leadership of the Special Operations Team, he systematically exterminated lizard-like monsters. He discerned the monstrous identities of Kelly Shah and her companions. Delivering a devastating blow that crushed Kelly Shah's skull, he single-handedly stormed the city hall, ultimately driving a skeletal spear through the cranium of a golden giant lizard. Finally, the scene crystallized around little Shirley, who raised her venomous dagger, while those around her knelt in reverence as if in a pilgrimage. This was the only scene Ning Chuan had not witnessed. He hoped that the venomous dagger would provide them some assistance. A smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. After viewing the settlement screen, he realized that he had accomplished so much in the secret realm over the past 24 hours without even noticing. What a thrilling adventure it had been. It was certainly more engaging than the preceding 18 years spent in school. No wonder some referred to the professionals as adventurers. Ning Chuan began to anticipate his rewards. The higher the evaluation of the secret realm, the more substantial the rewards. What level of evaluation would he achieve? He wondered. Newcomer Assessment Secret Realm Evaluation completed. Congratulations on successfully passing this newcomer assessment. Your professional panel has been preserved. Based on your performance in the secret realm, your evaluation has far surpassed the highest tier, SSS level, and is calculated as SSS level, with the excess granted as additional rewards. You have received a reward of 30,000 experience points. You have received a reward of 50 free attribute points. You have received a reward title, Lizard's Nemesis. You have received a reward of exquisite grade equipment, the Ring of Dawn. The evaluation significantly exceeded SSS level, granting an additional reward of a special item, the Mist Pearl. The grand cosmic will descended, and streams of information flooded into Ning Chuan's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a while, he gradually regained his composure. So, the highest evaluation in the newcomer assessment secret realm is merely SSS level? This was never mentioned in school. Ning Chuan was torn between elation and disappointment. He had originally hoped to set an unprecedented record by surpassing the SSS level, only to find himself facing this outcome. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. It was understandable that the school had not disseminated such information. The SSS level was already a benchmark that most people could only aspire to, and informing students that it was not the ultimate limit might not be beneficial. Indeed, looking at the 11 main cities and various Tier 1 satellite cities, there were always a few SSS evaluations each year. For millennia, the Federation had seen the emergence of countless formidable prodigies, and had there been evaluations surpassing SSS, it would not have fallen to him alone to break the record. Not to mention, the current top figure in the Federation, the strongest demigod Wu Ding, undoubtedly possessed the talent to transcend the SSS level. After all, SSS level merely suggested the potential for achieving demigod status, but it was merely a possibility. Coming to this realization, Ning Chuan exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had uncovered a fragment of the Federation's secrets, and a smile spread across his face. All in all, he was exceedingly satisfied with his performance this time. At the very least, he had achieved SSS level, and not to mention the additional rewards bestowed by the Cosmic Will. With that thought, Ning Chuan could not help but feel a surge of anticipation, resisting the urge to examine the special item first, and instead focusing on the other rewards. The rewards were indeed remarkable. First and foremost were the substantial 30,000 experience points, which, combined with his residual experience, propelled Ning Chuan's level directly to 70. Although the elevation in level may not have had a dramatic impact on his strength at this moment, he still required levels to continually raise his upper limits. Next were the 50 free attribute points. Ning Chuan marveled at this, recognizing it as a permanent enhancement to his cap. The stronger one becomes, the stronger they can grow. While 50 free attribute points might not seem particularly significant to Ning Chuan, consider that an average professional only accumulates 100 free attribute points upon reaching level 100. This sudden addition of 50 points presented a monumental advantage. A swift step forward would enable him to achieve high evaluations in Tier 1 Ascension secret realms, and in this manner, the disparity in strength between talented professionals and ordinary ones would only continue to widen. Not to mention, the former's innate gifts were inherently superior. It was no wonder that during his time in school, teachers emphasized the importance of giving one's all to achieve high evaluations in the newcomer assessment secret realm. But how could one attain such high evaluations without formidable talent? Ning Chuan shook his head, allocating all 50 free attribute points into his mental attribute. This world belonged to the gifted. He could only be grateful that his talent was sufficiently formidable. Ning Chuan turned his gaze to the next reward. This was a title. Lizard's Nemesis. You have slaughtered an excessive number of lizards, your hands stained with their blood, their wails echoing within your soul. Lizards will now harbor a fear of you, allowing you to inflict greater damage upon lizard-type monsters, though they will also regard you with increased hostility. A smile tugged at the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth. An excellent title. In the future, encounters with lizard-like monsters would be significantly less taxing. Had he possessed this title while in the secret realm, slaying the golden giant lizard would have been an even easier feat. Moreover, he could choose to hide the title whenever he wished. This was also an exceedingly rare reward. Ning Chuan believed that an ordinary SSS level trial challenger might not receive such a title, a testament to the large number of lizards he had vanquished. He continued to examine the final two rewards, his breath quickening with anticipation. Exquisite grade equipment. The Ring of Dawn. Chapter 20, Return. Gazing at the silver ring shimmering faintly in his palm, Ning Chuan felt a sense of curiosity. This was his first encounter with exquisite grade equipment. Previously, even vanquishing the ultimate boss, the golden giant lizard, had not yielded an exquisite grade item. He had vaguely heard teachers mention that exquisite grade equipment was exceedingly rare, obtainable only through high evaluations in high difficulty secret realms. Whether one could acquire such items by slaying bosses remained a matter of luck. Ning Chuan pondered deeply. Why was exquisite grade equipment so precious? The first reason was that exquisite grade items were invariably unbound. As long as they had not been utilized, they could be traded freely. The second reason was that exquisite grade equipment did not offer fixed attribute bonuses, but rather percentage-based enhancements. It could be said that exquisite grade equipment was the exclusive domain of geniuses. For percentage-based bonuses might not always surpass fixed attribute gains. Only with sufficiently high base attributes could such equipment wield its true power. Ring of Dawn rank, 0 tier. Quality, exquisite. Attributes, Spirit 20, Constitution 10. Additional effects, Spell Affinity 20, Mana Recovery 20. Additional skills, Dawn Guardian, Dawn Mark. Requirements, magic-based. As Ning Chuan gazed upon the formidable attributes of the Dawn Ring, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His Necromancer talent was so overwhelmingly powerful that the enhancement from other 0-tier equipment had always seemed negligible, with only the skills from perfect and flawless tiers offering some assistance. However, The situation was now altered. An exquisite-grade piece of equipment, with a mental attribute of 20. Given Ning Chuan's current mental stat of 2,182. That translates to an astounding 436. This is an enhancement that is unimaginable to ordinary individuals. After all, a level 100 barebones necromancer possesses just above 200 in mental attributes. And now, merely one piece of equipment provides a twofold increase. Not to mention, the Dawn Ring is accompanied by 2 additional skills, one akin to the giant lizard armor shield for defense, and the other a tracking skill for pursuing invisible targets. Ning Chuan couldn't help but muse. If I could acquire a full set of exquisite-grade equipment, the scene would be simply beyond imagination. His talent was undeniably in perfect harmony with the percentage boosts provided by exquisite-grade gear. Yet, Ning Chuan was also aware that such magnificent equipment was not easily attainable. Even within the novice secret realm, a SSS tier rating did not guarantee rewards of exquisite-grade equipment. Moreover, exquisite-grade equipment has a notable drawback. The effectiveness of its percentage boost diminishes with the ascension of the practitioner's tier. For instance, if a 0-tier exquisite-grade item were to be donned by a first-tier practitioner, its effect would be halved, and it would be rendered entirely ineffective on a second-tier practitioner. This is quite reasonable, as higher-tier practitioners possess increasingly terrifying powers. Otherwise, demigods could simply amass a collection of 0-tier exquisite equipment, far surpassing the utility of perfect or flawless gear of the 8th or 9th tiers. Nevertheless, even with such drawbacks, Ning Chuan's yearning for exquisite-grade equipment remained unquenched. There was no other choice. Such gear could empower him immensely. Perhaps he should gather more exquisite-grade equipment at each tier, ideally in complete sets. If anyone could hear Ning Chuan's thoughts, they might wish to strangle him. Acquiring even a single piece is a challenge, let alone a full set. Gradually calming his emotions, Ning Chuan finally turned his attention to the last item, a compensation reward bestowed by the cosmic will, the Mist Pearl. This pearl, roughly the size of a fist, felt smooth and warm in his hand, with mist swirling within, exuding an air of mystery. A special item that does not occupy an equipment slot. It only needs to be placed in storage to activate. Mist Pearl. This is a marvelous pearl from the land of mist, granting the holder the ability to evade the gaze of gods. A simple introduction, yet Ning Chuan immediately became agitated, evading the scrutiny of gods. Does that mean even demigods cannot see through me? His eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He had not experienced such a surge of emotion even upon acquiring exquisite-grade equipment. The sheer effect of the Mist Pearl was astonishing. As a mere 0-tier novice, he could utilize this pearl to elude the gaze of demigods, freeing him from the fear of his talents being exposed. Although the Federation traditionally respects the privacy of geniuses and does not compel them to disclose their talents and attributes, and while the cosmic will shrouds practitioners, rendering conventional methods ineffective in revealing their attribute panels, there are always peculiar means that can approximate such information. After all, the Federation is not an entirely cohesive entity. Dark forces do lurk within. The Crimson Cult is one such faction. A millennium ago, during the Blue Star catastrophe, the gaze of the gods also fell upon this world. While the reasons for their inability to descend in person remain unknown, they once sent down avatars of faith, continuing to spy on the Blue Star with ulterior motives, fervently recruiting followers. The Crimson Cult is a faction devoted to the abyssal demon god, firmly believing that the Blue Star will ultimately return to the embrace of the abyss. By opening a portal to welcome the great abyssal demon god's descent, they assert that all calamities will be effortlessly swept away by the demon god. However, the cruelty and brutality of the abyssal demon god are well known. The Federation would never acquiesce to such a demand. Thus, the Crimson Cult has persistently opposed the Federation in secret, including targeting its geniuses. There have been precedents where some SSS-rated geniuses were hunted down before they could fully develop, leaving many to lament their untimely demise. Ning Chuan's talent is significantly superior to the conventional SSS rating. If the Crimson Cult or similar factions were to discover this, he would undoubtedly face unprecedented scrutiny. As he had not yet matured, Ning Chuan wished to avoid confronting such formidable entities prematurely. The emergence of the Mist Pearl, therefore, is akin to a timely blessing. At the very least, it would prevent others from discerning his true capabilities. If they considered him merely a typical SSS-rated genius, Ning Chuan would remain unperturbed. Perhaps he might even attract experience points effortlessly. A faint smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. At this moment, he felt utterly elated. Initially, he harbored a slight sense of resignation about being merely rated as SSS, but upon witnessing the cosmic will's compensation in the form of the Mist Pearl, all such thoughts dissipated. SSS is indeed admirable. The cosmic will is magnificent, requiring no further elaboration. However, from the effect of this Mist Pearl, He could surmise that he likely surpasses the SSS rating by a considerable margin. Otherwise, such an extraordinary reward would not have been granted. Of course, this also relates to the fact that this is a novice secret realm, where the cosmic will is known to show exceptional care for newcomers. Such fortune may not come again. Ning Chuan opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, 0 tier. Level, LV 70, 41. Strength, 1766, 20. Agility, 1792, 80. Constitution, 1730, 233. Spirit, 2182, 536. Talent, Necromancer's Dominion. Skills, Summon Little Skeleton, 17. Summon Skeleton Mage, 1. Undead Flame, Bone Spear Technique. Equipment, Golden Staff, Giant Lizard Robe. Shadow Cloak, Magical Boots, Dawn Ring, Mist Pearl. Gazing at his opulently impressive attribute panel, Ning Chuan smiled with satisfaction. He then communicated with the cosmic will. Return. Chapter 21, A Frenzy Unleashed. Beichuan City. Awakening Square. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy. At this moment, the limit of 24 hours for the novice assessment secret realm was drawing to a close, yet some had yet to emerge, which was all too telling. It is estimated that 27 newcomers would forever remain within the secret realm. In an era where 9 years of compulsory education is widespread, even with schools teaching everything possible, unexpected events still occur. After all, facing monsters in reality is a vastly different experience from what one encounters in textbooks. In the realm of novice secret realms, communication with the cosmic will is imperative. Otherwise, the casualties among newcomers would escalate dramatically. Yi Luyun and the other principals from various middle schools wore expressions of solemnity. A casualty rate of less than 1 in 1,000 was already deemed normal, yet the troubling fact remained that the foremost genius of Beichuan City, Ning Chuan, had yet to emerge. What could possibly be the reason? How could Ning Chuan, with his evident talent and psychological resilience, still be inside? Was it conceivable that he encountered terrifying monsters upon his initial arrival in the secret realm, or perhaps fell victim to the treachery of its indigenous inhabitants? Even if he were not S-rank, it seemed implausible for Ning Chuan to perish within the confines of the secret realm. Could it be that he was deliberately extending his stay to a full 24 hours? To be frank, many found this outcome difficult to accept. While they could reconcile with Ning Chuan not achieving a high evaluation, the notion of him failing in a novice assessment realm was utterly unacceptable. He was a prodigy who had reached maximum attributes prior to class transition. His awakened talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Principal Rin Qingshan of the first middle school trembled in disbelief, struggling to accept this outcome. He had placed immense expectations on Ning Chuan. Now, 3 other students, inferior to Ning Chuan, had successively obtained S-rank evaluations. Yet Ning Chuan had not even exited the secret realm. The disparity was overwhelming, leaving him feeling despondent. Setting aside Ning Chuan's talent, he genuinely admired his character. Rin Qingshan sincerely hoped that Ning Chuan's journey as a professional would not stagnate at its inception, as he would be left with little recourse to explain such a failure to Ning Chuan's father. Li Muron stood in a daze, grappling with disbelief. The boy who often referred to her as Li Er seemed truly unable to return. The joy of receiving an S-rank evaluation inexplicably dissipated. She bit her lip, feeling a surge of unwillingness. You insufferable fool, do come out. I have finally surpassed you this once. You must show yourself. Zhui Yu remained silent, though he yearned to trample Ning Chuan beneath him and ascend as Beichuan City's premier genius. He had never anticipated that Ning Chuan would meet his demise in the novice secret realm. With a deep sigh, he murmured, "It appears he truly cannot return." A sharp gaze swept across the gathering. Yi declared with conviction, "He will emerge." The short-haired girl's eyes shone with determination, as if she were persuading both others and herself. Unbeknownst to her, her nails had dug into her palms. "I have yet to repay my debt to you. You cannot die." A sense of inexplicable sorrow enveloped Yi, sending chills through her entire being. Zhui Yu opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately refrained. Under normal circumstances, he would have begun mocking, but now, he chose silence. The newcomers emerging from the secret realm wore expressions of silent lament, particularly the senior class. Many found it hard to believe. Ning Chuan was generally kind-hearted, always ready to help classmates with their difficulties, making this harsh reality difficult to accept, especially for Li He. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had successfully transitioned into an assassin and received a C-rank evaluation. He had intended to share this good news with Ning Chuan upon his return, yet now, I refuse to believe that Brother Chuan's talent could be so easily extinguished. He could easily become a demigod. How could such a trivial novice secret realm possibly defeat him? He must still be hunting monsters, striving for a higher evaluation. Li He exclaimed in a hushed tone. Unfortunately, the relentless countdown continued to echo in everyone's hearts. shattering the last remnants of hope. The city guardian Yi Luyun rose slowly, inhaling deeply, reflecting on the bittersweet nature of the moment. Over the years, he had witnessed similar scenarios. Even geniuses could fall if they were not cautious. Yet the current situation of Beichuan City's #1 prodigy was unprecedentedly extreme. Ladies and gentlemen, he announced, his resonant voice capturing everyone's attention. Yi He and Li Muran exchanged glances, feeling their hearts race. However, before Yi Luyun could continue, a resounding hum reverberated through the air. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the awakening stone platform. A magnificent golden beam of light descended from the heavens. The golden radiance enveloped the stone platform, illuminating the entire awakening square in a brilliant glow, eclipsing even the rising sun. Everyone instinctively widened their eyes, gazing in disbelief at the golden beam. A golden beam. SSS rank evaluation. They gasped in astonishment. Is this real? It cannot be an illusion. Could a formidable monster have invaded? SSS rank, it seemed impossible. Astonished gazes fixated on the unprecedentedly resplendent beam of light. Zhui Yu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Only those who had attained S rank understood the immense difficulty of achieving such an evaluation, and the challenge of SSS rank was suffocating to even contemplate. In that moment, Zhui Yu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Li Muran and Yi He exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shock and excitement mirrored in one another's eyes, not solely due to the emergence of SSS rank, but because it signified that their hopes had not yet been dashed. Yi Luyun trembled with excitement, his gaze brimming with delight. He had never experienced such intense emotional fluctuations, even when 3S ranks had previously appeared. This 6th-tier epic Golden Griffin Knight, in that moment, was no different from the other students. This was SSS rank, a being that could be deemed a prodigy throughout the entire Federation, with the potential to become a demigod. He had never dared to dream that such a genius would arise in Beichuan City, hoping only for an S rank, never even contemplating SSS rank. Who could it be? A name surged in everyone's minds, yet they hesitated to believe it. Chapter 22, a rare gem. All eyes were fixated on the golden beam until it gradually dissipated. A handsome youth, a faint smile gracing his lips, stepped forth. In an instant, the crowd erupted. The recipient of the SSS rank evaluation, Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan. It is indeed Ning Chuan. I knew it. A genius like him could never falter in a novice secret realm. My heavens, this has truly shaken us to our core. He worked quietly, and then astonished us all. This is SSS rank. It seems that in the 200 years since Beichuan City's establishment, there has never been an SSS rank before. The first genius of Beichuan City in 2 centuries. Genuine exclamations of awe filled the awakening square. Every astonished gaze turned toward the youth in black. In that moment, Ning Chuan became the center of the universe, the focus of all eyes. Everyone was left dizzy and awestruck by the unexpected arrival of the SSS rank evaluation. The eyes of the new professionals sparkled with admiration, as their recent experiences in the assessment made them acutely aware of the weight that SSS rank carried, though they occupied the same tier. However, before them stood Ning Chuan, who could effortlessly slay them all. Li He, amidst the ranks of Class 3, was excitedly shouting, his originally reddened eyes appearing somewhat comical. I knew Brother Chuan could do it. SSS rank. I just want to ask, who else? No one dared to refute. If it was previously uncertain whether Ning Chuan deserved the title of the greatest talent in Beichuan City, with some reluctant to acknowledge it, from this moment forth, it was undeniable, leaving no room for contradiction. Principal Rin Qingshan of No. 1 High School was so overwhelmed with excitement that his body trembled. Our No. 1 High School. SSS level genius, Ning Chuan. Our No. 1 High School. His face flushed crimson, appearing dazed, as if he had consumed counterfeit liquor. Ning Chuan returned, stepping upon a golden pillar of light, instantly elevating him from the depths of despair to the heights of joy. The transition from sorrow to elation occurred in mere breaths. A roller coaster of emotions that was nearly unbearable. The other principals looked on with immense envy, internally lamenting that Rin had seemingly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Yet, the bitterness in their hearts was inescapable. This was an SSS-level talent, a super genius not seen since the founding of Beichuan City. At that moment, Zhui Yu was utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the familiar face, a wave of helplessness washing over him. You fool, it would have been better if you hadn't returned. Damn it. He wished for Ning Chuan to survive the secret realm, but could he not return and immediately claim an SSS rank? What was he playing at? Zhui Yu was left speechless. Meanwhile, Li Muran pouted with a smile. This flamboyant fellow, SSS rank, is simply too formidable. A look of awe filled her eyes, followed by a slap to her forehead. Oh no, there's no escaping the reputation of this Li Erlang. With 3S level talents, isn't that still second place? Just thinking of Ning Chuan's smug smile made Li Muron's teeth clench in frustration. It was utterly unfair. He smiled, the coldness that once surrounded her gradually dissipating. She quietly gazed at the young man, inhaling deeply to suppress her astonishment. An SSS rank, huh? I will strive to ensure I do not fall too far behind you. She would never forget that in her most desperate hour, it was Ning Chuan who stepped in to save her mother. At that time, she felt as small as an ant on the ground, while he was a brilliant genius bathed in light, someone she could only look up to. Yet she had been working diligently. Yi hoped that at least one day, she could stand side by side with Ning Chuan in all dignity. This was another goal deep within her heart. Ning Chuan was surrounded by a myriad of astonished gazes, yet he felt no discomfort. He merely smiled, welcoming the cheers and adoration. Lightly stepping onto the back of the golden griffin, a sea of fervent eyes followed his every move. Ning Chuan landed on the observation platform. Having met the town master, Yi Liyun's eyes were filled with wonder, completely devoid of the previous authority. He gestured repeatedly, genuinely praising. Since ancient times, heroes have emerged in youth. Ning Chuan, well done. An SSS evaluation is exceedingly rare, even among first-tier satellite cities. With only 11 main cities producing stable SSS-level geniuses each year, you have brought such unprecedented honor to Beichuan City, and on behalf of everyone in Beichuan City, I thank you. For a 6th-tier epic powerhouse, such an attitude was undoubtedly warm and enthusiastic. In the depths of his thoughts, Yi Liyun began to view Ning Chuan as an equal. An SSS-level genius represents astonishing potential for the future, with a significant probability of stepping into the realm of the sacred, and even a glimmer of hope for the exalted demigod position. Although Ning Chuan may not match Yi Liyun at present, as long as he does not falter along the way, surpassing Yi Liyun in the future is virtually guaranteed. Ning Chuan humbly replied, "Thank you for your praise, Town Master. I, Ning Chuan, must continue to strive. SSS evaluations are given to dozens each year in the Federation, and only those who truly grow into formidable beings are the true strong." Seeing Ning Chuan maintain such a calm demeanor, Yi Liyun was even more astonished. Such exceptional talent, combined with this composure, foretells an immeasurable future for this young man. If an ordinary youth received such an evaluation, he would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. Yet Ning Chuan remained unfazed. Do not be misled by the dozens of SSS levels awarded each year. Since the monster catastrophe, Blue Star has integrated numerous secret realms, expanding significantly. Presently, the Federation, even occupying only a small portion of Blue Star, boasts a population of billions. An SSS-level genius is indeed a rarity. Yi Liyun continued. Could you briefly share your talents and experiences in the secret realm? No need for extensive details. Upon hearing this, everyone wore curious expressions, as Ning Chuan was the closest SSS-level genius to them. Aware this was customary in the Federation, Ning Chuan did not decline. After a moment's thought, he said, "My talent enhances the undead creatures under my command." Strictly speaking, this is not entirely incorrect, for the Necromancer can elevate Ning Chuan's mental prowess to an extraordinary level, thereby enhancing the abilities of the undead creatures he commands. The crowd pondered. Such a talent is not rare, yet Ning Chuan's attainment of an SSS evaluation implies that his enhancement is indeed substantial. Ning Chuan continued, "As for the secret realm, the world I inhabited was a city ruled by lizard monsters, capable of parasitism and disguise." Slowly, he recounted his experiences, deliberately obscuring the strength of the monsters he encountered. Nonetheless, even so, the crowd was visibly shocked. Such a secret realm is perilous. The fact that Ning Chuan could achieve an SSS-level evaluation in such a world is remarkable. It is likely that among the SSS ranks, he is not among the weakest. Yi Liyun mused internally. He understood that there were differences even among SSS ranks. Some, like Lord Wooding, could grow into the strongest demigods on Blue Star, while others, slightly weaker SSS ranks, might ultimately plateau at the 7th-tier legend. The disparity is indeed significant. Naturally, the stronger Ning Chuan became, the more pleased he felt. This was not merely due to the accolades he would receive from the Federation, but also for the emergence of another genius within the Federation. "Thank you for your selflessness." Ning Chuan spoke with great detail, ensuring that future newcomers would at least have some preparation should they encounter similar secret realms. The Federation has enriched its data and information over generations, ultimately reducing the mortality rate of current evaluations to below 1 in 1,000. This is but one facet of the broader picture, in many respects. The Federation has maintained such traditions, allowing successive generations of strong individuals to emerge. "This is what I ought to do," Ning Chuan stated earnestly. He too was a beneficiary and would not hide his knowledge. He would share everything within his ability. Yi Liyun nodded and then joyfully proclaimed, "Therefore, I announce that this awakening assessment has concluded successfully. Congratulations to all of you for embarking on the path of professional practitioners. In the forthcoming days, your esteemed institution will assess your aspirations, whether you choose to strive as a freelancer, to enlist in the military and expand territories, or to pursue advanced studies at a vocational university. The decision rests solely in your hands. I urge you to contemplate your future path with utmost seriousness, as it significantly impacts your destiny. The journey of a vocational professional begins at the initial stage, merely a nascent commencement. The Federation has devised a myriad of routes. For those of modest talent, enlisting in the military is an option. Though fraught with peril, the benefits are substantial. With relentless effort, it is indeed the most feasible avenue to transcend personal limits. Conversely, those endowed with slightly greater aptitude are encouraged to advance to vocational universities, ensuring the full realization of their potential as formidable high-tier professionals. After all, the demand for high-tier professionals has always outstripped supply. Some may integrate into various private factions, such as prominent vocational associations or hunting departments of influential families. Naturally, many individuals cherish their freedom and thus opt to become unrestrained freelancers. However, this path necessitates complete self-reliance. Yi Luyun stowed away the four-colored treasure orb, then turned to the four individuals, smiling as he said, "You four must accompany me. I need to discuss the rewards of this assessment and the selection process for the vocational university in detail." The eyes of the four brightened in unison. The rewards from the Federation are undoubtedly lavish. Chapter 23, Civic Honor. This time, Beichuan City has witnessed an unprecedented emergence of 3 S-rank and 1 SS rank individuals, warranting substantial rewards, particularly for Ning Chuan, the SS rank. Yi Luyun must deliberate carefully on this matter. Regarding the selection for the vocational university, the Federation fundamentally desires that all highly rated talents gain admission, thus ensuring a continuous emergence of advanced professionals. The pressures on Blue Star remain significant, necessitating a steady influx of fresh strength. Within the premier vocational academies, a plethora of rare resources is available, such as various secret realms enabling students to efficiently elevate their levels, an array of precious equipment, skill books, and experienced high-tier mentors capable of imparting crucial insights on ascending and enhancing skill levels. In summary, within the Federation, the vocational university undeniably stands as one of the most favorable destinations, offering minimal constraints, substantial developmental support, and safety, albeit with responsibilities to shoulder upon graduation. It can be said that this is the dream of many students. However, not everyone possesses the qualifications to pursue studies at a vocational university. To conserve resources, only those achieving a C-rank rating within the novice secret realm are eligible to participate in the vocational university's individual enrollment selection, and this applies to the general vocational institutions. The top-tier academies set even higher standards. At this moment, Yi Luyun was indeed referring to the premier institutions. Ning Chuan felt a stirring within. His talent is formidable. Given time to develop, he would be fearless. Attending the vocational academy is undoubtedly a commendable choice for him. Let us depart. Yi Luyun gestured slightly, and the group ascended onto the expansive back of the golden griffin, subsequently soaring into the sky amidst a chorus of awestruck gazes. All students understood that from this moment forth, their destinies would diverge. Perched upon the golden griffin's back, Ning Chuan gazed down upon the entirety of Beichuan City. This was his first time viewing the city he had inhabited for 18 years from such a perspective. As far as the eye could see, an endless expanse of steel forests loomed, towering into the clouds, while the city's periphery faintly shimmered with a protective shield, casting a stifling atmosphere. Although Beichuan City is not vast, it is required to accommodate a population in the millions, necessitating an optimization of spatial utility. The towering edifices resemble pigeon coops, serving as residences for the Federation's lower strata. Yi He's gaze was tinged with complexity. Her family resided in a building at the city's edge. However, she was acutely aware that such conditions were unavoidable. In a world surrounded by monsters and sporadic incursions from secret realms, a large populace is essential. A sufficient number of individuals is imperative to continuously produce powerful professionals to safeguard humanity's survival. Despite the annual emergence of numerous professionals, the mortality rate among them remains alarmingly high, highlighting the Federation's enduring shortage of high-tier professionals over the years. Observing the gradually silent expressions of her companions, Yi Luyun discerned their thoughts. With his hands clasped behind his back, he remarked thoughtfully, "This is our fate. I can only hope that one day in the future, the monsters of Blue Star will be vanquished, allowing humanity to inhabit vast expanses where all children can run freely in the fields." Humanity has been retreating into satellite cities for far too long. Ning Chuan felt a tumult of emotions within him. This expedition to the desolate metropolis has deepened his understanding of the significance behind generations of professionals persevering forward. It will happen, it certainly will. Ning Chuan's voice was soft yet resolute. The gazes of his companions turned toward him, even Yi Luyun displaying a hint of surprise. Soon, the golden griffin descended abruptly upon the rooftop of a towering building, the powerful gust generating a cloud of dust, causing Ning Chuan's heart to tighten as he sensed the presence of several dangerous auras locking onto their position. We have arrived at the Beichuan City Administrative Building, Yi Luyun announced with a smile. A laser scanned his iris, emitting a mechanical voice. Detection of highest authority. Alert lifted. Welcome back, Lord Yi Luyun, protector of the city. Ning Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, though he did not find it overly surprising. This is a wondrous era. After a millennium of development, the technological advancements of Blue Star have not been wholly eclipsed by the civilization of professionals. Rather, they have undergone remarkable transformations through the integration of various vocational elements. Magic energy, machinery, puppetry, technology, alchemy, and intelligence. These diverse elements amalgamated to forge the unique and captivating age we inhabit today. As they ascended through a silver elevator into the building's interior, a grand and opulent hall unfolded before them, far surpassing the municipal hall within the desolate city. Numerous professionals and alchemical puppets traversed the space, all of whom respectfully bowed upon encountering Yi Luyun. He escorted the four into his exclusive office, where a lifelike alchemical puppet promptly approached to inquire about their refreshments. While Ning Chuan and the others appeared unfazed, Yi seemed somewhat flustered. Having never encountered such a scene before, I brought you here primarily to confer certain permissions concerning the rewards, Yi Luyun elucidated. The four instantly straightened in their seats. There is no need to be tense, he chuckled, activating a transparent holographic screen. He first addressed Yi and the others. You three have achieved S-rank evaluations. Beichuan City has not seen an S-rank in a decade, and now we have 3 emerging at once. According to the Federation's talent cultivation regulations, those attaining S-rank evaluations in the novice assessment secret realm will receive a reward of 1 million Federation coins and be granted third-tier civic honors. Yi felt a surge of excitement. 1 million Federation coins. She contemplated how long her mother would need to earn such an amount. And now she had acquired it all at once, truly sensing the quiet transformation of her fate. In her eyes, symbols of wealth seemed to shimmer. However, Li Muron and Zhuye remained indifferent to monetary matters, focusing instead on the honor of being third-class citizens. This was the honor system of the Federation. Regardless of one's background, everyone begins life as a 5th-class citizen. To ascend, one must make contributions. Higher tiers of citizenship bestow greater privileges. For instance, while the unauthorized use of professional powers within the city is prohibited, this restriction is considerably eased for citizens of 3rd class and above. Many public secret realms in the city require a minimum citizenship level, and certain special resources are prioritized for higher-ranking citizens. The 3 of them displayed expressions of sheer delight. Thank you, Lord Townmaster. Yi Luyun waved his hand with a smile. This is what you rightfully deserve. He then turned to Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, you are the first ever SSS-class citizen of Beichuan City. According to the Federation's talent cultivation regulations, you are rewarded. Chapter 24. The Joint Selection of the 11 Schools. A reward of 100 million Federation coins and the honor of a first-class citizen. As Yi Luyun's words fell, the 3 beside him instantly revealed envious gazes. 100 million Federation coins. The honor of a first-class citizen. Truly, there is no pain without comparison. Ning Chuan could almost feel the avaricious gaze of Yi seated beside him. In truth, it was indeed so. 100 million Federation coins equated to a staggering 100 times that of 1 million Federation coins. Yi felt dizzy with excitement. Even Li Muron and Zhuye regarded him with immense envy. That sum was far from negligible for them. Of course, what they envied most was the status of a first-class citizen, which conferred significantly greater authority than that of a third-class citizen. Some professionals toil their entire lives without ever attaining first-class citizenship, yet Ning Chuan commenced his journey as one. Ning Chuan, equally elated, expressed, "Thank you, Lord Townmaster." Yi Luyun replied with a smile. The Federation has never shortchanged its prodigies. This is the result of your 18 years of hard work. However, I hope you understand that this honor comes with responsibility. The 4 nodded solemnly. In a sense, the Federation's rewards for geniuses are akin to early investments, anticipating their eventual contributions upon maturation. Yi Luyun continued. The aforementioned rewards were from the Federation. You all performed admirably this time, and since I too have benefited, I will personally bestow some additional rewards upon you. The eyes of the 4 brightened instantly. The offerings of a 6th-tier epic powerhouse should be remarkable. They watched as Yi Luyun waved his hand. revealing 4 items shimmering with brilliance: a staff, a great sword, a longbow, and a dagger, each corresponding to their respective professions. All were unbound, perfect grade 0 tier weapons, one for each of them. Zhuiyue and the others were momentarily breathless. This reward was indeed exceedingly precious. The townmaster's generosity was evident. After all, acquiring such equipment was no simple feat. Ning Chuan, however, maintained a calm demeanor. Perfect grade equipment, in his eyes, was rather trivial, while the staff's attributes were commendable. They paled in comparison to his golden staff. Nonetheless, it was the thought behind Yi Liuyun's gesture that mattered. The group stowed their equipment away, sincerely expressing their gratitude. Ning Chuan, as an SSS-class citizen, this equipment may not serve you well, so I shall additionally reward you with 100,000 merit points. At this, Zhuiyue looked at the perfect grade greatsword in his hand and suddenly found it less appealing. Merit points. These were a form of currency in addition to Federation coins, and were even more precious. In the Federation, many valuable resources cannot be acquired solely with Federation coins. Merit points are also required, and while they can be transferred, there are limits. 100,000 merit points hold greater value than several pieces of perfect grade equipment. You need not thank me. The Federation will likewise reward me in due course, Yi Liuyun stated candidly. He continued, now that the rewards have been distributed, let us discuss another matter, the selection for the Professionals University, or rather, the joint selection of the 11 schools. Yi Liuyun's expression turned serious, and Ning Chuan and the others felt a jolt of energy. It is widely known that eligible novice professionals may participate in the single enrollment of the Professionals University, and the joint selection of the 11 schools is one such opportunity. You should be aware of the prestige of the 3 supreme academies and the 8 top-tier institutions. The joint selection involves all of them. To participate in this selection assessment, the minimum requirement is to achieve an A-grade evaluation in a novice secret realm. And this time in Beichuan City, only the 4 of you meet the criteria. As he spoke, Yi Liuyun couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. This time, Ning Chuan and his trio were in an unprecedented lead. Aside from them, not a single A-grade evaluation had been attained. Ning Chuan and his companions, however, were increasingly invigorated by the prospect. The 3 supreme academies are the Union, Flame Dragon, and Freedom. The 8 top-tier academies are Jiangnan, Hichu, Changfeng, Liang, Liuxing, Mabei, Jishi, and Zijinghua. These 11 institutions represent the aspirations of nearly all young individuals in the Federation. Gaining entry into such academies would almost guarantee their development into formidable high-tier professionals. And now, they had the opportunity to reach for that dream. Even Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement. His talent required time to mature, and the supreme academies were the ideal environments for such growth, abundant resources, and security. Lord Townmaster, when does the joint selection of the 11 schools commence? Yi Liuyun responded, in 1 week. He gazed intently at the 4. My expectations for you are simple, Yi He and the others. Secure your positions among the 8 top-tier academies and strive to challenge the 3 supreme academies. As for you, Ning Chuan, you must gain entry into a supreme academy. A tide of determination surged within the 4. Yes, they were eager to plunge into the secret realms and enhance their strength. Securing admission to these academies would equate to obtaining a passport to high-tier professional status. Yi Liuyun advised, the selection process for the 11 schools changes every year, so I cannot provide you with too many suggestions, only one. During this week, pursue strength with unwavering resolve. Ideally, you should aim to reach the level of a first-tier bronze professional. Only then would they stand a better chance. During this period, you may freely access any 0-tier secret realm in Beichuan City. I have already upgraded your citizenship privileges. Yi He and the others felt a wave of pressure. 7 days to reach level 100 was daunting enough, let alone breaking through to become a bronze professional in the Ascension secret realm. Ning Chuan glanced at his current level of 70, a faint smile gracing his lips. A first-tier bronze? That should pose little difficulty for him. The only uncertainty lay with the Ascension secret realm, where time was less predictable. Nevertheless, it was manageable. Yi Liuyun observed the awakened fighting spirit among the group and smiled encouragingly. In summary, the evaluation obtained from the novice assessment in the secret realm merely serves as a ticket for entry. Historically, there have been numerous instances of underdogs triumphing during the joint selection of the 11 academies. Therefore, the 3 of you must strive diligently, and Ning Chuan, do not grow complacent. This is not merely a form of consolation. The reason why the esteemed vocational academies persist in conducting further assessments despite the existence of the novice assessment is due to the inherent uncertainties involved. What transpires within the novice secret realm remains unseen by all. The public selection offers students a second chance, ensuring that no prodigy is overlooked. Furthermore, I wish to promote my alma mater, the Yanlong Academy. If you are fortunate enough to gain admission to the 3 Supreme Academies, please prioritize Yanlong Academy. Of course, attending a vocational university is not mandatory. If you have other aspirations, that is perfectly acceptable. However, from the perspective of one who has traversed this path, I advise you to consider the vocational university, as its training is the most comprehensive. Yi Liuyun's cheerful banter immediately brought smiles to the faces of Ning Chuan and his companions. Moments later, they exited the administrative building. Shui Jia cast a complex glance at Ning Chuan, but chose silence as he departed first. Li Muron intended to say something, but Ning Chuan's jovial remark addressing her, as Li Lao Air shattered her composure, prompting her to stomp her foot and roll her eyes in exasperation. Cursed Ning Chuan. Why don't you just perish in the secret realm? She huffed, storming off. Ning Chuan chuckled heartily. He found Li Muron amusing after she had lost her composure. He nodded at Yi He with a smile, preparing to leave as well. After battling for 24 hours in the novice assessment realm, he simply wished to return for some rest, to recuperate and recharge for tomorrow's endeavors. However, he was suddenly called back by Yi He. Ning Chuan wait. Surprised. He turned around and asked, "What is it?" The girl averted her gaze slightly, hesitating to meet his eyes, and softly replied, "I owe you money." Chapter 25. If you can't repay the usury, you must become a wife. Upon hearing Yi He's words, Ning Chuan was momentarily taken aback, as if recalling something. A smile crept onto his lips. If my memory serves me correctly, according to the agreement we signed, under the principle of compounded interest, you currently owe me 8,389, 482, 132 federal coins. Do you possess such a sum to repay in a single installment? A debt nearing 84 million was undoubtedly an astronomical amount, particularly for someone in Yi He's circumstances. How did it double again? Yi He bit her lip, casting a reproachful glance at the young man before her, wishing to protest. She had only borrowed $1 million initially, yet it had inexplicably ballooned to such an exaggerated extent. Usury was not typically this terrifying. With a serious expression, Ning Chuan pointed to the luminous projection from his smart device. You see, these terms are clearly outlined. I would never deceive you. The current debt stands at 8,389, 482, 132. Oh wait, it's just ticked up a bit more. Now it's 8,389, 982, 132. Yi He responded somewhat meekly. I just received a reward of $1 million from the city lord, and I have an unbound perfect grade piece of equipment. Additionally, I found some materials in the secret realm. Ning Chuan raised his right index finger, interrupting her. Hold on. We agreed that the repayment must be made in one lump sum. What you have is far from sufficient. Yi He, you should focus on earning money. Otherwise, when the interest accumulates into the billions, you shall be responsible when I can't find a wife. He teased with a mischievous grin. The girl's fair face flushed a vivid crimson at his words, rendering her utterly adorable. As she gazed at Ning Chuan, the warmth of his proximity left her momentarily flustered, her mind a blank. I will repay you as soon as possible. With that, she darted away like a startled rabbit. The conditions of their initial agreement stipulated that the $1 million Ning Chuan lent to Yi He was his savings intended for a future spouse. Consequently, if she failed to repay the debt, she would be responsible for his lifelong matters of the heart. Watching Yi He flee in panic, Ning Chuan rested his chin on his hand, feeling a bit disgruntled. I'm not unattractive, you know. I'm the top student of First High, and the first SSS-level genius in Beichuan City's history. Many girls would gladly become my wife, yet she turns her nose up at me. However, he couldn't help but notice that Yi He had become increasingly beautiful since their first encounter. He recalled meeting her when she appeared unkempt, malnourished, and frail. A far cry from the vibrant person she had become. Some individuals, once seizing an opportunity, could soar to great heights. Ning Chuan shook his head with a chuckle. In truth, his so-called usury was merely a jest. He did not take Yi He's debt to heart. When he first met her, her mother was gravely ill and in desperate need of funds, prompting Ning Chuan to generously lend her $1 million. Knowing that Yi He was proud and would not repay him swiftly, he devised the idea of compounded interest, ensuring that she could not repay him easily. This sum meant little to Ning Chuan, yet it was a lifeline for Yi He and her mother, significantly improving their lives. Having lost his own mother shortly after birth, he felt a pang of empathy seeing Yi He care for her ailing mother with such devotion. This silly girl, she has given me money and sold her equipment. How will she level up from here? With the joint selection of the 11 academies fast approaching, Yi He needed to seize this opportunity to change her fate. And Ning Chuan had no intention of hindering her future. If she truly couldn't repay him, becoming his wife wouldn't be such a loss. He hummed a cheerful tune as he casually hailed a floating carriage. Driver, to Beita Huayuan. Got it, hold on tight. The driver's eyes flickered with envy. Beita Huayuan was a residence reserved for the affluent and powerful. However, he soon appeared stunned and excited. You are Ning Chuan, the top genius of Beichuan City. May I have your signature? I would like to show it to my son so that he can be inspired. I want to charge you for this ride. Ning Chuan was taken aback for a moment before smiling and nodding. The results of this novice assessment secret realm had begun to spread rapidly. Meanwhile, Yi was sprinting home. Although she had received a reward of 1 million federal coins, she was no longer impoverished, yet her long-standing habits instilled a sense of frugality. The thought of Ning Chuan's earlier words made her cheeks flush. However, gratitude welled up within her. Yi was no fool. She understood Ning Chuan's good intentions. Nevertheless, she genuinely wished to repay his kindness. That initial million, in her eyes, was worth more than 100 million or even 1 billion. Without it, she would have lost her mother forever, forced to endure a solitary existence. Thus, she remained eternally grateful to Ning Chuan and held no grievances regarding the terms he had proposed. However, gratitude aside, she did not wish to be so easily sold into marriage. Even if it came to that, it could not be under such conditions. Yi's face grew even redder, leaving one unsure whether it was due to her rapid pace or her embarrassment. Soon, the surrounding edifices have grown increasingly dense, with towering buildings that seem to approach the city's height limit. Yi halted before an aging structure, swiped her card, and entered the elevator. It came to a stop on the 113th floor. The peeling wall paint swayed slightly as she prepared to open her door. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she coldly inquired, "Who is it?" A sensation of being watched enveloped her. Turning to look, she spotted a plump middle-aged woman staring at her. Yi was momentarily taken aback, then relaxed, apologizing. "Oh, it's Aunt Zhao. I'm sorry, I was a bit on edge." This woman was a neighbor who had moved in a year prior and occasionally assisted in caring for Yi's mother. The rotund woman smiled warmly, though her gaze bore a peculiar intensity, emanating an inexplicable aura that caused Yi to hesitate in her actions. In the next moment, the woman's words made Yi's pupils constrict sharply. "Xiao He, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Qing, the white-robed priest of the Scarlet Cult. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to converse with you. Your mother is quite safe, so there is no need for alarm." Beita Huayuan. A series of independent villas stood meticulously arranged. In an era where spatial resources are exceedingly scarce, such dwellings are not affordable for the average person. Ning Chuan felt fortunate to have been born into a favorable circumstance. Although he lacked maternal affection during his upbringing, his father provided adequately. A far cry from the bleak beginnings of his previous life as an orphan, he leisurely opened his door, greeted by the hum of his household smart assistant and robotic helpers. "Welcome home, master," Ning Chuan commanded. "Please purify the air, stabilize the temperature to the most comfortable setting. Switch to an oceanic scene, and oh, a glass of iced cola. Thank you." "Certainly, master," he added, "and please initiate a video call with old Ning. Before bedtime." He needed to share the good news of his SSS rating with his father to bring him some joy. Chapter 26. Son, you're truly disturbing. Ning Chuan reclined comfortably in his chair, the simulated sea breeze and sound of waves gradually relaxing his mind. Soon, the call connected, projecting a holographic image into the air. Xiao Chuan, Ning Jiang's smiling visage appeared, sporting a uniquely designed combat uniform, his posture impeccably straight, with faint outlines of mountains visible in the background. Ning Jiang, Ning Chuan's father, was a formidable federal soldier, ranked at the 5th tier of diamond strength, just 1 tier below the city protector, Yi Luyan. Ning Jiang had long been stationed at the portal to the secret realm, a responsibility of the federal army to prevent the creatures within from wreaking havoc. With such prowess, his status was naturally significant. Thus, Ning Chuan enjoyed a life free from financial worries, endowed with ample resources for learning and growth. Although his father's presence was somewhat scarce, Ning Chuan fully understood. "Old Ning, it's only been a short while since we last met, yet you seem to have aged considerably." Ning Chuan jested. "Surely the Red Moon Secret Realm's portal hasn't he expanded again?" Though he chuckled, a tinge of anxiety stirred within him. The Secret Realm, a mysterious world, began appearing on Blue Star after the cataclysm a millennium ago. Some secret realms housed extraordinary races, like elves or dragons, while most were teeming with destructive monsters. The Federation categorized secret realms from Tier 1 to 9, not based on the strength of the monsters within, but according to the portal's capacity to accommodate them. For instance, the Red Moon Secret Realm, which Ning Jiang guarded, was classified as a Tier 6 realm, meaning that monsters of Tier 6 and below could traverse the portal. If it were to expand to Tier 7 or 8, it would allow even more potent creatures to emerge, significantly increasing the pressure. Without timely reinforcements, the station troops could face annihilation. The persistent shortage of high-tier practitioners in the Federation was largely attributed to the guarding of secret realms. Although some powerful individuals had sealed certain portals, new ones continued to emerge. Ning Jiang chuckled. "You little brat. Are you cursing your old man? He reassured, don't worry. Everything is stable here. If the sky were to fall, those tier 6 and 7 folks would hold it up. Your old man, being only tier 5, can just keep watch. Ning Chuan exhaled in relief, grinning. Old Ning, would you like to hear some good news? Ning Jiang pondered for a moment. Let me guess. You scored an SSS rating in the newcomer assessment. Ning Chuan's expression fell, and he exclaimed, Old Ning, you're no fun. Have you been peeking at the news? Ning Jiang chuckled. How could I not be concerned about my son awakening today? I've been eagerly refreshing the city news reports of Beichuan. According to the latest reports, Beichuan City had witnessed an unprecedented emergence of 3 S-tier prodigies and 1 SSS-tier prodigy, with Ning Chuan being hailed as the first SSS prodigy in 2 centuries. Ning Jiang mimicked the official tone of the news report, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. My son has achieved great success. Naturally, I am overjoyed. SSS tier. That is impressive, Xiao Chuan. You've barely surpassed your old man. Ning Jiang did not hesitate to offer his praise. Ning Chuan retorted, Are you sure it's just a slight edge? You're merely a lowly tier 5. Give me some time, and I'll easily surpass you. Ning Jiang laughed heartily. In my day, I only received an A-tier rating. It's only natural that you excel beyond me. Your aspirations should reach for the stars. Aiming for the Federation's top talents. The highest academies should be your stage. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. You don't want me to join the military? Ning Jiang rolled his eyes. With your talent, why rush to the military now? That can wait. My advice is to attend a practitioner university. Decline any offers from personal factions, no matter how enticing the terms may seem, especially those faith-based cults. Minimize your interactions with them. Ning Jiang's tone grew uncharacteristically grave. Ning Chuan nodded. He understood that his father had always held a disdainful view towards such organizations, even those aligned with the Federation, like the Silver Moon Church. I share your sentiments. The city protector has informed us that the unified selection of the 11 academies will take place in a week, and I intend to participate. Ning Jiang replied, The 3 supreme academies and the 8 elite institutions? Precisely. Ning Jiang's expression brightened once more. Your old man supports your pursuit of the stars. Just verbal support? At this rate, I won't even be able to afford a ticket to the stars. Ning Chuan quipped cheekily. Ning Jiang laughed heartily. Pointing at Ning Chuan, Don't think I'm unaware. You've got at least 100 million in your pocket now, and you're a first-class honorary citizen. Just like your old man. Despite his jest, Ning Jiang continued with a smile. Father has long prepared for you a complete set of 0-tier perfect equipment and a skill book, all of which are usable by necromancers. How does that sound? Ning Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He flipped over in astonishment. Oh my, old Ning, have you exhausted all your retirement savings? A complete set of 0-tier perfect equipment and a skill book. This is worth a substantial fortune. Surely, it must be worth several 100 million Federation coins. Moreover, this is not merely a matter of money. Such items are notoriously difficult to procure with currency, as stock is severely limited. Although the Federation boasts numerous masters of occupational crafts, the quality of their crafted equipment often falls short. High-quality, unbound equipment primarily drops from slain monsters, and each piece is scarce. Once an unbound piece is equipped, it becomes bound and cannot be traded again. Is it possible that your father, a mere 5th-tier diamond, possesses such remarkable resources? Ning Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, your father will ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Ning Chuan felt a swell of gratitude, but shook his head. You can return the equipment. I can make use of that skill book. Ning Jiang frowned. Do not worry about me. You are at a critical juncture, striving for the joint selection of the 11 academies. Ning Chuan rolled his eyes. Why would I be concerned about you? It's just that this equipment is of no use to me. If you could procure a set of supreme-grade equipment, that would be different. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's tone, Ning Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, you cheeky rascal. Do you even comprehend the concept of supreme-grade equipment, let alone a complete set? Don't even ask me. Go inquire if Yi Luyan can provide you with a single piece. If you manage to acquire a piece of supreme-grade equipment, I shall call you, however. Before he could finish, several screenshots of equipment were sent over. Ning Chuan grinned. What will you call me? Golden Scepter, Giant Lizard Robe, Shadow Cloak, Magic Boots, Ring of Dawn. As he gazed upon the array of perfect, flawless, and even supreme-grade equipment, Ning Jiang was left speechless. He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Wow, are you really that extraordinary? You actually possess supreme-grade equipment. It seems you are not worried about your retirement funds. Rather, you simply look down upon my meager offerings. Chapter 27, 2 Skill Books. Hearing Ning Jiang's words, Ning Chuan felt a wave of exasperation. Is there truly such a thing as overpraising a son? If I am the anomaly, then what does that make you? Ning Jiang, noticing Ning Chuan's incredulity, chuckled. I was just taken aback. Xiao Chuan, you are impressive, quietly amassing such remarkable equipment. No wonder you are my offspring. He gave a thumbs up. His eyes filled with admiration. Ning Chuan couldn't suppress his pride. What did you think? This SSS rating just fell from the sky? I earned it with blood and sweat in the secret realm. Ning Jiang beamed. The stronger his son grew, the happier he became. Well then, since you have no use for this equipment, I shall exchange it for skill books. I noticed there's a skill book for necromancers in the exchange inventory. I'll get it arranged for you right away. You've endured a day and night in the secret realm. It's time to rest. By the time you wake, the skill book will be at your doorstep. Ning Jiang advised. Work hard. Our family must produce a promising talent for the Supreme Academies. Ning Chuan did not reject his father's assistance and nodded earnestly. Old Ning, please be careful over at the Red Moon secret realm. After hanging up, Ning Chuan stood still for a moment, then exhaled deeply, his gaze growing distant. He knew that although his father did not voice it, the pressure of guarding that place was immense. The Red Moon secret realm, though classified as a 6th-tier realm, was only a 5th-tier realm 5 years ago. The Federation closely monitors such active secret realm entrances. Yet, Ning Chuan felt a lingering concern. I am still too weak. If only I could reach 5th-tier diamond status. I could take over for old Ning and secure him a safer position. A spark of determination ignited within Ning Chuan. Among the 3 Supreme Academies, the Flame Dragon Academy had previously the highest number of individuals from the Xia Nation, and the mightiest demigod, Wu Ding, also hailed from there. This time, I must strive to achieve excellent results in the joint selection of the 11 academies. Only by leveraging the resources of the Flame Dragon Academy can I swiftly ascend to 5th tier and rescue old Ning, that stubborn old fellow. Although he feigned nonchalance, his goals were crystal clear. With his SSS rating, gaining admission to one of the 3 academies would pose no issue, but if he could stand out sufficiently, he would naturally attract greater resource allocation thereafter. This was simply a matter of course. Within a week, I must elevate myself to a bronze-tier practitioner. This is the only way to ensure I can sweep away all obstacles. Ning Chuan was filled with zeal. He instinctively reached for his neck. Even though 3 years had passed since his mother's skeletal pendant had melded into him, granting him the talent of Necromancer Sovereign, he still occasionally felt as though the pendant remained, instinctively touching the area. Sometimes, Ning Chuan pondered whether his mother had a significant background and had even subtly inquired with Ning Jiang, but to no avail. Mother, are you watching over me? Ning Chuan murmured, gradually succumbing to slumber. After battling for 24 hours in the secret realm, he was indeed fatigued. At the Red Moon secret realm portal base, a translucent, pale red light enveloped the area. After hanging up the phone, Ning Jiang gazed skyward, a contented smile gracing his features. Moon, do you know? Our son is incredibly talented. More so than I had imagined. Unfortunately, as a father, there is little I can do for him. The road ahead must be traversed alone. He stared intently in the direction of the Red Moon secret realm, lost in thought. A sense of resolve gradually settled in his eyes. As long as Xiao Chuan could gain entry to a Supreme Academy, I shall have no worries. Ning Chuan slept deeply for an extended period. When he awoke again, the moon hung high in the sky. However, unlike a millennium ago, the blue star now boasted 2 moons, shining in tandem. One was the original, while the other radiated a soft silvery glow. This silver moon, it is said, is the embodiment of the great silver moon goddess. After the calamity of monstrous beasts descended, bringing humanity to the brink of extinction, it was this silver moon goddess who, in her mercy, bestowed various miracles to guide humanity and established the Silver Moon Church. Although it is rumored that the Silver Moon Church had once fallen out with the Federation's upper echelons for reasons unknown, it still holds significant sway throughout the Federation. With many followers of the Silver Moon Goddess, numerous satellite cities are home to Silver Moon temples. The soft and bright moonlight poured in, and Ning Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. That was a refreshing sleep, leaving him full of energy. He drew back the curtains and gazed into the distance. The entire city was aglow with lights, continuing its normal operations. In the present era, the physical fitness of professionals has significantly improved compared to the past, requiring less time for rest. Consequently, many individuals venture out even at night, for the luminosity of the dual moons is unparalleled to that of yesteryears. Master, your package was automatically signed for an hour ago. Please be sure to check it in a timely manner. The voice of the intelligent steward resonated. Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Old Ning truly excels in efficiency. The skill books have arrived so swiftly. He commanded, bring me the package. Promptly, he sprang from his bed, drank a glass of warm water, and tore open the package to reveal 2 skill books. His hands rubbed together in anticipation. Upon opening them, his eyes sparkled even brighter. Chapter 28. The Invincible Loneliness You Cannot Comprehend. One book was titled Bone Shield Technique, and the other Summon Skeleton Archer. The Bone Shield Technique, akin to the Bone Spear Technique, serves as a defensive skill, while the latter is an offensive one. Undoubtedly, the Bone Shield technique further enhances Ning Chuan's defensive capabilities. However, what thrilled him even more was the skill book for Summon Skeleton Archer. His innate talent, Necromancer, allows him to summon more undead, thereby amplifying his attributes with each edition. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Chuan immediately mastered both skill books. A surge of magical energy coursed through him, and two shadowy circles materialized, from which emerged two skeleton archers wielding bone bows. He promptly examined the attributes of the summoned skeleton archers. Skeleton Archer, level, LV 40 Strength, 30, 543, Constitution, 20, 543, Spirit, 20, 543, Agility, 30, 543, Skill, Corrosive Arrow. Although the skills acquired from the skill books do not naturally evolve with the progression of his profession, relying solely on his own research to enhance their potency, Ning Chuan remained elated. Moreover, with the addition of these two skeleton archers, his undead army had finally begun to take shape, reaching a total of 20. Even without his direct involvement, the prowess of these 20 skeletons was sufficient to sweep aside the vast majority of novice professionals, potentially even overwhelming those of SSS rank. Furthermore, the greater the number of undead under his command, the quicker Ning Chuan's attributes would accumulate. With this thought in mind, he could hardly contain his eagerness to delve into the secret realms for leveling up. Onward. Now is the perfect time to engage. Ning Chuan retrieved his magical energy motorcycle from the underground garage and sped towards the zero-level public secret realm in Beichuan City. In Blue Star, for professionals to elevate their levels, there exists but one path: the hunting of monsters. These creatures predominantly inhabit three types of locales. The first comprises various secret realms. Actively venturing into these realms for exploration reveals formidable monsters that yield substantial experience, albeit at a considerable risk. The second type consists of the endless monster zones beyond the city borders. The Federation boasts 11 main cities, with various satellite cities encircling the main city as they expand their territories. Between these cities lie monster zones, slightly weaker as they have already been cleared by the Federation's elite, predominantly housing low-tier monsters. Farther from the city clusters lie even more powerful monster zones, growing increasingly perilous, where even demigods dare not tread deeply. These monsters originate from the secret realms, with portals emerging silently across Blue Star, bringing these creatures into existence. The third type comprises secret realms, the very destination Ning Chuan was heading towards. Secret realms are intrinsically linked to secret realms. During their exploration, the Federation's elites sometimes acquire fragments of these realms, which can coalesce into secret realms. Monsters within these secret realms can respawn repeatedly, resembling dungeons from games of a past life. Strictly speaking, these secret realms can be termed projections of secret realms, allowing for continuous respawning, while the higher-tier secret realms lead to the actual world, differing from the concept of secret realms despite their similar nomenclature. Ning Chuan's thoughts whirled as he halted before the zero-level public secret realm. Secret realms are categorized from level 0 to level 9. To be precise, they represent a precious resource, as the concentration of monsters therein facilitates more efficient leveling, yielding considerable rewards upon completion and offering greater safety, thus rendering them highly sought after by professionals. However, the capacity of each secret realm is limited, requiring energy to maintain normal operation. Therefore, public secret realms and cities impose restrictions, such as limiting the number of entries for each professional per month. Exceeding this limit necessitates payment in merit or Federation currency for access. What if one cannot afford it? Regrettably, they would have to resort to hunting monsters in the monster zones outside the city. This is one reason why professionals yearn to attend the professional university, as it offers more abundant resources for students' growth. Fortunately, Ning Chuan need not worry about this for the time being. As a first-class honorary citizen, he possessed 100,000 merits gifted by Yi Luyun, more than sufficient for his needs. Ning Chuan has arrived. Indeed, he was here to level up in the secret realm. I heard that Ning Chuan, Zhuyue, Li Muron, and Yi He are participating in the joint selection of the 11 schools. The other 3 have already come. And now we finally await Ning Chuan. I wonder if he can break the record. That is a certainty. It merely depends on which record he shatters. Murmured excited voices filled with excitement and anticipation. Across Beichuan City, who was unaware of Ning Chuan's achievement of an SSS rating in the Novice Assessment Secret Realm, making him one of the most brilliant rising stars of the Federation this year, they felt a sense of pride, eagerly anticipating Ning Chuan's continued miracles. Ning Chuan simply smiled at those around him before directing his gaze towards the display screen at the entrance of the public secret realm. Goblin Manor, level requirement, LV 40 LV 100. Recommended number, 5, difficulty options, normal, expert, hard, desperate, nightmare. Shadow Forest, level requirement, LV 20 LV 80, Recommended number. 5. Difficulty options. Normal, Expert, Hard, Desperate. Gale Planes. Level requirement. LV10 LV100. Recommended number. 5. Difficulty options. Normal, Expert, Hard, Desperate. The left side of the screen displayed the information regarding each secret realm. With a limited number of realms available, only a few dozen. Most presented 3 levels of difficulty, with 2 offering 4 levels. But Goblin Manor stood as the sole 5-level challenge. This situation correlates with the strength of the secret realm fragments initially acquired. The stronger the fragment, the higher the difficulty available. On the right side of the screen, the records of those who had cleared the secret realms were displayed. For instance, Goblin Manor, at the desperate difficulty, recorded a completion time of 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 36 seconds, held by Li Sun and Li Yan. Each secret realm at every level of difficulty had its record holder, yet one section remained blank, the nightmare difficulty of Goblin Manor, which had yet to be conquered. After observing for a while, Ning Chuan's mind began to formulate a plan, just as he was about to communicate with the secret realm. At that moment, a familiar, delicate huff broke through the air beside him. "Ah, Ning Chuan, you lazy rascal. We've already traversed the secret realm several times. And only now do you decide to join us. Have you been slacking off? Beware, I may soon surpass you." Ning Chuan chuckled in response. "Li Lao Air, you're just being mischievous. I've been battling in the novice examination secret realm for an entire day and night, unlike someone who emerged after just a few hours. What is wrong with me getting a bit more rest? As for overtaking me, perhaps in your next life." Li Mu Ran couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation at the mockery. Ning Chuan glanced over to see Li Mu Ran, Zhui Yu, and Yi He emerging in succession from the entrance of the secret realm. The 3 of them had clearly undergone some changes. Their gear had evidently been upgraded, and their strength was significantly enhanced compared to when they first exited the novice examination realm. Ning Chuan was somewhat surprised. While he was not astonished that Li Mu Ran and Zhui Yu had received better equipment and skill books from their families, he was taken aback by Yi He, who also sported some notably impressive gear. However, he chose not to dwell on it, respecting her privacy, and simply smiled and nodded at Yi He, who bashfully lowered her gaze. "How did your battles go? You didn't fail to clear even the ordinary level, did you?" Ning Chuan teased with a grin. Li Mu Ran huffed indignantly. "We just completed the senior level solo. We've been waiting for you." Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Waiting for me for what?" "Of course, to cooperate," Li Mu Ran replied, winking as she clasped her hands behind her back. "I've calculated that if the 4 of us join forces, we could swiftly conquer the absolute level, shattering my brother's record in mere moments. Moreover, once we level up, we can even attempt to clear the unique nightmare level of the Goblin Manor. This would be a far more efficient method of leveling up than going solo. What do you think?" Ning Chuan paused, realizing that Li Sun, the record holder for the Goblin Manor's absolute level, was indeed Li Mu Ran's brother, an S-class genius who had emerged a decade ago. Back then, Li Sun had led 4 carefully trained 0-stage practitioners from the Li family to conquer the absolute level. Now, it was clear that Li Mu Ran aimed to surpass her brother's record. With 3 S-class and 1 SSS class, breaking Li Sun's record would be as easy as pie. One couldn't deny the constructive nature of Li Mu Ran's proposal. It was indeed the most efficient way for the group to enhance their levels. Naturally, this hinged on Ning Chuan being merely an ordinary SSS class. Ning Chuan shrugged and replied, "Sounds enticing, but I must decline." "Are you jesting? I can't even be sure whether the 3 of you could defeat a mere skeleton on your own. Joining forces would only dilute my experience points. Given my strength, soloing is far more cost-effective, especially since this secret realm isn't restricted to individuals. Besides, I need to contend with the monsters within to hone my talents. Outsiders complicate matters." Li Mu Ran's smile faltered. "Why not?" she asked, clearly perplexed. Ning Chuan replied coolly, "The solitude of invincibility. You wouldn't understand." Chapter 29, Collective Attention. With that, he turned and approached the entrance of the secret realm, leaving no room for Li Mu Ran to respond. "Darn it, he's gone and done it again." Li Mu Ran felt her teeth grind in frustration, wishing she could take a hearty bite out of Ning Chuan. She turned to Yi He and Zhui Yu. "What about you two? Care to join me?" Zhui Yu, who had been silent, finally spoke up with determination in his eyes. "I too shall solo the difficult level." He was intent on proving that he was not inferior to Ning Chuan. If Ning Chuan could handle the difficult level alone, then he too could not fall behind. With that, he boldly stepped into the secret realm. Li Mu Ran sighed. Men and their damned competitiveness. Thankfully, Yi He's response provided her with some solace. "Let us team up and challenge the absolute level." Li Mu Ran's eyes lit up. "That's the spirit, little he. Rest assured, I'll gather more allies. I'll have my father find 3 who want to drag us down. We must show Ning Chuan a thing or two. Outshine him." thoroughly outshine him. Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, a commotion arose nearby. What the heck? Ning Chuan has chosen the nightmare level of Goblin Manor. Limu ran, and Yi turned in shock, nearly doubting their own ears. Especially Limu ran, whose wide eyes were filled with confusion. Soloing the nightmare level? Had Ning Chuan lost his mind? Both girls turned their gaze to the large screen displaying the secret realm. Sure enough, the previously dim option for the nightmare level of Goblin Manor lit up once Ning Chuan entered. It displayed, someone is challenging the level. Limu ran, and Yi realized they had misunderstood. He was not attempting to solo the difficult level, but rather the nightmare level. Yi murmured, her bright black eyes widening in disbelief. They had just barely managed to clear the senior level, and naturally assumed that Ning Chuan would only attempt the difficult level. Little did they expect he would leap straight to the nightmare level. This guy was truly relentless in his pursuit of the extraordinary. Limu ran smiled wryly, realizing her own ambitions had been rather limited. Originally, she envisioned their four-person team clearing the absolute level, subsequently boosting their levels for an eventual attempt at the nightmare level. Never did she anticipate Ning Chuan would aim for it outright. Her eyes reflected shock and admiration. The onlookers shared similar sentiments, regardless of whether Ning Chuan succeeded. Such audacity was not something just anyone could muster, although one could exit the secret realm without clearing it. Unlike the novice realm where one could communicate with the cosmic will at any time, the ordinary secret realm required a 10-second preparation period. Many overestimating their abilities met their end here due to choosing overly difficult challenges. Is he being a bit too reckless? The monsters in the nightmare level boast a staggering 400 enhancement compared to the ordinary level. Can he truly handle it? What if something goes wrong? Limu Ran expressed her concern. Yi's eyes flickered. Ning Chuan isn't the reckless type. I believe he has his own strategy. Even if he fails, at least his safety shouldn't be an issue, given that he is an SSS class. Limu Ran fell silent, realizing the validity of her words. Why worry about that cocky fellow? He was, after all, their rival. Little my father's arranged allies have arrived. Let us charge in. Once this guy fails, we can savor the moment of mocking him. The five of them swiftly entered the secret realm, selecting the Goblin Manor, albeit at the absolute level. In an instant, the four prodigies of Beichuan City began their expedition into the Goblin Manor once more. Each made a different choice. Zhuyu opted to solo the difficult level, while Limu Ran and Yi teamed up for the absolute level. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan, bold as ever, chose to take on the nightmare level solo. The crowd was stirred with excitement. It was rare for anyone to even tackle the difficult level, let alone witness such a lively scene today. Especially with Ning Chuan's choice of the nightmare level, which created quite a stir throughout Beichuan City. After all, he was the first SSS class genius in 200 years. Many eagerly awaited the outcome, curious to see if Ning Chuan could conquer the nightmare level and shatter the records of Beichuan City. However, most were not particularly optimistic. Though Ning Chuan is an SSS-grade genius, he is yet to reach the pinnacle of 0 tier at level 100, leaving ample room for improvement in his strength. The nightmare level is not to be underestimated. The fourfold attribute enhancement is truly formidable. I believe that Ning Chuan will eventually shatter the curse of the nightmare level, which has remained unconquered, but it is likely to take several more days. The analyses on the professional forum are predominantly rational. Some individuals even cited completion data from nightmare-level dungeons in first-tier satellite cities. Ultimately, this matter even reached Yi Liuyun's ears. He was somewhat astonished, and couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Excelling unchallenged in Beichuan City may not necessarily be a blessing. A stumble might lead to a more composed mindset when participating in the joint selection of the 11 schools. In his understanding, Ning Chuan might qualify for solo challenges against nightmare-level foes upon reaching level 100, but whether he could succeed remains a different matter altogether. And at present, that is even more improbable. In an instant, numerous professionals flocked towards the 0-tier public dungeon, including some 3rd and 4th-tier practitioners. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan remained oblivious to the significant attention his choice had garnered. You have successfully entered the dungeon, Goblin Manor. Current dungeon level range, LV0, LV100. Current dungeon difficulty, Nightmare level. Time limit, unlimited. Dungeon background. Greedy goblins have amassed a wealth of treasures within the manor, and they will shred every intruder that dares to enter. Feeling grounded once more, Ning Chuan surveyed his surroundings. The sky and horizon were shrouded in a gray mist. That was the rift of the void. Forcing one's way in would lead to being lost in spatial turbulence. Only the seemingly endless manor before him exuded a semblance of life, albeit that vitality felt somewhat illusory, more akin to an energy entity. Indeed, it was precisely as described in the texts. Ning Chuan marveled and made his way towards the manor's grand entrance. However, as he approached, a series of greenish glows suddenly turned towards him. The grotesque visages, pallid green skin, bulging muscles, and the spiked clubs they wielded unmistakably revealed their identities. Big Goblin, normal, level, LV 78 strength, 300 constitution, 304 spirit, 145 agility, 214 skill, sweeping strike. As expected of a nightmare-level dungeon. The attributes of this ordinary creature surpassed those of elite monsters at the same level in novice dungeons. Ning Chuan had done his homework and was aware that monsters in nightmare-level dungeons possessed an enhancement of 400 attributes. However, for him, greater difficulty is a boon. He fears a challenge too trivial, where his skeleton minions would sweep through without a chance to accrue attributes. Greetings. Ning Chuan tilted his head to address the goblins, only to be met with a cacophony of beast-like growls. Intruders shall perish. The manor gates swung open, and a horde of varying level big goblins charged forth. Some as low as level 40, while others towered at level 86, repeatedly echoing their menacing proclamation. Ning Chuan shrugged. Well, it can't be helped. With a snap of his fingers, 20 darkened circles materialized before him. Shortly thereafter, a legion of skeletons emerged, 17 little skeletons, 2 skeleton archers, and 1 skeleton mage. This formidable assembly was ready for battle. Attack! The skirmish between the skeletons and goblins commenced. It was evident that the goblins stood no chance against the skeletons. With Ning Chuan's current spirit power of 2,700, the attributes of the skeletons soared above 500, far exceeding those of their goblin adversaries. The overwhelming attribute advantage, coupled with sheer numbers, resulted in a steady influx of experience points. Goblins fell in agonizing cries, their skulls shattered by bone clubs, their chests pierced by bone arrows, or simply incinerated by fireballs. Log. Killed LV 71 Big Goblin, normal, gained 45 experience points. Log. Killed LV 78 Big Goblin, normal, gained 66 experience points. Log. Acquired ordinary material goblin eyeball. Observing the meager drop rates, Ning Chuan could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Accustomed to the bountiful experience and high drop rates in novice dungeons, he found the current situation somewhat disconcerting. After all, in novice dungeons, even slaying a minor monster could yield equipment. However, here, such notions were unfathomable. This was despite the nightmare-level dungeon's enhancements. One could only imagine the dismal conditions of an ordinary-level dungeon. Perhaps only defeating a boss might yield a decent piece of equipment. Nevertheless, he understood the reasoning behind it. After all, Goblin Manor was not a new dungeon. It had existed in Beichuan City for many years and had been ravaged countless times, making low drop rates a natural occurrence. The silver lining was that the experience points were still commendable. The only hope was that the nightmare-level difficulty had been cleared before. Should he achieve the first clear, he might obtain some valuable rewards. Ning Chuan's mind churned with thoughts as he led his skeletons deeper into the manor. The map and strategies for Goblin Manor had been studied extensively, and even though it was his first foray into the dungeon, Ning Chuan navigated it with remarkable ease. The skeletons slaughtered their foes with little need for his intervention, and his experience points began to rise steadily. Along the way, some skeletons succumbed to the pressure and fell in battle, gradually enhancing Ning Chuan's attributes further, which delighted him even more. He was not in pursuit of speed in clearing the dungeon. Rather, he allowed the skeletons to engage in combat, gaining levels while honing his undead mastery talent. Savoring the experience. Typically, one would need to consider the allocation of stamina and mana when traversing a dungeon, requiring breaks to restore energy after each phase. However, for Ning Chuan, such concerns were entirely unnecessary. He was simply too powerful. His legion of skeletons could relentlessly push forward, until, after traversing the front courtyard, a thunderous roar resounded from ahead. The vile slayer of goblins, you shall be eternally cast into the abyss. Ning Chuan turned to behold a robust figure before him, wielding dual axes, with a countenance twisted in ferocity. Compared to the ordinary goblins, this one exhibited a slight enhancement in linguistic capabilities, albeit marginal. Goblin Chieftain, Elite, Level, LV 88 Strength, 1056 Constitution, 1103 Spirit, 426 Agility, 756 Skills, Sweeping Strike, Frenzied Slash, Axe Throw. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Finally, a formidable opponent had appeared. With single attributes soaring past 1,000, he was nearing the strength of the previous golden giant lizard. While he paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's own attributes, he was nonetheless significantly stronger than the skeletons, which meant that Ning Chuan could once again efficiently farm for attributes. In the preceding battles, although some skeletons had perished, the efficiency was undeniably sluggish. The slayer shall fall. The goblin chieftain growled lowly, a flicker of cunning evident in its eyes, yet it paled in comparison to an ordinary lizard creature found within the novice realm. Skeleton warriors. It is your moment to shine. Ning Chuan laughed heartily. The skeletons surged forward in unison towards the goblin chieftain. Without Ning Chuan's guidance, the skeletons attacked instinctively, their formation slightly rigid. This conclusion was drawn from Ning Chuan's numerous tests. He could only allow the skeletons to engage in free combat. The goblin chieftain swung its dual axes with ferocity, accompanied by a deafening roar, cleaving a small skeleton in half. Log. Small skeleton has perished. The talent Undead Sovereign has activated. Your strength 3, agility 4, constitution 3, spirit 5. A smile curled at the corners of Ning Chuan's mouth. This upgraded little skeleton was truly exceptional. One was worth 2. The small skeletons, fearless in the face of death, were several times smaller than the goblin chieftain, yet they charged forth without trepidation, their bone clubs striking the chieftain's flesh and inflicting grievous wounds. Particularly, the corrosive arrows from the skeleton archers and the fireballs from the skeleton mages dealt considerable damage, forcing the goblin chieftain to roar in agony. The battle was fiercely intense. The dual axes whirled, obliterating the head of a skeleton mage. Meanwhile, the wounds on the goblin chieftain multiplied. Finally, all the skeletons fell. Ning Chuan's attributes had increased by over 100 each. The goblin chieftain, too, was in a dire state, with not a single intact piece of flesh remaining. Ning Chuan nodded slightly, having gained a sense of his skeleton's combat capabilities. Without his command, they could contend with creatures boasting over 1,000 attributes, but would fall slightly short if he were to lead them personally. He estimated that sacrificing half the skeletons would suffice to defeat the goblin chieftain. As for Ning Chuan personally engaging, that would be an unrelenting massacre. Thank you, everyone. Ning Chuan chuckled lightly, conjuring a sharp bone spear that instantly pierced the goblin chieftain's skull. Log. Defeated LV-88 Goblin Chieftain, Elite, gained 678 experience points. Log. Acquired excellent material, Goblin Hide. Log. Acquired excellent equipment, spinning dual axes. Observing the somewhat decent loot, Ning Chuan finally sighed in relief. It seemed that defeating elites and bosses was indeed the way to go. If his memory served him right, there were 4 elite monsters in the Goblin Manor, followed by the final boss. Onward with the grind. Ning Chuan was eager to continue enhancing his attributes. At the very least, elite monsters offered efficiency. He could hardly wait to face these formidable foes. After a 10-minute wait, the skeletons were summoned once more. The slaughter continued. Time passed silently. The exhausting dungeon was somewhat leisurely for Ning Chuan. There was no need for him to intervene against ordinary monsters. Only when encountering elite foes did he need to deliver the finishing blow. In the course of this journey, he faced 4 elite creatures: Goblin Chieftain, Frost Goblin, Fire Goblin, and Goblin Shaman. Logically, they should have grown progressively stronger. However, the skeletons became increasingly relaxed, even managing to leave 2 small skeletons alive during the battle against the final elite, the Goblin Shaman. This was undoubtedly due to Ning Chuan's talent continuously enhancing, his mental prowess soaring. Throughout the carnage, the skeletons had approximately perished 6 times. The attributes granted to Ning Chuan were substantial. His strength, agility, and spirit had each risen by over 700, while his constitution lagged slightly behind at over 600. Strength, 2,520. Agility, 2,512-80. Constitution, 2,356, 301. Spirit, 2,901, 680. At this moment, Ning Chuan's bare spirit attribute was nearing 3,000. Accounting for his equipment's enhancements, it was far beyond that. Ning Chuan felt a profound sense of ease. The sensation of his power rapidly escalating was truly exhilarating. It was time to confront the final boss. Ning Chuan awaited the moment, resummoning all the skeletons. And then he pushed open the heavy doors. Inside the opulent hall lay an expansive space, with towering golden pillars, and at the center, an imposing throne awaited. Upon the throne sat a goblin of similar stature to a human, its skin a peculiar silver, adorned with a crown. Who dares disturb the slumber of the mighty Goblin King? The silver goblin slowly opened its eyes, and Ning Chuan seemed to glimpse a flicker of anguish and resignation before it was quickly shrouded by a palpable aura of malice. Yet, Ning Chuan could distinctly sense that this creature's intellect was on an entirely different level than those outside. Silver Goblin. Level, LV100. Strength, 35-35. Constitution, 31-69. Spirit, 41-56. Agility, 39-67. Skills, Silver Blood, Mastery of Fire, Mastery of Frost, Mental Shock. It must be said, the nightmarish difficulty was indeed fitting. The base attributes of a LV100 Silver Goblin had already surpassed 4,000, not to mention the plethora of formidable skills it possessed. Understand that a typical LV100 professional's primary attributes in bare form hover around only 200. Should they possess perfect or flawless gear, they might hope to breach 400. Even so, that represents a tenfold disparity in attributes. Such a gap is enough to instill despair. Only an SSS-grade genius might stand a chance against such odds, provided they had a strategy and were intimately familiar with the Silver Goblin, and even then, it would merely be a possibility. As for others, a one-on-one confrontation was utterly impossible. It was said that the Silver Goblin was a natural-born royalty among the Goblin race, second only to the legendary Golden Goblin. Yet for a mere Silver Goblin to proclaim itself the Goblin King seemed rather presumptuous. Ning Chuan's gaze hardened, a rare seriousness washing over him. This was the first time he faced a monster whose attributes surpassed his own. Previously, the Golden Giant Lizard had only been on par. Yet soon, excitement surged within him. Such an adversary could yield a wealth of attributes. Let us strike together and leave it half-dead first. In its prime, the Silver Goblin was a daunting opponent, and only by severely wounding it could Ning Chuan create a more advantageous situation for the ensuing attribute grind. At that moment, the Silver Goblin rose gracefully from its throne. Beside it, frost and flames continuously materialized and coalesced, exuding an astonishing might. Its deep voice echoed throughout the hall. "Intruder, I have heard the wails of goblins at your side. You shall pay the price." Ning Chuan chuckled. "Ah, quite the perceptive nose you have. Do not fret. I shall send you to reunite with them shortly." Ning Chuan was eager for the challenge ahead. He also wished to ascertain the limits of his own power combined with that of his skeletal minions. In his gaze, one could almost perceive flames igniting, as his mental energy surged forth without the slightest hesitation, weaving itself like fine threads connecting to each skull, imparting a sensation akin to directing an extension of his own body. The essence of the skeletons underwent a dramatic transformation, although their attributes remained unchanged. They now exuded a palpable threat, their movements imbued with newfound agility. Simultaneously, pale flames began to rise from Ning Chuan's form. "Come forth, wretched goblins, and test my limits." Ning Chuan was filled with fervor, fully committing for the first time. Chapter 31. When did these skeletons become so powerful? The reason a necromancer is classified as a mage rather than a summoner is that a necromancer possesses a certain degree of combat prowess. The necromancer's most formidable state manifests when battling alongside the undead. This aspect is particularly evident in Ning Chuan. At this moment, the skeletons, under Ning Chuan's command, formed a tight formation, with the smaller skeletons acting as shields to protect the skeletal archers and mages behind them, leaving no gaps. Although the skeletons boasted attributes exceeding 700, they were still vastly inferior compared to the Silver Goblins. However, their sheer numbers offered a considerable threat. Massive fireballs erupted from behind the skeletons, while corrosive arrows struck from cunning angles, causing the Silver Goblin to tremble visibly. Frost formed a barrier to withstand the incoming assault, while flames transformed into projectiles, hurtling towards the skeletons. Boom! Under Ning Chuan's guidance, the smaller skeletons desperately evaded, yet several were engulfed by the fireballs, instantly obliterated. There was no denying the strength of the Silver Goblin. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, the remaining skeletons charged forward, wielding their heavy bone clubs with ferocity. The frost barrier shattered under their relentless strikes, sending shards of ice flying. Ning Chuan, of course, would not remain idle. After all, he was the main force. With over 500 points of mental energy at his disposal, his spells were inherently threatening. Dividing his focus, while controlling the skeletons to entangle the Silver Goblin, he commenced his own assault. Pale flames enveloped his bone spear, his eyes brimming with lethal intent as his immense mental energy allowed him to wield first-tier spells with greater efficacy, having nearly matched the mental prowess of lower-tier second-level mages. Whoosh! The bone spear, imbued with the flames of the undead, surged forth with a sharp whistle, instantly tearing through the Silver Goblin's frost barrier amid its momentary shock. The pale flames began to spread, and the skeletons seized the moment, attacking fearlessly. Though the smaller skeletons sustained casualties, the skeletal archer and mage remained intact, posing a greater threat to the goblin. A barrage of attacks rained down upon the Silver Goblin, which was frantic in its attempts to defend itself. In the distance, Ning Chuan, only slightly weaker, watched with keen interest, while the skeletal forces could not be ignored. Surrounded by relentless assaults, the Silver Goblin found itself with few opportunities to retaliate. It had to devote most of its energy to guard against Ning Chuan. Otherwise, the flames of the undead and the bone spear would exact a heavy toll. It had attempted counterattacks, but Ning Chuan's defensive skills, Bone Shield, Giant Lizard Armor, and Dawn Guardian, were exceptionally formidable. Thus, the Silver Goblin could only roar in impotent fury, utterly outmatched by Ning Chuan. The strength of the Necromancer was beginning to manifest. Though the Silver Goblin was superior to Ning Chuan, under the coordinated assault of Ning Chuan and his skeletal minions, it was completely overwhelmed, unable to even graze Ning Chuan. It was unfathomable to consider the terror that would ensue once Ning Chuan's undead forces evolved into a necromantic catastrophe. Intruder, have the courage to not cower in the shadows. Ning Chuan mocked, observing the furious silver goblin with a smirk. Why would he engage in a direct confrontation with the silver goblin? With the skeletons shielding him, he could unleash his attacks without restraint. Even though his talents did not enhance spell damage, his immense mental energy was more than sufficient. Once the silver goblin let its guard down to deal with the skeletons, Ning Chuan would swiftly demonstrate the harsh reality of its situation. As time passed, the skeletons remained resilient, and once his mental energy had replenished, Ning Chuan immediately summoned more skeletons to replenish his losses. The silver goblin was on the verge of madness. It felt utterly stifled. It would rather rush forward to engage the human in close combat than endure this torment. The excruciating pain from the bone spear piercing its left chest served as a constant reminder. However, it had no better alternatives. Observing the visibly weakened silver goblin, Ning Chuan released a small sigh of relief. He could now easily handle it in a one-on-one confrontation, so it was time to make it comply. If he merely sought to clear the challenge, it would be effortless, but that was not his intention. Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. Wounding the silver goblin was merely a precaution against failure. The true objective was to amass attributes. Communicating with the shadow cloak, he activated shadow protection and obfuscate perception in quick succession, causing his form to vanish into the hall's shadows. The silver goblin, alert to Ning Chuan's movements, felt a sudden tightening in its chest. What trickery was this human up to? It could vaguely sense the human lurking in the shadows, but its mental energy was depleted, rendering it incapable of pinpointing the exact location, leaving it no choice but to heighten its vigilance. However, the silver goblin soon found itself astonished to discover that the skeletons before it had inexplicably become much more sluggish. The most apparent change was the skeletal archer and mage. Previously concealed with utmost precision, now revealed numerous vulnerabilities. Was this a trap? Instinctively, the silver goblin remained wary. Yet, it ultimately succumbed to temptation. A frost arrow whistled through the air, effortlessly shattering the skull of the skeletal mage. The silver goblin was taken aback. It had anticipated a counterattack from the lurking human. But the encounter had unfolded far too smoothly, with the human showing no signs of response. Could it be that the human had exhausted their mental energy? The more the silver goblin contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Excitement flickered in its eyes as frost and flames surged violently towards the surrounding skeletons. Without Ning Chuan's guidance, the threat posed by these skeletons had evidently diminished significantly, making it easy for the silver goblin to dispatch them. Moments later, the hall fell into silence. The skeletons had collectively perished. Concealed in the shadows, Ning Chuan reveled in the rapid increase of his attributes, feeling quite pleased. Observing the silver goblin vigilantly scanning its surroundings, Ning Chuan's lips curled into a slight smile, refraining from launching an attack. 10 minutes passed. One by one, the skeletons emerged once again from the dim light. The silver goblin, meticulously sensing Ning Chuan's position, trembled in realization. Did this human intend to use these skeletons to wear it down? Very well. It was eager to see who would ultimately prevail. The battle between the silver goblin and the skeletons erupted once more, as was to be expected. The skeletons once again fell en masse. Yet, perhaps due to a trick of perception, the silver goblin felt as though these skeletons had grown stronger. However, it had little time for contemplation. Soon, a new wave of skeletons appeared, howling as they charged at the silver goblin. The situation had fully descended into a rhythm that Ning Chuan relished. The talent to summon skeletons upon their demise activated once again, allowing for continued combat. He leisurely munched on seeds, savoring the spectacle of the conflict between the silver goblin and the skeletons. The silver goblin was bewildered, having fallen into this relentless tempo. As if the seemingly endless tide of skeletons had led it to subconsciously overlook the human lurking in the shadows. It instinctively dealt with wave after wave of skeleton assaults, while desperately trying to recover its own strength during the brief intermissions. Time passed, though how long it remained uncertain. Finally, the silver goblin awakened from the ceaseless cycle of battle. It gazed in horror at the corrosive bone arrow that had pierced its body. The agony of being penetrated and corroded coalesced into a shocking realization. Since when had these skeletons become so formidable? Chapter 32, The First Clear. The silver goblin's eyes reflected confusion. Memories surged like a tidal wave, leading it to comprehend that the skeleton's enhancement was traceable. Each time they were resurrected, they became increasingly difficult to vanquish. Yet, the incremental nature of their strengthening had lulled it into a false sense of security. Until now, the two corrosive bone arrows had successively breached its frost barrier and its very form, jarring it from its previous state of numbness. Beholding the ferociously aggressive skeletons, The silver goblin brimmed with reluctance. Although the skeletons had indeed grown considerably stronger, in its prime, it could have handled them with ease. Unfortunately, its current condition was dire. Lost in thought, another fireball of intense heat erupted upon its chest. The silver goblin forcibly activated its silver bloodline. Frost and flames erupting around it as it struck down the skeletons once more. Yet, at this moment, it was utterly spent. With not a single intact part left upon its body, Ning Chuan stretched languidly. Observing the battered silver goblin, he realized that this unfortunate creature had reached its absolute limit. One more wave of skeletons would suffice to claim it. Thus, there was no need to squander any further time. Glancing at his attributes, strength, 8,450, 20. Agility, 8,462, 80. Constitution, 7,306, 796. Spirit, 9,101, 1920. A broad smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. What a thrill. After hours of toil, the skeletons had collectively perished 50 times. This was indeed the most remarkable session of annihilation, and even Ning Chuan's formidable mental fortitude felt the strain, as each skeleton's demise inflicted a toll on his psyche. Were it not for the mental growth gained from the skeleton's deaths, he might have faltered long ago. Nevertheless, even so, he was nearing his limits. This realization underscored the necessity of moderation in his attribute grinding, lest he risk a mental collapse one day. However, the rewards were exceptionally bountiful. This marked one of the most extravagant growth spurts in Ning Chuan's history. His raw mental attribute surged to 9,101, with equipment bonuses factored in. It had astonishingly surpassed 10,000, and not by a trivial margin. It was inconceivable that this was the attribute of a zero-tier practitioner. With such extraordinary attributes, Ning Chuan confidently asserted that he could dominate all zero-tier beings throughout history. Even the mightiest demigod, Wooding, would find himself utterly outmatched in his zero-tier days. In fact, Ning Chuan could now overwhelm the vast majority of first-tier practitioners. Moreover, this was not his limit. He could continue to ascend. But that would have to wait until his next venture into the secret realm. For now, the silver goblin had reached its peak. What a delight! Ning Chuan stepped forth from the shadows with a smile. Observing the beleaguered silver goblin, he inclined his head slightly. Thank you for the sparring session, Mr. Goblin. The silver goblin's gaze flickered with confusion and fear as it struggled to articulate a response. Yet, Ning Chuan, with a swift, graceful motion, was suddenly before it. His palm extended, moving with an astonishing speed and unmatched power. With a sharp crack, the silver goblin's eyes bulged, its head wrenched clean off. With over 8,000 in both strength and constitution, Ning Chuan's might was indeed more exaggerated than that of a boss. It was akin to twisting off a bottle cap. Apologies, I may have exerted a tad too much force, Ning Chuan chuckled, casually discarding the silver goblin's head. Then, the logs before him began to scroll furiously. Log, defeated LV-100 silver goblin, gained 8,849 experience points. Log, acquired flawless grade material, silver bone, perfect grade material, silver blood. Log, obtained perfect grade equipment, silver goblin ring, excellent grade equipment. Serrated short sword. Log, congratulations on successfully clearing the nightmare level secret realm, Goblin Manor, awarded 10,000 experience points. Log, as the first to clear, received an additional 10,000 experience points and an extra flawless grade equipment, silver amber necklace. Log, a citywide announcement will soon be made. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Anonymous? There was no need for that. Ning Chuan raised an eyebrow. With so many witnesses to his entry, remaining anonymous would be akin to pulling one's pants down to fart. It was far better to be forthright. He began to peruse the rewards for his first clear of the nightmare level secret realm, excitement gradually building within him. Undoubtedly, the rewards were substantial. The first broth was indeed fragrant. First, the items dropped by the silver goblin, the final boss, a perfect grade ring, which unfortunately he could not utilize as he already possessed the exceptional dawn ring. Thus, it would have to be dismantled. However, the other piece of equipment brought a pleasant surprise. Although the serrated short sword was merely of excellent grade, it was an unbound item, drastically increasing its value. Additionally, the experience gained from defeating the boss and clearing the secret realm propelled Ning Chuan's level to LV-85. This implied that he was now only 15 levels away from attaining the maximum level of a zero-tier practitioner, even though the experience required would escalate. A few more runs through the nightmare level Goblin Manor would suffice. Considering the time consumed in attribute grinding, reaching LV-100 in 4 days was entirely feasible, leaving him 3 additional days to prepare for his advancement. A smile crept upon Ning Chuan's lips. This pace was wholly within his control. In truth, were it not for the need to refine his attributes, he could likely attain level 100 within a mere day or two. However, such haste was unnecessary. His innate talent dictated that he must continually amass strength at each tier to its utmost potential, ensuring a smoother journey ahead. His gaze fell upon the silver amber necklace, a reward for his initial conquest of the secret realm, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Undoubtedly, this represented the most significant treasure of his recent exploits. Flawless grade equipment was already a remarkable boon for Ning Chuan, particularly as it complemented the very pieces he had been lacking. Silver amber necklace, bound. Rank 0. Quality, flawless. Attributes, Spirit 50, Constitution 50. Additional effects, Spirit Resilience 10, Elemental Resistance 10. Additional skills, Silver Power, Mental Shock. Requirements, Magic Class. There was no doubt that this was a prime magical necklace, with attributes more exquisite than the last, especially the 2 skills it conferred. Silver Power could trigger explosive growth. Although the magnitude of the increase might not be substantial given Ning Chuan's already extraordinary attributes, it would nonetheless elevate his limits. Mental Shock, on the other hand, was particularly formidable. With Ning Chuan's robust mental prowess, this skill possessed considerable deterrent power, especially against physical class professions. Donning the necklace that shimmered with silver and amber hues filled Ning Chuan's heart with joy. At this moment, he had finally assembled his complete set of 6 essential items. Staff, robe, cloak, shoes, ring, and necklace, each piece at the very least of perfect quality, including 2 flawless items and 1 exquisite piece. Should he display these, it would undoubtedly leave many in utter astonishment. Alas, lingering too long at 0 rank held little merit when he later ascended to higher tiers. He must strive to gather an entire set of exquisite grade equipment. Contentedly, Ning Chuan admired his gear before initiating communication with the secret realm. Immediate return. At this moment, the monsters within the realm had been vanquished, and the repeated demise of skeletons had left a dull ache in his head. It was time for a brief respite. Meanwhile, the entirety of Beichuan City was thrown into a frenzy by a city-wide announcement. Chapter 33, A City in Uproar. Beichuan City Announcement. 0 rank adventurer Ning Chuan has successfully completed the nightmare-level secret realm, Goblin Manor. The announcement was succinct, yet brimming with significance. The announcement echoed 3 times, capturing the attention of all Beichuan City for a full 30 seconds. Every conscious adventurer received this proclamation. Initially, they were rendered speechless, followed by disbelief. And then a wave of fervor swept through them. What madness was this? Someone had conquered the nightmare-level Goblin Manor? My goodness, after all these years, someone finally succeeded. Incredibly, Ning Chuan had indeed cleared the nightmare-level secret realm, shattering the long-standing curse that no one in Beichuan City had managed to breach it. This was extraordinary. I had assumed Ning Chuan was merely experimenting, believing he would need 5 or 6 days, perhaps even collaborating with Yi He and the others. Yet here we are. What a surprise. The jester was I, the true genius of Beichuan City after 2 centuries. On the Adventurers Forum, discussions regarding this feat proliferated at an astonishing pace. The magnitude of this revelation rivaled Ning Chuan's previous achievement of an SSS rating in the Novice Secret Realm, perhaps even surpassing it. After all, the adventurers of Beichuan City were exceedingly familiar with Goblin Manor. Regardless of their rank, every 0 rank adventurer had undoubtedly traversed Goblin Manor, fully aware of its challenges. Let alone nightmare level, even the hard and extreme levels remained unattainable heights for most. Now, Ning Chuan had accomplished what no one could achieve for years at nightmare difficulty. Remarkably, he had done so solo. The impact on the adventurers in Beichuan City was unimaginable. Instantly, countless individuals were left in awe, fervently discussing the matter. Many had already set out towards the entrance of the 0 rank public secret realm, eager to witness the birth of this historical record and to ascertain how long Ning Chuan had taken to finally conquer the realm. At this moment, at the entrance of the 0 rank public secret realm, astonished gazes were fixed upon the electronic display. The instant the announcement sounded, eyes darted to the left side of the screen, where an empty column had suddenly transformed. Goblin Manor, Nightmare Difficulty, Completion Time, 18 hours 23 minutes 14 seconds. Record holder, Ning Chuan. This single line of text left everyone collectively stupefied. He truly completed it. Ning Chuan single-handedly conquered the nightmare-level Goblin Manor. My heavens! How did he achieve this in just 18 hours? All the adventurers present were rendered motionless. The announcement merely indicated Ning Chuan's success in clearing the nightmare-level secret realm, while the information displayed on the screen provided even greater precision. 18 hours 23 minutes 14 seconds. Not even a full 24 hours. What remarkable speed. It is worth noting that the previous record holder for extreme difficulty was Li Sen's team, with a time of 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes 36 seconds. A mere comparison of the 2 times illustrates the disparity. Of course, the extreme difficulty record had also been shattered, now. The record holders were Yi He and Li Mu Ran's team, having just emerged from the extreme-level Goblin Manor half an hour ago. At this moment, the two renowned beauties of Beichuan City, Yi He and Li Mu Ran, stared blankly at the refreshed screen records, their mouths agape in adorable astonishment. Initially, Li Mu Ran was exceedingly pleased, having not anticipated Yi He would be so formidable, as their duo had effortlessly broken the extreme-level record set by her brother a decade prior. After emerging, noticing Ning Chuan was still inside, Li Mu Ran decided to wait, eager to gloat once he finally appeared. Yet to her utter disbelief, she encountered this. Ning Chuan had soloed the nightmare level. Li Mu Ran's eyes glazed over as she finally managed to utter a frustrated remark. This guy is simply a monster. It's over, with him around. I will never escape the shadow of being known as Li's second child. Again overshadowed by Ning Chuan. She pouted, gnashing her teeth in irritation. Xiaohe, do you think this guy might be cheating? The favored child of the cosmic will. She helplessly complained to Yi He beside her. However, Yi He was not faring much better. Having just emerged from the extreme-level Goblin Manor, she was acutely aware of the immense challenge posed by soloing at nightmare difficulty. The monster attributes in extreme difficulty had been amplified by 200, making it incredibly arduous. With her team of 5, including 2 S-class prodigies, they had barely triumphed. What could one expect from the nightmare level, where attributes were increased by 400? She found it hard to fathom how Ning Chuan had accomplished such a feat indeed. Ning Chuan continued to shine brilliantly, as ever. Yi He's gaze dimmed slightly as she recalled the words of the white-robed priest, Zhao Qing from the Scarlet Sect yesterday, and a certain thought in her heart gradually solidified. Sometimes, it may indeed be necessary to take bold risks. She did not wish to be easily cast aside by Ning Chuan. Hey, Xiaohe, I'm talking to you. Li Mu Ran waved her hand in front of Yi He's eyes. Yi He snapped back to reality. What did you just say? Li Mu Ran shot her an impatient glance, and suddenly a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Xiaohe, I've noticed that whenever Ning Chuan is mentioned, you become a little flustered. Could it be that you have feelings for him? Yi He's cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. Mu Ran, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm just shocked at how strong Ning Chuan is. Li Mu Ran nodded in rare agreement. Indeed, he is a bit annoying, but truly impressive. Just as she was about to continue, a commotion erupted ahead. Ning Chuan. It's Ning Chuan who has emerged. A chorus of awestruck gasps turned towards the handsome youth stepping out from the secret realm's exit. In their eyes, there was not only shock, but also reverence. Unsurprisingly, this young man was destined to become at least an 8th-tier Saint Domain expert. He might even ascend to the ranks of demigods. He would undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the alliance. At that time, they could proudly declare that the demigod Ning Chuan was a peerless genius hailing from Beichuan City. Ning Chuan received the fervent gazes with a smile, casually greeting those around him. He was not surprised by their enthusiasm. He understood the magnitude of the stir that passing through a nightmare-level secret realm would create. As he spotted Yi He and Li Mu Ran approaching, others looked on with envy. Yi He and Li Mu Ran were undisputed goddesses of Beichuan City. If it were any other man, he would likely be met with numerous hostile glares, but with Ning Chuan, the crowd only felt that this golden boy and jade girl were a perfect match. What? You say a golden boy can only match a jade girl? Well, if he is happy, he can have as many as he likes. The Federation abolished the monogamy system 800 years ago. As long as you have the strength, a man can marry several wives, and a woman can have multiple husbands. It's quite fair. Ning Chuan, is it because you think we would be dead weight that you don't want to team up with us? Li Mu Ran huffed indignantly. Ning Chuan chuckled heartily. You're quite self-aware, Li Laoer. Li Mu Ran's face turned a fiery red with frustration. I. She stammered, at a loss for words. She wanted to retort, but in the face of Ning Chuan's terrifying achievements in the nightmare-level secret realm, she felt powerless. Even if she had also completed the nightmare level later, it would not compare to his solo conquest. Watching Li Mu Ran's flustered state, Ning Chuan's mood brightened. He playfully patted her head. You've broken the record for the deadlock level. You're not too shabby yourself, Li Laoer. Keep up the good work. With a smile directed at Yi He, Ning Chuan mounted his sleek black demonic motorcycle and sped away. Time to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. The nightmare-level Goblin Manor holds no more secrets for me. It will merely be a matter of grinding it out. As they watched Ning Chuan's retreating figure, Li Mu Ran scrunched her nose and made a fierce biting gesture. She thought to herself that if one day she couldn't contain herself, she would surely take a hearty bite out of Ning Chuan. Yi He observed the playful banter between Ning Chuan and Li Mu Ran, feeling an inexplicable twinge of envy. Whenever Ning Chuan was in front of others, he greeted her with a warm smile, and it was only when they were alone that he occasionally teased her. She envied how naturally Li Mu Ran could express her emotions in front of him. At that moment, The news of Ning Chuan's solo conquest of the nightmare-level secret realm reached Yi Luyun's ears without delay. The city lord, leisurely sipping tea, trembled, causing the cup to shatter into 8 pieces. Chapter 34. Only a fool would compare himself to him. He stared in astonishment at the announcement board. Did this little rascal really conquer the nightmare-level secret realm? Yi Luyun's eyes held a glimmer of disbelief, followed by exhilaration. A grand surprise. Perhaps only he and a select few in all of Beichuan City understood the significance of this achievement. It is essential to note that not every SSS tier genius possesses the capability to solo a nightmare-level secret realm. Those who can accomplish this are undoubtedly the cream of the crop among SSS tier talents. Moreover, Ning Chuan had not yet reached the maximum level of 0 tier. His current level was estimated to be around LV 70. Achieving this feat at such a level indicates that he has a hopeful chance to rank among the top 10, or even the top 5, among the 65 SSS tier individuals this generation. Yi Luyun's breath quickened. Beichuan City was merely a small 3rd-tier satellite city. And in terms of resources, it paled in comparison to 2nd-tier and 1st-tier satellite cities, let alone the 11 main cities. To think that such a true prodigy had emerged. Given Ning Chuan's current momentum, should he not falter, he was surely destined to become an 8th-tier Saint Domain expert, with a significant possibility of reaching the 9th-tier demigod realm. The mere thought of this caused Yi Luyun's fists to clench. Each year, the Federation sees the emergence of several SSS tier geniuses, ranging from 40 to 90, with 65 this year being an average figure. Historical statistics suggest that among approximately 300 SSS tier geniuses, there is a chance for one to evolve into a demigod. If previously, Ning Chuan had only a slim chance of ascending to demigodhood, now that possibility had undoubtedly increased. At this rate, Ning Chuan and his peers would certainly advance to bronze professionals within a week. He would undoubtedly shine in this joint selection of the 11 schools. Thinking of this, Yi Luyun felt a surge of excitement. As the city lord of Beichuan, his honor was intertwined with the city's success. Furthermore, attending this selection might allow him to reunite with old friends, finally giving him the chance to hold his head high. In prior years, Beichuan City had not even produced an S-tier individual, which had left him feeling quite stifled. This year, they must reclaim their standing. With such talent as Ning Chuan, it was imperative that he prepared a grand gift for him. Yi Luyun resolved to invest early. Should Ning Chuan grow into a demigod, it would yield tremendous returns. To wait until he had grown and then attempt to ingratiate oneself would be rather foolish. Yi Luyun accessed the contact information of old friends, reaching out to each in turn. Some rare resources could not be purchased but could only be exchanged. Unbeknownst to Yi Luyun, Ning Chuan was speeding home atop his motorcycle, the exhilaration of battle leaving him with a growing sense of dizziness, reminding him that he must pace himself when grinding attributes. After all, the undead were summoned from the underworld by necromancers and were imbued with their power, establishing a mental connection. Thus, the demise of the undead would inevitably inflict some negative impact on their necromancer. Lying on his bed, Ning Chuan reflected on the day's gains. His level had skyrocketed to LV 85, and his attributes had expanded several-fold. His current attributes have completely transcended those of a first-tier profession, even rivaling certain second-tier professionals. However, high-tier professionals exert a suppressive aura over their lower-tier counterparts, coupled with their more formidable high-tier skills, thus rendering one's combat prowess not solely reliant on attributes. Nonetheless, it must be conceded that Ning Chuan possesses an astonishing level of strength. Furthermore, this is not his ultimate limit. With the nightmarish goblin manor at his disposal, he can continue to enhance his attributes. Setting a modest goal, he aims to elevate his level to 100 within 3 days and maximize his attributes. Ning Chuan feels a surge of anticipation within his heart. He is eager to discover the extent of his limits. As these thoughts crossed his mind, fatigue overcame him, and he finally succumbed to sleep. As Ning Chuan drifted into slumber, the entirety of Beichuan City remained in a state of fervent excitement. There was no avoiding it. The shockwaves brought about by Ning Chuan's successful completion of the nightmarish level dungeon were simply too profound. Many newly awakened or recently emerged professionals from the dungeon, upon learning this news, hastily joined the ranks of the astonished, and many began to speculate about Ning Chuan's performance in the joint selection of the 11 schools. This time, Beichuan City was truly poised to bask in glory. In the 0-tier public dungeon, just as Ning Chuan was enjoying his deep slumber, a somewhat disheveled figure emerged from the entrance. Zhuyu wore an expression of sheer exhilaration. Although the journey had been arduous, he had done it. He had successfully defeated the boss and soloed the difficult level dungeon. I did it. I succeeded. Soloing a difficult level, though it took longer than anticipated. He finally felt he had caught up with Ning Chuan's pace. With diligent effort, he believed he would not fall short. Zhuoyu could not contain his exuberant laughter. He felt as though he had surpassed his own limits. Initially, a few had recognized his identity. And while everyone was somewhat astonished by Zhuoyu's solo completion of the difficult dungeon, their expressions shifted to one of incredulity upon hearing his words. Catching up to Ning Chuan, this child likely had no inkling of the events that had transpired. In truth, Zhuoyu had believed he was tackling the same difficult goblin manner that Ning Chuan had chosen. At this moment, feeling the peculiar gazes directed at him, Zhuoyu realized that the expected awe and cheers were conspicuously absent. He instinctively lifted his gaze toward the electronic screen, which slowly revealed the top line. Goblin Manor. Nightmarish difficulty. Completion time. 18 hours, 23 minutes, 14 seconds. Record holder. Ning Chuan. In an instant, Zhuoyu felt the world spin around him, his eyes nearly bulging. Ning Chuan had not merely conquered the difficult level, but had triumphed over the nightmarish level. And he had done it in an even shorter time than Zhuoyu. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things, yet the words remained glaringly clear, unchanging. He quickly searched the announcements and indeed found the previously obscured message from within the dungeon. Zhuoyu's eyes rolled back, unable to bear the blow, and he promptly fainted. After a moment of effort, he realized the fool was none other than himself. Who could endure such a revelation? Young master! Young master! In the distance, members of the Zhua family rushed over in a state of panic. The gazes of others turned increasingly sympathetic. In the former Beichuan city, Zhuoyu would have been deemed the foremost genius without question, yet regrettably, in this cohort, he was overshadowed by the extraordinarily gifted Ning Chuan, destined to serve merely as a backdrop. The following day, Ning Chuan stepped once more into the nightmarish goblin manor, greeted by glances of reverence and astonishment. Zhuoyu, from a distance, regarded him with a complex expression, having come to a clear realization of the chasm that lay between him and Ning Chuan. The disparity between soloing the nightmarish level and the difficult level was akin to that of heaven and earth. He now harbored but one thought: to toil diligently and strive for promotion to a bronze professional before the 11 school selection. As for competing with Ning Chuan, only a fool would dare to match wits with such a prodigy. That would only invite unnecessary strife. Ning Chuan, blissfully unaware of Zhuoyu's sentiments, appeared once again before the familiar manor. Observing the numerous aggressive goblins, he smirked slightly. If yesterday, these goblins posed even a modicum of challenge against the skeletons, today, not even the Elite Four would stand a chance against a solitary skeleton. After all, with Ning Chuan's current mental attributes exceeding 11,000, the skeleton's attributes had surpassed 200. Only the final boss, the Silver Goblin, would provide any semblance of challenge. As for the other creatures, they were merely fodder for experience. With a snap of his fingers, 21 skeletons emerged in unison from the shadowy aura, each enveloped in an overwhelming aura of necromantic energy. Even the most ordinary of skeletons now exuded a ferocity akin to that of a skeleton general. Advance, Ning Chuan commanded. There was no need to waste time outside the manor today. The goblins were about to face a bloody massacre. Instant annihilation. Instant annihilation. Yet again, instant annihilation. The 21 skeletons surged forth like bulldozers. No ordinary creature could withstand their onslaught. As for the elite creatures, they were mere meat paste, unable to withstand even a single assault from any of the skeletons. Ning Chuan watched as the log notifications beside him surged wildly, his mood soaring with delight. Without lifting a finger, his experience points skyrocketed. This was simply exhilarating. It was no wonder some necromancers yearned for a necromantic apocalypse. It was indeed a thrill. Ning Chuan couldn't help but muse over the prospects. What terror would he unleash if one day his legion of undead assembled into a true necromantic apocalypse? Yet, what others found even more unfathomable was that the master of this necromantic apocalypse, Ning Chuan himself, was the most terrifying entity of all. With an uninterrupted advance, and without a single skeleton lost, they reached the entrance to the hall. Ning Chuan's level had already surpassed level 90. The number of small skeletons had increased to 19. Leveling up had become as effortless as eating or drinking for him. Ning Chuan casually pushed open the hall doors. The silver goblin on the throne slowly opened its eyes, uttering familiar words. Who dares to disturb the slumber of the great Goblin King? Gazing at the familiar silver goblin, Ning Chuan smiled broadly, revealing a radiant smile. Little White, trainer, I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 35, Level 100. Upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, the silver goblin paused momentarily. Immediately, a chilling murderous intent flickered in its eyes. Though it could not comprehend the meaning behind this human's words, it was certain they were not benevolent. However, it evidently had yet to grasp the fate that awaited it. Ning Chuan waved his hand with a smile. As the skeletons imbued with powerful necromantic energy swiftly encircled him, the silver goblin's pupils constricted sharply. The aura of these skeletons was immensely potent. While not exceeding its own strength, each one surpassed its four subordinates by a significant margin. Without affording it a moment to contemplate, the battle commenced. Ning Chuan leisurely observed with arms crossed, showing no inclination to intervene. The skeletons brandished their bone clubs as they charged at the silver goblin. The frost and flames that rained upon them no longer lethal, merely slightly hindering their advance. However, the threat posed by the skeleton archer's corrosive arrows and the skeleton mage's fireballs to the silver goblin was ever increasing. 21 skeletons besieged the silver goblin, filling the hall with the sounds of thunderous clashes and the goblin's furious roars. This scenario was starkly different from the overwhelming defeat witnessed the previous day. At last, after a full hour, the silver goblin painstakingly eliminated all the skeletons, yet it too was in a severely diminished state. The goblin appeared utterly disheveled. One eye had been blinded by the skeleton archer's corrosive arrow, and its left arm lay shattered, reduced to a pulp by the relentless strikes of the smaller skeletons. A charred odor clung to its body, a testament to the peril posed by the skeleton mage's fireballs. Should this trend continue, just 2 or 3 additional waves of skeletons could easily topple the silver goblin. From a combat perspective, Ning Chuan was undoubtedly pleased. However, from the standpoint of attribute farming, this was decidedly disadvantageous. If this persisted, it would take several hours for the skeletons to collectively perish 3 times, after which they would have to re-enter the secret realm, allowing the silver goblin to regain its full strength. An entirely different scenario compared to the previous day, when he had managed to farm attributes 50 times in one go. Yet soon, the furrow in Ning Chuan's brow began to smooth out. This situation had been anticipated long ago, as his mental attributes grew increasingly exaggerated. The strength of the small skeletons intensified, consequently slowing down the rate of attribute farming. It appeared that this was the only course of action. With a gentle exhale, Ning Chuan snapped his fingers. Under the watchful gaze of the wary silver goblin, a dark aura re-emerged. However, to the goblin's astonishment, only a single figure emerged from that shadowy circle, the skeleton mage. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. He had been contemplating how to maximize the utility of his talents, and clarity was gradually dawning upon him. When confronted with extraordinarily powerful foes, summoning a multitude of skeletons would lead to their collective demise, thus accelerating the accumulation of attributes, as had been the case the previous day against the silver goblin. But what to do when the enemy's power was insufficient to crush? Naturally, he would summon a single skeleton, allowing him to comfortably continue farming attributes. The only downside was the slower pace, as the 10-minute interval was fixed and shared. Even if he summoned just one undead, he could not call forth any others during that 10 minutes. This 10-minute period was not merely a cooldown time as in games. Rather, it was the interval required for necromancers to communicate with the gates of the underworld. In the lower ranks, the undead summoned by necromancers originated from the underworld, and only by communicating with the will of the underworld could they open the gates, a fundamental lesson for those aspiring to become necromancers in high school. As the necromancers' ranks advanced, the communication intervals would shorten. Ning Chuan had even heard that some exceptionally powerful necromancers established their own private pools for the rebirth of the undead, thus reducing their reliance on the underworld. However, such matters felt distant to Ning Chuan. At this moment, he merely observed with keen interest as the skeleton mage and the severely weakened silver goblin exchanged spells. Though the goblin was in a dire state, it was far from something a single skeleton mage could handle. As expected, the skeleton mage soon fell, and the silver goblin's condition deteriorated further. Log: skeleton mage has perished. Talent undead sovereign activated. Your strength 25, agility 25, constitution 25, spirit 50. Ning Chuan felt his attributes continue to rise, a smile gradually forming on his lips. If it was slower, so be it. At least it was steadily increasing. Moments later, another skeleton mage was summoned from the underworld. Time flowed slowly, and the hall resonated with the sounds of magical clashes. Finally, with a terrifying dark red fireball from the skeleton mage, the severely weakened silver goblin was completely liberated. Ning Chuan stepped forth from the shadows, satisfied as he gazed at his attribute panel. Strength, 9,950, 20. Agility, 9,962, 80. Constitution, 8,806, 996. Spirit, 12,101, 2570. His attributes surged once more, a testament to the 12 hours of effort exerted by the skeleton mages. Moreover, this was not the limit. Following this trajectory, it would only be considered the current limit when the silver goblin could not defeat a skeleton mage in a one-on-one encounter. Log: congratulations. You have successfully cleared the nightmare-level secret realm, Goblin Manor. Reward: 10,000 experience points. Reward: perfect grade equipment, glimmering armor. Although the clearing reward was not as substantial as that of the first completion, it was still commendable. Ning Chuan felt his spirit high today, as he had primarily summoned a single skeleton mage throughout the latter part of the endeavor. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to continue into the nightmare-level goblin manor. Once again, he made his way through to the silver goblin, and soon it was the familiar scene of skeleton mage versus silver goblin. This time, the silver goblin was at its peak condition. Although the current attributes of the skeleton mage approached 3,000, they were still somewhat lacking compared to the silver goblin. After all, the silver goblin's strength lay not only in its attributes, but also in its formidable skills and higher intelligence. There was still ample room for improvement for Little White. Ning Chuan grinned as he watched the silver goblin engaged in battle. Observing the fierce combat ignited a sense of impatience within him. Yet, he had to restrain himself, otherwise. With his current strength, he feared he would dispatch the silver goblin in mere moments, significantly delaying his objectives. Thus, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Chuan immersed himself in the nightmare-level secret realm, singularly focused on attribute farming while also reaping some experience points. Under such circumstances, his attributes had yet to reach their limits. Rather, his level had reached its current maximum first, LV 100. Chapter 36, The Prodigy Ning Chuan. At this point, even slaying monsters would no longer yield any experience points. Only upon completing ascension tasks could he continue to elevate his level. He could now rightfully be called a peak 0-tier practitioner. Opening his attribute panel, he saw Attribute Panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Class, Necromancer 0-tier. Level, LV 100. Strength, 11414, 20. Agility, 11504, 80. Constitution, 10640, 1174. Spirit, 15,000, 3,150. Talent, Necromancer. Skills, Summon Skeleton, 20. Summon Skeleton Archer, 2. Summon Skeleton Mage, 2. Necrotic Flame, Bone Spear Technique. Bone Shield Technique. Equipment, Golden Staff, Giant Lizard Robe, Shadow Cloak, Magic Boots, Dawn Ring, Silver Amber Necklace, Mist Pearl. At present, Ning Chuan's attribute panel can only be described as opulent. It is astonishing to realize that this belongs to a level 100 novice. His 4 core attributes have all surpassed 5 digits, a feat typically reserved for second-tier professionals. In stark contrast to other novice practitioners, whose attributes barely reach a few hundred, Ning Chuan's figures are astonishingly several dozen times greater. Furthermore, upon reaching level 100, not only has the number of summoned skeletons increased to 20, but the count of skeleton mages has also risen by 1. If Ning Chuan were to summon at full capacity now, he could command a total of 24 skeletons. With their average foundational attributes exceeding 3,600, they are more than capable of overwhelming any novice secret realm. To put it in more relatable terms, if an SSS-level genius were to face one of Ning Chuan's small skeletons, it would likely require a fierce battle to emerge victorious, if victory were even possible. This illustrates just how extraordinary Ning Chuan has become. Within the Federation, there exists an unspoken understanding that due to the diverse talents of practitioners, some are difficult to evaluate at a glance. However, a common belief regarding SSS-level geniuses is that they can unleash approximately 10 times the power of their peers through their innate abilities. This implies that SSS-level geniuses can defeat ordinary practitioners of higher tiers. Yet Ning Chuan surpasses this by dozens of times, and it is conceivable that in the future, he may even reach 100-fold. This means that Ning Chuan may be capable of engaging in battles across 2 tiers, rendering even an SSS-level opponent merely a stepping stone in his ascent. The mere thought of this sends shivers down his spine. Such unfathomable combat prowess has never been witnessed in the Federation. Even the legendary Wu Ding of your pales in comparison. If he were to expose his abilities, he would undoubtedly attract countless prying eyes, with the Scarlet Sect, devoted to the Abyssal Demon Lord, or the forces worshipping hellish demons eager to tear him apart. While the Federation would surely offer protection, Ning Chuan has no desire to live such a life. He resolves to maintain a low profile, aiming merely to appear as a typical SSS-level genius. He ponders silently, understanding that he cannot remain hidden, as that would deny him vital resources for growth. However, he must also avoid showcasing his prodigious talents too overtly, for attracting formidable enemies would be perilous. This is a delicate balance that Ning Chuan must navigate with care. Yet for now, he need only focus on the immediate tasks at hand. Ascending is imperative, as only through promotion can he continue to elevate his level. A first-tier bronze practitioner gains a substantial 40 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points for each level gained. Although these points may seem trivial to him, ascension is essential to access more powerful secret realms for attribute grinding and to obtain superior equipment. Moreover, tier auras are of utmost significance. Ning Chuan's eyes glimmer as he contemplates the essence of tier auras, exclusive to each tier of practitioners. For instance, bronze practitioners possess a bronze aura, which serves a straightforward purpose, to exert pressure on lower-tier beings while diminishing the influence of higher-tier entities. In a sense, ascending can be regarded as a leap in the essence of life, with each transition preparing one for divinity. Thus, engaging in battles across tiers is no simple feat. For example, a level 100 novice practitioner and a level 101 first-tier practitioner may exhibit similar attributes, yet the latter can easily dominate. This is due to the tier aura's capacity to inflict greater damage upon novices, while the damage dealt to him is significantly mitigated. The results of such a dynamic are predictable. Only those with at least an S-level talent can hope to accomplish tier-defying challenges, while SSS-level talent is practically synonymous with transcending tiers. Consequently, Ning Chuan cannot afford to linger in the novice tier for attribute grinding. Such an approach would yield dismally low growth efficiency. Instead, he aims to push himself to the limits of each tier, ensuring that he far exceeds the combat prowess of his peers while swiftly elevating his own tier. With a clear objective in mind, Ning Chuan gazes toward the entrance of the hall, a smile tugging at his lips. His level has reached its pinnacle, yet there is still room for attribute enhancement. He estimates that 3 days should suffice for the ascension task. It's time to keep grinding. Meanwhile, in Beichuan City, all those who have been monitoring Ning Chuan are taken aback. They suddenly realize that the completion records for the nightmare-level Goblin Manor are being consistently refreshed. 18 hours, 16 hours, 14 hours. Ultimately, it astonishingly drops to 10 hours. Everyone gasps in disbelief. Ning Chuan's rate of improvement is truly terrifying. Completing a nightmare-level secret realm in just 10 hours is almost unfathomable. Perhaps he initially lacked experience, but has gradually grasped the nuances? All are left speechless, unable to fathom how such a feat was achieved. In this moment, they genuinely grasp the vast chasm that separates them from true genius. Ning Chuan and his companions, observing the continuously refreshing records, fall into a contemplative silence. Ning Chuan quietly mutters, "What a freak. This guy is surely on the verge of ascending." He clenches his fists, determination shining in his eyes as he turns to re-enter the secret realm to strive for greatness. Zhuyu can only smile wryly, realizing how foolish he was to think he could compete with Ning Chuan. The three once celebrated geniuses of Beichuan City find themselves deeply stimulated, their resolve intensifying. They share a singular thought: to reach level 100 as soon as possible to complete their ascension tasks and strive for excellent results in the upcoming alliance selection of the 11 schools. Ning Chuan is simply too monstrous. They decide to seek solace elsewhere. Meanwhile, the city lord, Yi Luyun, gazes at the newly refreshed completion record of 10 hours. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he cannot help but urge his old friend once more, the matter we discussed last time must be settled within 3 days. Little do they know, 10 hours is far from Ning Chuan's limit. Inside the hall, the skeleton mage unleashes a fireball of unparalleled heat, incinerating the silver goblin into charred remains, signifying that Ning Chuan's attribute grinding journey is nearing its conclusion. Strength, 11,914, 20. Agility, 12,004, 80. Constitution, 11,640, 1224. Spirit, 16,000, 3350. As he gazes at his attributes, which have once again surged, Ning Chuan shakes his head in mild disappointment. To be honest, if he were to push himself, he could continue further. However, the efficiency would be far too low, given the current attributes of the skeletal mage. Even if the silver goblin were to be subdued, it would require an extensive amount of time. Completing a single run of the secret realm results in merely a few dozen points of attribute increase, rendering the effort ultimately futile, a sheer waste of time. Ning Chuan exited the secret realm, his completion record firmly established at 10 hours. He did not harbor any desire to test the limits of his capabilities, should he exert himself to the fullest, with the skeletons unleashing their collective might alongside him. 10 hours, perhaps even an hour would not be necessary. However, such a display would be overly conspicuous. It was preferable to remain as he was. 10 hours was already an impressive feat, a glimmer of anticipation ignited in Ning Chuan's gaze. It was time to undertake the Ascension Quest. Chapter 37, The Ascension Quest. Ning Chuan stepped out of the secret realm, departing amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Was he not going to continue challenging the secret realm to break his record today? There was still ample time left in the day. Some expressed confusion, yet soon others reacted in shock. Could it be that Ning Chuan had already reached level 100? He had gone to complete the Ascension Quest. In an instant, all those gathered at the secret realm's entrance were left in a stupor. In less than 4 days, Ning Chuan had already attained the pinnacle of Tier 0. The ordinary practitioners could only manage a wry smile. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. For those at the very bottom of the ladder, Leveling up even once was a grueling endeavor fraught with the risk of falling at any moment. Some, even having reached level 100, might never complete their ascension quest, remaining stagnant at their current level for a lifetime. Yet Ning Chuan, in the mere span of a few days since awakening, he had traversed a path that took others years, even decades, to cover. Such a disparity was simply overwhelming. No one doubted that Ning Chuan would succeed in the Ascension secret realm. The only consideration was what kind of evaluation he would receive within it. This news swiftly reached Yi Liuyun's ears, a broad smile spreading across his face. Indeed, Ning Chuan's pace of advancement was remarkably swift. It was certain he would ascend to the rank of bronze practitioner well before the joint selection of the 11 schools. Curiosity flickered across his features. What level of evaluation would Ning Chuan ultimately achieve in the Tier 1 Ascension secret realm? However, curiosity aside, he had no intention of prying further. That was undoubtedly a matter of privacy. Unless Ning Chuan chose to divulge it himself, inquiring would be tantamount to making an enemy. Upon learning that Ning Chuan had been the first to unlock the Ascension secret realm, Yi He and the others redoubled their efforts. Bottles of energy potions were continuously delivered. No sleep. Let the studying commence. At this moment, Ning Chuan had returned home. Once practitioners had communicated with the cosmic will for the first time, subsequent ascensions could be conducted independently. He reflected on the details pertinent to ascension. Upon reaching the current level limit, practitioners needed to undergo ascension to unlock restrictions and further enhance their levels. Completing the ascension quest required venturing into the Ascension secret realm. The Ascension secret realm, akin to the novice assessment secret realm, was a tangible world, entirely distinct from the fragmented projections of realms like the Goblin Manor. Failure in the Ascension quest was unacceptable. Should one falter, not only would all experience points for the current tier be reset to 0, but the difficulty would also escalate dramatically upon the next attempt. After carefully recalling all necessary precautions for the Ascension and ensuring every detail was correct, Ning Chuan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to communicate with the cosmic will. Ascension initiated. A resounding force of will instantaneously enveloped Ning Chuan's mind. Detected that the practitioner has met the conditions for ascension. Do you confirm the initiation of ascension now? Yes. Would you prefer to ascend individually or as part of a group? Ning Chuan paused momentarily. Group ascension entailed multiple individuals undertaking the quest together. However, the greater the number, the higher the difficulty, often reducing the likelihood of successful completion. This option was typically favored by those of considerable background yet lacking talent, who would invest heavily to have promising individuals assist them. For instance, many affluent figures from Beichuan City would be eager to pay handsomely for Ning Chuan's guidance. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan clearly required none of that. What he sought was beyond their means. Individual ascension. The moment his words fell, a resonant hum echoed, and he vanished from the room. Much like the prior novice assessment secret realm, the familiar sensation of traversing time and space returned, as he plummeted deeper and deeper. The overwhelming dizziness unmitigated by his enhanced strength. Time travel remained a domain far beyond the reach of low-tier practitioners. Without the cosmic will, Ning Chuan feared he might have been lost in the chaotic currents of time. A torrent of information flooded his mind. You have successfully entered the secret realm, Borderland Wasteland. Current secret realm level range, LV0 to LV200. Current secret realm difficulty, common difficulty for Tier 1 Ascension, can be explored. Allowable stay duration, 48 hours. Secret realm background. The Empire's border stands under the setting sun, once an impregnable fortress now teetering on the brink of collapse under the weight of corruption. As orcs stir restlessly, Ascension task, amidst the orc onslaught, preserve the human flame and await reinforcements. As his state gradually stabilized, Ning Chuan opened his eyes. Before him lay a barren wasteland, the dark yellow earth and leafless vegetation narrating tales of desolation, with faint echoes of anguished cries from birds and beasts barely perceptible. Ning Chuan analyzed the information imparted by the cosmic will. This secret realm revolved around war. The orcs were poised to invade humanity, while humanity seemed blissfully unaware. Under such circumstances, the disadvantages faced by humans were considerable. Preserving the flame of humanity would not be an easy task, and awaiting reinforcements would likely take no less than 2 days. Ning Chuan rubbed his temples. In truth, it could be accomplished with relative ease. Simply escort a couple of humans to safety and find a cave to hide in. The worst he might encounter would be small bands of orcs searching, which he could dispatch before waiting for 2 days. However, such an approach would yield a low evaluation. At best an E rank, possibly even an F rank. Naturally, Ning Chuan would not be content with such an outcome. Each tier of the Ascension secret realm presented an invaluable opportunity for practitioners to accrue advantages. This was also a chance to alter one's destiny. A higher evaluation translated into more substantial rewards, for the cosmic will had never been stingy. There existed a demigod named Mona within the Federation, who, during the novice assessment secret realm, received merely an S rank evaluation, yet ultimately surpassed numerous SSS rank prodigies to ascend to demigod status. A significant factor being her increasing courage in subsequent ascension secret realms. To achieve a high evaluation, it was imperative to ensure the survival of more humans. Hiding was not an option. Ning Chuan's objectives crystallized. To save more humans, he would need to head towards the borderland. At that moment, a human's anguish scream piqued Ning Chuan's attention. His gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his mental energy, darting like lightning towards the source of the sound. Upon the dark yellow earth, blood stained the barren vegetation, creating a gruesome tableau. A group of muscular, robust figures with verdant skin continually emitted sinister and cruel laughter. From a distance, these silhouettes appeared humanoid. However, upon closer inspection, their heads bore no resemblance to human features. Unlike the delicate intricacies of human facial traits, these green-skinned beings possessed slitted pupils, broad noses, and wide mouths filled with serrated teeth, with protruding tusks interspersed above and below. A dense mane of hair encircled their necks, rendering their heads more akin to beasts than to humans. These creatures were orcs. It is said that orcs are descendants of the legendary beast god, while others claim they originated as grotesque hybrids created by malevolent sorcerers who mingled humans with beasts. Regardless of their origin, the enmity between orcs and humans is an undeniable truth. At this moment, an array of dismembered human corpses lay strewn about, their eyes wide with terror, having succumbed to intense fear and torment before death. The orcs were tauntingly hunting a young boy with a severed leg. The leader of the orcs gnawed on a bone of indeterminate origin, blood dripping from his mouth. The boy, witnessing this horrifying scene, was gripped with profound fear. The excruciating pain from his severed leg caused his body to convulse, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, the terror of death compelled him to drag himself across the ground, leaving a gruesome trail of blood behind him. Human, crawl faster, or we'll feast upon your other leg. The orcs cackled in a distorted version of human speech, reveling in the boy's plight as though he were mere entertainment. In the distance, Ning Chuan had just arrived and observed this gruesome tableau, his eyes filled with a chilling resolve. Chapter 38. To contemplate issues, one must perceive their essence. Ning Chuan inhaled deeply. Initially, he thought the conflict between orcs and humans was merely a struggle for resources between races, but witnessing the scene before him, he understood the truth. Orcs deserve to perish. Humans could be defeated, but they must never be reduced to mere food or playthings for their enemies' amusement. Farther away, the boy, Shalin, spotted the suddenly arrived Ning Chuan, and his previously terrified eyes widened even further. He instinctively wished to cry out, urging Ning Chuan to flee. But he feared that any sudden movement would draw the orc's attention to him. Thus, he could only convey his urgency through frantic glances. At that moment, the orcs, sensing the despair in Shalin's gaze, sniffed the air, their expressions shifting to one of delight. "We've got ourselves a more tender morsel," bellowed the leading orc in excitement, immediately losing interest in Shalin. As the orc's attention shifted to Ning Chuan, Shalin's despair deepened, and he could only scream in anguish, "Run away." The orcs erupted in savage laughter, finding exhilaration in the human's cries. Yet, Ning Chuan remained unfazed. He simply raised his hand, coldly declaring, "Beasts like you are unworthy of existence." Buzz. Flickers of pale flames erupted from Ning Chuan's fingertips, rapidly swelling in the wind, transforming into a fiery net that ensnared the orcs. In the astonished gaze of Shalin, the orcs' wails of agony echoed across the wasteland, and within mere moments, they were reduced to a pile of ashes. These creatures, not even reaching level 100, were utterly feeble in Ning Chuan's presence. Yet, Shalin was filled with shock. Such formidable orc warriors had perished so effortlessly, without a hint of resistance. A shiver ran down his spine as he gazed at Ning Chuan with newfound reverence, struggling to rise despite the agonizing pain in his leg. "Mysterious wizard, I thank you for saving my life." A pair of hands halted his movements. Ning Chuan's bright black eyes and gentle voice stirred an impulse within him to weep. "I hail from a distant eastern land. Could you enlighten me about the events transpiring in this realm?" Moments later, Shalin found himself seated within a cave, roasting skewers of meat. He occasionally touched his right leg, marveling at its metallic sensation, quietly moving it to discover it was not only equal to his previous limb, but even possessed a greater sense of strength. Shalin's gaze towards Ning Chuan brimmed with gratitude. Truly, the legendary wizard possessed remarkable skills in leg restoration. However, it seemed Ning Chuan diverged from the tales of sorcerers, who were said to revel in bloodshed. Ning Chuan cast a glance at Shalin. The metallic prosthetic had indeed been brought from Blue Star, where current technological advancements rendered such a limb a simple matter. Ning Chuan had thoroughly earned Shilin's admiration and trust. After a brief inquiry, Shilin divulged everything he knew. It turned out that he and his companions had been expelled from Blue Yi City by Viscount Lant due to their inability to pay the so-called housing tax. And they had encountered the orcs' attack on the wasteland, resulting in the scene Ning Chuan had witnessed. Blue Yi City was a border settlement of the Empire. According to Shilin, the orc vanguard was poised to commence their assault on the city imminently. The Viscount, described as a worthless drunkard, would do nothing to halt the orcs. Should they breach the city, the casualties would be catastrophic. Ning Chuan's expression turned solemn. Not merely due to his own advancement quest, but also from the horrors he had just witnessed, revealing the orcs' brutality. If the city fell, it would undoubtedly be a hellish scenario. Contemplating this, Ning Chuan formulated a plan to preserve as many remnants of humanity as possible, which would inevitably lead him to Blue Yi City. He needed the city to cooperate with him, not necessarily to aid him in repelling the orcs, but at least not to hinder his efforts. He looked at Shilin, his gaze inquisitive. Have you finished eating? Shilin eagerly nodded. Thank you for the meal. I have never tasted such delectable roasted meat. There is something you must assist me with. Shilin promptly knelt, exclaiming, Lord Ning Chuan, I am willing to offer my life for you. Ning Chuan chuckled. Take me to Blue Yi City. Shilin appeared momentarily stunned, shivering involuntarily as if Blue Yi City were far more terrifying than the orcs. He hesitated. Lord Ning Chuan, do you intend to help repel the orc vanguard's attack? Ning Chuan nodded. Shilin gritted his teeth and urged, but Viscount Lant will not heed your counsel. Previously, a group of rangers brought news of the impending orc assault to him, urging him to seek help, yet he had them imprisoned. Ning Chuan smiled, tilting his head. Why should I require his consent? Shilin was puzzled. Ning Chuan stood and walked towards the cave entrance, his voice echoing softly. If he refuses to listen, we shall find someone who will. Shilin, to contemplate issues, one must perceive their essence. Shilin's heart raced, and a deeper sense of reverence welled in his eyes. The kindness Ning Chuan had consistently shown nearly made him forget that Ning Chuan was, after all, a wizard. Blue Yi City was filled with emaciated civilians, their tattered clothing and vacant expressions reflecting their plight. In stark contrast, the Lord's manor was alive with revelry, laughter echoing from the banquet hall. The rotund and jovial Viscount Rant sat upon the principal seat, surrounded by an assemblage of nobles and officials from Blue Flame City, all of whom bore the visage of prosperity as they reveled in the performances of the dancing maidens, starkly contrasting with the common folk of the city below. Rant, with a hearty laugh, applauded. Gentlemen, today I have prepared a splendid show. Eyes were drawn towards him, and praises filled the air. What a benevolent lord the Viscount is. We eagerly anticipate Lord Rant's performance. The flesh upon Rant's smiling face quivered as he clapped once more. Immediately, guards approached, bearing a massive dining table that was quite peculiar, adorned with an array of silver cutlery, yet the central portion was indented, taking on a human shape. A collective spark of realization ignited amongst the guests. A human feast. Viscount Rant chuckled. Oh, how forgetful of me, nearly neglecting the main ingredient. As his words fell, a beautiful young girl, bound tightly, was thrust forward. The snug leather armor accentuated her shapely figure, revealing her as a ranger, yet her eyes burned with hatred. Behold, what a stunning work of art this is. Truly a gift from the Creator. He tore the cloth from her mouth, and the girl, Nika, erupted in a furious tirade. Rant, you hellbound beast. We risked our lives to bring you news, and you dare slay my comrades. When the orcs come, prepare for your doom. Rant, however, burst into laughter. Did you hear that? She claims the orcs are coming. Does she not know that 300 years ago, those damned orcs were banished to the far western wastelands? It is quite possible that the orc race has long since perished. Rant laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears streaming down his cheeks, and the gentleman joined him in uproarious laughter. Everyone was aware that the once fortified Blue Flame City now lay in ruins. Otherwise Rant would not have purchased land here. Very well, my dear ranger girl. Allow the generous and kind Viscount Rant to grant you an opportunity to express your final wishes. The delicacy upon your form is becoming increasingly tempting. His eyes glimmered with a predatory light as he wiped away drool. Nika, glancing at the distant table and the incessant sounds of saliva swallowing around her, felt her hatred morph into despair. The thought of the horrific fate awaiting her filled her with dread. You will burn in hell. Rant chuckled heartily. Ah, beautiful maiden. As you wish. I shall certainly descend into hell upon my demise, but that must await my death. The room erupted in laughter once more. Nika's lovely eyes brimmed with tears, her heart consumed by fear and hopelessness. At that moment, a clear voice cut through the cacophony of laughter. Excuse me. Who wishes to descend into hell? All present turned in astonishment towards the entrance. There stood two young men who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. The leading boy wore a gentle smile. It was he who had spoken those words. Chapter 39, The Sorcerer from Hell. Viscount Rant felt a twinge of annoyance. He could not comprehend how his guards had allowed two unknown individuals to brazenly enter the Lord's manor. However, upon catching sight of Ning Chuan's handsome visage, his eyes widened instinctively, swallowing hard. A sardonic smile crept upon his plump face. It was I who spoke. So, are you here to fulfill my wish? At a signal, a cadre of guards armed with great swords began to encircle them. Nika watched Ning Chuan and Shilin, closing her eyes in agony, initially hopeful for rescue, but now fearing they might merely share her suffering. Yet, the calm voice of the handsome youth continued. It is the first time I have heard such a wish. It must be granted. Nika sighed within, but then froze in disbelief as gasps of horror erupted around her, an unmistakable dread emanating from the crowd. Instinctively, she opened her eyes. Her pupils dilated as she beheld dark orbs materializing beside the handsome youth, from which emerged skeletal warriors, exuding an aura of dread and death. All eyes were fixed in terror upon Ning Chuan. The once composed Viscount Rant appeared utterly flabbergasted, soon followed by shrieks of fright. A sorcerer. He is a sorcerer from hell. Summoning the dead, utterly wicked. The term sorcerer conjured images of power, malevolence, and brutality, especially in reference to this one commanding the undead. Every person felt the hairs on their necks rise, particularly Viscount Rant, who, recalling his earlier flippant remarks, wished he could slap himself. Trembling, Rant stammered, "Mysterious sorcerer. I beg your forgiveness for my prior indiscretions." Ning Chuan smiled. "No, you are quite courteous." With a wave of his hand, the undead surged forth, and Shilin, now encircled by the skeletons, felt their formidable strength. "Stop him. Kill this sorcerer." Rant bellowed fiercely. The guards, gripped by terror, hesitated. 100 gold coins to whoever slays the sorcerer. In an instant, greed sparked among the guards, who steeled themselves and charged at the skeletons. Yet, they had grossly overestimated their own prowess. Most guards were merely around level 100, with a couple of leaders at approximately level 120. Despite the skeletons facing a disadvantage in levels, their nearly 4,000 attributes made it clear what true power looked like. With a series of bone-crushing impacts, the smaller skeletons wielded their clubs, reducing guards to mere pulp. Even the skeletal archers and mages remained unnecessary. The guard swords merely scratched the bony surfaces of their foes. The undead were simply too formidable. The screams of the guards filled the air, and their greed was quickly supplanted by sheer terror. The noble gentlemen scrambled backward in panic. Yet to no avail. The skeletons showed no mercy. Cries for mercy echoed throughout the banquet hall, transforming it into a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Nika stared, dumbfounded, at Ning Chuan's smiling face, shivering with trepidation, unable to meet his gaze. While the fate of those loathsome nobles brought her a sense of satisfaction, Ning Chuan instilled a deep sense of awe within her. Shilin discreetly untied Nika's bonds, whispering, "Ranger lady, Lord Ning Chuan is not a villain. He has come to save Blue Flame City." Nika's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this wicked sorcerer truly possess such benevolence? At long last, the slaughter ceased. In the entire banquet hall, only Ning Chuan and his two companions remained, alongside a quaking Rant huddled in a corner, an unidentifiable liquid trickling down his trousers, eliciting frowns from onlookers. "Master Wizard, I was wrong. I am willing to offer all my treasures to you, merely pleading for the gift of life." The surrounding devastation rendered Rant speechless. He crawled and rolled, desperately beseeching Ning Chuan's mercy. The hollow sockets of the little skeleton fixated on him, freezing him in place. A faint chuckle escaped Ning Chuan's lips. "Viscount Rant, I have no need for your riches. However, I do require your assistance with a particular matter." Rant seemed to grasp at the last thread of hope. "Master Wizard, please, tell me what you need." Ning Chuan paid him no heed, simply instructing a little skeleton to hoist him up. Turning to Nika, he inquired, "Your name is Nika, is it not? Would you be interested in aiding me against the orcs?" This young lady possessed considerable strength, comparable to a level 120 elite monster. Ning Chuan surmised that the rangers had been overly naive in their trust of Rant, which had led to their easy defeat. At that moment, Nika had finished listening to Seelan's whispered explanation. She knelt on one knee, her face adorned with utmost respect. "I am willing to serve the Master Wizard." Ning Chuan's smile deepened. "Excellent. You and Seelan shall gather all the townsfolk. I have matters to attend to. Seelan, also fetch those who were close to Viscount Rant. My servants will assist you." The two promptly accepted their orders. A short while later, the townsfolk of Blue Flame City convened in the square. To be frank, many harbored grievances, believing that Viscount Rant was about to devise yet another scheme to amuse himself at their expense. However, upon their arrival at the square, They were left in stunned silence. They were astounded to discover that the once lofty Viscount Rant was now dangling from the gallows. Not only Rant, but a row of other high-ranking figures were kneeling beside him. There was the scribe Jason. The head of the Gem Merchants Guild was also present, and the commander of the city Lord Esguards. Moreover, they soon realized that behind these dignitaries stood terrifying skeletal creatures, silently awaiting orders. The residents of Blue Flame City were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Whispers of turmoil and fear began to spread. At last, Ning Chuan slowly spoke. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ning Chuan, a wizard from the distant east." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly, instinctively silencing the crowd. The townsfolk gazed upon his striking figure with a mixture of awe and reverence. A wizard, a symbol of power and mystery, often accompanied by a temperamental disposition. Had Viscount Rant brought this formidable wizard's wrath upon himself? This thought naturally arose in their minds, sparking a growing excitement. Ning Chuan continued, "I have summoned you for two reasons. The first is that from this moment forth, I shall be the master of Blue Flame City. However, I find myself in need of discerning talents rather than fools. Thus, I require your assistance in determining the fates of these individuals. You shall decide their destinies." A subtle smile adorned Ning Chuan's face, yet his words sent shivers through the crowd. The first decree was to seize control of Blue Flame City. Ning Chuan wished to eliminate any obstacles while combating the orcs. Ridding the city of those who deserved to be purged was the way forward. Viscount Rant began to thrash violently, his last vestige of hope utterly extinguished, his eyes filled with despair. Meanwhile, the townspeople felt their eyes reddening. Memories of past oppression flooding back, causing their breaths to grow heavy. One bold soul dared to ask, "Master Wizard, can you truly do anything?" Ning Chuan smiled and waved his hand. A little skeleton presented a dagger to the inquirer. Trembling, the man accepted the dagger, his eyes turning crimson. "Rant, you beast! You abducted my daughter. You shall die?" With that, he lunged forward, plunging the dagger into Rant's chest. Blood gushed forth, igniting the pent-up hatred within the crowd. Townsfolk began to charge at their former oppressors, the scene devolving into chaos and bloodshed. Rant, as he desired, was ushered into his own hell. Chapter 40. An unexpected harvest. The bloody and frenzied spectacle did not last long. Ning Chuan observed quietly, reflecting on how the greater the madness, the more it underscored the extent of their past suffering. Using the lives of scoundrels like Rant to rally the people's hearts was undoubtedly a dual triumph. This was a strategy he had long considered. Collaborating with someone like Rant was out of the question, his conscience would not allow it. And he could not afford to constantly guard against Rant's sabotage. Now, he could wholly control Blue Flame City, significantly enhancing the likelihood of successfully completing his mission. From the grateful and reverent gazes of the townsfolk directed at Ning Chuan, it was evident that his plan had succeeded. At that moment, Ning Chuan was no longer perceived as a wicked wizard, but rather as a savior. Even the fearsome skeletal warriors appeared almost endearing. "Thank you, Master Wizard, for taking charge." The crowd, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt in unison, some wiping away tears. Ning Chuan nodded slightly. These individuals retained their reason, refraining from indiscriminate slaughter amid their newfound opportunity. Seelan had been vigilantly observing the situation, well acquainted with the dynamics of the city. Seelan and Nika exchanged glances, each recognizing the fervor and admiration reflected in the other's eyes. Ning Chuan's actions had earned their heartfelt respect. At that moment, Ning Chuan's prestige soared, reaching its zenith. Seizing the moment, he addressed the crowd once more. "The second matter at hand is that the orcs will soon assault Blue Flame City, and reinforcements will not arrive for 2 days. I require your collective assistance." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Memories of the orcs, steeped in dread, resurfaced in their minds. These were powerful monsters, capable of devouring humans. Ruthless and savage, it had taken decades for the Imperial Expeditionary Army to drive them away, and now they threatened to return? Seelan stepped forward, declaring, "What Master Ning Chuan says is true. I encountered an orc ambush in the wilderness, and it was Master Ning Chuan who saved me. Now, he seeks to save Blue Flame City. We must unite and assist him in our own salvation." His voice rang with passion, igniting a spark of determination among the townsfolk. Self-preservation. It was imperative to act. Fear was futile. Moreover, with such a powerful wizard on their side, they might yet withstand the onslaught. At this moment, they had no other choice. The crowd knelt in unison, reverently exclaiming, "Please, Master Wizard, save us." A smile graced Ning Chuan's features. At this juncture, all his objectives had been realized. His ascension task was to preserve the ember of humanity. Should these individuals disregard his commands and act recklessly, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, potentially even counterproductive effects. While he possesses the strength to fight alone, Overseeing such a multitude is beyond his capacity. Should the orcs launch an assault, and these people succumb to panic, rushing out of the city to their demise, Ning Chuan would be left in utter despair. At present, leveraging the prestige gained from vanquishing Countland, Ning Chuan has successfully garnered the allegiance of all, effectively averting such a scenario. Excellent. You need not worry. I shall stand with you. Ning Chuan's voice resonated with a remarkable power, instilling a gradual surge of confidence among the crowd. Presently, the elderly, the weak, and women and children must all take refuge within the city, while the able-bodied men don their armor and prepare to defend the city. No orc shall be permitted to enter. A chorus of resolute shouts echoed. No orc shall enter the city. The gazes directed at Ning Chuan were akin to that of a savior. Shilin and Nika observed Ning Chuan before them, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Ning Chuan turned to Shilin. Shilin, assist me in accounting for the populace within the city, ensuring the elderly, women, and children are securely hidden. If food supplies are insufficient, procure more from the Lord's manor. Is that clear? Furthermore, disseminate the message and ignite the signal to summon those still in the wilderness to seek refuge within the city. Shilin was filled with exhilaration. He never anticipated being part of such a monumental endeavor. His face flushed with excitement. Yes, Lord Ning Chuan. Nika gazed at Ning Chuan with eager anticipation, as if silently asking, what about me? Ning Chuan offered a slight smile. Nika, I trust very few, and I require you to immediately organize a guard team to gather all capable individuals within the city. Can you accomplish this? The young woman nodded vigorously. In that moment, Ning Chuan radiated brilliance in her eyes. Lord Ning Chuan, I also have 2 companions imprisoned in the Lord's manor. Their abilities are on par with mine. May they assist us? Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. Of course, that is splendid news. In uncertain times, every bit of combat strength is invaluable. Nika turned and departed. Instantly, the entirety of Lanyue City began to operate with fervent urgency. With the malignant presence of Count Lant removed, the common folk felt a renewed sense of hope. Despite their trepidation regarding the impending orc onslaught, Ning Chuan's presence served as a comforting reassurance. They believed that by following Lord Ning Chuan, they could withstand the orc invasion. Upon the city walls, years of neglect had caused the once sturdy fortifications to crack and decay, while the artisans within the city worked fervently to repair them using timber and bluestone. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard beside Nika could not contain his resentment. Cursed Lant. If it weren't for him, how could we find ourselves in such a passive position? A beautiful young archer beside him nodded in agreement, then added with relief. Thank goodness for Lord Ning Chuan. Otherwise, Lanyue City would surely descend into chaos. These 2 were Nika's companions, Bai's son, the middle-aged man, and the young woman, Anshi. Ning Chuan regarded their attributes, both approximately at level 130, indicating elite status. For ordinary ascendant practitioners, they represented formidable allies. Even an SSS-level genius would require the assistance of such rogues to achieve high accolades. Listening to their words, Ning Chuan responded calmly. Given the circumstances, we can only exert our utmost efforts and endure for 2 days until reinforcements arrive. The others nodded in agreement. Nika looked at Ning Chuan, suddenly resolved, and produced a piece of parchment from her bosom, respectfully offering it to him. Lord Ning Chuan, this is a manuscript on sorcery that I acquired during my previous adventures. I hope it may prove beneficial to you. In the face of impending war, every increment of power is invaluable. Moreover, it was widely acknowledged that Ning Chuan would be the principal force in repelling the orc attack. The mysterious sorcerer's limits remained unknown, and everyone watched with intrigue. Ning Chuan accepted the parchment with curiosity and anticipation, surprised by this unexpected boon. The Federation's ascent to power has been fostered not only by the abilities bestowed by the cosmic will, but also by knowledge acquired from diverse realms. Whether through ascension trials or secret realms, each represented a tangible world, complete with its own civilization. And now, what Nika offered Ning Chuan was the sorcerer's power of this world. Log. Acquired a mysterious sorcerer's manuscript. Chapter 41. Lord Ning Chuan Unmatched. Ning Chuan gently opened the sorcerer's manuscript, and the cosmic will had automatically translated the text into a language he could comprehend. Astonishment flickered in his eyes. The manuscript detailed the sorcerer's experimental log, encompassing techniques such as dissection, suturing, and grafting. It was no wonder they often spoke of wicked sorcerers. Such human experimentation indeed bore a sinister aspect. Closing the manuscript, Ning Chuan felt a mix of sentiments. Yet, he also harbored a sense of joy. This manuscript would indeed prove useful to him, though not immediately, once he dedicated time to mastering the underlying theories and integrating them with his own abilities. He could likely conceive a formidable spell. Indeed, spells can be self-realized through comprehension, in addition to those acquired via class awakenings or skill tomes. However, this requires profound theoretical knowledge, which is one of the purposes behind the Federation's 9-year compulsory education and the establishment of practitioner universities. I greatly appreciate your generous gift. Miss Nika, Ning Chuan said with a slight bow. Nika's cheeks flushed crimson. It is my honor to assist Lord Ning Chuan. She scarcely dared to meet his gaze. Overwhelmed by the magnetic aura he exuded, Bide Sun and Anshi exchanged amused glances at the scene. What girl could resist a young, handsome, and powerful sorcerer like Ning Chuan? They had heard tales of how he descended from the heavens at a critical moment to rescue Nika, adding an air of romantic intrigue to his persona. Ning Chuan shook his head with a smile. He glanced at the countdown on his panel, his expression growing solemn. The time remaining in this secret realm had dwindled to less than 42 hours. The orcs were approaching swiftly. As time slipped away, with the aid of 3 seasoned rogues, a guard team of 300 was finally assembled, comprised mostly of individuals below level 100, with only a handful possessing the capability to confront the orcs alone. Unfortunately, the orcs had been absent for so long that Lanyues City had become a neglected outpost of the Empire, with powerful soldiers and knights long departed. Otherwise, it would not have fallen under Count Lance's tyrannical rule. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan had never placed his hopes on them. All he required was for these individuals to keep an eye on the orcs and prevent any from sneaking into the city. Shalene had already relayed the news that all citizens had been secured. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Dark clouds had gathered in the sky without anyone noticing, casting a shadow over each heart. Suddenly, a mournful sound of a horn echoed from afar. The craftsmen engaged in mending the city walls shuddered, their eyes betraying a profound fear. "Return at once," bellowed Peterson. The craftsmen scrambled in a frenzy, ascending the ropes with haste. All eyes were fixed anxiously on the horizon. A dark line emerged with astonishing momentum from the distant skyline, rapidly charging towards Blue Flame City. The malevolent aura it exuded was palpable even from such a distance. Some guards began to tremble uncontrollably. Even Nika and her companions wore grave expressions. The ferocity and might of the orcs were well known. Some individuals cast furtive glances at Ning Chuan. Had his demeanor not remained calm, many would have been utterly paralyzed by fear. "At least 1,000, Peterson asserted grimly. Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. His mental acuity was formidable, allowing him to discern the advancing orcs with clarity. They crawled forward, utilizing hands and feet with remarkable speed. Their robust physique, terrifying strength, and astounding velocity rendered them nearly unmatched by humans. Perhaps only their intellect was lacking. As the orcs drew closer, the sense of oppression intensified, with at least 300 of them exceeding level 100, including dozens of elite adversaries. Assault Orc Elite. Level 140. Strength 1504. Constitution 1632. Spirit 342. Agility 1359. Skills Orc Martial Techniques. While the attributes of a level 140 Assault Orc may seem inferior to those of Ning Chuan's skeletons, the latter were mere 0-tier undead, whereas the Assault Orcs were first-tier beings, possessing a rank suppression. A single small skeleton could barely withstand one Assault Orc. Ning Chuan understood that he must act decisively. Otherwise, the orc's sheer presence would sap the fighting spirit of these hastily assembled guards. "My servants, it is your innate duty to slay the orcs." A mysterious whisper resonated across the battlements. From the shadows, skeletons imbued with necromantic energy emerged, startling all present. They turned to witness 2 skeleton mages brandishing skeletal staffs, casting silent incantations. In an instant, 2 enormous crimson fireballs erupted amidst the orc ranks. Boom! Flames burst forth like fireworks, and the orcs screamed in anguish. The shockwave swept through, reducing many orcs to ashes, while others writhed on the ground. "Orcs are not to be feared," Ning Chuan's calm, yet resonant voice rang out, igniting fervent zeal in the eyes of all. They beheld the orcs' plight, and in that moment, all fear dissipated. Peterson roared to the heavens, "Kill!" The guards were filled with exhilaration. "Kill!" With eyes ablaze, they knocked their longbows and unleashed their full might upon the orcs. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. If the orc vanguard could not be halted, the ensuing matters would be moot. He did not believe that defeating these 1,000 orcs would suffice to complete the task. That would be overly simplistic. Ning Chuan divided his 24 skeletons into 2 teams. One team leapt from the walls, charging fearlessly toward the orcs. The skeleton mages continued to unleash fireballs, while the skeleton archers' corrosive arrows pierced the orc skulls. With each strike from the small skeletons, an orc's head was crushed. The prowess of the skeletons was unveiled in its entirety before the astonished spectators. Peterson and his companions stood agape. It was only then that they realized the formidable strength of Ning Chuan's skeleton warriors. They feared that they could barely contend with even one skeleton warrior. Their gazes towards Ning Chuan were filled with awe. The morale of all surged. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan was equally in high spirits. Log. Small skeleton perished. Talent Necromancer's Dominion activated. Your Strength 3, Agility 2, Constitution 3, Spirit 4. Log. Small skeleton perished. Talent Necromancer's Dominion activated. Your Strength 5, Agility 3, Constitution 2, Spirit 2. The demise of the upgraded small skeletons continuously augmented his attributes. After splitting into 2 teams, a seamless transition occurred every 10 minutes. Ensuring that skeletons remained engaged in battle on the field, the slaughter persisted. The skeletons stood as a formidable wall of bone, barring the path of the orc vanguard. The guards merely needed to remain behind, safe, to rain arrows upon the orcs, reaping their lives one by one. However, the orcs were not inclined to remain passive. After suffering losses of several hundred, they finally implemented a countermeasure. Following a brief tumult, a group of robust assault orcs, each towering over 2 meters, converged and charged en masse toward the skeletons. Their numbers exceeded that of the skeletons by at least double. In an instant, the countenance of all changed. For on the battlefield, only 12 skeletons remained, while the assault orcs numbered over 30. Based on prior experience, the skeleton warriors could not possibly be their match. Compounding the dire situation, Ning Chuan had no replacements at his side. Nika and the others felt their hearts race involuntarily. They had noticed that Ning Chuan's ability to summon skeletons was bound by a time constraint. Now, the orcs had evidently discerned this pattern. Seeking to exploit this window to force an assault on the city, damnable skeletons die. The hoarse roars of the assault orcs echoed like the growls of feral beasts. They charged recklessly, ignoring the fireballs and corrosive arrows, determined to eliminate the skeletons before them, even at the cost of grievous injuries or death. In the horrified gaze of Nika and her companions, one skeleton after another fell, although they took down a dozen or so assault orcs. The remaining orcs still constituted an overwhelmingly powerful force. Now bereft of the skeleton warriors' obstruction meant they were to engage in close combat with the orcs. The orcs bellowed in unison, annihilate them, devour them. The malevolent gazes of the orcs caused all to pale. They had reached the base of the city walls. Peterson brandished his sword and shouted, "Brothers, Lord Ning Chuan has done enough. Now it is our turn to buy time for him." They understood that as long as they could hold out until Lord Ning Chuan summoned powerful skeleton warriors once more, they could alleviate the pressure once again. The crowd roared, "Buy time for Lord Ning Chuan." Even Nika and Angie shared the same resolute gaze. United in purpose, they were prepared to face death. They had witnessed the orcs' ferocity, and once they breached the city and entered the melee, none could guarantee their survival. However, Ning Chuan would undeniably never permit such an occurrence. Preserving the ember of humanity is essential to enhancing the completion of the mission. As long as he possesses the strength, he will not allow these individuals to tread into peril. Their rightful place is to remain behind and shoot arrows. For the sake of his own advancement evaluation, he does not mind playing the role of a caretaker. For now, there is no need for you to exert yourselves. Ning Chuan's voice resonated softly. Everyone was taken aback, instinctively directing their gazes towards him, their eyes widening in astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Chuan had gracefully descended from the city wall. He strolled forward leisurely, as if he were not amidst a treacherous battlefield, but rather in his own backyard. The fierce and brutal gazes of the orcs were all fixated on Ning Chuan. Though their intellect was lacking, they understood that it was this human who summoned those skeletal monsters, leading to their devastating losses. At this moment, witnessing this oblivious human stepping into the battlefield, their eyes glinted with malice. "Kill this human. I want to feast upon him. His flesh must be exceptionally delicious." The assaulting orcs encircled Ning Chuan. Peterson, Nika, and the others were filled with anxiety. Lord Ning Chuan. They were desperate to rush out of the city and fight to the death, determined not to let Ning Chuan face the orc army alone. However, in the next instant, their movements halted in unison, their expressions shifting to disbelief. They beheld Ning Chuan's steps, and suddenly, pale flames erupted from him, transforming into a blazing curtain of fire. Even from such a distance, they could feel the terrifying heat. The fireballs from the skeletal mage paled in comparison. The assaulting orcs, who were closer, exhibited sheer terror in their once fierce eyes. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the pale flames surged forth like a tempest, enveloping all the orcs ahead. Ning Chuan's current mental attribute exceeded 20,000, a truly formidable force. What does this signify? One force shattering myriad spells, even with the constraints of tier suppression. A spell propelled by 20,000 mental attributes was beyond the capability of these first-tier elite monsters to withstand. The terrifying necromantic flames seared the orcs, and anguished wails echoed before Blue Flame City, as one orc after another was reduced to ashes, powerless to retaliate. Furthermore, Beside Ning Chuan, bone spears continuously formed, striking down the fleeing assaulting orcs with astonishing might. The once powerful assaulting orcs had now become feeble playthings. The orcs' eyes brimmed with fear. They never anticipated that. In comparison to those formidable skeletons, this human was the most terrifying of all. Ning Chuan unleashed his power with reckless abandon, relishing the moment. Previously, while battling the goblins, he had to exercise caution to avoid slaying the silver goblin outright. But now, such restraint was unnecessary. An endless inferno consumed everything in its path. The orcs fled desperately until Ning Chuan ceased his slaughter only when the skeletons were summoned once more. He felt no desire to exhaust himself further. With a casual turn, Ning Chuan observed the now silent blue flame city. Everyone gazed at him in a daze, their pupils filled with astonishment. They too had not anticipated the sheer terror of Ning Chuan's own strength. They had originally thought the skeletal warriors to be sufficiently frightening. Yet it was evident that Lord Ning Chuan himself was the most formidable. Ning Chuan smiled, revealing his teeth. I mentioned before, orcs are not to be feared. This simple statement struck deep into their hearts. The shock in everyone's eyes transformed into fervent admiration and worship as cheers resonated throughout Blue Flame City. Lord Ning Chuan is invincible. Lord Ning Chuan is invincible. Chapter 42, Rewards of the First Stage. The resounding cheers cascaded over the city walls like waves. Grateful and adoring gazes turned towards Ning Chuan, as though they beheld a savior. At this moment, Ning Chuan was invincible in their hearts. The morale of the crowd soared to unprecedented heights. Ning Chuan demonstrated through his actions that orcs are not to be feared. Nika and the others stood in stunned silence. They had intended to engage in a desperate fight to buy time for Ning Chuan to summon skeletal warriors. However, they never imagined that in an instant, Ning Chuan would unleash his might, annihilating all the assaulting orcs. Watching the orcs crumble and flee, Nika was so excited she could hardly articulate her thoughts. My lord, you are simply too powerful. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Peterson and Angie looked on with increasing reverence, having seen more of the world. They recognized that based on Ning Chuan's recent display, he was undoubtedly among the elite of wizards. In response to the adoring gazes, Ning Chuan merely smiled faintly. He calmly observed the skeletons continue their slaughter of the remaining orcs, while Peterson and the others organized a counterattack. With the threat of the assaulting orcs eliminated, the remaining ordinary orcs, although still formidable, were manageable. Moreover, with the skeletons leading the charge, casualties would be minimal. Ning Chuan did not need to ensure the safety of everyone. After all, how could there be no casualties in war? He was not a deity, merely needing to maintain control within reasonable limits. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, Ning Chuan lowered his gaze to examine the spoils of battle. Having slain so many assaulting orcs yielded a plethora of precious materials, items, and equipment. While most were not immediately useful to him, there were delightful surprises. For instance, he now held a vial of green potion, Orc Berserker Potion. Consuming this potion significantly enhances strength, constitution, and agility, albeit at the cost of diminishing one's sanity. Undoubtedly, this is an exceedingly valuable item. Despite the drawback of decreased sanity, the benefits far outweigh the flaws. Under certain circumstances, it could serve as a game-changing artifact, especially for Ning Chuan, whose strength, constitution, and agility were already remarkably high. Consuming this potion would surely maximize its efficacy, whether for personal use or trade. It was an excellent find. In addition to the Orc Berserker Potion, there was also a skill book, Shadow's Grasp, manipulates shadows to form tendrils that bind enemies. Ning Chuan's eyes glimmered with delight. This was a control-type skill book that he could utilize. Without a moment's hesitation, he learned it. He has never been one to withhold from enhancing his strength. After all, what was the point of amassing such resources if not to grow stronger? Ning Chuan reveled in his fortune. Truly, the secret realm of advancement was generous with its rewards. In other realms, even those of nightmarish difficulty, he would need to grind through dozens of runs to hope for such items to materialize. He gazed upon the battlefield as time flowed onward. The orc vanguard has been utterly shattered, with only a small faction fleeing toward the wasteland. Ning Chuan made the decision not to pursue them. A mere handful of orcs slain would hardly alter the situation. In fact, if he encountered an orc ambush during the chase, it could spell disaster. While he was not afraid, it was the safety of his guards that concerned him, as they could face total annihilation. At that moment, a wave of reverent gazes, filled with fervor, turned toward Ning Chuan. They appeared almost as if entranced. Such powerful and ferocious orcs had been repelled by them. Moreover, with hardly any casualties. The mere thought was beyond their comprehension. Initially, they believed that even if they managed to hold their ground, it would come at the cost of many lives. Yet, the reality diverged drastically from their expectations. They knew precisely why this was the case. Ning Chuan, The air was filled with jubilant cheers that soared to the heavens. Lord Ning Chuan. Lord Ning Chuan. Every cheer resonated with their respect and admiration for him. Undoubtedly. From this moment onward, Ning Chuan had completely conquered their hearts. Even if he were to command them to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the orcs, they would not harbor a shred of fear. The news swiftly reached the residents of Lanyue City, who had been anxiously awaiting developments. Overcome with joy, they wept tears of happiness and knelt in the direction of Ning Chuan. He had become a divine figure in their hearts. First, he had rid them of the malignant Viscount Lant, and subsequently, he led them to repel the orcs, rescuing them from despair. The admiration in Shilin's eyes was palpable. Reflecting on all he had experienced, it felt like a dream. He resolved to write a book chronicling all his encounters with Lord Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan allowed the crowd to express their emotions. In the face of war, a cathartic release was essential. However, they could not afford to relax just yet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, once the cheers subsided, Ning Chuan addressed the excited Peterson and the others. We cannot let our guard down entirely. This was merely the orc vanguard. A more formidable battle awaits us tomorrow. The crowd's expressions turned serious. If today's orc vanguard was so powerful, one could only imagine the terror that awaited them when the main orc army arrived. Nonetheless, there was no hint of fear in their eyes. With Lord Ning Chuan by their side, they felt assured of their safety. As long as he stood with them, they feared nothing. Peterson knelt on one knee, solemnly swearing an oath. The fervor in their gazes was unmistakable. Had this been before, they would have been fraught with anxiety, but now, it was merely a battle. Death was the worst that could happen. The guards had grown significantly after their skirmish with the orc vanguard. Many excitedly discussed how many orcs they had slain that day, showcasing a newfound ferocity. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, these individuals were not hopeless cases. Stay vigilant tonight to prevent a night raid by the orcs, he instructed before departing. While orcs may lack intelligence, the strategies of the former Xia kingdom had ingrained a sense of instinctive caution in him. Yes, Lord Ning Chuan. As night fell, Ning Chuan rested at the Lord's mansion. He had faced the orc vanguard numerous times today, and although his mental fortitude could withstand the strain, he needed to maintain ample energy and remain in peak condition. With his speed, he could swiftly respond to any disturbances beyond the city walls. Time passed quietly. Fortunately, all remained calm. The orcs did not choose to attack under the cover of darkness. Until finally, the time limit displayed on his panel transformed to 24 hours. The cosmic will descended with a resounding impact. Ning Chuan opened his eyes in surprise. If he was not mistaken, the first phase of the advancement task had been completed, and the rewards were imminent. Chapter 43, 300 versus 10,000. Indeed, as Ning Chuan's thoughts began to rise, a stream of information appeared in his mind. First phase of advancement task completed, completion rate exceedingly high, reward, perfect grade equipment, falling star robe, and a first-tier large defensive magic array, frost hand. The delight in Ning Chuan's eyes deepened. First and foremost, the reward of the equipment, the falling star robe. Not only was it perfect grade, but crucially, it was also a first-tier robe. Although he could not utilize it at present, once the advancement task was complete, he could don it immediately. Falling star robe, bound. Tier, first. Quality, perfect. Attributes, Spirit 400, Constitution 150. Additional effects, Mana Recovery 30, Stellar Affinity 20. Additional skill, Meteor Fall. Requirements, Magical System. It was indeed worthy of being a first-tier robe, as it provided substantial additional attributes. The basic attribute enhancements alone were nearly tenfold that of the previous giant lizard robe. The accompanying skill, Meteor Fall, was also a powerful offensive spell. Undoubtedly, this falling star robe would stand out even among perfect-grade equipment. Ning Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. However, lacking the necessary tier, impatience would yield no results. He carefully stored the striking robe and turned his gaze to the second reward, a first-tier large magic array. And it was defensive in nature. What did this signify? Once Ning Chuan activated this frost hand magic array, he could envelop the entire Lanyue City. As long as the magic array remained unbroken, no one could breach it. Such a magic array, even at the first tier, was exceedingly precious. One could even argue that the value of this magic array far surpassed that of the falling star robe. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ning Chuan's eyes. The rewards from the cosmic will were indeed thought-provoking. In a sense, it had presented a choice. Given the current task completion level, the examiner could opt to withdraw a portion of the elite forces, drawing fire from the remaining inhabitants of the city, thereby preserving a significant portion of the remaining forces. The final evaluation would surely not fall below SSS grade. Moreover, he would receive such a valuable large magic array as a reward. For an average SSS grade genius, this would undoubtedly be the optimal solution. After all, despite Ning Chuan's effortless slaughter today, many SSS-grade geniuses might struggle to complete the first phase of defending the city. The attacking orcs appeared incredibly frail against Ning Chuan. In reality, it would be impressive for an SSS-grade genius to handle even 1 or 2 orcs. Yet, there existed another option: to continue holding Lanyue City. Should they successfully await reinforcements, they could retain even more of their remaining forces. This path would guarantee a final evaluation surpassing SSS grade, with rewards that would be extraordinarily bountiful. However, the difficulties were painfully evident. The orc numbers would undoubtedly exceed those of today's vanguard, and their quality would surpass it as well. Ning Chuan could almost foresee the emergence of a first-tier boss. Thus, the Cosmic will rewarded him with this first-tier defensive magic array. It can be utilized to assist in the defense of the city. This indirectly attests to the challenges that lie ahead in safeguarding it. Should one withdraw in a timely manner, savoring the rewards, or continue to gamble recklessly? For others, such a dilemma might provoke contemplation. However, for Ning Chuan, hesitation is utterly unnecessary. The choice is unequivocally to persist in the defense. Upon witnessing the rewards from the magical array, Ning Chuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, for to him, the significance of this magical formation transcends mere defense. If wielded adeptly, it might catapult his attributes to new heights. The allure of this prospect alone rendered refusal impossible. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Blue Flame City are not mere NPCs, but rather living, breathing individuals. He simply cannot abandon them in their time of need. The heartfelt and earnest calls of Lord Ning Chuan make it inconceivable for him to forsake these people. The warriors of Blue Flame City have today proven that they are not as feeble as mud that cannot be shaped. Additionally, Ning Chuan possesses no inclination to abandon his endeavors midway. Each correct choice fortifies his resolve. He has always remembered his father's words. He acted upon them in the early stages of his journey, and now he continues to do so. My Lord Ning Chuan, it is late. Please rest early. We shall report any news to you immediately. The melodious voice of Nika outside the door brought a faint smile to Ning Chuan's lips. He knows that his choice was indeed the right one. As dawn's light began to break, the atmosphere in Blue Flame City grew tense once more. Yet, unlike yesterday, today's tension is devoid of fear and trepidation. As Ning Chuan walked through the city, he was met with countless reverent gazes. To instill fear, one need only possess overwhelming strength, but to earn respect, one must possess not only might, but also admirable virtues. Lord Ning Chuan, Angel on the city wall greeted him with respect. She was currently overseeing a 100-man rotation. The enchanting woman's eyes shimmered with admiration. She vowed that had she been younger, like Nika, she would have pursued Lord Ning Chuan with abandon. Ning Chuan nodded slightly. What is the situation? Angel's expression became serious as she cast aside her distractions. Last night, everything was well, just as documented by the Empire. The orcs feared the night and did not choose to continue their assault. The scouts we dispatched returned with numerous survivors hiding in the wasteland, some of whom were previously exiled by Viscount Land, while others had fled from different regions. Her expression darkened. According to their accounts, the orcs are not merely engaging in skirmishes this time. They appear intent on a full-scale resurgence to reclaim the fertile central continent from the Empire. Blue Flame City is not the only target of their aggression. After 3 centuries of silence, the orcs have accumulated immense hatred and power. This eruption will undoubtedly be cataclysmic. Listening to Angel's detailed narration, Ning Chuan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Unfortunately, there are many matters he cannot intervene in. Not only does he lack the capability, but he is merely a transient in this world, destined to depart after tomorrow. The only course of action available to him is to safeguard Blue Flame City. You mentioned that, according to the estimates of the wasteland survivors, the attacking orc forces may exceed 10,000? Angel's pupils widened with gravity. Even fortified within the city, 300 against 10,000 presents an overwhelmingly daunting disparity. Indeed. And furthermore, it is said that the orcs have tamed a terrifying beast in the far western wasteland. Before Angel could finish her sentence, a deep, resonant tremor echoed from the distant horizon. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded as if the very heart of the earth was pulsating. All eyes were drawn towards the source. Angel's complexion turned pale in an instant. Chapter 44, firmly positioned on the fishing platform. Mammoth. The accounts from yesterday's wasteland survivors were indeed true. Angel's expression grew increasingly grave. Ning Chuan also turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion, squinting slightly. In the distance, along the horizon, dark lines began to emerge. They were ferocious orcs, numbering 10 times that of yesterday. This meant that the orc horde assaulting Blue Flame City today comprises no fewer than 10,000 warriors. Furthermore, at the rear of the orc army, there were beasts that had not appeared the previous day. Ning Chuan beheld the mammoth, towering 20 meters high, with its formidable tusks. This was precisely the creature that had concerned Angel. The sheer size of the mammoth suggested it would be a formidable siege weapon. As it moved, it resembled a small mountain. It is unfathomable to consider the devastation it could wreak upon the walls of Blue Flame City if it were to charge. There were at least 10 such beasts mixed within the army. Mammoth, Elite, Level, LV 150 Strength, 5,000 Constitution, 4862 Spirit, 309 Agility, 316 Skills, War Trample, Death Charge. Observing the attributes of the mammoth, Ning Chuan felt a surge of seriousness. With a staggering strength and constitution of 5,000. It is by no means inferior even when compared to bosses of the same level. The mammoth is truly synonymous with toughness. Yet, its weaknesses are also evident. The extremely low spirit and agility attributes imply that it can easily be kite and is not particularly intelligent, making it susceptible to enslavement. Nonetheless, this does not diminish the mammoth's ferocity. In a siege context, it poses an almost insurmountable challenge. Immediately inform Peterson and the others to prepare for the impending battle. Ning Chuan commanded in a grave tone. While he harbored confidence, he also understood the necessity of caution. Yes, Angel inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within her heart. Her gaze was resolute. With Lord Ning Chuan present, there is nothing to fear. Before long, the entire guard swiftly assembled. As they beheld the advancing orc army and the mammoths drawing nearer, their expressions reflected unprecedented seriousness. Yet, in the face of an enemy far more terrifying than the day before, they were devoid of fear. It was solely because of the figure standing resolutely on the city walls, instilling within them confidence and hope. At worst, they would meet their demise. Having endured the bloodshed of yesterday, they had already been tempered. Ning Chuan nodded inwardly, then declared in a commanding voice, "Prepare to fire." As he spoke, ominous light circles appeared beneath the city walls, followed closely by the emergence of even more powerful skeletons before them. The skeletons, having suffered numerous casualties the previous day, had contributed to a significant increase in Ning Chuan's spirit attribute. Now, upon their arrival, the skeletons charged fearlessly into the ranks of the orc army. The orcs moved swiftly, some even riding upon massive wolves as they advanced toward them. Humans, surrender the city or face annihilation. A menacing threat reverberated through the skies. Yet not a single face among the gathered bore a trace of fear. Release. With a commanding roar from Peterson, the guards unleashed a volley of arrows towards the horde of orcs, reaping the lives of numerous foes. Meanwhile, the skeletons, shrouded by the cover of arrows, surged into the midst of the orc army. These 24 skeletal warriors were incredibly potent, easily dispatching ordinary orcs, who fell beneath the onslaught of bone clubs and fireballs. They were akin to gods of destruction. Especially under the command of Ning Chuan, their battle prowess surged beyond that of the previous day. However, it was not long before the assault orcs, swift to react, rushed in to provide support. Within this grand army of 10,000, the number of assault orcs vastly exceeded that of the previous day, and some among them were elite orcs even stronger than before. Though the skeletons were formidable, they ultimately fell to the overwhelming numbers, perishing in the fray. Yet, Ning Chuan harbored no illusions that 24 skeletons could withstand such a vast host. His intent was merely to expend the orc forces as much as possible. With this batch of skeletons defeated, they had at least claimed the lives of over 100 orcs and 7 or 8 assault orcs. As he observed the approaching mammoth elephants, Ning Chuan understood that depleting the orcs' strength before these siege beasts reached the front line was paramount. As for himself, he needed to conserve his strength for the time being, for he was acutely aware that the most powerful boss among the orc army had yet to reveal itself. It was wiser to tread carefully in the face of the unknown. Upon witnessing the demise of the skeletons, the orc army erupted into a thunderous roar of celebration. However, Peterson and Nico were no ineffectual warriors. They promptly utilized arrows, flammable oil, and boulders in unison. The soldiers of Blue Flame City stood resolute, their eyes glinting with determination. They understood the necessity of buying time and energy for Lord Ning Chuan before he took action. They were equally aware of the formidable entities lurking among the orcs, and they aimed to delay Ning Chuan's involvement for as long as possible to maximize their chances of victory. At last, the ominous glowing circle reappeared, and one by one, the skeletons emerged anew. The morale of Blue Flame City soared, alleviating the immense pressure that had weighed upon them. Nonetheless, the orc army's advance remained resolute. The skeletons were simply too few in number, and the 10-minute interval was a fatal disadvantage. After merely 3 waves of skeletons, the orc army was already at the gates. Moreover, the massive mammoths had now come into clear view, poised to charge at any moment. With a thunderous bellow, 10 mammoths raised their forelegs high, ethereal lights shimmering upon their massive forms. instilling dread in the hearts of all Blue Flame City's warriors. The impending death charge was imminent. The orcs had already retreated completely, eagerly anticipating the mammoth's assault. The ground trembled beneath them, and the sheer thickness of the mammoth's hides rendered even the sharpest arrows ineffective, merely piercing the surface without inflicting any harm. Even the fireballs conjured by the skeleton mages could only inflict minor injuries, and after a shake of their massive heads, the charge resumed. As if nothing could impede their relentless advance, fearful gazes turned instinctively towards Ning Chuan, for the situation had surpassed their ability to resolve. As the 10 towering behemoths drew closer, an involuntary tension gripped everyone's hearts. If the mammoths were allowed to collide with the walls, it was feared that the fortifications would crumble, leaving the orc army free to invade the city. Yet Ning Chuan remained unfazed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Then, to the astonishment of all, he took a step forward and, amidst the shocked gazes surrounding him, slowly activated the reward he had received earlier, the grand defensive magic circle. Frosty Grasp. In an instant, the winds shifted dramatically as an infinite array of ice elements converged from the heavens. To the eyes of Nika and the others, a breathtaking cerulean glow began to illuminate the surroundings, gradually intensifying at a visible rate. Then, amidst their astonished stares, an enormous ice blue hand descended from the sky, gently enveloping the entirety of Blue Flame City. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped the hearts of all the warriors within. They had anticipated that Ning Chuan would take direct action to halt the mammoths, yet they had never imagined he would conjure such a colossal and awe-inspiring hand. Rest assured, with the protection of this frosty grasp, these orcs shall not breach our defenses for the time being. Focus on regaining your strength. Ning Chuan's calm voice resonated, deepening the admiration reflected in their gazes. At this moment, the mammoths charged forth with terrifying momentum akin to high-speed trains. Despite Ning Chuan's assurances, the warriors instinctively held their breath. Upon impact, there was no earth-shattering quake, no thunderous roar, merely gentle ripples emanated from the edges of the azure, ethereal hand. Subsequently, the 10 fearsome mammoths were effortlessly repelled. The orcs could scarcely believe their eyes, as arrows and spears rained down upon them, yet none could penetrate the icy barrier. The crowd stood in stunned silence before erupting into a cacophony of cheers. Praise Lord Ning Chuan. In this critical moment, once more, it was Ning Chuan who intervened to thwart the terrifying beasts of the wasteland. Faced with the adoring gazes of the crowd, Ning Chuan merely smiled. Within him, a fervent anticipation began to rise. This frosty grasp was not solely intended to repel the orc army. More importantly, it presented Ning Chuan with an exceptional opportunity to enhance his attributes. As the cooldown for communicating with the will of the underworld elapsed, Ning Chuan promptly set his plans into motion. Dark circles appeared outside the city, and the skeletons emerged once again, charging toward the orc army. Filled with pent-up rage, the orcs unleashed their fury upon the skeletons before them, surging forth like a tidal wave. The 24 skeletons did not struggle for long. After slaying a portion of the orc ranks, they fell en masse. Log. The little skeleton has perished. The talent Undead Sovereign has activated. Your strength 2, agility 2. Constitution 2, spirit 2. Log. The skeleton archer has perished. The talent Undead Sovereign has activated. Your strength 30, agility 30, constitution 20, spirit 20. Log. The skeleton mage has perished. The talent Undead Sovereign has activated. Your strength 25, agility 25, constitution 25, spirit 50. Pleasant notifications echoed in Ning Chuan's ears as his attribute values steadily ascended. A smile of increasing intensity blossomed at the corners of his mouth. The orcs once again launched an assault on Blue Flame City, with even the mammoth beasts creating distance to charge anew. Yet, it was futile. As long as the power of the Frost Hand remained unspent, they could never breach the defenses. 10 minutes passed. The skeletons re-emerged. The warriors of Blue Flame City brightened with renewed vigor, each mimicking the other as they drew their bows and loosed arrows. If they did not seize this opportunity to slay more foes, would they wait until they were forced into close combat with the orcs to fight desperately? Ning Chuan occasionally conjured the flames of the undead, seizing the chance to eliminate some orcs. After all, the orc horde was sufficiently vast. The attribute boost was more than adequate. Before the power of the Frost Hand was exhausted, he aimed to deplete as many orcs as possible. Kill! Kill! The battlefield echoed with the low, hoarse cries of the orcs. Yet the Frost Hand stood resolute. The orcs left behind only a trail of corpses, with no effective results to show for their efforts. This situation persisted for 2 hours. Ning Chuan felt a surge of power within him once more. Then, a strange roar emanated from the rear of the orc army. Following this, the ordinary orcs retreated like a receding tide. while those at the back began to employ ranged attacks to sap the strength of the Frost Hand. Only the mammoths and assault orcs continued their relentless charge. This clever tactic caused Ning Chuan to raise an eyebrow. Was this the ultimate boss among the orc horde? A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. This orc boss evidently possessed considerable intelligence. However, Ning Chuan was in no hurry. His intention in summoning the Frost Hand was not merely to slay orcs. Stacking attributes was paramount. Otherwise, he could have easily intercepted the mammoths with all his might. This display was a feigned weakness, creating the illusion for the lurking boss that Ning Chuan's strength was limited. Once he had stacked enough attributes, he would deliver a resounding surprise. Ning Chuan summoned yet another batch of new skeletons. Now, with 24 skeletons, each fallen could grant him a substantial increase of 180 points in mental attributes. In just 2 short hours, his mental attributes had surged by over 1,000. The joy in Ning Chuan's eyes grew ever more pronounced. It could be said that merely this Frost Hand magic circle had made this ascension journey exceedingly worthwhile. Time flowed steadily. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had begun its descent. From the sunrise until dusk, the orcs had intermittently rested while engaging in a war of attrition. The warriors of Blue Flame City also rotated continuously. The Frost Hand, once steadfast, gradually began to wane, its power evidently dwindling. Ning Chuan stretched lazily, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Nevertheless, it had been exceedingly fruitful. Strength, 16,410-20. Agility, 15,840-80. Constitution, 16,240-1734. Mental, 21,043-50. Gazing at his skyrocketing attributes, Ning Chuan's smile broadened immensely. This time, he had reaped tremendous rewards. If one accounted for equipment bonuses, his mental attributes had already surpassed 25,000. What an extraordinary magnitude. He felt that he could now contend with a considerable portion of second-tier professionals. In other words, Ning Chuan could now battle 2 tiers above his own. What a terrifying prospect. Even the mightiest demigod, Wu Ding, had not been this formidable. Were this news to spread, Ning Chuan would undoubtedly be protected by the Federation, though countless others would wish for his demise. Ning Chuan rose slowly, instantly drawing the gaze of many. Prepare yourselves. The final battle is about to commence. His calm voice resonated, immediately causing Mika and Peterson, along with the others, to stiffen, though not a trace of fear was present. They had already sensed that the ethereal giant hand enveloping Blue Flame City was noticeably dimming, and the charge of the mammoth beasts was beginning to make the walls tremble. At that moment, Ning Chuan's words served to confirm their apprehensions. Yet, they knew that Ning Chuan had already done enough. They merely needed to endure this moment longer, and victory would soon be theirs. At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the orc army finally began to stir. A desolate roar mingled with the sound of horns reverberated across the battlefield. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Here it comes. Chapter 46, Toys. Everyone tensed. As the desolate roar echoed, the previously fatigued mammoth beasts, unbeknownst to them, suddenly bore crimson eyes. Their robust front hooves raised high before crashing down with tremendous force. The war trampled forward. Visible waves surged toward Blue Flame City, initiating an unprecedentedly fierce charge. The horrific momentum turned the faces of all within Blue Flame City pale with dread. They had anticipated that the protective barrier set by Lord Ning Chuan would soon falter. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. 10 mammoth beasts were repelled, some even having their tusks shattered in the collision. Yet, there was no joy in the hearts of the people of Blue Flame City, for they heard the ominous cracking sound resonating in their ears. The faint blue, ethereal giant hand was on the verge of collapse, riddled with cracks. The Frost Hand was finally about to shatter. The orcs' ferocious energy began to seep through the fissures, and Peterson and the others gripped their weapons tightly, their fighting spirits still somewhat high. However, soon despair and fear crept into their eyes, for from the rear of the orc army, a haunting chant emerged, and a gaunt orc adorned with a shamanic feather crown and wielding a staff finally appeared before them. An orc shaman? Why was an orc shaman here? Peterson, Nika, and the others were filled with disbelief. Ning Chuan narrowed his eyes at the boss that had finally made its entrance. Orc shaman. Level, LV 160. Strength, 5124. Constitution, 4256. Mental, 6841. Agility, 4268. Skills, Blood Ritual, Entangling Spell, Meteor Fire Rain. Undoubtedly, this was the most formidable monster Ning Chuan had ever encountered, with exaggerated attributes, powerful skills, and a first-tier boss to boot. Yet, he felt no fear. Rather, he was somewhat eager for the challenge. The swelling mental power within him yearned for a worthy opponent to unleash upon, and the orc shaman before him was undoubtedly an excellent target. However, at this moment, The atmosphere atop Blue Flame City was thick with tension. The Orc Shaman, a conjurer among the Orcish ranks, possesses a wisdom that renders them exceedingly rare, even more so than human sorcerers. When one emerges, it is invariably a formidable force. Throughout 3 centuries of warfare, Orc Shamans have inflicted tremendous losses upon human armies. My lord Ning Chuan, you should depart at once. Suddenly, Bateson knelt down, his fierce eyes glistening with a hint of red. Initially, he had envisioned fighting valiantly to the bitter end alongside his comrades, but upon reflecting on Ning Chuan's contributions to Blue Flame City, he felt it was unnecessary for Ning Chuan to remain and perish with them. They had harbored a flicker of hope, believing that with Ning Chuan's exceptional prowess, they could buy enough time until reinforcements arrived. However, in that moment, with the barrier shattered and the hidden Orc Shaman revealed, it became painfully clear that such aspirations were futile. The Orc Shaman was immensely powerful. Detaining Ning Chuan was trivial, and as more orcs closed in, even Ning Chuan would be endangered. They could not afford such selfishness. As Bateson knelt, one by one, the others followed suit. Nika, her eyes brimming with reluctance, implored, "My lord Ning Chuan, please take some of the children from the city and leave. We will hold them off for you." Angelique's eyes were similarly moist. "My lord Ning Chuan, you have done more than enough." The warriors of Blue Flame City, tears glistening in their eyes, echoed, "We shall forever remember your grace." My lord Ning Chuan. They too wished for Ning Chuan's departure, recognizing that perishing together held no merit. Ning Chuan, bemused by the sudden kneeling of his comrades, couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you truly believe I cannot vanquish him?" Bateson, in a state of urgency, replied, "No, that is not our intent. It is merely that Orc Shamans possess extraordinary innate talent." Ning Chuan waved his hand in resignation. "Rather than fretting over this, I suggest you focus on how to confront the imminent threat." He gestured, and as the Orc Shaman made his entrance, the eyes of the orcs turned blood red, a manifestation of their bloodlust, enhancing their combat abilities at the expense of their already limited intellect. Such a state was typically invoked during sieges. Clearly, after prolonged assaults and substantial losses, the Orc Shaman was incensed, intent on leaving no survivor. His mental prowess was firmly fixated on Ning Chuan. Attempting to flee? An impossibility. A hollow, raspy roar resonated. "Sorcerer, abandon your resistance and submit to the greatness of the orcs. I can promise you endless human subjects for experimentation." Sorcerers are often deemed malevolent beings due to their penchant for conducting experiments on the living to validate their arcane arts. Many sorcerers, devoid of any racial identity, have crossed the threshold of humanity, grafting various monstrous limbs onto themselves in pursuit of greater power. Yet Ning Chuan was clearly not one of them. With the anxious gazes of the denizens of Blue Flame City upon him, he slowly stepped forward, positioning himself opposite the Orc Shaman. Observing the shaman, Ning Chuan instinctively licked his lips and murmured, "I hope you can provide me with some amusement." "What?" The Orc Shaman was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Icy malice flooding his eyes. Yet, almost immediately, this malice faltered, giving way to incredulity. A wisp of pale flames began to emanate from Ning Chuan, intensifying with each step he took, transforming in the blink of an eye into a fiery canopy. The overwhelming aura radiating from Ning Chuan stunned the Orc Shaman, the palpable threat causing his pupils to constrict involuntarily. One thought consumed him. How can this sorcerer be so powerful? Why was he hiding in that shell? But there was no time for further contemplation. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as a skeletal spear materialized in his right hand, his body adorned in skeletal armor. Torrents of necromantic flames erupting from every pore, resembling a veritable deity of death. He bellowed, "I say, I have been pinned up for far too long." Boom. The flames surged forth with a deafening roar, and in the blink of an eye, Ning Chuan stood before the Orc Shaman, thrusting the skeletal spear with astounding force. The shaman barely had time to conjure a luminous shield before he was violently propelled backward, crashing into the throng of orcs. Witnessing this spectacle, the inhabitants of Blue Flame City stood agape, their minds racing with disbelief. How was it that the Orc Shaman appeared to be mere plaything? Chapter 47. Do not celebrate prematurely. Hadn't the Orc Shamans been heralded as the cream of the crop? Hadn't it been said that shamans were even more fearsome than sorcerers? Yet, what they beheld was the Orc Shaman being sent sprawling by Ning Chuan's spear as if he were a mere toy. All eyes in Blue Flame City were wide with astonishment, nearly questioning their own vision. However, when they saw that infernal figure charging once more towards the Orc Shaman, they finally comprehended the magnitude of their miscalculation. The power witnessed yesterday was not even Ning Chuan's limit. No, it was far from it. Ning Chuan must have anticipated the shaman's appearance, feigning weakness merely to lure him out. Indeed, it was unmistakably so. Ning Chuan was invincible. Cheers of exhilaration erupted from the battlements of Blue Flame City, as every soul turned their fervent gaze towards the clash between Ning Chuan and the orc shaman. Others were unable to intervene in such a high-stakes confrontation. Even formidable assault orcs risked being incinerated by those flames. Moreover, Ning Chuan had cleverly chosen the battlefield, positioning himself right in the path of the orc assault. The other orcs could only watch helplessly, knowing that circumventing Ning Chuan to attack the city was utterly impossible. At that moment, the orc shaman was once again sent flying, blood spilling from his lips. Even with the protection of his magical shield, he could not withstand Ning Chuan's relentless onslaught. The shield itself shattered under the sheer force of Ning Chuan's strike. "Sorcerer, you shall perish." The orc shaman roared in exasperation, his disbelief palpable, unable to fathom why this human sorcerer possessed such might, devoid of any monstrous appendages yet exuding unfathomable strength. He attempted to unleash a mental assault to repel Ning Chuan, but the sorcerer's own mental prowess sent shivers down his spine. "The one to perish shall be you." Ning Chuan's fervor surged, his blood ignited. He threw his head back and howled, as a colossal white fireball of necromantic flames coalesced, hurtling towards the orc shaman with terrifying force. The shaman's pupils dilated in shock. "Block it! Stop him!" A relentless horde of assault orcs charged forward, undeterred by the specter of death, yet they were swiftly obliterated by the searing heat, akin to moths drawn to a flame. The massive mammoth stood resolutely before the orc shaman, its body grotesquely marred by a ghastly wound that oozed blood and smoke. Despite its formidable constitution, the mammoth merely possessed thick flesh and lacked adequate defensive measures, enduring the onslaught with sheer tenacity. Yet, in the face of Ning Chuan's staggering mental prowess, which soared to 25,000, this resilience proved insufficient. One after another, mammoths sacrificed their very flesh to shield Ning Chuan's advance. Finally, the orc shaman drew a breath of relief, surveying the carnage among the assault orcs and fallen mammoths, his eyes brimming with intense malice. "Wizard, you shall pay dearly for this." He raised his staff high, his hoarse incantation reverberating across the battlefield. The inhabitants of Blue Flame City were struck with horror as they beheld the sky. Brilliant crimson lights converged, coalescing into enormous orange fireballs that locked onto Ning Chuan. Meteoric fire rain. The temperature of the battlefield spiked once more. Ning Chuan regarded the formidable fireballs with a furrowed brow. Though unafraid, he did not underestimate their potential. Bone shield technique. Giant lizard armor. Dawn's guardian. He layered defensive spells upon himself, further activating the skill of his silver amber necklace, enhancing his attributes yet again. "Let the fire rain upon you." The orc shaman cackled madly. With a flick of his staff, the searing fireballs plummeted from the heavens like meteors, each carrying an apocalyptic force that left onlookers breathless. Under the astonished gazes of everyone in Blue Flame City, the torrential downpour of fireballs engulfed Ning Chuan's location entirely. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sound of impacts echoed, transforming the area before Blue Flame City into a sea of flames. Nika bit her lip anxiously, desperate to peer through the inferno, yet powerless to do so. Even from a distance, they felt the terrifying might of the firestorm. Each meteor-like flame demanded their utmost vigilance. "We must believe in Lord Ning Chuan," and she comforted, wrapping her arms around Nika's shoulders. Each individual silently prayed. However, as time elapsed, the inferno remained eerily still, and the pallor of the crowd's faces deepened. The orc shaman, reveling in his triumph, laughed maniacally. "This mere human wizard cannot possibly rival me. The master shaman of the orcs. All orcs, heed my command. Attack. Lay waste to the city." Yet, scarcely had he uttered the words "lay waste" when a piercing ray of white light erupted from the flames. A bone spear, ablaze with necromantic fire, pierced through the inferno. At the pinnacle of the orc shaman's arrogance, the bone spear shot forth with astonishing speed, puncturing his chest. Amidst the astonished gazes of the citizens of Blue Flame City, the flames parted to reveal a young warrior enveloped in white flames, stepping forth with deliberate grace. Observing the orc shaman impaled by the bone spear, Ning Chuan wore a faintly mocking smile. "I am not dead yet. Your jubilation is rather premature." He had awaited this moment, the instant when the orc shaman would be most vulnerable. Now was the opportune moment. Having activated the skill from the silver amber necklace, his strength surged once more. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered into existence before the orc shaman. The necromantic flames coiled like a dragon, consuming the shaman's body, incinerating the strange vegetation that clung to him. Then, the flames surged violently, enveloping the orc shaman entirely. "Die for me," Ning Chuan bellowed, his eyes aflame with unbridled battle intent. His overwhelming mental energy erupted forth. The scorching heat and corrosive nature of the necromantic flames reached a terrifying crescendo. Fear and despair filled the orc shaman's eyes as he emitted agonized cries. desperate to escape, yet utterly helpless. Ning Chuan's formidable power, having lain in wait, now descended upon him like a hammer. Roar of the golden lizard. Ning Chuan activated the skill from his golden staff. The ancient, fearsome roar stunned the approaching assault orcs and mammoths into a state of shock. Once more, he conjured a diminutive bone spear in his palm. Remember not to pop champagne halfway through the battle. With a light chuckle, he hurled the bone spear, instantly piercing the orc shaman's skull. Chapter 48. The Celebration of Blue Flame City. In an instant, the logs surged with activity. Log. Killed LV-160 Orc Shaman, Elite. Evaluation of advancement task significantly increased. Log. Acquired Flawless Material Shaman's Soul Gem, Flawless Material Shaman's Divination Skull. Log. Acquired Flawless Equipment Bloodthirsty Boots, Flawless Equipment Rampaging Greatsword. Log. Acquired Skill Book Meteoric Fire Rain. The flames clinging to the bone spear instantly incinerated the orc shaman's wails. The headless corpse fell heavily. The sound muted, yet resonating deeply within everyone's hearts. Awe and shock filled the gazes directed towards the two figures on the battlefield, one standing, the other lying. One alive, the other dead. All the orcs stared in disbelief at this scene. Their once mighty shaman had been slain by a human wizard. Fear began to creep into their hearts. The way they looked at Ning Chuan transformed, as if they beheld a demon god. Their courage had evaporated. Meanwhile, the citizens of Blue Flame City, after a brief moment of stupor, erupted into thunderous cheers. Their gazes towards Ning Chuan brimmed with reverence and incredulity. The spectacle before them was overwhelmingly impactful. Lord Ning Chuan is invincible. Long live Lord Ning Chuan. They shouted fervently, expressing their deep admiration for him. With a triumphant spirit, Ning Chuan stood atop the orc shaman's corpse, brandishing the bone spear high, roaring, "Kill!" With the death of the orc shaman, no foe remained to impede him. Even the assault orcs and mammoths were no match. The necromantic flames reignited, and in that moment, Bai's son, Nika, and the others felt their blood surge with excitement. The oppressive weight of their defensive stance was lifted, leaving their faces flushed with fervor. Kill! Kill! The warriors of Blue Flame City surged forward, though few in number. Under Ning Chuan's leadership alongside the formidable skeleton warriors, they exuded a momentum that was earth-shattering. The orcs, already cowed by the shaman's demise, faltered further upon witnessing Ning Chuan's audacious advance. A shiver of profound dread coursed through the air. The orcs, brutal and bloodthirsty, revered strength above all else. This reverence led to their utter despair when confronted by someone capable of overwhelming them with sheer power. At this moment, the formidable presence of Ning Chuan had been etched into the minds of every orc. Panic, fear, and despair surged within them, extinguishing the flicker of intelligence they possessed. Faced with the relentless pursuit of Ning Chuan and the multitude of warriors from Blue Flame City, they dared not even retaliate. Ning Chuan erupted into laughter, reveling in the chaos of slaughter. Ordinary orcs were swiftly annihilated upon contact with the necrotic flames, with only the assault orcs managing to withstand a blow or two. The mammoth behemoth, the last of its kind, became Ning Chuan's primary target. Although it would not yield experience points, such creatures could drop valuable materials and equipment, occasionally even surprising items useful to Ning Chuan. These treasures would fortify his future endeavors. Every competent professional possessed an array of hidden aces, and even those deemed unnecessary could be sold or exchanged with the Federation for contribution points. The warriors of Blue Flame City gazed upon the awe-inspiring figure ahead, each one ignited with fervor. The once ferocious orc horde had now become mere souls beneath their blades. They could scarcely fathom that they not only defended Blue Flame City, but had also shattered the Orcish army into disarray. As they beheld the scant few orcs fleeing into the wilderness, a thunderous cheer erupted from all around. Lord Ning Chuan's might. Long live Lord Ning Chuan. Eager glances turned toward Ning Chuan. They had triumphed. They had truly emerged victorious. And all of it was due to the man standing before them, who had always stepped up in their hour of need, igniting hope within their hearts. One by one, they knelt on one knee, their eyes reflecting reverence. This battle would forever be engraved in their memories. Ning Chuan felt elated as he looked at the warriors of Blue Flame City. He mused that this battle had catalyzed their transformation. It would be no great feat for them to evolve into seasoned soldiers in the future. Rise, he said softly yet resolutely, meeting their awestruck gazes. We have emerged victorious. Cheers erupted anew. Victory. Long live Lord Ning Chuan. We have won. They exchanged glances, their faces radiating genuine smiles. Though the future remained uncertain, at least in this moment, they had triumphed. They could await the arrival of reinforcements. Upon returning to the city, the news of their victory swiftly spread among the residents. A chorus of jubilant cries soared to the heavens. We have won. I knew that as long as Lord Ning Chuan was with us, we would surely prevail. Fantastic. Lord Ning Chuan is our savior. He is the benefactor of Blue Flame City. The crowd erupted in elation. Tension melted from their faces, replaced by expressions of joy. Children dashed about in excitement, while the elderly shared their jubilance with laughter. The women silently offered prayers for Ning Chuan's well-being. Standing atop Blue Flame City, Ning Chuan surveyed the scene, a heartfelt smile gracing his features. He felt that his efforts had not been in vain. All of this was worth it. Taking a deep breath, he examined the items dropped by the slain orc shaman, excitement flickering in his eyes. 2 flawless grade pieces of equipment. Though the Berserker Greatsword was of no use to him, it was an unbound item, worth a fortune if exchanged. The Bloodthirsty Boots, however, were usable by Ning Chuan. Bloodthirsty Boots, bound, rank, Tier 1 quality, flawless attributes, agility 300, constitution 300 additional effects, movement speed 15, lifesteal 3 additional skills, bloodthirsty illusion, bloodthirsty acceleration requirements, magic or physical class. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Undoubtedly, these were extraordinarily powerful Tier 1 boots. The added attributes were already impressive, but the rare lifesteal property was particularly enticing, allowing him to siphon vitality from his foes to replenish his own stamina. The accompanying skills were equally formidable. Bloodthirsty Illusion could conjure several phantoms to confound adversaries, while Bloodthirsty Acceleration could dramatically enhance his speed. Although it could not match the magical steps of the arcane boots in terms of teleportation, it was far superior for pursuit. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips. The Tier 1 boots awaited only the passage of a few more hours for him to successfully complete his promotion task, at which point he could don these boots. Chapter 49, Astonishing Rewards. Besides the bloodthirsty boots, what excited Ning Chuan the most was the Tier 1 skill book, Meteor Fire Rain. He vividly recalled this powerful spell, having just witnessed its devastating effect. The barrage of searing fireballs had been remarkably impactful, leaving Ning Chuan in awe. It could be said that it was only due to his extraordinary mental fortitude and formidable defensive capabilities that he survived unscathed. An ordinary person, even an SSS-class genius, would have been utterly obliterated. Now, this formidable spell had dropped. How could Ning Chuan not be thrilled? Upon ascending to Tier 1, his power would undoubtedly leap to new heights. Ning Chuan's eyes brimmed with anticipation as the time remaining in the 48-hour stay dwindled. The orc shaman and the orc army had been dealt with, and no further surprises were expected. Nevertheless, Ning Chuan remained vigilant, ensuring no unforeseen complications arose. Inside the city, cheers echoed all around. Ning Chuan smiled faintly, gazing into the distance. He understood that his task was nearly complete. Yet the war between humanity and the orcs had merely begun. The Orcish assaults would not cease so easily. However, from then on, they would have to rely on their own strength. Fortunately, this world was markedly different from the Despair City he had known. Humanity possessed formidable power and was not so fragile. As time slowly passed, night had fully descended. Ning Chuan fell into contemplation. A timid voice broke his reverie from behind. Lord Ning Chuan, everyone is celebrating. Want you join us? Ning Chuan turned to see Nika blushing as she looked at him, seemingly inviting him. In the distance, Bateson and Shilin quickly retracted their eager gazes, as if fearing Ning Chuan would notice. Ning Chuan chuckled softly, understanding their intentions. However, he remained merely a transient figure. I shall join you. Ning Chuan replied with a smile. I shall refrain from going, for although the orcs are fearful of the night, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Sensing the subtle detachment in Ning Chuan's words, Nika's delicate visage paled. However, she quickly inhaled deeply, adjusting her mindset. Nika and Ning Chuan sat side by side atop the parapet, their calves swinging gently. Lord Ning Chuan, you are not a wizard, are you? Ning Chuan's eyes widened in surprise. Nika beamed. My ancestors included a wizard. The Empire's accounts of wizards depict them as a group of madmen who will stop at nothing to obtain immense power. It is utterly inconceivable that a wizard could possess the kindness of one like you, Lord Ning Chuan, nor could they ever match your strength. Ning Chuan chuckled, not denying her words. Indeed, I am not a wizard. So, are you about to depart? The woman's intuition was remarkably acute. Ning Chuan nodded. Indeed. My task was to protect Laney Etching, and now that it is complete, I have no further reason to remain. Silence. An interminable silence. The young girl's fingers intertwined, her gaze lost in the distant night sky. The heavens gradually lightened. The sound of hooves thundering against the ground could be faintly heard. It was not orcs. It was humans. Reinforcements had arrived. Laney Etching was utterly safe. Everyone felt a jolt of exhilaration. Nika's face first lit with joy, only to pale in an instant. She looked urgently at Ning Chuan, witnessing him slowly rise. Lord Ning Chuan, are you leaving? Ning Chuan smiled gently. Just moments ago, He had received a signal from the cosmic will, indicating the successful completion of his ascension task. He nodded. With the reinforcements arriving, it is time for me to go. Nika's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Although her time with Ning Chuan had been brief, merely 2 days, his presence had indelibly etched itself into her memory. Perhaps it had begun the moment he descended upon the banquet hall like a celestial being. Following that, Ning Chuan had displayed astonishing prowess, leading this charming girl to hold him in deep admiration. Now, knowing he was to depart filled her heart with profound sadness. Yet she did not attempt to stop him, for she had no standing to do so. Lord Ning Chuan, will we have the chance to meet again? Seeing the hope in her eyes, Ning Chuan ultimately chose not to cruelly shatter her fleeting fantasy. If one day you possess power that transcends the boundaries of this world, perhaps we may meet again, he whispered. Then, he silently intoned, return. In an instant, specks of starlight converged upon Ning Chuan, who waved farewell to the astonished faces around him. Nika, Peterson, Angie, Shilin, and all my comrades who fought alongside me, farewell. Ning Chuan's form ascended, disappearing into the starry expanse. The citizens of Lanieching were all in tears. It turned out that Lord Ning Chuan hailed from another world. Their hearts were filled with both shock and gratitude. Shilin vigorously waved his hand, feeling as though he had experienced an incredibly fantastical dream. It was only by touching his prosthetic limb that he realized he had met someone truly extraordinary. Nika's gaze was resolutely determined. Power that transcended the boundaries of the world, indeed. She silently clenched her fist. The Empire's record stated that during the second invasion of the orcs, a mysterious sorceress from beyond the stars, known as the Valkyrie, had come to save Lanieching and had ushered in the war between orcs and humans. When Ning Chuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the familiar void space, the same place where he had concluded the new recruit assessment trial. Having been through it before, Ning Chuan navigated the surroundings with ease. The starlight began to coalesce, transforming into a series of familiar images before him. These were all experiences he had encountered during the ascension task. I wonder what level of evaluation I shall receive this time. Ning Chuan pondered with anticipation. Once the images solidified to depict the residents of Lanieching kneeling in prayer for him, the assessment finally concluded. Evaluation for the first-tier ascension trial complete. Congratulations on successfully passing this ascension trial, achieving a first-tier promotion. Based on your performance in the trial, your evaluation has far exceeded the highest SSS level, and is calculated as SSS level, with the surplus awarded as additional rewards. Your bronze halo strength has increased by 100. You have received a reward of 500 free attribute points. You have received the title, Shadow of the Orcs. You have received the reward of the exceptional grade equipment, Medusa's Staff. Your evaluation has significantly surpassed SSS level, with an additional reward of the special item, Substitute Doll. As Ning Chuan beheld the cascade of reward notifications, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Even with his usual composure, he could not help but breathe rapidly. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. I have struck it rich. Chapter 50, A Trade of Weapons. Gained an extra life. Ning Chuan was not surprised that his evaluation remained at SSS level. Just like the new recruit assessment trial, he had exceeded SSS level considerably, and the cosmic will had granted him compensatory rewards for the excess. As for whether there exists a higher evaluation beyond SSS level, Ning Chuan speculated that it did, but it likely would not appear in lower-tier ascension trials. After all, the difficulty was beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Consider this, an ordinary SSS-level genius would likely be instantly annihilated when facing an orc shaman of such caliber, unable to even mount a defense, let alone complete a task. The Federation must be aware of this intelligence. It would become evident upon entering the vocational academy. Ning Chuan shook his head, casting aside distractions. He then began to assess his array of rewards. First and foremost, he had successfully ascended to the first tier. His level had now transformed to LV1010. Upon promotion, he gained 10 points in each of the 4 attributes, alongside an additional 10 free attribute points. At this moment, he could distinctly sense that certain limitations within his body had been unlocked, allowing him to continue growing, and his strength had become even more formidable. New streams of information surged in his mind. These were the newly awakened occupational skills. This was the most conventional aspect, and he did not hasten to perceive it. However, the subsequent rewards were extraordinary. The strength of his bronze halo had increased by 100. Ning Chuan gazed in disbelief. The tier halo was immensely significant, representing a leap in life. Each leap denoted an elevation in the essence of life itself. Yet he had never heard of anyone whose tier halo strength had increased. An increase of 100 meant that his suppression over zero-tier foes had intensified, and the pressure from second-tier adversaries had diminished considerably. He even felt that he might now be able to disregard the suppression from second-tier foes. In a sense, Was he not now the ultimate boss among humans? Ning Chuan clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force within him. A smile crept across his face. With the enhancement of this halo's intensity, I can confidently assert that even an ordinary practitioner newly initiated into the 3rd tier would prove no match for me. Surpassing 2 tiers is undoubtedly a trivial matter. The first reward has bestowed upon Ning Chuan such an astonishing surprise. He couldn't help but feel wise about his decision. Fortunately, he hadn't hastily fled with the first stage's Tier 1 magic array reward. Otherwise, he would have truly squandered a fortune for a mere trifle. His conviction was further strengthened, and he resolved that with each ascension, he must strive to complete the utmost challenges, pushing the boundaries of his limits. If the intensity of the halo could be amplified at every tier, he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of his future strength. Surpassing 2 tiers? Perhaps even 3? Moreover, each life leap would yield a more significant enhancement than the average person, signifying an astonishing foundation. When Ning Chuan ultimately attains demigod status, could he effortlessly accomplish the final monumental leap in life and ascend to true godhood? Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan gradually calmed his racing heart. He then turned his gaze toward the next reward, a whopping 500 free attribute points. Without a hint of hesitation, he allocated them entirely to his mental attribute. Instantly, his mental prowess surged to a new level. This reward, capable of igniting excitement in even the most gifted individuals, seemed somewhat ordinary to Ning Chuan, given the sheer magnitude of his attribute values. Nevertheless, it remained rather impressive, considering it amounted to 500 points. Next came the familiar title reward. Orc Shadow. You are the bane of orcs. They curse you and fear you. Orcs cannot exhibit their true strength in your presence. And this effect is equally applicable to creatures 2 tiers above you. Ning Chuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Effective even against orcs 2 tiers higher? What a splendid boon. Should he encounter orc-related secret realms in the future, success would undoubtedly be more assured. If memory serves him right, orcs also exist within the secret realms of Blue Star. Hence, he must seize any opportunity to engage them in conversation. A smile crept across Ning Chuan's lips as he eagerly anticipated the final 2 rewards. Another exquisite piece of equipment, the Medusa Staff. Extracting the beautifully sinister black staff, Ning Chuan was filled with elation. The eyes of Medusa at the staff's pinnacle gleamed with an enchanting allure, possessing an almost magical quality. Medusa Staff. Tier 1. Quality, exquisite. Attributes, mental 30, constitution 20. Additional effects, elemental resistance 200, spell damage 10. Additional skills, Medusa's Gaze, summon Medusa. Requirements, magic-based. A masterpiece. An unequivocal masterpiece of equipment. Gazing at the attributes of the Medusa's staff, Ning Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Mental attribute 30. What does this signify? With his current mental attribute, it could bestow an enhancement of over 6,000. This would elevate his mental prowess to nearly 30,000 points. Such a staggering figure. Ning Chuan could now be rightfully labeled a numerical prodigy. This is how one exerts overwhelming dominance. Moreover, the Medusa Staff's additional effects are of the highest caliber. Spell damage 10. If those brutish elemental mages were to witness this, they would surely be consumed by envy. For Ning Chuan, this would further amplify his already formidable output into something even more terrifying. The 2 accompanying skills are immensely potent. Medusa's Gaze can petrify foes. Summoning Medusa allows him to conjure forth this legendary formidable creature. Naturally, Ning Chuan understood that summoning the true Medusa was impossible. At best, he could summon a mere projection. Yet even that would be extraordinarily powerful. Delight surged within him. Unable to contain his excitement, Ning Chuan donned the Medusa Staff, along with the previously acquired Falling Star robe and bloodthirsty boots, instantly revitalizing his entire being. And the Meteor Fire Rain. He smacked his forehead and promptly retrieved this Tier 1 skill book from his storage space. Equipping Tier 1 gear and learning a Tier 1 skill, Ning Chuan's power surged even further. He felt as though he had upgraded from a mere bird gun to a cannon. He then turned his attention to the final reward of this round. Much like the enhancement of the bronze halo's intensity by 100, this also served as an additional reward for Ning Chuan, reflecting the universe's will in response to his extraordinary accolades. The previous Mist Pearl had already filled him with joy, alleviating many of his concerns. Now this Death Proxy Doll. He wondered, what treasure could it possibly be? Death Proxy Doll, special item. By setting a coordinate for the Death Proxy Doll, when the holder suffers a fatal injury and falls into death, the item activates, and the Death Proxy Doll takes the holder's place in death, forcibly teleporting the holder to the doll's coordinates for resurrection. Hiss. Ning Chuan inhaled sharply. And even though he had anticipated the general function of this item from its name, he was still taken aback by the full revelation of its capabilities. Then came the overwhelming joy. This essentially granted him an extra life. Chapter 51. A Surge of Power. The bronze body, the foundation of divinity. The void fragmented inch by inch, and the familiar, intense sensation of spatial distortion enveloped Ning Chuan once again. As solid ground returned beneath his feet, he found himself back in the training room of his home in the North Tower Garden. Outside, the silver moon and the blue moon shone harmoniously, casting a gentle radiance, as if nothing had changed. Yet Ning Chuan knew that everything was now different. He slowly closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the tumultuous power within him. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Is this the power of a Tier 1 bronze practitioner? Ning Chuan murmured, his voice tinged with a shock even he had not recognized. He could distinctly sense that every cell in his body was rejoicing, as the leap in life tier brought about a fundamental transformation. An invisible yet resilient bronze halo enveloped him, though imperceptible to the naked eye. He could feel that this halo fostered an unprecedented affinity with the elemental forces surrounding him, simultaneously imparting a pressure derived from his life tier. And this was merely the most basic change. As he communicated with the universe's will and infused all 500 attribute points into his mental prowess, a far more terrifying torrent of power erupted within him. With a mere thought, Ning Chuan opened his attribute panel, even though he had anticipated this moment. He couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon witnessing the luxuriously extravagant final data. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, Tier 1. Level, LV1010. Strength, 16420-20. Agility, 15850, 380. Constitution, 16250-2034. Mental, 21510, 4950. Talent, Master of the Undead. Skills, Summon Skeleton, 20. Summon Skeleton Archer, 2. Summon Skeleton Mage, 2. Necrotic Flame. Bone Spear Technique, Bone Shield Technique, Shadow Touch, Meteor Fire Ring. Equipment, Medusa Staff, Falling Star Robe, Bloodthirsty Boots, Shadow Cloak, Dawn Ring, Silver Amber Necklace, Mist Pearl. Mental Attribute, 31,460 points. Ning Chuan gazed in astonishment at the final mental attribute granted by his equipment enhancements, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. 30,000. What an astonishing figure. It is worth noting that among ordinary Tier 2 silver professionals, very few, even among spellcasters, possess a primary attribute exceeding 10,000. Yet here he was, a mere newly promoted Tier 1 bronze professional, boasting a mental attribute that surpassed 30,000. This was no mere instance of combat surpassing levels. It was akin to a dimensional strike. With the bronze halo's intensity enhanced by 100, he now faced Tier 2 professionals without any hierarchical pressure. As Ning Chuan felt the unique aura of power surging within him, a gleam sparkled in his eyes. He harbored an overwhelming confidence that, should he encounter that orc shaman again, it would be unable to unleash its meteor shower spell before being instantaneously annihilated. Such was the terrifying self-assurance brought forth by an explosive surge in strength, in addition to the dramatic increase in attributes. The newly awakened level 100 professional skills manifested in his mind. Soul Link. You can establish a profound soul connection with any undead creature under your command, gaining its perspective and issuing commands with greater finesse. This skill undoubtedly amplified Ning Chuan's reconnaissance capabilities and tactical flexibility. He shifted his gaze from the attributes panel and slowly clenched his fist. A torrent of power surged through his limbs, granting him the illusion that he could punch through a mountain. Upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon? No. This was akin to leaping from the Stone Age directly into the interstellar era. Ning Chuan couldn't help but marvel. Whether it was the new equipment, the Medusa Staff, Falling Star Robe, and Bloodthirsty Boots, or the newly acquired skills Meteor Shower and Shadow Touch, his combat prowess underwent a metamorphosis of epic proportions. Not to mention the game-changing Substitute Doll, which provided him an additional life as his ultimate trump card. Taking a deep breath, Ning Chuan gradually calmed his excited heart. He understood that the power he possessed now far exceeded the capabilities that could be rationalized by an SSS-grade genius. The effects of the Mist Pearl quietly activated, enveloping him in a veil of indistinct fog that rendered his information layer indistinguishable from that of an ordinary level 101 bronze professional, save for a slightly more formidable aura, fully within the comprehension of an SSS-grade genius. Excellent. The foundation for his ruse had thickened once more. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction. After acclimating to his surging powers in the training room for a brief moment, he stepped outside. At this moment, 3 days remained until the joint selection of the 11 schools. He needed to meet someone to claim the grand gift that awaited him. Simultaneously, it was time for Beichuan City to once again erupt in excitement at his return. Chapter 52. Ning Chuan returns. The city shakes. At the entrance of the zero-tier public secret realm, the atmosphere remained abuzz with chatter. 3 full days had passed since Ning Chuan's disappearance. Yet discussions surrounding him showed no signs of waning. Do you think Ning Chuan has completed his promotion task? Why has there been no news at all? Of course, the promotion secret realm is strictly confidential. How could news possibly leak out? But given Ning Chuan's prodigious talent, success is a certainty. It's merely a question of how long it took him. Hey, I bet he'll emerge within 2 days. He is probably consolidating his power at home right now. That's hard to say. The promotion secret realm is exceedingly difficult and fraught with uncertainties. Look at the goddesses Lemurian and Yi. They only just ascended to bronze yesterday, and Zhuiyue only emerged this morning. The crowd buzzed with speculation, casting glances at the electronic display. There. The record for the Goblin Manor's nightmarish secret realm still hung solitary, held by Ning Chuan, with a completion time of exactly 10 hours. This record had become an insurmountable mountain in the minds of zero-tier professionals in Beichuan City. Suddenly, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Look, isn't that the goddess Lemurian and goddess Yi? As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld Lemurian and Yi approaching side by side. Both had donned Tier 1 equipment, radiating an aura significantly stronger than before, subtly emanating the pressure characteristic of bronze professionals. Are they here to challenge the secret realm again? But they've already ascended. Fools, don't you see the talented members of their families and support groups following behind? They're here to lead a team and break records. The crowd suddenly understood. Lemurian glanced at the glaring record, scoffing lightly as she turned to Yi. Xiaohe, where do you think that freak Ning Chuan has gone? It's just a promotion task. He has 2 days behind us, and still no word. Could it be that he failed? Despite her words, her tone lacked any hint of schadenfreude, instead betraying an unrecognized concern. Yi shook her head, a flicker of determination gleaming in her cool eyes. He will not fail. She had faith in Ning Chuan more than anyone else. Huh, who else worried about him? Lemurian huffed, preparing to lead her team into the secret realm, intent on adding her name to the records, even if it was as part of a team. However, just then, a leisurely figure rode a sleek black mana motorcycle, coming to a calm stop in the plaza at the entrance to the secret realm. The individual removed their helmet, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face adorned with a faint smile. In an instant, the entire plaza fell into a hush. All eyes were magnetically drawn to that singular figure. Ning Chuan. He had returned. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted like a tsunami. It was Ning Chuan. He had completed his promotion task and returned. My heavens, he appears even stronger now. That aura is undoubtedly that of a bronze professional. He succeeded. He truly succeeded. Lemurian and Yi's eyes widened in unison, fixated on Ning Chuan. Feeling the fervent gazes of the crowd upon him, Ning Chuan smiled and waved at them. His demeanor effortlessly casual, as if he had merely taken a stroll. Li Lao Air, Xiao Yi, it's been a few days. You've both become more beautiful. Ning Chuan greeted with a beaming smile. Lemurian's cheeks flushed crimson. Then she pouted, hands on her hips. Ning Chuan, you finally decided to show yourself. So, how was the promotion task? Was it particularly challenging? Did you suffer a terrible beating? She attempted to discern any hint of exhaustion or disarray on Ning Chuan's face to satisfy her small vanity. However, Ning Chuan merely shrugged innocently and replied, It was all right. I just played around a bit and passed. You, Lemurian, was left speechless. At that moment, an astute professional pointed at the electronic display and let out a scream of disbelief. Look, the citizen authorization has been updated. Ning Chuan's level is LV-101. Upon this revelation, the crowd erupted once more. All eyes frantically darted to the large screen. There, next to the name of record holder Ning Chuan, a vivid LV-101 level indicator stood out prominently. LV-101. Not only had he successfully ascended, but he had also leveled up. It is worth noting that Lemurian, Yi, and Zhuiyue had all meticulously capped their levels at LV-101 in preparation for the 11 school selection, not daring to surpass it. They had only just ascended yesterday and this morning, expending considerable effort to achieve this level. But Ning Chuan? When had he returned? How long had he been back? To think he had already reached LV-101. Could it be that he had completed his promotion task a day, or even 2 days prior? The thought struck like a thunderclap in the minds of all present. A perverse anomaly. A monster. To complete the ascension task in just a day and even level up? Is this still a human being? An SSS-class genius. How terrifying. Lemurian was utterly stupefied, gazing at Ning Chuan's nonchalant face. Feeling as if her efforts and struggles were but a cruel joke. She and Yi had exerted themselves to the utmost, sleepless and toiling, merely to complete the task yesterday, while this fellow, dingling, Ning Chuan's communicator chimed. He glanced at it, and saw it was Yi Luyan. Hello, Uncle Yi. You little rascal, finally deigning to show your face. Come to the City Lord's mansion at once. Your grand gift has long been prepared. Yi Liuyun's hearty and jubilant laughter resonated through the receiver. All right. Ning Chuan ended the call, hopped onto his motorcycle, and raised an eyebrow at the petrified Li Muron and Yi He, grinning. I won't be playing with you anymore. I must go claim my reward. Do keep striving for those records. Don't let me down. With that, amidst a cascade of awe, admiration, and shock, his magical motorcycle roared to life and sped away, leaving Li Muron in a whirlwind of confusion, stamping her feet in frustration. Damn it. He has gotten one over on us again. Meanwhile, on the professional forum, a title was instantly pinned to the top, igniting a frenzy throughout Beichuan City. Breaking news. Ning Chuan returns, has ascended to bronze. Suspected of completing ascension task within a day, is he even human? Chapter 53. The Grand Gift of the City Protector. Dragon's Nest Trial. At the City Lord's mansion, in the office of the City Protector, Yi Liyun, his usual stern demeanor replaced by a radiant glow, personally brewed a pot of top-tier Yunwu spirit tea for Ning Chuan. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, truly bringing glory to Beichuan City. You completed the ascension in a single day and even leveled up. Do you know how splendid the expressions of my old friends will be when this news spreads? Ning Chuan sipped the spirit tea, feeling a warm flow invigorating his entire being. He chuckled. Uncle Yi, you didn't tea summon me just to flatter me, did you? You little brat. Taking advantage and pretending to be coy, Yi Liyun laughed, though his expression gradually turned solemn. The rewards from the Federation and your personal accolades were already given to you last time. However, the honor you have brought to Beichuan City is unprecedented. As the City Protector, I must bestow upon you a truly grand gift. Ning Chuan's interest was piqued. A gift deemed grand by a 6th-tier epic powerhouse would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Yi Liyun carefully retrieved a crimson token, intricately carved with ancient dragon patterns, radiating a searing aura from a specially crafted alchemical storage box. Ning Chuan's gaze was drawn to the token, sensing an overwhelming and profound pressure emanating from it. With a hint of nostalgia and gravity in his eyes, Yi Liyun intoned, "This is the Dragon's Nest Trial Token." The Dragon's Nest Trial Token? A look of confusion crossed Ning Chuan's features. This name was entirely unfamiliar to him. It's perfectly normal you haven't heard of it, Yi Liyun explained. This is one of the Federation's highest secrets, accessible only to the 11 main cities and a select few top-tier, first-level satellite cities. Each trial token represents an opportunity to enter the Dragon's Nest secret realm. The Dragon's Nest secret realm? Indeed. Yi Liyun spoke with a hint of reverence. It is a special realm formed after the fall of a true 9th-tier demigod dragon, where its dragon soul merged with its domain. Entering it, the trial taker will confront the will and power projections of the demigod dragon. It is the ultimate test of a genius's potential, will, and combat prowess. Ning Chuan's heart raced at the thought of facing the will of a demigod dragon. Such a trial was undeniably terrifying. Yi Liyun observed Ning Chuan's astonished expression and smiled with satisfaction, continuing, "Danger and opportunity coexist. Should you pass the trial, you will receive immense benefits. A baptism of Dragon Soul Essence." Dragon Soul Essence. Ning Chuan's curiosity deepened. That is the essence of the demigod dragon's life force. Yi Liyun's tone grew fervent. It can enhance your 4 primary attributes comprehensively and permanently. Furthermore, it will refine your physique and spirit, granting you extraordinary recovery and resilience. To receive the baptism of Dragon Soul Essence is akin to laying a solid foundation for your ascent to divinity. This token was a reward I obtained during a life-and-death mission in my youth, which I have treasured ever since. Initially, I intended to pass it on to my descendants. But alas, none of them have met the minimum requirements to undertake the trial. Yi Liyun sighed, then fixed his intense gaze upon Ning Chuan. But you, Ning Chuan, with your talent and performance, are entirely qualified to take on this challenge. I believe this gift is far more precious than any equipment or wealth. Ning Chuan's heart surged with excitement. A permanent enhancement of his attributes, refining his physique and spirit. This was truly a treasure tailored for him. His Necromancer talent already allowed for infinite attribute stacking, and with the addition of Dragon Soul Essence, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Uncle Yi, this gift is too precious, Ning Chuan said, taking a deep breath, his tone solemn. Ha ha ha, no matter how valuable, it is only worthwhile when bestowed upon the right person. Yi Liyun pressed the token into Ning Chuan's hands. Take it. No need for hesitation. I have but one request. During the joint selection of the 11 schools, trample those talents from the main cities beneath your feet. Feeling the token's heat in his grasp, Ning Chuan nodded firmly, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Rest assured, Uncle Yi, I will not disappoint you. Excellent. Yi Liyun laughed heartily. The entrance to the trial's secret realm lies deep beneath the City Lord's mansion, guarded by me personally. You can venture there now or wait until after the selection. However, I recommend you go now. If successful, your strength will ascend yet another level, allowing you to navigate the selection with even greater ease. Thank you, Uncle Yi. I shall go at once, Ning Chuan declared without hesitation, eager to grow stronger. As he witnessed Ning Chuan's unyielding resolve, filled with confidence and desire, Yi Liyun's satisfaction only grew. This was the true prodigy, fearless, undaunted, and relentless. He personally led Ning Chuan through layers of vigilant guards and magical barriers to an ancient altar deep within the city lord's mansion's subterranean depths. At the altar's center, a crimson vortex of space slowly rotated, emanating a chilling dragon might. Go forth, Ning Chuan, Yi Liyun said solemnly. Remember, beneath the dragon's might, hold fast to your heart and act within your capacity. This is not merely a test of strength, but a trial of will. I understand. Ning Chuan bowed respectfully to Yi Liyun, then, clutching the dragon's nest trial token, resolutely stepped into the crimson vortex. Chapter 54, Demigod Dragon Might. The Crucible of Will. As Ning Chuan's body traversed the crimson vortex, an indescribable heat and vastness engulfed him instantaneously. The scene before him was not the cavern or nest he had anticipated, but an endless void ablaze with dark golden flames. In the center of this void lay a colossal creature coiled, its size immense enough to grasp the very stars within its claws. It was a dragon, even as a mere remnant of a will projection. The pressure it exuded far surpassed any being Ning Chuan had encountered, including that first-tier orc shaman. In the face of this overwhelming force, the orc shaman was but a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the moon. Demigod Inferno Dragon, will projection. Mortal, do you dare to tread upon my realm of slumber? A grand, commanding voice erupted with a thunderous resonance that seemed to reverberate deep within the very core of the soul. Merely this one sound sent shivers through Ning Chuan's spirit, as if this supreme will sought to grind him into dust. The bronze halo within him instinctively manifested, desperately resisting this overwhelming pressure, yet its effect was negligible. This was the presence of a demigod, even if it were but a remnant of a soul. It wielded the unparalleled power to subjugate the mundane. In that instant, Ning Chuan comprehended that the true essence of this first trial was not a test of strength, but of willpower. Boom! An unending tide of draconic might surged forth like a tangible tsunami, pressing in from all directions. Ning Chuan felt as though he bore the weight of an ancient divine mountain upon his back, his bones groaning, his spirit pierced with agony. Before him emerged a multitude of phantoms, the loneliness of an orphanage in a past life, the confusion of his transmigration, the terror in the face of formidable beasts, and the deep-rooted dread of the unknown. These negative emotions were magnified infinitely by the dragon's might, transforming into inner demons that tore at his sanity. Kneel, submit, surrender, and you shall attain eternal peace. The grand voice, imbued with a beguiling charm, incessantly coaxed him towards relinquishment. Ning Chuan's knees began to bend ever so slightly, sweat streaming down his forehead like a brook, every muscle in his body spasming uncontrollably. He knew that to kneel would signify the collapse of his will, resulting in utter failure of the trial. Do you wish for me to kneel? Under the relentless pressure, Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened resolutely. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his consciousness back to clarity. I, Ning Chuan, born of humble beginnings, having traversed 2 lives, accustomed to the cycle of life and death, have also seen through the veil of solitude. My will has long been tempered to a rock-solid fortitude. A mere remnant of a soul dares to crush me. Ning Chuan unleashed a roar that resonated from the depths of his soul. It was not merely a sound, but an indomitable intent. He had crossed over bearing the celestial gift of the dominion over the undead, his aspirations aimed at the stars and the vast seas. At the exalted throne of the divine, how could he bow before a deceased dragon here? Images flashed through his mind. His father Ning Zhang's steadfast defense at the portal of the secret realm, Yi Liyun's earnest hopes as the city lord, and the sincere faith of the citizens of Lanie Etching, all coalescing into a formidable force that bolstered his nearly collapsing spine. Rise! A terrifying brilliance erupted from Ning Chuan's eyes, and his bent knees, under the overwhelming pressure of the demigod's might, began to straighten, inch by arduous inch. His body trembled, yet his spine stood erect like a spear piercing the heavens, unyielding and straight. For the first time, the grand voice bore a hint of surprise. It sensed that deep within this mortal's soul burned an indomitable flame unlike any it had ever encountered. Intriguing. The draconic might surged more violently, akin to billions of tons of water cascading downwards. Ning Chuan's vision was engulfed in darkness, blood seeping from his orifices, yet his unyielding spine remained unbent. He relinquished all control over his body, concentrating every ounce of his spirit upon safeguarding his core, his unbreakable will. Time lost its meaning, stretching like a century, yet fleeting as a moment. Just as Ning Chuan's consciousness teetered on the brink of obliteration, the terrifying draconic might, potent enough to collapse the heavens, receded like a tide. Gasping for breath, Ning Chuan emerged as if pulled from the depths of water, yet he remained standing, straight as an arrow. A commendable will, mortal. The grand voice resounded once more, this time tinged with a measure of approval rather than pressure. As a reward for your passage through the first trial, I shall bestow upon you the first wisp of draconic soul essence. Use it to refine your spirit. As the words fell, a dark golden stream of light burst forth from the brow of the Inferno Dragon, instantly merging into Ning Chuan's being. Boom. An indescribable sensation of euphoria coursed through his entire body, as if the nearly shattered ocean of his spirit were infused with a life-giving essence, not only restoring him instantly, but also rendering his spirit even more refined and resilient. Log. You have successfully passed the Willforged trial. Log. You have received the baptism of the first wisp of draconic soul essence, permanently enhancing your spiritual attribute by 2,000 points and significantly boosting your spiritual resilience. Ning Chuan's eyes snapped open, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of fullness within his spiritual ocean, his gaze bursting with ecstatic fervor. Merely the reward for the first trial had permanently elevated his spiritual attribute by 2,000 points. This Dragon's Nest trial was indeed a monumental opportunity. Chapter 55, Draconic Soul Projection. Attributes explode once more. The transformation of his spirit restored Ning Chuan to a state of peak condition, even surpassing it. He stood in the void, his eyes blazing as they locked onto the looming projection of the demigod dragon. Mortal, do not rejoice too soon. The grand voice echoed again, laced with a hint of mockery. Will is merely the foundation of becoming a strong being. Next, let me see if your strength is worthy of your proud spirit. Before the words had fully left its mouth, a mass of dark golden draconic flames detached from the colossal body of the Inferno Dragon, twisting and coalescing in the void, ultimately materializing into a humanoid dragon soul projection, its form comparable to Ning Chuan's, yet enveloped in golden flames. Draconic Soul Battle Shadow. Level, LV 101. Strength, 30,000. Constitution, 30,000. Spirit, 30,000. Agility, 30,000. Skills, Dragon Flame Fist, Dragon Scale Armor, Divine Dragon Tail, Mastery of all melee techniques. Gazing upon the extravagantly formidable attributes displayed on the projection, Ning Chuan's pupils constricted slightly. All attributes at 30,000. This nearly matched his spiritual attributes when equipped, while the other three surpassed his by a significant margin. In my domain, I am the rule. The voice of the demigod Inferno Dragon exuded absolute confidence. Defeat it, and you shall receive my true gift. Should you fail, your soul shall be scorched by dragon flames for 100 years, as punishment for your disrespect. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan felt no fear. Instead, he grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Just as I desire. The blood within him had reached a boiling point. Ever since acquiring the dominion over the undead, he had crushed all opponents within his tier. Even when challenging higher tiers, he had often relied on his attributes and skills to suppress them. It had been far too long since he had experienced the exhilarating sensation of facing a worthy adversary, one who even surpassed him in attributes. Fight! Ning Chuan bellowed, taking the initiative to launch his attack. Berserk acceleration. His figure transformed into a streak of light. Wielding the Medusa's staff as a war club, enveloped in a thick shroud of necrotic flames, he struck fiercely at the Draconic Soul Battle Shadow. The Draconic Soul Battle Shadow did not evade. Golden dragon flames gathered upon its fist, mirroring Ning Chuan's strike with a powerful punch of its own. Boom! At the center of their collision, the very fabric of space rippled. A terrifying force surged forth, causing Ning Chuan to feel a numbness in his arm, sending him flying uncontrollably backward. The Draconic Soul Battle Shadow also staggered back several steps, its flaming fist dimming slightly. What immense power! The fighting spirit within Ning Chuan intensified. In sheer strength attributes, he indeed found himself at a disadvantage. Yet Ning Chuan was far from a mere warrior. Shadow's touch. Dozens of pitch-black tendrils erupted suddenly from the shadows beneath the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow, coiling around its limbs like venomous serpents. At that moment, Ning Chuan's thoughts raced. Summon Little Skeleton. Summon Skeleton Archer. Summon Skeleton Mage. 24 fearsome undead creatures manifested instantaneously on the battlefield, surrounding the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow from all directions under Ning Chuan's masterful command. Roar. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow emitted a furious roar, its dragon flames surging violently, instantaneously breaking free from the grasp of the shadowy tendrils. It displayed remarkable combat intelligence, ignoring the melee skeletons and charging directly towards the distant skeleton mage. Yet, how could Ning Chuan allow it to proceed as it wished? Bone shield technique. Massive bone shields appeared out of thin air, layered to obstruct the path of the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's charge. Break for me. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow unleashed a powerful punch, causing dragon flames to erupt, shattering the bone shields. However, this brief delay allowed the skeleton mage to complete the incantation for Meteor Fire Rain. In the sky, meteors engulfed in pale, necromantic flames hurtled down, intertwining with the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's golden flames, creating a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed ceaselessly as the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow was completely enveloped by the rain of necromantic fire, emitting anguished roars. Now's the time. A gleam of determination flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes as he activated magic dance steps, his figure instantaneously appearing behind the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow. Gaze of Medusa. At the tip of his staff, the eyes of Medusa ignited with a grayish light, striking precisely at the struggling Dragon Soul Battle Shadow amidst the sea of flames. Crack. The Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's movements abruptly halted, a thin layer of ashen gray covering its golden flames. Although its strength meant the petrification effect would last less than half a second, that was more than enough for Ning Chuan. Die for me. Ning Chuan concentrated all his energy into a single point, perfectly merging bone spear technique with necromantic flame. A bone spear, entwined with a sense of annihilation, took form in his hand, and with all his might, he thrust it fiercely into the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow's heart. A heart-wrenching dragon's cry resounded through the void. The dragon flames on the Dragon Soul Battle Shadow erupted violently, shattering the surrounding skeletons, yet the bone spear embedded in its heart relentlessly devoured its essence. Ultimately, under Ning Chuan's cold gaze, this formidable Dragon Soul Battle Shadow howled in despair, dissipating into countless golden specks of light. Log. You have successfully passed the trial of strength. Log. Your combat skills and ability to cooperate with the undead have been recognized by the demigod Infernal Dragon. Log. Congratulations. You have received the complete baptism of Dragon Soul Essence. A grand voice resonated with a hint of incredulous admiration. Mortal, your talents are exceedingly rare throughout the ages. This gift is well-deserved. As the voice faded, the myriad golden specks coalesced into a brilliant torrent, akin to a celestial river cascading from the heavens, surging into Ning Chuan's being. Ning Chuan could not help but throw his head back in a howl, a torrent of indescribable pain and exhilaration coursing through his body. He felt his limbs, internal organs, and even his very soul being refined and reshaped by this overwhelming power. His four-dimensional attributes surged at a visibly astounding rate. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Essence, your strength has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Essence, your agility has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Essence, your constitution has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. During the baptism of Dragon Soul Essence, your spirit has permanently increased by 50 points. Log. Your body has transformed into a primary Dragon Soul body, significantly enhancing all resistances and recovery speed. When the radiance finally subsided, Ning Chuan floated in the void, feeling the power within him magnified several-fold. His gaze filled with astonishment and ecstasy. In just a single trial, his raw four-dimensional attributes had each skyrocketed by a staggering 7,000 points, including 2,000 points from the first stage. This was an even greater boon than he had reaped from countless runs against the bosses in secret realms. Chapter 56. The Prodigy Emerges. Yi Liuyan's shock. When Ning Chuan's figure reappeared before the ancient altar beneath the city lord's mansion, the crimson spatial vortex slowly dissipated, ultimately vanishing without a trace. P.S. out. Yi Liuyan, who had been waiting anxiously, perked up and hurried forward, as his gaze fell upon Ning Chuan. This season's 6th-tier epic powerhouse, accustomed to storms and tempests, found his pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks, his face betraying unprecedented astonishment. Before him stood Ning Chuan. Still the same Ning Chuan, his level unchanged at LV 101, yet the aura radiating from him was worlds apart from what it had been before. If the Ning Chuan who had entered was a magnificent mountain, then the one before him now was an infinite, profound starry sky, the restrained yet overwhelming presence. As though merging with the very laws of the universe, even instilled in Yi Liuyan a faint sense of pressure. How is this possible? A tempest brewed within Yi Liuyan's mind. He was a 6th-tier epic. How could a newly promoted bronze practitioner evoke such a sense of oppression? This utterly subverted his understanding accumulated over centuries. Uncle Yi. Ning Chuan offered a gentle smile and bowed slightly. At this movement, Yi Luyun jolted from his stupor. Suppressing his astonishment, he quickly stepped forward, seizing Ning Chuan's wrist, a surge of pure power coursing through him. In the next moment, Yi Luyun's expression grew even more vivid. A tapestry of shock, disbelief, and uncontainable joy intertwining, distorting his once imposing visage. Your body, your life essence, this aura. You succeeded? You truly succeeded. Yi Luyun's voice trembled with incredulity. He could distinctly perceive that Ning Chuan's physical prowess had reached an unfathomable level. His vitality even more terrifying than that of some fourth-tier purple-gold practitioners specializing in constitution. This was undoubtedly a transformation resulting from the baptism of dragon soul essence. Thanks to Uncle Ye's guidance, I managed to pass by mere chance, Ning Chuan humbly replied with a smile. By mere chance? Yi Luyun chuckled incredulously, pointing at him. Do you call this luck? Young man, do you know how few have succeeded in the dragon nest trial at the first tier since the inception of the Federation? Counting you? How few? Ning Chuan asked curiously. 3. Yi Luyun raised 3 fingers, his tone filled with excitement. Of the previous 2, one became Lord Wuding, the current guardian of the Abyssal Gate, and the other is the contemporary head of the Temple of Freedom. Without exception, they stand at the pinnacle of the Federation. And you are the 3rd. Yi Luyun regarded Ning Chuan with fervent eyes, as though beholding an unparalleled treasure. He understood that his initial decision had been astoundingly correct. He was not investing in a mere genius, but rather a future titan of the Federation. Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly splendid. Yi Luyun could no longer contain his laughter, his voice echoing in the subterranean space. The joint selection of the 11 schools. I foresee those so-called prodigies of the main city will be left questioning their very existence after this. His confidence in Ning Chuan had soared to unprecedented heights. Ning Chuan chuckled, offering no further words. His gaze fell upon the panel, revealing the attributes following the Dragon's Nest trial, which even he found astonishing. Attribute panel. Name, Ning Chuan. Profession, Necromancer, Tier 1. Level, LV1010. Strength, 23420, 20. Agility, 22850, 380. Constitution, 23250, 2034. Spirit, 28510, 5950. All 4 core attributes in their unadorned state had surpassed the 20,000 threshold. The spirit attribute was on the verge of reaching 30,000. Such prowess. Participating in the selection for a group of LV101 newcomers indeed seemed somewhat unfair. Uncle Yi, how long until the selection? Ning Chuan inquired. We depart early tomorrow, and the event commences the day after, Yi Luyun replied, his smile fading into seriousness. The selection will take place in the capital city of Tianjing. You should rest well these 2 days, consolidate your strength, and refrain from entering any secret realms to maintain your peak condition. I understand, Ning Chuan nodded. This time, he did not refuse. The gains from the Dragon's Nest trial were immense. He truly needed time to ground himself and adapt to this surging power. Upon exiting the Lord's manor, Ning Chuan did not venture elsewhere, but returned home directly. He politely declined the invitations from Li Muran and Yi He to team up for secret realm exploration, simply responding with the words in seclusion, do not disturb. These 4 words sparked a wave of speculation on the Beichuan City Professional Forum. Seclusion? What grand scheme is the mighty Ning Chuan concocting this time? Of course, he is making a final push for the joint selection of the 11 schools. How intense! If even the great ones are putting in such effort, what excuse do we have to be complacent? At this moment, Ning Chuan sat cross-legged in his training room, eyes tightly shut. He was not cultivating, but rather replaying every detail of his battle with the dragon soul shadow within his consciousness. Attributes form his foundation, yet the skills and experience of combat are equally vital. His goal was to seamlessly integrate this terrifying power into his very instincts. A night passed in silence. As the first rays of dawn graced the earth the following morning, Ning Chuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound as an abyss, all sharpness and dominance restrained, presenting himself as an ordinary youth from next door, gentle and serene. Yet only he knew the cataclysmic power concealed beneath this tranquil facade. Tianjing City, here I come. He rose, opened the door, and walked towards the stage that was about to be stirred by his presence. Chapter 57, Tianjing City. A convergence of dragons. The first main city of the Federation, Tianjing City, as the political, economic, and cultural epicenter of the Federation. The grandeur and prosperity of this city were unmatched by the Tier 3 satellite city of Beichuan. Towering magic energy structures pierced the clouds, while countless magical vehicles and alchemical airships traversed the sky, forming a dynamic, futuristic transportation network. At the city's heart stood a colossal academy, the United Supreme Academy. Suspended in midair like a divine realm, overlooking the vast land, and exuding an aura of awe-inspiring knowledge and power. At this moment, within a massive arena governed by the United Supreme Academy, throngs of people had already gathered. This was the venue for the joint selection of the 11 schools. Top talents from the 11 main cities of the Federation and hundreds of satellite cities, along with their mentors and families, had congregated here, filling the arena with a palpable atmosphere of tension, excitement, and an undercurrent of rivalry. On the VIP observation platform, numerous powerful figures, all at least 7th-tier legends, engaged in lively conversation. Haha, Old Wong, I heard your Yanlong Academy has produced 2 more SSS-level talents this year. That's truly commendable, remarked an elder in a white robe of the Freedom Temple. The elder known as Old Wong was none other than Wang Xuanzi, the chief enrollment mentor for Yanlong Academy. With a modest smile, he stroked his long beard, saying, "Oh, just 2 fortunate youngsters. But what about your Freedom Academy? I've heard that a certain Feng Wujia has awakened the rare SSS-level talent of Time Sand, mastering time manipulation to an extraordinary degree. He may prove to be more challenging than our 2 SSS levels." Their conversation, while seemingly courteous, was laced with subtle currents, each probing for information. Meanwhile, in the competitors' preparation area, the atmosphere was even more charged. Young figures, their eyes gleaming with pride and ambition, stood ready. They were the true prodigies, exceptional talents among billions. Among them, certain individuals undoubtedly commanded the spotlight. In the Yanlong Academy's preparation zone, a burly youth, resembling a towering iron statue, trained with bare fists, each strike producing a thunderous sonic boom. His name was Xiang Kunlun, who had awakened the SSS-level talent, Body of the Overlord, endowed with innate strength and unmatched physical prowess. Beside him, a keen-eyed young man wielding a spear, Bai Zhan, meditated with eyes shut, known for his SSS-level talent Destruction Spear Intent, claiming to be invincible among his peers. "Kunlun, tone it down. Don't wreck the preparation zone," Bai Zhan remarked, his eyes still closed, voice calm. Xiang Kunlun ceased his motions, grumbling, "Boring. I can't wait to start fighting. I'm itching to knock all those so-called geniuses down." His gaze swept across the arena, brimming with unabashed provocation. In another corner, the area of the Freedom Academy featured a handsome youth with an ethereal demeanor, Feng Wujia, gracefully polishing a magnificent staff. He was the possessor of the SSS-level talent of Time Sand. Though merely SSS level, his enigmatic time-based abilities instilled caution among all SSS-level geniuses. "Huh. A bunch of brutes who only know how to rely on sheer strength." Feng Wujia smirked disdainfully, his gaze landing on Xiang Kunlun, filled with contempt. Additionally, there was the mysterious SSS-level genius from the United Supreme Academy, rumored to have awakened a top-tier talent related to spirit and illusions, whose true identity remained unseen by all. These prodigies from the main cities, especially those hailing from the 3 prestigious academies, exuded an innate arrogance. They competed among themselves, but shared a common disdainful perspective towards talents emerging from satellite cities. "Hey, have you heard? This year, a Tier 3 satellite city named Beichuan has produced 3 S-level and 1 SSS-level talent. It's quite uncanny," a genius from a Tier 2 satellite city whispered. "I've heard. It's just a gimmick," scoffed a genius from a main city. "Satellite cities are still satellite cities, lacking resources, vision, and heritage. Their SSS-level talent, at best, is merely a top-tier S-level in our main city. Look, they haven't even arrived yet. They're probably intimidated by the splendor of Tianjing City." Ha, makes sense. These murmurs, though soft, reached many ears, eliciting a chorus of light laughter in agreement. At that moment, in the teleportation area of the arena, a flash of light emerged. Yi Luyun, accompanied by Ning Chuan, Li Muron, Yi He, and Zhuiyue, appeared before the crowd. Instantly, countless scrutinizing, curious, contemptuous, and provocative gazes converged upon them. Especially when they fell upon Ning Chuan, the scrutiny deepened with intrigue. "Oh, is this the SSS level from Beichuan City?" Xiang Kunlun flashed a grin, his eyes igniting with a fierce battle spirit. Despite his delicate appearance, one couldn't help but wonder if he could withstand even a single blow from me. Feng Wuji, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an unsettling dissonance from Ning Chuan. It was too tranquil, before the gaze of the entire audience. This youth from a remote satellite city displayed no signs of tension or excitement. His deep-set eyes were as calm as an ancient well, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. This unflinching serenity instilled in Feng Wuji an inexplicable sense of unease. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan merely cast a fleeting glance over the crowd, taking in the expressions of all present. A faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Country bumpkins? I hope you can still laugh after this." Chapter 58. The selection begins. The first challenge, ascending the heavenly ladder. As Yi Luyun led Ning Chuan and his companions into the preparation area designated for Beichuan City, The surrounding murmurs and disdainful glances became increasingly pronounced. TSK, they actually came. Look at their gear, although it's also of the first tier. Its luster and runes clearly indicate that it is not of the highest quality. That must be Ning Chuan, right? He seems rather unremarkable, and his aura is nothing special. Is he really SSS rank? Who knows? Perhaps he just got lucky in the secret realm and stumbled upon a great fortune. These comments, neither too loud nor too soft, reached the ears of Ling Chuan and Zhuiyue. Zhuiyue's expression instantly darkened, his fists clenching involuntarily. He was inherently proud and could hardly tolerate such humiliation in person. Ling Chuan, incensed, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her brows knitting together as she prepared to retort. What did you say? Have the courage to repeat it. Chuan. A calm voice emerged from behind. Ling Chuan turned to see Ning Chuan, who had somehow seated himself and closed his eyes to meditate. As though the external world held no relevance to him. Ning Chuan, they are merely a swarm of flies. Why bother with them? Ning Chuan did not even lift his eyelids, asserting that it would be far more effective to silence them with actions rather than engage in 1,000 verbal exchanges now. His words were soft, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Ling Chuan was taken aback, then took a deep breath and sat down as well. Indeed, letting strength speak for itself is the best form of retaliation. Yi remained silent throughout, quietly standing behind Ning Chuan, her cool gaze sweeping over the naysayers as if cataloging their faces. Observing the composure of the Beichuan group, the provocateurs lost interest and withdrew, though their disdain only deepened. To them, this was undeniably a sign of weakness. On the observation platform, Yi Luyun watched everything unfold, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he chose to remain silent. He understood that such confrontations were inevitable among geniuses and had faith that Ning Chuan would handle it adeptly. Just then, Wang Xuanzi, an enrollment mentor from the Yanlong Academy, approached with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Brother Yi, it has been many years. Your charisma remains undiminished. I have heard that Beichuan City has produced an extraordinary talent this year. Congratulations. Brother Wang, you flatter me. They are merely inexperienced juniors, hardly comparable to your esteemed Xian Kunlun and Bai Zhan, who have long been renowned throughout the Federation. Yi Luyun replied courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Xuanzi's gaze seemingly fell upon Ning Chuan by chance, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He remarked, surely this must be the young friend Ning Chuan? Indeed. He possesses an extraordinary demeanor. May I inquire what evaluation you received in the Ascension Secret Realm? At this, many notable figures pricked up their ears. The evaluation from the Ascension Secret Realm is a more telling measure of a genius's overall strength than that of the newcomer Secret Realm. Yi Luyun chuckled inwardly. This old fox was probing again. However, before he could smooth things over, Ning Chuan opened his eyes, regarding Wang Xuanzi with an indifferent smile, and replied, I am but an unremarkable junior. My evaluation was merely a tad higher than that of the newcomer Secret Realm. A tad higher than that of the newcomer Secret Realm? The newcomer Secret Realm is SSS rank. What could possibly be higher? Wang Xuanzi's smile faltered. He had anticipated a humble response, or perhaps no answer at all. Instead, Ning Chuan had delivered a rather pointed rebuttal. This reply was tantamount to saying nothing while simultaneously boasting. Haha, heroes emerge from youth. The confidence of today's young people is truly remarkable. Wang Xuanzi chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to further embarrass himself, and turned to leave. Yi Luyun felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing Wang Xuanzi's discomfort, his admiration for Ning Chuan growing ever deeper. This young man, not only is his strength exceptional, but his composure and cunning are also far beyond that of his peers. As time flowed steadily by, when the colossal sundial hovering above the arena pointed to noon, a resounding and authoritative voice echoed throughout the venue. Silence. The vice president of the United Supreme Academy, a figure shrouded in an unfathomable aura of an 8th-tier Saint Domain powerhouse, slowly ascended into the air, surveying the thousands of geniuses below. Welcome to Tianjing City for this year's joint selection of 11 academies. I shall not dwell on the rules, but I must emphasize one point. Here, only strength matters, not background. Whoever stands until the end will earn the favor of all 11 top-tier academies. His voice thundered like a storm, igniting the fervor within everyone present. Now, I declare the first round of the selection officially begins. With that proclamation, he waved his hand. Boom. The ground of the entire arena shook violently, and the central platform began to crack open, revealing a towering staircase made entirely of an unknown white jade, stretching skyward as if it had no end. The staircase was divided into 9 segments, each progressively darker in hue, exuding increasing pressure. The first challenge, ascending the heavenly ladder. The Saint Domain powerhouse's voice rang out once more. This ladder is known as the ladder of will and potential. It consists of 9,999 steps. reaching straight to the clouds. Each step embodies the will and pressure of ancient saints. The higher you climb, the greater the burden. This round has no eliminations. The height each of you can achieve will be recorded as your final potential score. Remember, this ladder tests not only your strength, but also your will, endurance, and potential. Now, let the selection commence. With his command, the eyes of all the geniuses ignited with fervent determination. Charge. In the first round, I must attain the highest score. Thousands of talents surged forward like a tidal wave, racing toward the celestial, white jade staircase. Xiang Kunlun took the lead, unleashing a fierce roar as he activated Berserker's body to its fullest, resembling a humanoid beast as he was the first to ascend the ladder, climbing with astonishing speed. Baijian, Feng Wuji, and other top-tier geniuses followed suit without hesitation. A silent contest had begun. Li Muran glanced back at Ning Chuan, gritting her teeth. Ning Chuan, I will not lose to you in the first round. With that, she joined the throng alongside Yi He and Zhui Yue, striving to ascend. However, Ning Chuan remained rooted in place, unperturbed. He simply gazed upward at the colossal staircase that seemed to connect heaven and earth, a peculiar smile flickering in his deep-set eyes. The will and pressure? The will of ancient saints? He murmured softly, his mind involuntarily conjuring the terrifying might of the semi-divine Inferno Dragon. Isn't this just handing me an advantage? Chapter 59. Is this truly the speed humans can achieve? As thousands of geniuses surged towards the heavenly ladder, Ning Chuan's indifference stood out starkly amidst the cacophony of the arena. Hey, what is the deal with that SSS-ranked individual from Beichuan City? Why isn't he making a move? Could it be that he has been rendered speechless by the grandeur of the first challenge? Ha. I told you those from satellite cities can't hold their ground. By the looks of him, he is probably waiting for others to make their move first, so he can gauge the difficulty, truly calculating. Unfortunately, such cunning is utterly futile in the face of absolute strength. In the competitor's preparation area, the talented individuals who already harbored a disdain for Ning Chuan were now unabashedly emitting derisive laughter. To them, cowering at the onset of the selection process indicated a loss of the formidable spirit characteristic of true warriors. On the observation platform, the recruitment mentors and high-ranking officials from various factions also took note of this scene. The aged figure in a white robe from the Temple of Freedom stroked his beard and remarked meaningfully to Wang Xuanzi, Old Wang. It appears that the promising talent your Yanlong Academy has set its sights on seems to be exhibiting an excessive degree of caution. Wang Xuanzi furrowed his brow, a sliver of doubt creeping into his mind. Although Ning Chuan's previous response had left a deep impression on him, his current demeanor was indeed perplexing. The trial upon the heavenly ladder demanded comprehensive potential, while the speed of ascent did not dictate the final outcome. Such disconnection from the main cohort would undoubtedly subject him to passive public scrutiny. Perhaps he has his own considerations. Wang Xuanzi could only concede. Though his tone lacked its former certainty, only Yi Luyun, while also somewhat bewildered, had personally witnessed Ning Chuan's growth and was acutely aware of the horrific trials he had endured in the dragon nest. He possessed an almost blind trust in Ning Chuan. What mischief is this lad concocting? Yi Luyun mused internally, a hint of an anticipated smile tugging at his lips. On the competition field, the leading first tier had already displayed astonishing prowess. Xiang Kunlun surged ahead, his robust frame navigating the white jade steps as if they were level ground, swiftly ascending over 300 steps, leaving the majority far behind. His body of the Overlord seemed to possess an extraordinary resilience against such pressure, each footfall sending tremors through the earth. Baijian followed closely, surrounded by an aura of unparalleled gun intent, as if he could pierce through all obstacles, his steps both steady and swift. Feng Wuji appeared the most relaxed, a faint silver radiance enveloping him, the power of the sands of time seemingly mitigating the pressure exerted upon him, allowing him to ascend rapidly with minimal exertion. Li Muran, Yi He, and Zhui Yue also performed commendably, maintaining a steady position within the upper echelons of the second tier. After all, they too were S-class prodigies, their foundations far beyond those of ordinary practitioners. Time passed incrementally. At the moment the last contestant on the heavenly ladder set foot on the first step, Ning Chuan finally made his move. Unlike others who erupted with formidable momentum, he exhibited no flamboyant gestures. Rather, he approached the ladder's base with the nonchalance of a person taking a leisurely walk after a meal. Then, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the first step. At the instant his right foot descended, a vast and ancient will of pressure descended upon him, attempting to invade his sea of consciousness. However, this pressure, which would ordinarily render ordinary prodigies nearly incapacitated, felt to Ning Chuan like a gentle spring breeze. It didn't even qualify to provoke a reaction from his nascent dragon soul body. Is this it? A flicker of disappointment crossed Ning Chuan's face. He had expected the will of the ancient sage to impart at least a modicum of pressure, but compared to the cataclysmic might of the semi-divine Inferno Dragon, this so-called sage's will felt akin to the feeble threats of a kindergarten child, absurdly mild. He shook his head, seemingly losing interest in a gradual exploration of the experience. In the next moment, beneath the astonished, perplexed, and derisive gazes of countless spectators, Ning Chuan's figure vanished. No, he did not disappear. Instead, he left behind a faint afterimage. He transformed into an arrow loosed from a bow, a streak of lightning cutting through the sky. Whoosh! A soft sound of air being sliced filled the air as Ning Chuan's figure appeared 100 meters away, firmly ascending the 100th step of the heavenly ladder. Immediately after, another afterimage followed. 200 steps, 300 steps, 400 steps. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone's eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets. Mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside. The previously mocking prodigies who derided Ning Chuan as cowardly now wore expressions of sheer disbelief and horror. Did I just imagine that? What speed was that? It must be an illusion. What about the pressure on the heavenly ladder? Is it ineffective against him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even Xiang Kunlun had noticeably slowed after 300 steps, yet he seemed completely unscathed. In the preparation area, gasps of astonishment erupted in waves. On the observation platform, an eerie silence prevailed. The white-robed elder from the Temple of Freedom held his teacup suspended in midair, oblivious to the tea spilling over him. Wang Xuanzi of the Yanlong Academy sprang to his feet, eyes wide, fixated on the figure at the center of the arena that was ascending at an utterly illogical speed. Exclaiming in shock, "What kind of monster is this?" The recruitment mentors beside him wore similarly dazed expressions. Could it be that his body is a special elemental form, completely immune to the will's pressure? No, look at his steps. Each footfall is impeccably precise, his control of strength impeccable, indicating he is solely relying on his own formidable prowess against the pressure. But how is this possible, achieving such ease? Quick, look. He is about to catch up to the second tier. Amidst the spectators' exclamations, Ning Chuan's figure, like a specter, effortlessly glided past the multitude of competitors. The steps that rendered others breathless and drenched in sweat seemed to transform under his feet into a smooth thoroughfare. Who is that? The straining Zhuyu suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him. Instinctively glancing back, he only caught a blurred silhouette flashing by. It was Ning Chuan. Ahead. Li Muron gasped in astonishment, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief. That guy was still at the starting point. How did he suddenly surpass me? Yi He's previously composed expression also revealed a hint of astonishment for the first time. She could distinctly sense a steady, prolonged aura emanating from Ning Chuan, devoid of the desperate exertion and struggle exhibited by the other prodigies. How is he accomplishing this? Ning Chuan paid no mind to the shocked stares behind him, his velocity unwavering. Before long, he caught up with Feng Wujia, who was maintaining an elegant posture, reveling in the awe of those around him. Suddenly, he felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from his side. His pupils constricted, only to witness Ning Chuan's figure brush past him, even taking the time to smile and utter a phrase that nearly shattered his composure. "Excuse me, brother." Feng Wujia's composure crumbled in an instant. He could feel the pressure that had been mitigated by the sands of time seemingly dissipating in the wake of Ning Chuan's passage, throwing his rhythm into disarray. "Bastard." Feng Wujia silently cursed, channeling all his effort to catch up, yet could only watch helplessly as Ning Chuan's silhouette receded further into the distance. Next in line was Baijian. Baijian sensed the movement behind him and abruptly turned around, his piercing gaze clashing with Ning Chuan's in the air. From the tranquility of Ning Chuan's eyes, he discerned a hint of approval. It was as if a seasoned mentor regarded a promising junior. This realization nearly shattered Baijian's resolve, a natural-born marksman, as he watched Ning Chuan surpass him without uttering a single harsh word. At last, Ning Chuan reached the forefront of the entire team, with only one individual remaining ahead of him, the indomitable Xiang Kunlun, akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus, resolutely pressing forward. At this moment, Xiang Kunlun had ascended to the 1,000th step. Although his speed had diminished, he steadfastly maintained his leading position, sensing the rapidly approaching aura behind him. He turned abruptly, his copper bell-like eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit. "Come on," he roared excitedly, pushing his body of the Overlord to its utmost limits. The jade steps beneath him groaning under the strain. He aimed to completely shake off this challenger from the satellite city. However, Ning Chuan merely cast a glance at him before continuing at an unchanging, astonishing speed, brushing past him effortlessly. The entire process unfolded like flowing clouds and flowing water, effortlessly graceful. Xiang Kunlun's explosive effort appeared to Ning Chuan as that of an overly zealous jester. The sound of Xiang Kunlun's roar abruptly ceased. His robust figure froze in place, his expression shifting from exhilaration to shock, then to bewilderment, ultimately settling into a vacant stupor. Had he, a mere necromancer, outpaced him in a contest of pure physicality and will? In that instant, the entire arena of Tianjing City fell silent, with tens of thousands of spectators, hundreds of prodigies, and dozens of legendary Saint Realm powerhouses collectively rendered speechless. All eyes converged on that solitary figure vanishing into the distance, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Is this truly the speed attainable by a human? Chapter 60, A Paradigm Shift. Who on earth is he? The 1000th step of the heavenly ladder marks a significant watershed. From this point onward, the intensity of willpower pressure will undergo a qualitative leap, evolving from mere pressure to various mental assaults, akin to blades cleaving and demonic sounds reverberating, testing the resilience of the climber's mental sea. In past joint selections among the 11 schools, those who could ascend beyond the 1000th step were already considered elite among geniuses, with a strong likelihood of being noticed by the top 8 academies. At this moment, Xiang Kunlun halted at the 1001st step, his mighty form trembling slightly, veins bulging at his forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. His prideful body of the Overlord proved effective against physical pressure but faltered against such pure mental assaults. He gazed up at the figure above, still maintaining its high speed, his copper bell-like eyes filled with bloodshot frustration. The gap is so vast. He could not comprehend how a necromancer, a profession typically reliant on mental prowess and relatively weak in physicality, could navigate the rigorous test of the heavenly ladder with such ease and comfort. This was entirely contrary to the norms of the occupational hierarchy. Ah! Xiang Kunlun let out a roar of defiance and took another step, laboriously climbing upward. He could accept defeat, but he must not halt here. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan had already ascended to the height of 2000 steps. At this level, the pressure was sufficient to drive ordinary S-level geniuses to the brink of mental collapse, causing them to faint. A faint blood-colored mist began to swirl around the steps, filled with countless vengeful spirits roaring, attempting to tear apart the souls of the climbers. For the first time, Ning Chuan's pace experienced a slight pause. Oh, this is getting interesting. He could feel these mental assaults finally causing a minute ripple in his mind, tempered by the dragon soul's essence, akin to a grain of sand dropped into a still lake. Has his speed slowed? On the observation platform, Wang Xuanzi, who had been fixated on Ning Chuan, remarked uncertainly. Indeed, it has slowed. It seems the 2000th step marks his limit. The elder in the white robe from the Temple of Freedom's eyes flickered with understanding. I had thought, how could anyone possess infinite potential? To reach the 2000th step at such a young age through sheer strength is already a testament to the worth of his SSS-level talent, placing him among the upper echelon of all past SSS-level prodigies. Indeed, it appears we were previously deceived by his astonishing speed. His final score in this first trial should lie between the 2000th and 3000th steps. Another mentor echoed in agreement. Their words brought a collective sigh of relief among most present. If Ning Chuan could truly surge to the top at that speed, then they, the so-called geniuses of the main city, the so-called top academies, might as well close their doors and cease selection altogether. I always suspected no one could be that monstrous. In the preparation area, a genius from the main city wiped cold sweat from his brow, mumbling to himself. For a moment, he had even believed he had seen a deity. Yi Liuyun's heart also raced. He anxiously watched Ning Chuan, continually praying. Yet, just as everyone anticipated Ning Chuan's impending fatigue and a decrease in speed, he merely shifted his neck slightly at the 2000th step, producing a series of cracking sounds. And then his face once again bore that dispassionate expression that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The warm-up is complete. He softly uttered 4 words. In the next instant, the speed that had just diminished erupted anew. Faster, more ferocious, more violent than before. If he had previously been a flash of lightning, he was now a beam of light that had torn through the fabric of time and space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2,100 steps. 2,300 steps. 2,500 steps. The blood-colored mist and the wailing spirits that could drive S-level geniuses to mental collapse seemed utterly non-existent before him. He moved like a deity surveying his realm, strolling leisurely through this purgatory of the mind. On the observation platform, the elder in the white robe from the Temple of Freedom spat out his spiritual tea, losing all composure. Wang Xuanzi, who had just settled in his seat, sprang up as if pricked by a needle, pointing at Ning Chuan, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single coherent phrase. This. Insanity. Absolute insanity. A warm-up. He calls ascending to the 2000th step a warm-up? Where is his limit? Is he even human? At that moment, all the significant figures, all the admissions mentors, completely lost their composure. The worldview they had constructed over centuries was being ruthlessly shattered and trampled upon by this young man from a remote satellite city. The preparation area had descended into utter silence. Those prodigies who had previously mocked Ning Chuan now wore ashen faces, their eyes filled with boundless fear and despair. The talents they prided themselves on, the fruits of their diligent training, seemed utterly laughable and insignificant before this man. They could not even muster the thought of pursuing him, for he existed in an entirely different dimension. 3,000 steps. He has reached the 3,000th step. The pressure there was said to be unbearable even for those newly entering the realm of legends. Speed, speed, yet it shows no sign of abating. Good heavens! Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries echoing throughout the arena, Ning Chuan's figure surged forth like a tempest, effortlessly crossing the threshold of 3,000 steps. The oppressive aura here had morphed into a tangible manifestation of inner demons and phantoms. Countless alluring beauties, mountains of wealth, and the allure of supreme power. Such temptations were potent enough to ensnare even the most resolute hearts. Ning Chuan cast a disdainful glance at the seductive apparitions before him, curling his lip in contempt. Such frivolity, with a mere thought, an exquisitely refined willpower, tempered through the trials of the semi-divine dragon's might, erupted from his mental sea. Breakthrough. Buzz. An invisible wave radiated outward from his center. Wherever it passed, the heart's demons and illusions dissipated like snow under the sun, crumbling to dust. Ning Chuan's pace showed no sign of faltering as he continued his ascent. 4,000 steps. 5,000 steps. 6,000 steps. He had left everyone far behind, including Xiang Kunlun, who was still struggling around 2,000 steps. On the entire celestial staircase, only Ning Chuan's silhouette persisted, ascending higher and higher, as if he were not undergoing a trial, but rather enjoying a scenic mountain climb. In the arena, silence reigned. All eyes were fixed, numbly gazing at the figure continuously crafting miracles. Their perceptions had been reshaped again and again. They began to question whether they were truly participating in the same selection as Ning Chuan. 8,000 steps. He has reached 8,000 steps. A holy domain powerhouse murmured, his voice quivering with disbelief. In the history of the 11 schools joint selection, only a handful had ever reached the 8,000 steps, and those few had invariably risen to become towering figures in the Federation. 9,000 steps. He is about to reach the summit. Finally, under the collective gaze of all, Ning Chuan's figure arrived at the pinnacle of the staircase. There, amidst swirling clouds and mist, it resembled a celestial realm. The 9,999th step. He gently lifted his foot, and then, with unwavering steadiness, he stepped upon it. The entire process remained as serene as a gentle breeze. The moment Ning Chuan stood atop the peak, the entire jade-white staircase erupted in resplendent nine-colored divine light. A monumental bell toll echoed throughout Tianjing City. Dong! This was the sound of the heavenly ladder being completely conquered, a celestial proclamation of triumph. It symbolized the utmost honor. In the arena, the vice president of the Supreme Joint Academy, an 8th-tier holy domain powerhouse, gazed at the young figure standing with hands behind his back, garments billowing in the wind. Took a deep breath, and with an expression of unfathomable complexity and shock, slowly spoke, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Who on earth is this young man? Chapter 61. The Fame of Tianjing. The Scramble of Titans. The Celestial Proclamation. This resonant sound, akin to a great bell tolling, not only reverberated throughout the arena but also pierced through layers of barriers, echoing in every corner of Tianjing City. Countless professionals engaged in work, cultivation, or daily life trembled at the sound of the bell, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. The bell of the heavenly ladder. Someone has reached the summit. How is that possible? The 11 schools joint selection has only just commenced its first phase. Wasn't the record for the fastest ascent set by Lord Wu Ding at 3 hours? Hurry, go see. Who is this prodigy that has shattered Lord Wu Ding's record? In an instant, powerful auras surged from all directions of Tianjing City, figures transforming into streaks of light as they raced towards the Supreme Joint Academy. Even some reclusive elders, long in seclusion, were stirred from their meditations, casting their gazes toward the source of the bell. Within the arena, a fervor and fervent excitement unfolded like never before. He has reached the summit. He truly has reached the summit. He has made history. A lad from a 3rd-tier satellite city has shattered a record held by the Federation's top contender for centuries during the first phase of the selection. This is no longer mere genius. This is a myth, a legend. Tens of thousands of spectators rose from their seats, roaring with fervent excitement and shock. They realized they were witnessing the birth of a legend. The talented aspirants, who had participated in the selection, had now completely ceased their climb. They sat helplessly on the steps, gazing up at the cloud-enveloped figure that resembled a deity, their eyes filled only with numbness and reverence. Xiang Kunlun's fists clenched tightly, the sound echoing, but ultimately they fell powerless, a bitter smile gracing his face for the first time. I concede defeat with admiration. Feng Wujie retracted all his disdain and arrogance, watching Ning Chuan with eyes glimmering in a peculiar light. A complex mixture of defeat and exhilaration akin to a player facing an insurmountable opponent. Li Muran and Yi He's beautiful eyes sparkled with pride. As they gazed upon that familiar figure, their hearts swelling with a sense of shared glory. On the observation platform, chaos had already ensued. Quick, quick, find out everything about this Ning Chuan. Within 3 minutes, I want to see all the information from his birth to the present. Wang Xuanze of the Yanlong Academy barked at his assistant, no longer possessing the previous ethereal demeanor. Snatch him, by any means necessary. We must recruit him into our free academy. The white-robed elder of the free temple, even more direct, began using a communicator to request the highest authority's special recruitment order. Wang, the old man, and by the elder, you shall not prevail. This young man is destined to join our united academy. The mentors of the Supreme Joint Academy were equally unyielding, erupting into a heated argument. The once indifferent, even dismissive recruitment mentors from the top academies now resembled sharks smelling blood, their eyes bloodshot, eager to rush to the clouds and take Ning Chuan by force. Yi Luyun sat in his seat, observing the previously lofty titans vying with flushed faces and nearly coming to blows over Ning Chuan. Feeling a sense of unprecedented exhilaration surge within him, he lifted his teacup and leisurely sipped, secretly reveling. Humph, a bunch of old fools. Now you realize the urgency? Where were you before? He could even imagine the expressions on their faces when Ning Chuan's information was presented to them, particularly upon discovering that his foundational data originated from the third-tier satellite city of Beichuan. At this moment, Ning Chuan, positioned at the center of the storm, remained tranquil. He stood atop the heavenly ladder, gazing down at the roiling sea of clouds, feeling the profound resonance of the celestial proclamation wash over him, and sensed his state of mind elevate once more. Log, you have successfully conquered the ladder of will and potential, creating a historical record. Log, you have obtained the title of Ascendant. All your attributes are permanently enhanced by 5, and your willpower is additionally boosted by 30. Log, you have received a fragment of the Holy Will's gift, the Sacred Word Technique, 13. Observing the refreshed rewards on the panel, a subtle smile graced Ning Chuan's lips. A permanent enhancement of 5 to all attributes. To others, this reward might merely be a delightful addition, but for him, a statistical anomaly with outrageously high foundational attributes. It was nothing short of divine prowess. This meant his raw attributes surged by over 1,000 points in an instant. Moreover, this is a title of growth. As his foundational attributes enhance in the future, the augmentations bestowed by this title will become increasingly formidable. Fragments of the Sacred Word Technique? Ning Chuan turned his gaze toward another reward, a flicker of curiosity illuminating his eyes. It appeared to be an exceedingly ancient and powerful spell, requiring the assembly of fragments for mastery. Though it may not be of immediate use, it certainly constitutes a delightful surprise. As he contemplated the rewards, the 8th-tier Saint Domain expert overseeing the selection had already regained his composure from the initial shock. In a swift motion, he materialized before Ning Chuan, his gaze imbued with a complex mixture of admiration and intrigue. Young man, what is your name? He endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, yet a barely perceptible tremor resonated in his voice. I am Ning Chuan, a junior, honored to meet you, senior. Ning Chuan bowed respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. The Saint Domain expert nodded, casting a profound glance at him. Well done. You have made history. As a reward for your ascent, the treasury of the United Supreme Academy shall be opened to you once. You may select any 3 treasures from it. Upon these words, the expressions of Wang Xuanze and the others in the viewing platform shifted dramatically. Sima Kong, you are brazenly undermining us. Wang Xuanze exclaimed, clearly agitated. The treasury of the United Supreme Academy harbors the most prestigious treasures of the Federation. The opportunity to select 3 is an irresistible temptation. The Saint Domain expert, known as Sima Kong, merely smiled faintly. Brother Wang, your words are misguided. This has been the tradition since antiquity for those who reach the pinnacle. Every climber is entitled to this honor. It bears no relation to whether my academy is recruiting. His words were impeccably crafted, leaving Wang Xuanze and the others seething with frustration, yet utterly powerless. Ning Chuan, Sima Kong turned his gaze back to Ning Chuan, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Your potential has exceeded our wildest imaginations. On behalf of the United Supreme Academy, I extend a formal invitation to you. Should you choose to join, you will become a direct disciple of the principal, enjoying the highest tier of resource allocation. All the Academy's secret realms and tomes will be unconditionally accessible to you. Boom. The proclamation sent waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd once more. A direct disciple of the principal. Who is the principal of the United Supreme Academy? He is one of the few remaining ninth-tier demigods, renowned alongside Lord Wu Ding. To become a disciple of a demigod is an unparalleled honor. Everyone cast envious, resentful glances at Ning Chuan, convinced that no one could possibly decline such generous terms. However, Ning Chuan remained composed, listening intently before breaking into a slight smile and uttering a statement that left all in attendance utterly stunned. Thank you for your esteemed offer, Senior. However, the selection has only just begun. I wish to observe more before making my decision. Chapter 62. The second challenge, the cycle of 100 battles. Ning Chuan's response, casually delivered, detonated like a bombshell in the viewing platform. He actually declined? Or rather, he did not give an immediate acceptance. Faced with an olive branch offered by a demigod, and the all-encompassing recruitment conditions presented by the United Supreme Academy, he dared to suggest he would like to see more. Has this young man lost his mind? How audacious! Truly, how audacious! Does he believe that our Yanlong Academy and Free Academy can extend offers surpassing those of a demigod's direct disciples? Wang Xuanzi and the elder in white robes, after their initial astonishment, found their eyes igniting with fervor. He has declined. This signifies that there remains a chance for them. This Ning Chuan is not merely a prodigy of talent. His composure and immense ambition surpass their expectations. He is evidently not satisfied with the immediate benefits, but seeks to secure the utmost value through the subsequent selections. What a remarkable young man. Such audacity. Wang Xuanzi clapped in delight, exclaiming, Our Yanlong Academy thrives on students like you. Sima Kong, did you hear that? He has no interest in your demigod disciple title. Sima Kong's countenance twitched slightly, yet he quickly regained his tranquility. He regarded Ning Chuan with a deeper appreciation. Very well. I respect your choice. The promise of the United Supreme Academy remains eternally valid. I look forward to your forthcoming performance. With a grand gesture, he summoned a gentle force that returned Ning Chuan from the pinnacle of the heavenly ladder back to the ground. Simultaneously, his voice resonated throughout the arena once more. The first stage of the heavenly ladder has concluded. All results have been duly recorded. Now, you shall have an hour to recuperate. After 1 hour, we shall commence the second challenge. As his words faded, the towering white jade staircase gradually sank into the earth, restoring the arena to its original state. All the prodigies collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, desperately striving to recover the immense mental and physical exertion. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan became the sole focus of attention. Upon returning to the preparation area, he was instantly surrounded by countless gazes. Ning Chuan, you are simply incredible, Li Morong exclaimed, somewhat incoherent with excitement. You are beyond human. Zhua Yu stood silently, rising to bow deeply at Ning Chuan. This bow symbolized his complete relinquishment of jealousy and resentment, leaving only genuine admiration. Ning Chuan accepted it with grace, patting Zhua Yu on the shoulder with a smile. The journey is long. Let us strive together. A simple statement that brought a hint of moisture to Zhua Yu's eyes, who nodded earnestly. Yi He gazed at him quietly, her cool eyes seemingly twinkling with starlight. Just then, the imposing figure of Xiang Kunlun strode over. He approached Ning Chuan directly, his copper-like eyes fixed intently upon him, exuding an intimidating aura of combativeness. You are formidable. Xiang Kunlun's voice was deep and resonant, yet utterly sincere. In the first stage, I was defeated. However, in the upcoming battles, I shall demonstrate the true power of my body of the Overlord. He extended a fist the size of a cauldron. Ning Chuan, observing this battle-hungry giant, could not help but smile as he extended his own fist to lightly tap against Xiang Kunlun's. I look forward to it. Without excessive words, an unspoken pact was forged between the two top prodigies. Not far away, Feng Wuji approached, his gaze complex as he regarded Ning Chuan. I am quite curious about your talent. What could it possibly be? He struggled to fathom the kind of talent that allowed a necromancer to perform so extraordinarily in the first stage. Ning Chuan smiled mysteriously. What do you think? Feng Wuji. An hour's respite swiftly passed. As everyone regained their composure, Sima Kong's figure reappeared high in the sky. The second challenge. The cycle of 100 battles. His voice resonated with a chilling intensity. Next, all of you will be transported to an isolated, ancient battlefield illusion. There, you will face an endless onslaught of ancient military souls composed of energy. Your sole task is to kill. The more military souls you vanquish, and the higher their levels, the greater your score will be. The flow of time in the illusion differs from the outside world. You will have a full 12 hours of combat time. This stage tests your endurance in battle, combat skills, and efficiency in slaughter. Likewise, there will be no eliminations in this stage. The final scores will reflect your practical combat capabilities. Now, the transportation begins. As Sima Kong's voice faded, beams of white light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping each of the prodigies present. Ning Chuan felt a blur before his eyes, and in the next moment, he found himself within a dim, blood-soaked ancient battlefield. Amidst the remnants of shattered walls and the clamor of warfare, the air was thick with the pungent scent of rust and lingering resentment. Before him, translucent figures, clutching tattered weapons and donning ancient armor, their hollow, crimson eyes aglow, began to coalesce from the ground. Ancient War Soul, Common. Level, LV-101. Ancient War Soul Centurion, Elite. Level, LV-101. As he gazed into the distance, an endless sea of souls stretched before him, thousands upon thousands. Thus, it became clear. Points were calculated based on the quantity and quality of foes slain. Ning Chuan instantly grasped the rules. For other prodigies, this was a grueling test of endurance. They needed to judiciously allocate their stamina and mana, ensuring their safety while maximizing enemy kills. However, for Ning Chuan, a glance at his astonishingly formidable attribute panel and the negligible consumption of his skills led him to a different conclusion. Sustained combatability, efficiency in slaughter, a familiar smile, one that instilled despair in all his adversaries, once again graced Ning Chuan's face. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he declared, "Forgive me, but I seem to excel in both." Buzz. 24 dark halos materialized behind him simultaneously. In the next moment, 24 terrifying undead beings, their bones gleaming with a metallic luster and their eye sockets ablaze with ghostly flames, advanced with synchronized steps, with Ning Chuan's current mental attribute surpassing 30,000. Each undead entity he summoned possessed astonishing foundational attributes. Each diminutive skeleton was comparable to an elite-level boss. "My children," Ning Chuan proclaimed, arms outstretched like a maestro or a sovereign announcing death. "Let the carnage commence." With a single command, the 24 undead transformed into torrents of death, charging fiercely into the boundless army of war souls. Thus began a one-sided, merciless massacre. Chapter 63, A Surge of Points. Is this just? In the blood-soaked realm of the ancient battlefield illusion, while other prodigies cautiously probed and tangled with groups of ancient war souls, the area dominated by Ning Chuan had already devolved into an efficiency-astounding slaughterhouse. Under Ning Chuan's masterful guidance, the 24 undead formed a nearly perfect killing formation. The 20 skeletal warriors, no longer diminutive, now towered nearly 3 meters tall, their bones exuding a dark golden metallic sheen, adorned with arcane death runes. No longer wielding crude bone clubs, they brandished massive bone blades and heavy hammers forged from high-density skeletons, creating sonic booms with each swing. They charged through the sea of war souls like relentless engines of destruction. Any LV-101 common war soul crumbled before them with a single blow, dissipating into pure energy. Even the elite centurions required the combined might of 2 or 3 skeletons to be easily torn apart. Behind them, 2 skeletal archers and 2 skeletal mages formed the most stable artillery on the battlefield. The skeletal archers wielded longbows that glimmered with ghostly light. Each draw of the string unleashed volleys of 3 tracking soul arrows, capable of precisely reaping the lives of several war souls with each shot. The skeletal mages were even more fearsome, casting without incantations, almost instantaneously summoning meteor showers of fire. Though their range and power paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's own spells, their sheer quantity and frequency made up for it. The 2 skeletal mages alternated their casting, pale necromantic flames engulfing hundreds of meters in front of them, vaporizing entire swathes of war souls. Log. Killed Ancient War Soul, Common, gained 1 point. Log. Killed Ancient War Soul Centurion, Elite, gained 10 points. Log. Before Ning Chuan, the points notifications cascaded like a waterfall, almost without pause. He, however, stood leisurely behind the undead army, arms crossed, only occasionally intervening with a precision bone spear to eliminate any stragglers attempting to breach their defenses or unleashing a wider meteor shower in the densest clusters of war souls, reveling in the exhilarating surge of points. Ah, this feeling certainly resonates with the essence of a necromantic calamity, Ning Chuan mused, nodding in satisfaction. With his current prowess, commanding these 24 undead was as effortless as moving his own limbs with minimal mental expenditure. He even had the leisure to begin exploring the new skill, Soul Link. He immersed his consciousness, establishing a connection with one of the small skeletons. In an instant, his perspective shifted, and he viewed the battlefield through the eyes of the small skeleton. He could clearly see every movement of the war souls before him, feel the sensation of the bone blade cleaving through enemies, and even hear the sound of his comrades' bones clashing. In this state, His command over the battlefield reached an unprecedented level of precision. At 3 o'clock, 3 centurions are advancing in a triangular formation. Number 3, number 5, number 7 skeletons. Execute a bone charge to disrupt their formation. Archer A. Unleash a triple volley of soul arrows targeting the war soul priest behind them. A series of commands flowed through the soul link, accurately conveyed to each undead. The once instinctive and rudimentary formations of the undead army now appeared infused with true purpose. Their coordination became seamless. Every attack and maneuver exuded tactical elegance, and their efficiency in slaughter surged by over 30%. Meanwhile, outside the illusion, in the colossal arena, all eyes of the spectators and mentors converged upon the vast leaderboard suspended above. At this moment, only an hour had elapsed since the second round commenced. Names climbed the ranks, and each point gained elicited gasps of astonishment. First place, Xiang Kunlun, points, 12,350. Second place, Baijan, points, 11,980. Third place, Feng Wuji, points, 11,560. 10th place, Li Muran, points, 8,890. 15th place, Yihe, points, 8,520. Indeed, Xiang Kunlun was impressive. The body of the Overlord suited this endurance contest perfectly, with seemingly boundless strength and stamina. Baijan's breaking army spear intent was equally terrifying, his strikes akin to a dragon's fury, achieving remarkable efficiency in slaughter. Feng Wuji's talent, Sand of Time, was practically cheating, as the war souls around him moved sluggishly, rendering them living targets. In the observation area, Wang Xuanzi and others beamed with satisfaction as they regarded their top disciples, their expressions reflecting contentment. This ranking largely matched their expectations of these top-tier prodigies' capabilities. What of Ning Chuan? Why is his name absent from the top 20? The elder in the white robe from the Free God Temple suddenly inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes downward. 30th place, Zhuiyue, points, 6,780. 50th place, 100th place, Ning Chuan, points, 2,100. As they beheld Ning Chuan's paltry score and ranking, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was taken aback. 100th place? A mere 2,100 points? What was the meaning of this? Surely, there must be some mistake. The formidable climber of the first challenge, how could he falter so drastically in the second? Suddenly, a mentor struck his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "The Necromancer. He is a Necromancer." The minions summoned by a Necromancer require time to coalesce and take form, rendering his early combat prowess ineffective. Moreover, his undead forces are limited. Facing an endless tide of enemies, he is bound to be overwhelmed. This explanation was instantly embraced by all. So it is. It appears that ascending the celestial ladder merely tests potential. When it comes to real combat, the shortcomings of the profession become apparent. I had thought, how could a Necromancer possibly dominate in every aspect over warriors and elemental mages? It seems he will indeed find himself at the bottom in this second challenge. Wang Xuanzi's brow furrowed once more, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. If this were true, Ning Chuan's overall evaluation would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. Yi Liuyun's heart raced with anxiety, yet he forced himself to retain faith in Ning Chuan. However, just as everyone believed Ning Chuan had revealed his true nature, a startling turn of events unfolded on the scoreboard. Ning Chuan, who had been languishing in the 100th position, saw his score begin to surge at an astonishing speed. 1,005,000,10,000. The rate of increase resembled a rocket propelled by arcane energy, soaring upward with reckless abandon. 99th, 79th, 59th. His ranking climbed at a visible pace. What on earth is happening? What is going on with his score? The crowd erupted into astonished murmurs, all taken aback by this sudden change. On the observation platform, Wang Xuanzi, who had just been satisfied with Xiang Kunlun and Baijan, found his smile frozen in disbelief. This is impossible. How could his efficiency in slaughter suddenly escalate to such heights? Look, he has surpassed Zhuiyue. He has surpassed Yihe. He has surpassed Li Muran. Amidst a multitude of incredulous gazes, Ning Chuan's name sliced through the leaderboard like a sharpened blade. Third place, Feng Wujin, score, 18,560. Second place, Baijan, score, 19,980. First place, Xiang Kunlun, score, 20,350. As Ning Chuan's score breached the 20,000 mark, nearing Xiang Kunlun, every breath in the room halted. Then, in the next instant, first place, Ning Chuan, score, 21,100. The entire leaderboard seemed to tremble in response to this earth-shattering shift. The glaring red first stung the eyes of all who beheld it. And this was not the end. While Xiang Kunlun and the others painstakingly elevated their scores by a mere 100 points, Ning Chuan's score had already surged by 1,000. Ning Chuan, score, 25, 000, 30, 000, 40, 000. The gap between him and second place Xiang Kunlun widened at a despairing rate. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. The mentors who had previously analyzed Ning Chuan's professional shortcomings felt a burning shame on their faces, as though they had been soundly slapped hundreds of times. Wang Xuanzi and the elder in white robes exchanged glances, each seeing boundless astonishment and confusion reflected in the other's eyes. Is this even reasonable? Sima Kong, the 8th-tier Saint Domain powerhouse overseeing the selection, fixated intently on the scoreboard. His consciousness had pierced the illusion, striving to glimpse the underlying truth. But the illusion was safeguarded by rules, allowing him only to perceive a murky wave of energy. Yet, he was certain that something utterly incomprehensible was transpiring on the battlefield where Ning Chuan stood. This was no mere spike in slaughter efficiency. This was tantamount to cheating. Chapter 64. A Million Points. The Gift of the King of Military Souls. Time in the ancient battlefield seemed to lose all meaning. As the 12 hours within the illusion neared conclusion, Ning Chuan had long since lost count of how many military souls he had commanded his undead army to annihilate. Scanning the battlefield, he noted that the number of military souls had begun to dwindle. They appeared to have developed a sense of fear, hesitating to approach the domain of death that Ning Chuan commanded. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan's undead army suffered no losses. Instead, they became more solid and powerful, having absorbed vast amounts of soul energy during the battle. In fact, several small skeletons, after slaying multiple military soul generals, boss level, began to emanate a faint silver glow upon their bones. They can even evolve during combat? A glimmer of surprise sparked in Ning Chuan's eyes. This was something he had never previously discovered. It seemed the growth of undead creatures did not solely rely on his own mental prowess. After enduring intense battles and consuming sufficient soul energy, they could also undergo a degree of transformation. Thus, the potential of the undead calamity was even greater than I had imagined. Ning Chuan's spirit soared. Just then, the entire ancient battlefield began to tremble violently. All remaining military souls appeared to receive a command, abruptly ceasing their attacks, then retreating in unison like a receding tide, ultimately converging into streams of energy flowing toward the center of the battlefield. There, a towering figure, clad in tattered imperial armor and wielding a gigantic battle axe that pierced the heavens, slowly rose from the earth. His eyes burned with an ethereal blue flame. King of ancient military souls. Level boss. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of all previous military soul generals, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Is this the final boss battle? Ning Chuan's gaze sharpened slightly, a smile of excitement creeping onto his face. This is perfect. He had been lamenting the lack of a sufficiently powerful opponent to test his current strength. The king of outsider military souls spoke in a deep and authoritative voice, his blue gaze locking onto Ning Chuan. Thy slaughter has disturbed my slumber, yet thy power has earned my respect. Now, receive my final strike. Should you survive, I shall bestow upon you unparalleled glory. As the words fell, the king of military souls raised his colossal axe high. In that instant, the winds shifted, and the energy of the entire battlefield surged toward the axe's blade, forming an energy singularity compressed to its utmost, flickering with the light of annihilation. This strike seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Yet, before this apocalyptic blow, Ning Chuan showed no signs of retreat. He commanded all his undead to withdraw behind him, stepping forward alone to face that overwhelming pressure. Come, let me witness the power of an ancient king. With a resounding roar, Ning Chuan unleashed the full force of his power. Beginner Dragon Soul Body operated at full capacity, revealing a faint illusion of dragon scales upon his surface. Bronze Halo enhanced intensity by 100, diminishing the pressure of the king to its limits. His mental strength, exceeding 30,000, surged like a boiling ocean, forming a tangible storm of psychic energy around him. Medusa's staff held aloft. The starry runes on his falling star robe ignited one by one. Meteoric fire ring. Medusa's gaze. Roar of the golden lizard. Bone spear technique. In that fleeting moment, Ning Chuan unleashed every offensive skill he had learned at an astonishing speed. The sky became blanketed in pale, necromantic fire meteors. The earth lay shrouded in a gray, petrified radiance. The very fabric of space trembled beneath the roar of invisible souls. Countless bone spears, entwined with the essence of destruction, surged upward like a torrential deluge, colliding fiercely with the axe that cleaved the heavens. Boom! The entire illusion of the ancient battlefield emitted a mournful wail under the weight of this strike. blinding white light devoured everything, causing external spectators like Sima Kong to instantaneously lose all perception of the inner workings of the illusion. What is happening? Such terrifying energy collision. The energy core of the illusion is sounding an alarm. Quickly, stabilize the illusion. Chaos erupted in the observation platform, and several powerful beings of the sacred domain joined forces just to barely maintain the crumbling battlefield illusion. When the brilliance faded and tranquility returned to the battlefield, the majestic king of war had vanished without a trace. Only Ning Chuan remained, staff in hand, his garments fluttering gently, though his aura was somewhat disordered. His gaze remained as bright as the stars. Locke, you have successfully withstood the annihilating strike of the ancient king of war. Locke, your performance has garnered the highest recognition from the king of war. Locke, you have received the special reward skill book, King's Might. Locke, you have obtained the special reward title, King of 100 Battles. Locke, your final score will receive a 10-fold bonus. A 10-fold bonus? Ning Chuan glanced at the final notification, momentarily stunned, before a peculiar smile spread across his face. He looked at his current score, over 98,000. Tenfold. That would amount to nearly 1 million? Outside the illusion, at the forefront of the scoreboard, everyone had become numb. Over the past 11 hours, they had witnessed Ning Chuan's score soar from an initial 2,000 to a figure they dared not even imagine. First place, Ning Chuan, score, 98,650. Second place, Xiang Kunlun, score, 85,320. Although the gap remained apparent, Xiang Kunlun and others had erupted with astonishing potential, fiercely trailing behind without being left in the dust. Look, the time is running out. At that moment, someone exclaimed. All eyes fixated nervously on the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. All figures began to be transported out of the illusion. Just as the transporting light flared, the number belonging to Ning Chuan on the scoreboard suddenly leaped amidst a blinding golden glow. 98, 650, 986, 500. A number that momentarily short-circuited everyone's minds appeared at the top. 986,500. This figure surpassed the combined scores of everyone from 2nd to 100th place. Am I seeing things? A genius murmured, then slapped himself hard. Smack. The sharp sound echoed. It's real, it's real. He emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The entire arena erupted after a prolonged silence, unleashing a clamor more intense and frenzied than ever before. 1 million. Nearly 1 million points. Has he wiped out the entire ancient battlefield's military souls? A monster. He is not human. He is undoubtedly a monster in human guise. On the observation platform, Wang Xuanzi and others were rendered utterly speechless, their eyes fixated on that number, their hearts nearly halting. Meanwhile, Sima Kong, an 8th-tier sacred domain powerhouse, gazed at the final score, recalling the terrifying energy wave that had nearly shattered the illusion. He took a deep breath and spoke in a dreamlike tone. This era may very well be irrevocably altered because of this young man. Chapter 65, New Skills and Titles. The prototype of the Undead Legion. As the transporting light faded, Ning Chuan reappeared in the arena, greeted by the gazes of thousands, akin to that of deities. Those who had previously looked down upon him with scorn and jealousy now regarded him with pure awe and reverence. Xiang Kunlun strode over, his expression devoid of defeat, filled instead with excitement and fervor for battle. What is going on with your score? Did you slay that final boss? Though his score paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's, he had vaguely sensed that overwhelming kingly pressure within the illusion. But the distance had prevented him from arriving before it all concluded. Ning Chuan smiled, offering no explanation for his score, simply replying, sort of. I took one of his strikes, and he gifted me some rewards. Good, good, good. Xiang Kunlun exclaimed thrice, his eyes ablaze. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You are undoubtedly the strongest opponent I, Xiang Kunlun, have ever encountered. Ning Chuan, I will remember you. With that, he turned and departed, clearly intending to train even harder. Ning Chuan watched his retreating figure, unable to suppress a chuckle. This simpleton was adorably pure. He ignored the others who attempted to approach but hesitated, immersing himself in the bountiful rewards he had just received. First, there was that title, King of 100 Battles, a unique special title. You reign as a king among the cycles of 100 battles. Your efficiency in slaughter has earned the recognition of the ancient king of war. Effect 1. When facing multiple enemies, your area damage is increased by 30. Effect 2. Your stamina and mental energy consumption rate is reduced by 30 during prolonged combat. Powerful. A gleam shone in Ning Chuan's eyes. These two effects were tailor-made for him. An increase of 30 in area damage meant that his meteor shower and the collective attacks of his necromancers would ascend to another level of potency. The reduction in consumption by 30 would make his already formidable endurance even more monstrous. coupled with the extraordinary recovery provided by basic Dragon Soul Body. He could now be considered a perpetual motion machine. The value of this title was on par with that of an exquisite piece of equipment. Next, he turned his gaze to the ancient skill book, King's Might, a special legion skill. Upon learning it, you can connect your will with your undead legion, forming a military might. Effect 1. All undead units within the military might range will receive a 20 boost to their 4-dimensional attributes. Effect 2. You can consume mental energy to unleash the Legion's combined skill, Charge of the Undead. Gasp. Upon reading the description of this skill, even Ning Chuan's composure faltered, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. What kind of divine skill is this? Bestowing a 20 boost to all 4-dimensional attributes upon all undead? With his current raw attributes in the tens of thousands, a 20 boost translates to several thousand points. This signifies that every single undead under his command will gain thousands of points in all attributes out of thin air. This is no mere enhancement. It is an epic evolution for his undead army. From now on, every little skeleton will embody the essence of a boss-level existence. The second effect, Charge of the Undead, is a devastating weapon that sends shivers down the spine just to contemplate. Uniting the strength of all undead for a cataclysmic charge, its power would likely compel even high-tier professionals to retreat. This is no mere undead calamity. It is the very prototype of the Undead Legion. Ning Chuan's heart raced wildly. The emergence of the skill, King's Legion, has fundamentally transformed his combat system. He no longer relies solely on the sheer quantity of the undead and his formidable spiritual power. Instead, he has truly merged himself with the Legion of the Undead, creating an indomitable entity. He is the brain and core of the Legion. The Legion serves as his extended claws and fangs. Without hesitation, Ning Chuan chose to learn. A torrent of vast and profound information surged into his mind, instantaneously revealing the secrets of the Legion's might. He could feel a deeper connection forming between himself and the ethereal realm of the undead. Simultaneously, a brand new notification appeared on his log panel. Log. You have mastered the King's Legion. Your occupational traits have evolved. Log. Your skills, Summon Skeleton Archer, and Summon Skeleton Mage, have been consolidated into the core occupational skill, Necromantic Summoning. Log. Necromantic Summoning. Tier 1. You can expend spiritual power to summon undead beings from the realm of the dead to fight for you. Current summon limit, 30. Summonable types, Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Mage. Skill consolidation? The summon limit has been elevated to 30. A look of elation erupted in Ning Chuan's eyes. This was nothing short of a delightful surprise. He had initially thought he would need to wait until level 120 to increase his summoning quota, but unexpectedly, the skill, King's Legion, had directly evolved his core occupational abilities. 30 summonable units. This meant that each time he allowed the undead to sacrifice themselves, the attribute bonuses he would gain would exceed his previous gains by a full quarter. His growth rate would soar once more. Splendid, truly splendid. Ning Chuan suppressed his exhilaration, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. The rewards from this second phase were immense, surpassing even his expectations. Now, his strength had undergone a transformation in comparison to when the selection process began. He eagerly anticipated what further surprises the final challenge would bring. Chapter 66. The Ultimate Trial. The Mirror Corridor. As Ning Chuan was still digesting his monumental gains, the voice of the host, Sima Kong, reverberated throughout the arena once more. His tone bore a hint of undeniable fatigue and a touch of helplessness, much like one gazing upon a monster. Clearly, Ning Chuan's fearsome score of nearly 1,000,000 points in the second phase had dealt a significant blow to this 8th-tier Saint Realm powerhouse. The second phase of the 100 battles cycle has concluded. All scores have been recorded. Now, I announce the commencement of the final trial of this selection, the Mirror Corridor. As his words fell, the space above the arena began to warp, and a seemingly endless corridor, composed of countless massive crystalline mirrors, slowly materialized in the air. Each mirror shimmered with radiant colors, refracting strange lights, exuding an aura of mystery and splendor. The Mirror Corridor is an extraordinarily unique spatial secret realm discovered by the Federation. Sima Kong's voice took on an exceedingly solemn tone. Within this corridor, each of you will face an adversary, yourselves. The crystalline mirrors within the corridor will perfectly replicate a mirrored doppelganger of each of you, tailored to your strength, skills, talents, and even combat habits. This mirrored doppelganger will possess identical power to your own. What you must do is conquer your mirror image and continue to advance. With each mirror defeated, you will progress one step forward. The corridor has no end. How far you can go ultimately depends on your own abilities. This phase tests your understanding of your own strength, your combat wisdom, and your resolve to transcend your limits. It will be the most crucial and challenging phase of this selection. Your final rankings will be determined by the comprehensive results of all 3 phases. Now, the ultimate trial begins. A cascade of light beams descended once more, enveloping all the prodigies and transporting them into the resplendent yet perilous mirror corridor. When Ning Chuan found his footing, he discovered he stood upon a corridor entirely made of crystal. All around him, the mirrors glimmered brilliantly, reflecting his image thousands upon thousands of times. Ahead of him, approximately 100 meters away, a figure identical to him was slowly emerging from the mirror, clad in black, with black hair, possessing the same handsome visage and tranquil gaze. Even the almost imperceptible curve of the lips was an exact match. Ning Chuan, mirror image, level, LV-101 occupation, Necromancer, Tier 1. Ning Chuan could distinctly sense that the figure before him possessed the same power, aura, and skills as his own. Intriguing, to challenge oneself? A look of interest crossed Ning Chuan's face. For the other prodigies, this was undoubtedly a grueling battle. For facing an opponent identical to oneself meant that all personal advantages would vanish, and every weakness would be flawlessly exploited by the adversary. This was a fight that was utterly fair and yet undeniably brutal. Xiang Kunlun would face a version of himself endowed with titanic physique, leading to a brutal clash of fists. Feng Wujie would confront a counterpart capable of manipulating time, resulting in a bizarre and cerebral contest of wits. Each of them must unearth latent potential they had yet to recognize or utilize the environment and tactics to seize the fleeting opportunity to prevail over themselves and advance. Yet, for Ning Chuan, as he gazed at his mirrored self, a peculiar smile began to form on his lips. Perfectly replicating my strength, skills, and talents? Ning Chuan's gaze fell upon his attribute panel, focusing on the unique talent that was the source of all his power. Talent, Master of the Undead. Upon the demise of summoned undead, all attributes will permanently accrue to the Master's essence. Now, the question arises. Ning Chuan's lips curved into a devilish grin. After my mirror image summons its undead, upon their demise, will the attributes be conferred upon him or upon me, the original? This question, clearly, the mirror image could not answer. At the moment the mirror image coalesced, it launched its attack. With a snap of its fingers, it too invoked necromantic summoning. 30 terrifying undead creatures instantly manifested upon the battlefield, as Ning Chuan beheld the 30 undead that mirrored his own summons. A radiant smile adorned his face. Splendid, he exclaimed earnestly. I was just lamenting the lack of formidable opponents to swiftly boost my attributes. You truly are a harbinger of fortune. Chapter 67. I kill myself. The ultimate bug of talent. In the mirror corridor, 2 identical legions of the undead clashed like 2 waves of black death. The sounds of thunderous roars, shattering bones. An explosive energy reverberated throughout this peculiar space made of crystal. This was an unfathomable battle, Ning Chuan versus Ning Chuan. The mirrored version of Ning Chuan flawlessly replicated Ning Chuan's combat intellect. It too understood the art of utilizing the soul link for meticulous command, and was equally adept at leveraging terrain and formations. Each charge of the 2 undead legions, each clash of spells, mirrored one another with precision and synchronicity, akin to the reflection of a mirror. In a fleeting moment, an eerie equilibrium descended upon the battlefield. Small skeletons clashed with bone blades. Skeletal archers exchanged volleys of ghostly arrows, and skeletal mages hurled meteor showers at one another. Undead creatures were reduced to powder amidst the fierce collisions. However, at the very instant the first small skeleton from the mirrored side was annihilated by the concentrated fire of Ning Chuan's undead. A barely perceptible data stream transcended the boundary between reality and reflection, precisely surging into Ning Chuan's corporeal form. Log, small skeleton, mirror summon, has perished. Talent undead sovereign activated. Your strength 3, agility 2, constitution 3, spirit 4. It has arrived. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Ning Chuan, and the devilish curve of his lips widened. His conjecture had been validated. The determination of the undead sovereign, talent appeared to possess an extraordinarily high priority, even transcending the very rules of the mirror realm. The undead summoned by the mirror remained. At their core, Ning Chuan's summons, upon their demise, the attributes they provided would flow solely to him, the true Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, the mirrored Ning Chuan gained nothing. This was no mere glitch. It was a backdoor left by the creator god. Ning Chuan reveled in silent laughter. For others, this trial would be an arduous challenge requiring transcendent effort. For him, it had morphed into a one-sided feast for attribute enhancement, devoid of suspense. Moreover, his opponent served as a perfect sparring partner, endlessly supplying him with high-quality nourishment. Kill. Slay them all. Ning Chuan's command style transformed into a wild frenzy. He no longer sought caution, nor did he concern himself with the losses of his undead. Instead, he he employed a nearly frenzied exchange strategy, willing to sacrifice anything to eliminate the undead of the mirrored side. Losing one on his side mattered little. As long as it meant taking one from the opponent, that would be a resounding profit. In this tit-for-tat exchange, the battlefield's delicate balance was shattered in an instant. The mirrored Ning Chuan continued to command in the most optimized manner, striving to secure victory at minimal cost. Yet, it remained oblivious to the fact that each time it slayed one of Ning Chuan's undead, it was merely incurring battle losses. Conversely, every undead Ning Chuan eliminated bolstered the strength of his true form. Within mere minutes, Ning Chuan's raw attributes had surged by several hundred points each. This incremental advantage manifested on the battlefield as overwhelming dominance. The undead under Ning Chuan's command, fortified by the enhanced attributes from his true form, became increasingly indomitable. Their attacks sharper than ever. They began to engage 2, even 3 at a time, effortlessly overpowering the mirrored undead. For the first time, confusion akin to data disarray appeared on the face of the mirrored Ning Chuan, identical to Ning Chuan's own. It could not comprehend why, despite being identical units, its combat effectiveness was visibly collapsing. Poor creature, let the truth of your demise be revealed. Ning Chuan gazed at the retreating mirrored legion, a hint of pity gracing his smile. No longer concealing his power, he personally joined the fray. In response, the mirrored Ning Chuan executed an identical maneuver. The two Ning Chuans finally clashed head-on. Meteor shower. With a flick of its staff, the mirrored Ning Chuan summoned a torrential downpour of searing pale flames from above. Yet, Ning Chuan, apathetic to defensive skills, merely focused his thoughts, conjuring an immensely solid psychic barrier composed entirely of pure mental energy above him. Boom, boom, boom. The necromantic meteor flames, potent enough to obliterate elite bosses, struck the psychic barrier, merely creating ripples before being effortlessly extinguished. What? For the first time, an emotion of shock flickered in the hollow eyes of the mirrored Ning Chuan. It could not fathom why its opponent's mental strength had suddenly surpassed its own by such a margin. I told you, you are but a pathetic imitation. With the enhancement of magic dance, Ning Chuan's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind the mirrored Ning Chuan. He did not employ any extravagant skills, simply delivering a single, straightforward punch. This punch harbored the surging power he had just siphoned from the mirrored undead. The force of his fist howled through the air, distorting space itself. The mirrored Ning Chuan sensed a lethal threat, attempting to teleport away and activate all defensive skills. Yet, it was too late. Before absolute power and speed, all techniques appeared futile. Thud. Ning Chuan's fist connected precisely with the back of the mirrored Ning Chuan. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Only a dull sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting. The mirrored Ning Chuan's body stiffened abruptly, and in an instant, spiderweb-like cracks spread across its entire form from the point of impact. The next second, its entire being, along with the remnants of its undead legion, shattered like a broken mirror, exploding into a shower of crystalline fragments. Log. You have successfully defeated the first layer of the mirror. Log. You have advanced to the first square of the mirror realm corridor. Ning Chuan withdrew his fist, gazing ahead at the seemingly endless corridor, where a second version of himself was slowly coalescing 100 meters away. He licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor. Thus, the second round of this self-service buffet commences. Outside the illusion, in the colossal arena, all eyes were fixated on the suspended mirror realm corridor. Below the corridor, rows of corresponding light screens displayed the names of each genius, along with a number representing their progress. At this moment, half an hour had elapsed since the ultimate trial began. Most names still bore the number 0. This indicated they were still grappling with their first mirror. Only a select few top-tier talents had advanced to 1. Xiang Kunlun, 1. Baijian, 1. Feng Wuji, 1. Truly the epitome of genius. They have swiftly triumphed over their reflections. So formidable. Xiang Kunlun must have exhausted the mirror through sheer strength using Body of the Overlord. Baijian likely triumphed with superior marksmanship. I cannot even fathom what Feng Wuji's battle entailed. The mentors in the viewing platform analyzed the situation with palpable tension. To conquer oneself is a formidable challenge. Achieving that in half an hour is a testament to their excellence. What about Ning Chuan? Wang Xuanzi instinctively began searching for that familiar name. When he noticed the number beside Ning Chuan, he froze. Then, he vigorously rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have misread. Ning Chuan, 5. The entire viewing platform plunged into a profound silence once more. 5 squares. The voice of the elderly white-robed man from the Temple of Freedom trembled. He had defeated his own reflection 5 times in half an hour. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. A mentor cried out in disbelief. Conquering oneself entails immense consumption and requires time for recovery. How could anyone continuously defeat their own reflection? Moreover, at an accelerating pace. His skepticism echoed the confusion that resided in the hearts of all. Yet, within the fleeting seconds of their discourse, the figure flickered again beneath their astonished gazes. Ning Chuan, 6. Immediately following, Ning Chuan, 7. Ning Chuan, 8. The frequency of that number's pulsation escalated, spiraling into a frenzy. It seemed as if he faced not an equal counterpart, but a line of helpless straw awaiting his harvest. The monstrous Wang Xuanzi murmured to himself, sensing his heart straining to withstand the relentless onslaught of excitement. Sima Kong, a formidable 8th-tier Saint Domain expert, gripped the handrail with fervor. Acutely aware that the energy consumption of the mirror corridor surged at an alarming rate. All irregularities pointed to a singular source, Ning Chuan. What on earth had this youth accomplished within the corridor? Chapter 68, Frantically Augmenting Attributes. The terminus of the corridor. Within the mirror corridor, Ning Chuan had succumbed to sheer madness. It was a flawless, perpetual loop of attribute enhancement. Vanquishing a mirror image would propel him forward, conjuring yet stronger reflections. Summoning the undead to slay them would further amplify his prowess, allowing him to effortlessly crush the images and advance once more. This cyclical process continued ad infinitum. His four-dimensional attributes were soaring at an unprecedented velocity, faster than a rocket. By the time of the 10th mirror image, the reflection of Ning Chuan bore the augmented attributes he had acquired upon defeating the 9th. Each strike he delivered was capable of altering the very landscape. Yet, when faced with the true Ning Chuan, he was destined to be overwhelmed. Thank you for your gift. With a strike imbued with the power of the dragon soul, Ning Chuan reduced the mirror image and its legion of undead to mere ashes. Log. You have successfully defeated the 10th mirror image. Log. You have advanced to the 10th tier of the mirror corridor. Log. Your four-dimensional raw attributes have all surpassed 40,000 points. 40,000. Ning Chuan felt the vast reservoir of power within him, a sensation both exhilarating and daunting. This was firmly within the realm of a third-tier golden-level powerhouse. Yet, he remained merely a first-tier bronze. Onward. In his eyes sparkled an insatiable thirst for greater strength. His figure flickered through the corridor, advancing. The 11th tier, the 12th tier, the 15th tier. Outside, in the arena, the spectators had become desensitized. They merely gazed blankly at the number that continuously reshaped their understanding of reality. Ning Chuan, 20. Ning Chuan, 30. Ning Chuan, 50. As the figure beside Ning Chuan's name broke the 50 mark, the arena fell into a stunned silence. It was not a lack of astonishment. Rather, they were rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle. Their minds could scarcely keep pace with the miracles Ning Chuan was manifesting. I find myself feeling a bit sympathetic towards the other geniuses, one audience member murmured. They fought tooth and nail, barely overcoming their own limits to advance a single tier, only to glance up and realize that he had distanced himself from them by an insurmountable margin. What kind of mentality must one possess to endure such a reality? His words encapsulated the sentiments of the crowd. At that moment, within the mirror corridor, Xiang Kunlun had just managed to conquer his third mirror image with great difficulty. Bloodied and gasping for breath, a twisted smile crept upon his face. I have grown stronger. He lifted his head with pride, eager to gauge the narrowing gap between himself and Ning Chuan. Then, he beheld that blinding number. Ning Chuan, 58. Uffed. Xiang Kunlun coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he nearly fainted from the shock. This is too much of a blow. Ning Chuan, 80. Ning Chuan, 90. Ning Chuan, 99. As Ning Chuan reached the 99th tier, his four-dimensional raw attributes had inflated to a terrifying realm that felt alien to him. 70,000. He felt as if a single punch could obliterate a small asteroid. Opposite him, the 99th mirror image possessed nearly 70,000 in terrifying attributes as well. At last, this presented a challenge. A grave expression settled on Ning Chuan's face for the first time. Though he could still enhance himself by defeating the undead summoned by the mirror images, at such elevated base attributes, each incremental improvement became exceedingly arduous. Moreover, the opposing image had attained a level of power that was deeply formidable. This would be a true battle of attrition. Come, let me discover where my limits lie. Ning Chuan roared, engaging in a fierce clash with his 99th mirror image. The battle raged for a grueling 3 hours. The entire mirror corridor trembled from their fierce exchanges, countless crystalline surfaces shattering beneath the weight of their terrifying power. Ultimately, as Ning Chuan, bloodied and weary, plunged the final, bone spear, into the heart of the mirror image, he too knelt weakly upon one knee. He had triumphed. He prevailed by possessing an unwavering will that transcended his own limitations. Log. You have successfully defeated the 99th mirror image. Log. You have advanced to the 99th tier of the Mirror Corridor. Log. Congratulations. You seem to have reached the end of the corridor. Ning Chuan paused momentarily. The end. He lifted his gaze to see a terminus that had once seemed infinite. It was a magnificent throne composed of pure light. An ethereal and ancient voice resonated throughout the Mirror Corridor. For eons, you are the first challenger to stand before me. As a reward, I grant you a unique power, mirror replication. Log. You have obtained the unique special talent, mirror replication. Talent, mirror replication. Unique, you can expend mental energy to perfectly replicate any target you have encountered, not exceeding 2 tiers above your own. The replicated image possesses 80 of the original strength, with duration contingent upon your mental energy. A second talent. Ning Chuan's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads. He had never heard of anyone possessing a second talent. This shattered the immutable laws of the cosmic will. What on earth was this Mirror Corridor? Before he could ponder further, the voice echoed once more. The final trial requires no further continuation. Your achievements are indisputable. In the next instant, Ning Chuan's form was enveloped in a gentle white light and transported from the illusion. Meanwhile, in the external realm, when all beheld the number beside Ning Chuan's name finally freeze at 99, the entire world seemed to lose its voice. Chapter 69, The Final Rankings. Indisputable first. As Ning Chuan reappeared at the center of the arena, the resplendent mirror corridor behind him dissipated like a fleeting dream, vanishing into the air. The final trial had concluded. The vast arena, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, hundreds of prodigies, and dozens of federal titans, fell into a profound silence as they quietly observed him. Their faces, once marked by astonishment, now reflected a near-religious reverence and awe. 99 marks. This figure transcended the realm of their comprehension. In the annals of the joint selection of the 11 academies, the highest record for the Mirror Corridor was set by Lord Wu Ding at 33 marks, a record celebrated as an eternal monument, unmatched for centuries. Yet today, Ning Chuan not only surpassed it, but did so in an almost overwhelming manner, tripling that record. What a terrifying achievement. Ahem. The host, Sima Kong, a formidable figure of the 8th tier sacred domain, cleared his throat, barely regaining his composure. He gazed at Ning Chuan, his expression a complex tapestry of admiration, astonishment, and, more poignantly, a sense of helplessness at witnessing the younger generation eclipse him. He ascended slowly, summoning all his strength to maintain an air of authority. The final trial of the Mirror Corridor has concluded. We shall now begin the tallying of the overall scores and announce the final rankings. As his voice echoed through the arena, a colossal scoreboard began to shift in the sky. The results from the ascending ladder, 100 battles reincarnation, and Mirror Corridor were subjected to a complex calculation, each holding different weights. The hearts of the onlookers raced with anticipation. Although the outcome was already a foregone conclusion, they yearned to witness the extent of the historical triumph of this young man as he ascended to the throne. With a dazzling brilliance, names began to materialize on the final leaderboard. 10th place, Zhuiyu, Beichuan City. 5th place, Yihe, Beichuan City. 4th place, Li Muran, Beichuan City. A low murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they realized that 3 individuals from Beichuan City had infiltrated the top 10, even claiming the 4th and 5th positions. The audience recognized the formidable dark horse that this team from a tertiary satellite city represented. Yi Luyun, seated in the viewing platform, trembled with excitement. His face flushed with joy, nearly overwhelmed by happiness. Following this, the names for 3rd and 2nd places were unveiled. 3rd place, Feng Wuji, Tianjing City, Preparatory Free Academy. 2nd place, Xiang Kunlun, Tianjing City, Flame Dragon Academy Preparatory. These 2 top-tier prodigies from the main city managed to secure their positions in the top 3 due to their profound foundations. Yet at this moment, no one cared about them. All gazes converged on the blinding golden light of the pinnacle. Finally, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, that name gradually emerged. 1st place, Ning Chuan, Beichuan City. As the name Ning Chuan solidified at the summit, the entire arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers and roars capable of shaking the heavens. Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan, Ning Chuan, regardless of their origins or affiliations. At this moment, everyone sincerely offered their most fervent respect to the young man who had crafted a legend. He ascended to the pinnacle of all prodigies with an indisputable, overwhelming presence. He was undeniably the first. Sima Kong observed the tumultuous scene below, inhaling deeply before announcing the final procedure. Now, I invite all students ranked in the top 100 to step forward. The admission mentors from the 11 top academies will engage in a mutually selective process with you. With this proclamation, the titans in the viewing platform could no longer contain their excitement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Led by Wang Xuanzi, the elder in white robes, and Sima Kong, A dozen figures instantly vanished from the platform, reappearing before Ning Chuan in unison. They disregarded the other prodigies, their sole focus fixated on Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, Wang Xuanzi, representing the Flame Dragon Academy, was the first to speak, shedding his earlier reserve. A warm, amiable smile adorned his face as he declared, "On behalf of the Flame Dragon Academy, I extend to you our most sincere invitation once more. Name your conditions. Even if you desire a subdragon as a mount, I shall humbly procure one for you." "Humph, old Wang, you're merely spinning tales." The elder from the Free Academy scoffed disdainfully, turning to Ning Chuan with fervent eyes. "Ning Chuan, join our Free Academy. We do not confine any thoughts, nor do we restrain any nature. Here, you may explore any forbidden spells you wish to study. We possess the most comprehensive ancient magical texts in the entire Federation. Moreover, we can arrange for you to enter the Time-Space Tower for training." The Time-Space Tower. Upon hearing this, even Wang Xuanzi's expression shifted. The Time-Space Tower, a treasure of the Free Academy, was said to possess a time flow distinct from the outside world, where one day of training equated to 10 days outside. What an extraordinary condition. "Old White, have you lost your mind?" "Ning Chuan, do not heed their words." Sima Kong interjected urgently. "The promises of the United Supreme Academy still stand. A demigod's personal guidance. Choose any 3 treasures from our vault. Additionally, we can offer you a chance to access a world gate, allowing you to venture into an unexplored high-level world for training, with all gains belonging solely to you." One jaw-dropping condition after another, capable of driving any prodigy to madness, was hurled forth from the mouths of these federal titans. In their fervent competition for Ning Chuan, they had completely discarded all pretenses and descended into a frenzy of rivalry. Around them, the other prodigies ranked in the top 100 gazed at the encircled Ning Chuan, who maintained a serene demeanor. Their expressions bore not only envy, but also a profound sense of powerlessness. The chasm between individuals was indeed greater than that between man and dog. While they fretted over which academy would select them, Ning Chuan was already in the position to choose which demigod would be his mentor. As all the titans presented their offers, the arena fell silent once more. All eyes were fixed on Ning Chuan, awaiting this historical figure's final decision. Ning Chuan's gaze slowly traversed the anxious and expectant faces before him. He recognized the freedom offered by the Free Academy, the profound heritage of the United Academy, and the sincerity of the other top institutions. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Wang Xuanzi of the Flame Dragon Academy. He recalled his father Ning Jiang's exhortations, the elder Yi Luyun's guidance, and the indomitable spirit of the Flame Dragon, rooted in the ancient Xia Kingdom. His heart already held the answer. He slightly bowed before the assembly and, with a clear and resolute voice, began to speak. "I am deeply grateful for the kindness shown by all esteemed seniors. I, Ning Chuan, have made my choice." Chapter 70. The Dust Settles. The future of the Flame Dragon Academy. When the word choice escaped Ning Chuan's lips, it was as if the entire arena had been placed on pause, with every breath held in that moment. Wang Xuanzi felt his heart leap into his throat. Never before in his hundreds of years had he experienced such tension. The elder in white robes, Sima Kong, and others fixed their gaze on Ning Chuan, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Ning Chuan raised his head, his gaze precisely landing upon Wang Xuanzi, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "The Supreme Academy of the Flame Dragon." These 6 simple words resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In an instant, joy and despair intertwined amongst the crowd. "Ha! Excellent! Truly splendid!" Wang Xuanzi erupted into a thunderous laugh after a momentary stupor, his face flushed with excitement, his trembling hand stroking his long beard, as if he had stumbled upon an unparalleled treasure. It was done. This once-in-a-millennium prodigy had ultimately chosen their Flame Dragon Academy. He could almost foresee that for the coming decades, perhaps even centuries, the Flame Dragon Academy would once again usher in a glorious golden era due to the addition of this young man. And he, Wang Xuanzi, as the chief mentor who had welcomed Ning Chuan into the academy, would surely have his name inscribed in the annals of its history. In stark contrast, the faces of Sikong Ma and the elderly man in white crumpled in an instant. Alas, they had arrived too late. They gazed at the cordial exchange between Wang Xuanzi and Ning Chuan, their eyes filled with endless regret and reluctance. Particularly Sikong Ma, who felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Had he known this would be the outcome, he should have, at the moment of Ning Chuan's ascendance, issued a compulsory recruitment decree in the name of the principal to forcibly retain Ning Chuan at the United Academy. Now it was all too late. The surrounding geniuses, witnessing the settled outcome, felt a myriad of conflicting emotions. Was it truly the Flame Dragon Academy? It made sense. The academy was renowned for its domineering and iron-blooded combat style. which resonated well with Ning Chuan's overwhelming aura. What a pity. I had thought he would choose the United Academy, considering the allure of a demigod's mentorship was too great. What do you know? This precisely illustrated Ning Chuan's confidence. He had no need to rely on the title of a demigod. He believed in himself and was certain he could reach such heights in the future. In an instant, the crowd's admiration for Ning Chuan deepened even further. Meanwhile, Xiang Kunlun and Bai Zhan, two SSS-level geniuses who also chose the Flame Dragon Academy, upon hearing Ning Chuan's decision, felt neither threatened nor intimidated. Rather, their eyes ignited with an even greater fervor for battle and excitement. To share an academy with such a prodigy, to compete and progress together, was a fortuitous blessing. They could hardly contain their eagerness for a thrilling contest in the academy's arena against Ning Chuan. Welcome, fellow student Ning Chuan, to the grand family of the Flame Dragon Academy. Wang Xuanzi warmly grasped Ning Chuan's hand, his affectionate demeanor reminiscent of a long-lost grandson. Rest assured, everything I previously promised will only increase, not diminish. From this day forth, you shall be our esteemed number one, with all resources directed towards your success. Thank you, Elder Wang, Ning Chuan replied with a smile. His choice of the Flame Dragon Academy was partly in deference to his elder's advice, and partly because the academy's ethos resonated profoundly with him. Unyielding, relentless, iron-willed, and protective. This embodied the soul of the Flame Dragon, a legacy passed down from the ancient Xia kingdom. In such a collective, he could grow without reservation, free from the machinations lurking in the shadows. With Ning Chuan's choice solidified, the subsequent mutual selections appeared somewhat lackluster. Although Li Muron, Yi He, Zhuiyue, and others had also attracted the attention of the 8 premier academies due to their outstanding performances and ultimately arrived at their desired institutions. All brilliance paled in comparison to Ning Chuan's singular radiance. As the selection conference concluded, Ning Chuan's name swept through the entire Tianjing city like a tempest, spreading even more rapidly to every corner of the Federation. Beichuan City, an obscure third-tier satellite city. Ning Chuan, a mysterious youth who had emerged from obscurity. These two names would be eternally etched in the annals of the Federation today. That evening, the Flame Dragon Academy held a grand welcome banquet for all newly recruited talents. At the banquet, Ning Chuan undoubtedly took center stage. Countless seniors, mentors, and professors approached him, their words brimming with warmth and goodwill. Ning Chuan navigated the interactions with ease, neither aloof nor overly familiar, maintaining a demeanor that was both gentle and confident, greatly enhancing the goodwill everyone felt toward him. After the banquet concluded, Wang Xuanzi personally escorted Ning Chuan to his designated residence. This was no ordinary student dormitory. Rather, it was an independent courtyard situated atop the most spiritually enriched peak within the core area of the Flame Dragon Academy. The courtyard featured pavilions, towers, a spiritual spring waterfall, and even a private training ground and entrance to a small secret realm. From now on, this shall be your Ning Chuan Peak, Wang Xuanzi said with a smile. A privilege reserved solely for our esteemed number one. Starting tomorrow, I shall personally guide you through any cultivation difficulties you may encounter, and the Academy's library, Merit Hall, and Myriad Law Building will be unconditionally accessible to you. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Wang. Ning Chuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Haha. You are the future of our Flame Dragon Academy. It is my honor to assist you. Wang Xuanzi laughed heartily, then produced a gleaming token radiating with violet lightning. Oh, this is a personal gift from me to you. What is it? A passage token to the Thunder Prison Secret Realm. Wang Xuanzi's expression grew serious. It is a high-level Thunder Attribute secret realm under the Academy's control, filled with violent, thunderous energy, which can greatly enhance the body and soul. However, it is also exceptionally dangerous. I observe that although you are a Necromancer, your physical resilience is quite rare in the world. This token may aid you in elevating your dragon soul form to new heights. As Ning Chuan accepted the token, feeling the wild, thunderous energy coursing through it, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. He understood that his legendary journey within the Flame Dragon Academy was only just beginning.